I am the Lord of Slaughter. I am the bloodthirsty butcher. I am the embodiment of brutality. A decade of darkness in a world ravaged by apocalypse. I was once betrayed by friends, backstabbed by brothers, my face submerged in the filth of the sewers, my dignity shattered into a million pieces, leaving behind a heart consumed by vengeance. In the end, I ascended to the highest throne amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ultimately, I have returned. The stadium buzzed with excitement, hearts racing, hands trembling. Yang Feng waited in line for 2 hours, clutching a trendy cup of milk tea, scanning the vicinity of the basketball court. A perfect silhouette captured his gaze, her hair cascading like a waterfall down to her seat, embodying an ethereal serenity, gentle and pure. That was none other than the goddess Yang Feng had long pursued Shen Mingyao. Hey, it's autumn now. Though it might come off as a bit kitsch, this could be considered the first cup of autumn milk tea. Yang Feng awkwardly scratched his head, his demeanor somewhat reserved as he uttered cringe-worthy lines learned from an unknown source. Thank you, Yang Feng. Shen Mingyao responded with a soft yet polite smile, her gaze slightly evasive, her delicate fingers tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This simple gesture left Yang Feng momentarily spellbound. I'll message you later. Holding her phone, Shen Mingyao gently waved her hand, subtly indicating for Yang Feng to momentarily depart, yet her beautiful eyes inadvertently drifted toward one of the men exerting himself on the basketball court. All right, we'll talk tonight. Yang Feng's heart swelled with excitement. He had secured a chance to converse with his goddess, feeling like an undeniable winner. Indeed, waiting for 2 hours seemed trivial. Even 20 hours would have been worth it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he turned to leave, yet a sense of reluctance tugged at his heart, as if he wished to turn back and offer a few more words of concern. What followed was a shocking spectacle. Shen Mingyao delicately lifted her milk tea and, ensuring no one was watching, discarded it into the trash can. A chilling sensation coursed through Yang Feng's heart. Pain gripped him, a feeling indescribable, twisting his innards. A whistle blew, signaling halftime at the basketball court. A robust man, exuding a potent aura of masculinity, strode toward Shen Mingyao. That was none other than Cheng Zijia, the wealthy heir from the basketball team. Without hesitation, Shen Mingyao picked up a towel she had prepared and tenderly extended it toward him, meticulously wiping away his sweat. Cheng Zijia shamelessly pulled Shen Mingyao close, his sweat drenching her attire, while she simply blushed and continued to tend to him. Why were they so intimate? Where had they met? Could it be that the goddess Shen Mingyao had affections for someone other than him? I saw everything just now. That guy delivered milk tea to you, right? Huh. Cheng Zijia seemed to sense a gaze directed at him as he released Shen Mingyao. He tossed a basketball in Yang Feng's direction. With a resounding thud, the ball struck him squarely in the face. Blood gushed from Yang Feng's nose, propelling his entire body backward, the back of his head colliding heavily with the concrete floor. The world spun into darkness. An overwhelming dizziness enveloped him, accompanied by an indescribable illusion radiating with vibrant hues. A sequence of dark and bloody images flickered through his mind. A torrent of memories from the future surged forth. A searing pain intensified, sharpening the memories as they coalesced within his consciousness. I have returned. I am back. Yang Feng opened his eyes, an inner ferocity gleaming in his gaze, a stark departure from his earlier naivety. Chapter 2. Regrettably, you have missed the opportunity to survive. Shen Mingyao collapsed onto the ground, 5 crimson fingerprints starkly visible. Her once tranquil and gentle demeanor had become utterly disheveled, covering her face. Her pupils trembled as if in a seismic shock. Unable to fathom that the suitor who had long pursued her had so brutally struck her. What a captivating gaze. I find myself quite enamored with your expression of shock and helplessness. Reminiscent of a rabbit cornered and desperate, Yang Feng seized Shen Mingyao's chin with one hand, his smile twisted into something more sinister, yet the affection that once radiated from his eyes had vanished. Replaced by a chilling indifference, she was no longer the goddess of his dreams but a wounded prey, cornered and at his mercy, ripe for his amusement. Thus, the tides of power had shifted. The status of the two had irrevocably altered. The once devoted admirer had transformed into a harbinger of dread for the goddess. Send your useless boyfriend to the hospital. The events to follow are bound to be exceedingly entertaining. I truly hope to see you both alive again. Providing me with further amusement, Yang Feng released Shen Mingyao's face, contemplating the impending catastrophe that would soon engulf the world, where countless twisted, mutated monsters would rend civilization and order asunder. The expressions of fear on their faces would surely be spectacular. A source of great amusement. With that, Yang Feng turned and walked away, gradually fading from view. It was only at the last moment that the thoroughly stunned onlookers reacted, hastily dialing emergency services. However, transporting to the hospital, inquiring about the situation, and initiating investigations would require a modicum of time. In a few short hours, they would have no time to concern themselves with Yang Feng. The entire city would descend into chaos. The police lines would be overwhelmed, and looting would become rampant. The signs of the apocalypse were not to be trifled with. Only a day left, Yang Feng strolled along a secluded path, retrieving his phone to check the time. The impending apocalypse, the rampant disasters, the collapse of civilization, the degradation of humanity. A mere day remained until the onset of the dark epoch. It felt too rushed. If only there were more time, he could gather funds, procure weapons, stockpile supplies, and construct an infallible sanctuary. Accumulating supplies and purchasing weapons required money. Yang Feng's gaze flickered as he opened his messaging and payment apps to check his account balance. It was a dismal sight. He was merely an ordinary individual, just barely breaking into 4 digits, likely only sufficient to last until the end of the month. Upon opening a loan application, his pupils constricted in horror. He was already burdened with debt, his credit score rendering him unable to borrow another cent. Had I sunk to such depths before the apocalypse? Yang Feng's heart was as steadfast as rock, hard as steel, ruthless and bloodthirsty. Yet he had not always been this way. In his desperate attempt to please the so-called goddess, he had resorted to various loans, even borrowing money to fulfill her occasional small wishes. I should have just strangled her. Yang Feng nearly crushed his phone in frustration, reflecting on how foolish he had been before the apocalypse. Huff, he exhaled a heavy sigh, his cold gaze glimmering with newfound resolve. I find myself devoid of property, lacking even a vehicle. In the absence of collateral, not even the most unscrupulous second-hand agents can procure funds. This is the stark reality, the most genuine of circumstances. Yang Feng is not a scion of wealth. He is merely an ordinary individual, incapable of extravagance or hoarding vast resources. It is a matter of necessity. Suddenly, the phone rings, and the voice of my uncle emerges from the other end. Yang Feng. What a surprise to hear from you. How have you been lately? Listening to his feigned cordiality, Yang Feng cuts to the chase. Uncle, I require a sum of money. The mere mention of money renders his uncle momentarily speechless. After a brief hesitation, he responds with evident discomfort. Yang Feng, your cousin has recently purchased a new home and has yet to renovate it. We are also in a tight spot. Yang Feng's gaze turns colder, even hinting at a trace of menace. When my parents perished in that car accident, it was you and the other relatives who seized their inheritance. I now seek this sum, which rightfully belongs to me. His voice sharpens, disregarding any semblance of decorum, emphasizing that this money is rightfully his. In truth, Yang Feng's parents met an untimely fate in a car accident, and due to their age, their estate was entrusted to several relatives for management, only to be subsequently divided among them. Once a timid individual, Yang Feng had refrained from mentioning this matter, allowing his relatives to feign ignorance to their advantage. Yang Feng, how can you speak so? His uncle retorts, his tone now transformed, admonishing him. The money for your schooling, for your clothes, and even for your university education, all of it came from us. Your cousin's marriage and new home are of utmost importance. What could possibly be more significant than that? The money will come to you eventually, but not at this moment. Yang Feng's eyes glint with a chilling light as he listens in silence, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Regrettably, this family has just lost their final opportunity to survive. He hangs up the phone and immediately dials another number. Third uncle, a portion of my parents' inheritance is with you. I wish to reclaim it now. His uncle is taken aback for a few seconds before responding through the phone. You are grown now. You should know better. How can you speak to your elders like that? Like a heartless wretch. As the call concludes, it ends on an unsatisfactory note. The warmth of human connection is a fickle thing. Greed knows no bounds. Yang Feng hangs up, feeling unsurprised by his relatives' reactions. They are merely insects crawling into the maw of money. The apocalypse has arrived, bringing with it an even darker, more brutal, and merciless existence, fraught with horrors far beyond what is currently experienced. At that time, I can only hope they do not come to me in desperation. How unfortunate. I had initially intended to offer them a warning about the impending doom, but now it seems far more entertaining to witness their tragic demise. A cruel smile plays at the corners of Yang Feng's mouth, stretching almost to his ears. Since I cannot hoard resources myself, let others do it for me. He opens the property management group. Within the confines of the apartment complex's community group, there resided over 1,000 individuals. Yang Feng, utilizing a secondary account, infiltrated the group and commenced a barrage of messages. Midnight, an anomalous entity will invade. Catastrophe is imminent. Residents are urged to stockpile supplies. At midnight, an anomalous entity will invade. Catastrophe is imminent. Residents are urged to stockpile supplies. At midnight, an anomalous entity will invade. Catastrophe is imminent. Residents are urged to stockpile supplies. Neighbors hoarded food. While I hoarded neighbors, the homeowners group erupted in chaos, and the secondary account was swiftly expelled. What madness is this? What nonsensical invasion of aberrant beings? What impending disaster? How did a lunatic manage to infiltrate the homeowners group? Yet, 3 hours hence, everyone's perspective would irrevocably shift. The grotesque and surreal events, seemingly echoing the ominous messages, began to manifest in stark reality. At the stroke of midnight, as the bells tolled, an eerie presence descended, and the world underwent a peculiar transformation. Each willow tree's branches splintered and withered, giving way to thick, ink-black strands of hair that danced in the breeze. Sinister, writhing tendrils, reminiscent of a newborn's pure white arms, emerged from the earth, reaching skyward. Tumorous flesh, distorted growths swelled upon the walls of buildings, nestled within thickets, lining the asphalt roads, and clinging to the trunks of trees. Catastrophe was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 3. Dark Gold Level Artifact. Ghost Face Catastrophe Unfurled. Countdown. 24 hours. The city succumbed to madness as grotesque tumors proliferated throughout its expanse. What is that? A mass of putrid organic matter slithered along the side of a building, akin to a slug, leaving behind a revolting trail of slime. An ancient tree stood adorned with clusters of spherical organic formations, resembling the eyes of some malevolent creature, casting a chilling gaze upon the populace. Ugh! The crowd erupted in frantic screams, many succumbing to nausea and regurgitating their midnight snacks. The chill ran down their spines. It felt as though Pandora's box had been opened, and a terrifying force was gradually infiltrating the realm of reality. The disaster is upon us. Hurry and stockpile supplies. The disaster is upon us. Hurry and stockpile supplies. Yang Feng retrieved his phone, dispatching a message within the WeChat group. The chaos unfolding outside, the panic throngs, the bizarre monsters, all irrefutable truths. Setting his phone aside, a subtle smile graced Yang Feng's lips, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. The distortion of spirits. My opportunity has arrived. He had endured a decade of a dark, apocalyptic existence, countless sacrifices made in pursuit of the ultimate cause of the mutations. All things possess a spirit. Every thread of consciousness, every fleeting thought, every whisper of the psyche. Leaves an imprint upon the world. Each death, every wilting tree, every slaughtered pig or cow. All leave behind a residue of decay. Little by little, these remnants amassed. Grains of sand coalesced into towering structures. Be it positive or negative thoughts, the accumulation of energy became overwhelming. The earth could no longer bear the weight. The river of life, choked by detritus. It has erupted. The distorted and twisted spirits surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. This is the cataclysmic deluge. This is the asteroid that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs. This is Earth, cleansing itself of filth with a refreshing plunge into cold waters. I must discover the most fitting of abilities to navigate this chaos. Yang Feng searched diligently, keenly observing the writhing organic matter. Those viscous and filthy organic cysts concealed a far greater reservoir of energy, capable of nurturing deformed and twisted monstrosities. Yang Feng was aware that within certain tumors lay an abundance of abilities coveted by countless evolutionaries. Potential that could significantly enhance human prowess through extraordinary organs. Suddenly, a pool of viscous green liquid came into view, resting near a trash bin. The energy brewing within was remarkably pure, and a grotesque hand seemed to be taking shape within the tumor. Its emerald hue, while vibrant, fell short of his expectations. Yang Feng averted his gaze, continuing his search for superior tumors, navigating against the tide of fleeing individuals in pursuit of the most sinister and formidable specimens. Above a traffic light, a deep blue tumor dangled, its energy refined to such an extent that it resembled the texture of oceanic agate. Within it, a muscular thigh reminiscent of a beast was gradually taking form, its contours becoming increasingly distinct, with sinewy bulges exuding a palpable sense of strength. The blue agate was of commendable quality, yet it remained of little use to him for the time being. Yang Feng had identified this superior thigh, but still deemed it insufficient. Having fortuitously returned to the world before the apocalypse, he sought the strongest variety. Look, what is that? An eye? It appears to be an eye. A large crowd congested near a bar, where atop the roof loomed a substantial mass of deep purple tumor material, within which a spherical object had formed. It seemed to embody the eye of some creature, featuring a bizarre, deep purple vertical pupil that sent a chilling shiver through his body upon making contact. Profound and sinister, the sight of this malevolent vertical pupil caused Yang Feng's heart to tremble slightly. The purple phantom crystal, a quality that was exceedingly rare, could empower a mutant to effortlessly overthrow an entire legion. In the annals of his memories, he recalled vividly the terrifying capabilities of those mutants, mercilessly slaughtering humans with ease, even entire armies falling victim to their wrath. Green jade, blue agate, purple phantom crystal blood body, the varying purities and qualities of the corpse tumors would give rise to organs of differing strengths, with the powers they bestowed determining one's future standing. The strong reigned supreme. One could either become prey or a hunter. The purple phantom level was a rarity among rarities. The blood body was even more elusive, a true gem among treasures. Yang Feng, fueled by ambition, recognized that with only 24 hours remaining until the apocalypse's onset, acquiring a blood body level organ could allow him to dominate the entire wasteland. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly departed from the scene. He retrieved his phone and scrolled through his social media feed, where everyone was frantically snapping and sharing various images of the bizarre tumors and writhing organic entities. Yang Feng searched through the photos, hoping to find the coveted blood body. Suddenly, one photograph froze him in place. It depicted a tree, a local landmark rumored to be over 2,000 years old, its bark etched with a vague dragon pattern. Many referred to it as the dragon pattern ancient tree. At the heart of this ancient tree, a nebulous black tumor radiated an eerie luminescence. It seemed as though it were enveloped in a veil of indistinct mist, within the tumor forming a grotesque visage, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Could this be dark gold? It is said that beyond the rare purity of blood body, there exists an even more extraordinary organ, one that condenses the most unadulterated malevolence, shimmering with a gilded hue amidst the chaos and darkness. Dark gold, a singular entity, possessing unfathomable power, existing solely within the realm of legend. This is it. This is what I seek. Yang Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly scanned the vicinity for an electric bicycle, charging towards the ancient dragon-patterned tree. Half an hour later, beneath the ancient tree, people were incessantly capturing images with their mobile phones, broadcasting scenes of wonder to their social circles. Upon closer inspection, a mass of pitch-black organic matter writhed, revealing intricate and peculiar patterns within, gradually coalescing into a distorted human face. At times, it wept in sorrow. At others, it erupted in manic laughter. It cast scornful glances at the onlookers, and then, with an air of disillusionment, it lowered its gaze. Dark gold, the most enigmatic, seemingly existing only in tales, an object fervently coveted by countless survivors of the apocalypse. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Feng vaulted over the railing, seized the adjacent ladder bridge, and deftly ascended to the center of the trunk. Approaching the mass of organic matter, with a sudden thrust, his palm penetrated the flesh-like mass. The ever-shifting black mask was yanked forth with a violent tug, extracted from the organic entity. What are you doing? What is that thing? Show us. Don't run away. The onlookers clamored, attempting to obstruct Yang Feng. Eager to glimpse the object he had snatched, Yang Feng, however, wasted no breath. He delivered a fierce kick to the leader's abdomen, causing the heel to sink several centimeters deep, the intense pain forcing him to writhe on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Get lost. His eyes, sharp with murderous intent, coupled with a thunderous roar, immediately quelled the other spectators. Yang Feng swiftly mounted the approaching electric bike, racing back to his apartment with utmost urgency. Chapter 4. Abilities, Multidimensional Information Analysis, Dark Gold, Marvelous, Marvelous, Marvelous. Before the apocalypse has even erupted, I have discovered such a formidable artifact. In Yang Feng's grasp lay a mask, its contours still fluctuating, emanating an eerie and uncanny aura. Ghost mask. He glanced at the clock. Mere hours remained until the onset of the apocalypse. Let it come. Yang Feng sat at the edge of his bed, gripping the ghost mask and bringing it to his cheek. In an instant, the mask made contact with his skin. Tendrils of dark, bizarre substance plunged deep into his pores, transforming into countless slender appendages burrowing inward. Parasitism, usurpation, occupation. These mutated, eerie substances had the capacity to transmute humans into fearsome monsters, tearing apart the consciousness of the host, replacing it entirely, piercing the brain. A cascade of absurd images unfolded, soothing emotions while simultaneously rendering the host's consciousness utterly anesthetized, culminating in its complete eradication. Ha! You wish to obliterate my consciousness? With such feeble means. Do you think you can extinguish my awareness and seize control of my body? Yang Feng's entire visage, though shrouded by a ghastly mask, still reveals the twisted and grotesque features beneath. Laughing maniacally with exaggerated fervor, betrayed by all, I have felt the sting of treachery. I stand resolutely against monsters and aberrations, yet daggers pierce my back. My face is pressed into the muck, stripped of all dignity amidst the derisive laughter of onlookers. Like a wild dog in the filthy sewers, I lick my own wounds. Yang Feng extends his arms, memories flooding his mind, yet his resolve solidifies, akin to adamantine steel. You know how many I have slain? Do you comprehend how many of your kind I have torn apart? The endless carnage, the relentless slaughter, cutting through thorns and mountains of corpses. You think you can erode my consciousness? With one hand covering his face, Yang Feng's gaze grows increasingly frenzied. A madness that seems inhuman. Seize my essence. You are mistaken. It is I who shall harness your power. Yang Feng roars, his murderous intent surging like a dam bursting. A torrential flood inundating the remnants of the ghastly mask's consciousness, obliterating the dark gold artifact with sheer force. Bring it all forth. This is a clash of pure consciousness, and Yang Feng possesses absolute advantage. Utterly dismantling the vile remnants within the mask. Power, dark gold, ghastly mask, larva, the most enigmatic artifact is finally in hand. Yang Feng's face becomes enveloped in a pure blackness, his jaw opening at a near 90-degree angle, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, no eyes, no nostrils, no ears. Yet through this countenance, he perceives everything around him with striking clarity. It seems to form a holographic image that encompasses all, akin to radar, rendering all concealment futile, vividly manifesting in his mind. Color, sound, taste. All these are information. The multidimensional interpretation of information allows him to discern the scent and shape of a target from the vibrations of sound, as well as their hue and size. In other words, Yang Feng can hear colors and tastes, see sounds and scents, and savor the fear and consciousness of others. What a delightful sensation. It feels as though he is a deity upon the clouds, surveying the world from a third-person perspective. Is this the power of the ghastly mask? In the wake of apocalyptic calamity, every corner of the world becomes a battlefield, adhering to the law of the jungle where the weak are devoured by the strong. And to command information and intelligence is to have already secured a significant victory. Truly, a testament to the capabilities of the dark gold level. Merely a larva, and yet so formidable. Larva. Yang Feng's memories, forged in a decade of darkness, reveal that parasitic organisms, beyond their purity and grade, can also undergo constant evolution in their forms. Larva, growth stage, mature stage, complete stage. By acquiring sufficient energy and meeting the conditions for evolution, they can ascend once more, and certain exceedingly perilous entities may even transcend the boundaries of their complete forms. With a mere thought, the black mask gradually recedes from his face. The center of Yang Feng's brow, a peculiar ghostly mask mark had emerged, while his entire visage had returned to a state of normalcy, appearing indistinguishable from that of a human. In reality, he had transformed into an evolver, and moreover, one endowed with the most formidable artifact. Was time drawing near? Yang Feng retrieved his mobile phone. Merely 1 hour remained until the cataclysmic outbreak at midnight, though the duration of his subjugation of the ghostly visage seemed brief. The mental clash with the remnants had raged on for several hours. Fortunately, the police force throughout the city was occupied in maintaining order. Otherwise, the grievous injury inflicted upon Chang Zijie the previous day might have resulted in further complications. The moments on social media were abuzz. As Yang Feng scrolled through his friend's circle, he noted a shift in the populace's demeanor. No longer were they in a state of panic as at the onset, but rather, they had begun to study the organic entities. Many congregated around the writhing organic matter, snapping photographs, and even posing for group pictures. Some elderly individuals had brandished brooms to swat the entities away, while others had brazenly wielded kitchen knives to carve substantial portions for examination. This was no ordinary find. It was a fleshling fungus. Consuming it could prolong life. Hey folks, take a look at this translucent piece of meat. There's even a pig's trotter inside. With 30,000 likes, I'll live stream to show you all. Not merely confined to social media, various platforms were rife with absurdities. The audacious had commenced their activities, some even daring to broadcast their culinary exploits, or more outrageously, prepare sashimi. Life seemed expendable. In an age where entertainment reigned supreme, vying for attention and quick profits appeared to overshadow even their own lives. The video you attempted to play has been removed. Dear citizens, for your health, please refrain from contacting unknown organic entities. Experts advise. A plethora of excessive videos were swiftly purged by the platforms. Repeated broadcasts and text messages of caution were disseminated. Yet in the face of this unprecedented global anomaly, The fabric of civil order had begun to fray. The property management group was equally fervent in its response. Having received advance notice, residents had stocked up on provisions. Yang Feng perused the apartment's property group chat. Due to his prior warnings, everyone had been promptly informed, before many could fully grasp the situation. Neighbors from the entire building dashed out of their homes, emptying the nearby 24-hour supermarket. I bought 5 bags of rice, 10 packs of ham, and 3 boxes of instant noodles. Look at the photo I posted. Thankfully, someone alerted me. I managed to grab 200 pounds of flour and this box of rural eggs. Alas, I was too late. By the time I arrived, the supermarket was teeming with people, and I could only snag 5 boxes of self-heating pots. Yang Feng observed the lively scene in the chat with a satisfied nod. While the neighbors hoarded food, he hoarded neighbors. He logged into his secondary account and discreetly rejoined the group, beginning to disseminate additional information. Monsters will appear tonight. Quickly secure the main entrance below and set up some obstacles in the stairwell. Monsters will appear tonight. Quickly secure the main entrance below and set up some obstacles in the stairwell. Once this message was dispatched, it incited another wave of commotion. Monsters appearing? Locking the doors? Who was spouting such nonsense? Who had lost their mind? Shut up. Ban them. Alas, is this not the esteemed individual who previously sent a message to provide advance notice? I am profoundly grateful. With hands clasped in appreciation. It is thanks to your message that I managed to secure 10 boxes of instant noodles. So, is it true that tonight we shall encounter monsters? I would rather believe in their existence than dismiss them. I must hasten to lock the doors, and everyone, please lend your support. Yang Feng gazed at the messages in the group chat. Logically, no one would take such deranged information seriously. Yet, circumstances have changed. Having experienced the invasion of anomalous creatures and the prior warning, some individuals were compelled to believe and immediately took action. Indeed, preparations for defensive fortifications were established in advance during the early days of the apocalypse. We should be able to endure. I hope they prove to be of some utility. Yang Feng casually discarded his phone, revealing a cruel smile, then turned to gaze out the window. The apocalypse is upon us. Chapter 5. The Sea of Life. The essence of sand and gravel. It has arrived. The apocalypse has come. Midnight strikes 12. It is as if a resounding bell toll reverberates throughout the city. A streak of aurora borealis graces the sky, its vibrant colors cascading like a magnificent mosaic, seemingly reflecting an infinitely extending galaxy, a sight breathtakingly enchanting. Mother, look quickly. The aurora, just like on television. A pure-hearted little girl pointed towards the crystalline aurora at the horizon. Bouncing with excitement and drawing her family's attention, Yang Feng squinted, admiring the exquisite scenery, yet his emotions were tumultuous. The Sea of Life. That is the embodiment of the Sea of Life. Every blade of grass, every tree, every blossom possesses a spirit, whether human, plant, or creature. Upon death, all return to the primordial location. The Sea of Life. It is omnipresent. It belongs to another realm. All residual memories of living beings are cleansed within the Sea of Life. Akin to the legendary consumption of Mangpo's soup, shedding all impurities, the pure spirit, after undergoing the purification of the Sea of Life, will descend once more. They transform into flowers, grasses, birds, beasts, little insects in the soil, or even children in incubators within hospitals. There is an overwhelming abundance of gravel, too much gravel in need of cleansing. Entertainment, desire, wealth, power, suffering, struggle, helplessness, collapse, extinction, every conceivable thought and emotion. The residual filth has tainted the entire Sea of Life, bringing the entire ecosystem to the brink of collapse. It tilts. The corrupted gravel can only be cast back into the realm of reality. With a cacophony, the endless streamers of light in the sky resemble shattering silver vases, showering countless sparkling grains of gravel, cascading like a rain of light upon the earth. Such beauty, exquisite beauty. Golden grains of gravel adorn the galaxy. The light rain, so sacred, accompanied by a gentle breeze, slowly descends upon the bodies of the people. How delightful is this, a miracle! Quick, quick, let us drink deeply. Perhaps it can dispel ailments and prolong life. Under the light rain, people welcome the grains of gravel from the Sea of Life, feeling waves of comfort wash over them. A warm sensation invigorating their spirits. They are not true raindrops. The glimmers penetrate the skin, burrowing within the body, gradually melting away. The essence of gravel. They are remnants of impurity. They embody resentment. They represent desire. They are the filth that even the ocean of life cannot contain. veins throb and rupture, the bodies of countless individuals grotesquely distorting as the purity of their spirits becomes tainted, leading to a frenzied mutation of flesh. Their eyes are filled with crimson veins. Greed manifests as jagged teeth sprouting from their mouths. Obsidian, razor-sharp nails envelop each finger, extending like daggers. Ugh, 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 ugh. Many emit guttural growls from their throats, unrecognizable as human. A torrential downpour of luminous rain falls. An invasion of filth overwhelms, and the consciousness of the infected grows increasingly nebulous, ultimately transforming them into monsters. Roar, 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 roar. The terrifying roars echo as the monsters frantically lunge at the surrounding populace, seeking to devour fresh energy. Yet, there are even more horrifying occurrences. Those monstrous growths, grotesque and translucent, sprouting bizarre and malformed matter, thrive under the nourishing light rain, growing wildly. Monsters, twisted abominations emerge from the fleshly tumors, unleashing even more fearsome and chilling howls. Hell, everything below transforms into a canvas of despair. The harrowing scenes are beyond description. Only the sight of monsters pursuing the innocent, their wails of agony ringing in the air under the cleansing deluge of light. The entire world seems to be engulfed in purifying flames. Not only the mutated humans, but even flora and fauna undergo peculiar distortions. The inferno scorches the earth. This is a grand cleansing of the apocalypse. This is the ultimate reckoning of residual filth. This is a cataclysmic wave of mutation for trillions of lives. The light rain patters softly. Yangfeng stands by the window, his icy gaze glimmering, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing his exhilaration. With a mere thought, the mark upon his forehead gradually unfurls. The inky darkness envelopes his entire cheek, replacing his eyes, nose, and ears with a mirror-like void. Only an exaggerated mouth occupies a small portion of his ghastly visage. Stretching from the base of his left ear to that of his right, he opens the window. Yangfeng extends his cavernous maw, a viscous tongue unfurling to savor the light rain cascading from the eaves. Delicious, truly delectable. The spiritual grit, imbued with lingering taints of consciousness, be it an obsession with wealth, a thirst for power, or a twisted and frenzied love, serves as the most exquisite seasoning. These negative emotions empower me further. The rare dark golden visage can consume this filth, the dreaded spiritual grit, transforming it into my nutritional supplement. Yangfeng feels profound satisfaction. The ghastly visage surprises him once again, the distortion of spirit. Some individuals, resolute in will, endure the initial mutation, thereby gaining immense strength, becoming the coveted evolvers that many aspire to be. However, evolvers are not all equal. To attain greater power, one must deepen the extent of their distortion. In other words, the mightier the evolver, the more they must relinquish their humanity, embracing peculiar mutations, ultimately risking transformation into monsters. This is an unsolvable conundrum, in the 10 years of the Dark Apocalypse. Initially, humanity yearned for power. Yet in the end, they came to dread it, fearing the day they might succumb and become grotesque, twisted aberrations. However, the entity known as Guemian felt no feared it astonishingly could feast upon the ethereal grains of sand. This, perhaps, was the true essence of a dark gold-grade artifact's formidable strength. Hunting, slaughter. Not a moment could be wasted. I must embark on a hunt, plundering more ethereal essence, and become the strongest before anyone notices. Yangfeng's slick tongue flicked across his pitch-black, mirror-like cheek as he turned and exited the room, intent on descending the stairs. Madness. Outside the apartment, monsters lurked, along with even more terrifying aberrations. Yangfeng was determined to initiate his brutal hunting spree on the very first day of this apocalypse. Not a second could be squandered. To grow stronger, to grow stronger, to grow stronger, to grow stronger, to grow stronger. I shall make all who betrayed me in my past life, all who bullied me, all who insulted me, pay dearly, torn apart in the most tragic and cruel of manners. Yangfeng ascended to the second floor of the apartment and flung open the window. He observed several decaying corpses below, pursuing pitiful fleeing humans, their faces grotesquely contorted. He stepped onto the air conditioning unit and leaped down. Chapter 6. The ruthless battle machine in the alley. The corpses moaned. Jagged teeth glinted, and brownish-yellow slime oozed from their crevices. The grotesquely contorted creature stared with bloodshot, crimson eyes, seeking its next prey. Thud. Yangfeng landed on the ground, his knees slightly bent, His body trembled, the remnants of his humanity instinctively sensing fear, quaking and shuddering. "Oh, is my body afraid?" Yang Feng raised his hand slightly, his face betraying a more exhilarated expression. The natural enemy. Nestled in their nests, fledglings feel innate terror upon seeing the soaring eagle, spiderlings, emerging from their mother's body without guidance. Instinctively weave webs to capture prey. This is the essence of biological instinct. The moment you behold your nemesis, the instinct hidden deep within your being awakens, inciting fear and compelling you to flee. Flee? Now, that is intriguing. Dancing upon the razor's edge, I wish to revel in the delightful thrill of slaughter between life and death. As Yang Feng's cells trembled in profound fear, they rapidly transformed into excitement. As if seared by flames, igniting waves of power. Gue Mian, multidimensional information analysis. Ha ha ha. Yang Feng laughed maniacally, arms outstretched. At his fingertips, he sensed the subtle tremors of the air, perceiving the transmission of sound through touch. Unfolding information like a holographic image, the sound vibrated. The play of light and shadow flickered. Every scent molecule was vivid and alive. 1, 2, 3, 4.7 corpses were near the alley. Every detail vividly manifesting in his mind. They were coming. They approached. The first corpse to draw close came from an oblique angle behind him, its face contorted with creases, its elongated, sharp claws glistening with crimson ichor, the secretion oozing from its dental gaps. Coupled with the remnants of flesh, even without turning his head, Yang Feng could perceive every intricate detail through the multidimensional information transmitted by the ghastly visage, the wrist, the elbow joint, the sinews beneath the armpit, the ankle, the knee joint, the tendons at the root of the leg, the neck, the spine, the fatal pressure point at the nape of the neck, the temples. Suddenly, Yang Feng crouched low, flawlessly evading the strike of the obsidian claws. Without a hint of flaw, crack, from the decaying corpse emanated the sound of shattered porcelain. As the attacking arm drooped impotently, the entire shoulder joint seemingly dislocated. The art of slaughter. A decade of apocalyptic chaos, teetering on the brink of death, had honed his combat skills to an extraordinary degree. Even with a less than optimal physical enhancement, he remained a perfect killing machine. Snapped out in an instant, the corpse's neck was twisted violently. Its entire body appeared to lose all support, collapsing limply to the ground. Effortlessly dispatched. A sensation began to stir within. My body is igniting with heat. I must not falter, nor sustain any injury. Every detail must be executed with perfection. Yang Feng's visage, seemingly as dark as ink and as smooth as a mirror, revealed an underlying fervor, a frenzied excitement. Every cell within him screamed in exhilaration. The sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade in the midst of slaughter was astonishingly exquisite. More. Let me experience even more. Yang Feng confronted multiple decaying corpses simultaneously. The cacophony of battle attracted more monstrosities, all rushing toward him to waltz. It was as if he were dancing. His steps were uncanny, each evasive maneuver allowing him to sidestep the most lethal strikes. His counterattacks were executed with such precision and ferocity, targeting the enemy's most vulnerable points, often resulting in a single, fatal blow. Thud, 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 thud. One after another. The corpses collapsed to the ground. Some had their necks broken, others had their temples crushed by a mere thumb, while others had their arms dislocated, their feet trampling down upon spines with brutal force. Huff-breathe. Yang Feng inhaled deeply. The air in his lungs felt as though it were ablaze, his heart racing violently, akin to a reclusive individual suddenly compelled to run a marathon. Is this all it takes to render the body incapable? The corners of Yang Feng's mouth curled upward slightly, his exaggerated grin parting to reveal a gap, his slick tongue licking away the sweat on his face. The human body is indeed a marvel. Press on, continue to extract every ounce of potential. Yang Feng did not cease his combat. Instead, he relentlessly engaged with the surrounding corpses, squeezing every last vestige of latent power from his body. Soon after, the alley was littered with the remnants of the decaying dead. Yang Feng's ghastly visage revealed a gaping mouth, gasping for breath, his entire being radiating an overwhelming sense of fatigue, his skin glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration. Exhilarating, this battle was utterly invigorating. Before completely exhausting his stamina, he had dispatched over 40 corpses, their lifeless forms strewn about, nearly filling the alleyway. Time to reap the rewards. Seizing the moment while no other monsters approached, he retrieved the prepared bone saw. Thud. With a gentle incision at the back of the head, a moist tumor was extracted, resembling a pulsating little heart, still radiating a hint of warmth when held in the palm. Corpse tumor. Upon the demise of a monster, there exists a probability of forming a substance known as a corpse tumor. This is a conglomerate of spiritual essence gravel, which congregates in the most vital areas of the host's body postmortem, typically manifesting at the nape of the neck. The likelihood is merely 1 in 10. Ordinary corpses possess approximately a 1 in 10 chance of yielding a corpse tumor, following the outbreak of the apocalyptic catastrophe. And through a series of mutations, corpse tumors that enhance the strength of evolutionaries have nearly become a form of hard currency. Soon, young Feng found himself in possession of 8 corpse tumors. His luck was remarkably favorable, perhaps due to the nascent state of the apocalypse, as his haul far exceeded the average. Exhausted, he realized it was time to return. Young Feng secured the corpse tumors and cast one last glance at the approaching horde of corpses in the alleyway. Retracting his gaze as he climbed towards the air conditioning unit on the second floor, re-entering the apartment corridor through the window, disengaging from his ghostly visage, he felt a sense of satisfaction from his first successful hunt. Yang Feng faintly recalled that in his previous life, when faced with the apocalypse, the cowardly version of himself had not even dared to step outside his door. The first monster he slew was a week after the catastrophe erupted. Shedding tears of humiliation and fear, he had bashed the first creature to death with an iron rod amidst the brink of collapse and despair. This life, however, was different. Yang Feng had returned as the king of slaughter. Starting off with a royal flush, "Help, come quickly, we need assistance. We can't hold them off any longer. We need 2 more people." At that moment, cries for help echoed from the safety passage on the second floor. The apartment door was locked, yet monsters had breached the barricades, surging through the side door of the safety passage. Despairing voices called out for salvation. Some were being dragged toward the stairs by the corpses. A man wielding a kitchen knife charged forward, swinging wildly. Others were hauling heavier appliances, completely sealing off the safety passage. Yet, more were simply cowering, weeping in terror, shaking with fear, and scattering to hide in their own apartment rooms. Yang Feng averted his gaze and shrugged. Sweaty and weary, he decided to return for a shower. Chapter 7. What was the first thing to do in the apocalypse? Panic gripped the hearts of the people. The air was filled with incessant screams. The safety passage on the second floor was rife with the shouts and roars of men battling monsters. Heavy hardwood tables, expensive leather sofas, and shelves strewn with various books were all pushed chaotically towards the stairwell. "Help me. I'm still down here. Don't block the way. Let me up. Let me up." The safety passage on the second floor of the apartment was ultimately blocked to the point of being impassable. Yet those men at the forefront turned back, revealing eyes filled with profound rage. Betrayal. A knife in the back. While you stand in front to fend off the monsters, others seal off the escape route. Amidst the curses and cries, crimson fluid seeped from the crevices of the furniture. The voices of the men faded, replaced by the horrifying sound of gnawing. What a familiar scene. Yang Feng sighed slightly, realizing that even as the apocalypse was just beginning, a grand performance was already unfolding. And this was under the circumstances of his prior warning. Yang Feng had long sent a message, urging them to secure the apartment doors and block the emergency exits with heavy objects. Constructing defensive fortifications. Fortunately, the main entrance was indeed locked. Otherwise, a horde of grotesque corpses would have surged in, and those few reckless individuals would have been utterly incapable of resisting, potentially leading to the entire building being cleansed of life. Yang Feng's apartment was located on the 4th floor, room 405.at. This moment, however, a number of strangers occupied the corridor, their faces etched with terror, gasping for breath as they leaned against the walls. Survivors? Were these individuals refugees, fleeing from the streets and breaking into the building through the emergency exits? Click. The door to room 407 creaked open, revealing the figure of a beautiful girl. Her clear, enchanting eyes and long, lustrous black hair gave her a somewhat reserved appearance, yet her physique, slender and vibrant, hinted at regular exercise. Man. Yang Feng recalled this neighbor, possessing a kind heart, but ill-suited for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Man produced some clean towels, offering them to the pitiful refugees surrounding her. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch some food for you." Man dashed back into her room, emerging with instant noodles and preparing hot water for the survivor refugees. The survivors in the corridor expressed their gratitude profusely, trembling as they accepted the noodles, nearly bowing in reverence to Man. What a good person, truly a benevolent soul. Yet, Yang Feng silently shook his head. As the saying goes, in the apocalypse, the first to die are the saints. Kindness itself is not a flaw, but when the saintly heart leads to folly, some misguided altruists may commit extremely drastic errors. Indecisive, unable to discern priorities or comprehend sacrifice, In their relentless quest to satisfy their obsession with goodness, they attempt to save everything yet fail to provide feasible solutions, often resulting in the demise of even more individuals. Yang Feng, you're back. Were you helping downstairs just now? Upon spotting Yang Feng, Su Manman's face lit up with joy as she trotted over to his side. There are far too many refugees here. I have limited supplies. Could I ask you to assist them as well? Su Manman's eyes radiated a yearning, her pure and innocent gaze shimmering with hope and kindness. Click. Yang Feng opened the door to his room. Look, it was bare as a bone. I have hoarded nothing. I don't possess any supplies. Yang Feng shrugged, while Su Manman's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. Huh, didn't you see the messages in the property group? A big shot had already advised us to stock up on supplies. Su Manman retrieved her phone, showing Yang Feng several chat records. Yang Feng was well aware. Those seemingly deranged messages were sent by him using a pseudonym. I didn't see them. Leaning against the doorframe, a hint of mockery flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. Su Manman, you were truly kind, helping so many people. Why don't you help me as well? Su Manman was momentarily taken aback. A trace of bitterness crossed her face, but after a moment's resolve, she turned and rushed back to her room, returning with several boxes of self-heating hot pot. But I don't know if you have any dietary restrictions or what flavors you prefer. Su Manman lowered her head, presenting the boxes of hot pot. Thanks. Yang Feng interrupted her before she could finish, grabbing the food and turning back toward his room. Bang! A dull thud echoed, met only with the indifference of a closed door in response to Su Manman. Who is this person? So utterly unfeeling. Indeed, what a scoundrel. After all, they offer you food, and you respond with such an attitude. The surrounding refugees, survivors in their own right, could scarcely bear to witness this, engaging in hushed discussions. Expressing their indignation on behalf of Su Manman. It's fine. Yet, Su Manman could only manage a bitter smile. We are all neighbors here, helping one another. Do you need anything else? Foolishness. Utterly foolish. Yang Feng returned to his bed, his body racked with aches. The recent battle had drained every ounce of potential from him, pushing his muscles to their limits. The apocalypse had unfurled. Initially, people could maintain their sanity, clinging to the fraying threads of civilization. However, as time wore on, the scarcity of resources became more pronounced, and the twisted darkness within human hearts began to surface. By that time, the group of refugees outside would no longer express gratitude, but would transform into ravenous beasts, mercilessly tearing apart the innocent. It matters not as long as they do not provoke me. All shall be well. Otherwise, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Should anyone dare to cross him, they would witness the true nature of ferocity. Corpse tumors. Yang Feng retrieved 8 corpse tumors from his pocket. These tumors contained abundant spiritual essence, akin to the celestial light rain that descended from the heavens, a conglomeration of spiritual grit. Such tumors could empower an individual, bestowing upon them peculiar abilities. They could also serve as a fuel bait, a source of sustenance for existing organs, and once accumulated to a certain extent, could lead to further evolution. Ghostface. Larva. The dark gold tier organ required the consumption of a significantly greater number of corpse tumors. Once enough were consumed, it would undergo a metamorphosis, the growth phase. Upon breaking free from the shackles of the larva stage, a comprehensive transformation of abilities would ensue. The mark on Yang Feng's forehead unfurled. A smooth, jet-black surface enveloped his cheeks, splitting open to reveal a mouth that extended to his ear, from which a slick tongue emerged. He swallowed all 8 corpse tumors in one go. The tumors, the spiritual essence, rapidly dissolved within him. Ghostface completely consumed them, waves of warmth flowing through, invigorating his weary body and enhancing its fundamental functions. Not only does Ghostface accumulate energy by devouring these tumors, but it can also reinforce the body to a slight degree. Yang Feng felt a surge of delight. Ghostface possessed not only the ability of multidimensional information analysis, but could also utilize a portion of the consumed energy to strengthen the physical form. The sensation of muscle soreness gradually faded, and the overall fatigue dissipated. The energy from the fat was absorbed in abundance, reinforcing the body's basic functions, and within mere hours, his physical prowess had ascended to a new tier. Although it hardly surpassed the limits of humanity, Yang Feng's physique could now be likened to that of a provincial athlete who had trained rigorously for years. At the very least, he would not be left breathless from the slightest exertion. Chapter 8. Moral coercion. Splash, 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 splash. The shower cascaded warm streams of water. Yang Feng's sweat, along with a plethora of expelled impurities, formed a swirling, filthy puddle at his feet, ultimately flowing towards the drain. Most of the spiritual essence was absorbed by the ghoul mask. While a minuscule amount fortified my physical form in just a few hours, it could replace over a decade of arduous training. One more session. And I might rival national-level athletes, eventually transcending the limits of human capability. Yang Feng calculated the extent of his bodily enhancement. The hunt must not cease, as he needed to maintain his leading position. The mark burned intensely. The ghoul mask had consumed 8 corpse tumors. It seemed to be digesting this energy, necessitating some time. I needed to strategize my schedule. The monsters were most active at night, making it ideal to leave the apartment for hunting, while ample rest during the day was essential to allow the ghoul mask to process the spiritual essence. My focus should shift towards stronger aberrations. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with excitement. Slaying numerous corpses was trivial, but those with formidable abilities and severely mutated bodies were the true targets of the hunt. A thrill coursed through him at the thought of clashing with even more powerful aberrant creatures. The soft sound echoed as Yang Feng turned off the shower faucet. The apocalypse had only just begun, and water resources remained plentiful. Although the network was down, the power and water systems continued to operate automatically. Complete power failure was expected to occur 1 to 2 weeks into the apocalypse. The water system would hold out a little longer, until it was contaminated by a multitude of corpses, with aberrant creatures clogging the filters. Yang Feng recalled the early days of the disaster when humanity still had a chance to breathe. Aberrations also required time to grow. Larva, juvenile, mature, complete form. Aberrations must undergo this process, and the more powerful the monster, the greater the energy it consumed. Thus, the more humans it required for hunting. When humans were insufficient, powerful aberrations would turn on their kin, lurking in the darkest corners, waiting for humans to fall into their traps. That was the darkest and most perilous phase of the apocalypse. Good. I must find every possible way to grow stronger. Yang Feng felt revitalized as he finalized his plans, stretching comfortably. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Although Yang Feng did not employ the powers of the ghoul mask, he could still sense that the person outside was Su Man. His brow furrowed slightly. Yang Feng opened the door and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "I have a favor to ask of you." Su Man appeared somewhat hesitant, then stepped aside, revealing a mother and child in a poor state standing behind her. The child looked utterly terrified. "They have nowhere to stay. Could they possibly stay with you temporarily?" Before Su Man could finish her sentence, Yang Feng raised a hand and replied in an even colder tone, "No." Su Man looked somewhat aggrieved. The mother and child behind her regarded Yang Feng with pitiful eyes. The gazes of many surrounding refugees converged on the scene. Disgust, contempt, malice. Yang Feng's indifferent demeanor resembled that of a ruthless villain, watching others suffer while remaining unmoved. "How do you intend to morally bind me?" Yang Feng let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery, regardless of the piercing gazes of those around him. He maintained an unwavering, frigid indifference. "I didn't mean it that way. I apologize." Su Man's eyes betrayed a sense of disappointment as she uttered an apology and turned to leave. At this moment, some refugees in the corridor could no longer bear the sight. "What nonsense is this? Just moments ago, they offered you a self-heating hot pot and food, and now you forget. I've long found you displeasing." A tall, robust man rose and approached Yang Feng, gripping his collar with force. "Either return the self-heating hot pot and apologize to Su Man, or relinquish your residence to that mother and child." Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, a tinge of murderous intent flickering within. With righteous boldness, this man seemed to embody justice, raising the hammer of fairness. "Let go." Yang Feng uttered 2 words with an air that left no room for negotiation. "What will you do if I don't let go?" Before the strong man could finish his retort, Yang Feng seized his thumb and forcefully twisted it outward. Crack. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as the man doubled over in agony. Yang Feng cast down his gaze, yet the occasional glint of his eyes was piercingly sharp. He showed no sign of mercy towards this man, driving his heel forward, crashing down upon the bent, fragile bones of the knee, producing a sharper crack that resonated through the corridor. "Ah!" The man screamed in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, his entire calf contorted. Yet Yang Feng showed no intention of halting. His fist rose and struck heavily against the man's face, several teeth shattering from his lips and falling to the ground, stained with blood. Bang! Yang Feng grasped the man's head and forcefully slammed it against the wall. A blood imprint appeared on the wall. The man's nose completely collapsed, rendering his face utterly grotesque. Brutal, ruthless, clean and decisive. Not a single extraneous movement, each strike eliciting a muted pain from the onlookers. some even covering their eyes in fear. Su Man was utterly astonished, at a loss for words. Yet Yang Feng merely lifted his head, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings, piercing into the hearts of those present like a knife. And not a soul dared to meet his eyes for even half a second. This is what it means to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. This series of actions was even more cruel and vicious than outright killing the man. Do not provoke me. Yang Feng concluded with 4 words. The corridor fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard, followed by the heavy thud of a door closing. The child began to cry in fear. The mother softly comforted him, carrying the child further away, fearful of provoking that demon. The men stood dumbfounded, instinctively distancing themselves from room 405, unwilling to associate with this fearsome figure. No one rushed to assist the fallen man of justice. He lay curled up on the ground, softly sobbing. Why is this man so cold-blooded? Is he a demon? By what right does he act so lawlessly? The hearts of the people are filled with uncertainty, yet one fact remains indisputable. One must never provoke the man in room 405, lest they invite calamity upon themselves. Yang Feng returned to his chamber and reclined upon his modest bed. Indulging in a brief respite to restore his spirit, as midnight approached, it was time for the next hunt. Chapter 9. The time for hunting has arrived. Midnight. The time for the hunt had come. The ghostly visage unfurled, enveloping Yang Feng's countenance. As dark as ink and as smooth as glass, it bore only a brutal, gaping maw, poised to devour its prey. In his mind, a holographic image materialized. He opened his window and leapt from the air conditioning unit on the 4th floor to the 3rd. With a soft thud, Yang Feng's knees bent slightly, landing flawlessly. Though this might appear perilous to an untrained eye, for Yang Feng, who had complete mastery over his body and could project a holographic image, it was a trivial feat. He moved with the grace of a feline, bouncing lightly on the air conditioning unit until he descended to the ground floor. In the dim recesses of the alley, faint rustling sounds echoed. Several decaying corpses hunched over, feasting upon something. Likely yet another unfortunate soul. My physical prowess has improved significantly. I should be able to hunt more. Yang Feng mused, strolling leisurely towards the hunched figures of the corpses. Ugh. The corpses raised their heads slightly, emitting low, mournful wails as they noticed the presence of a human. It was too late. Yang Feng moved with blinding speed. His thumb jutted outward as he struck the temple of one with a lateral hammering motion, shattering it with a satisfying crunch, crimson ichor bursting forth. Minutes later, all the corpses in the alley lay vanquished. The remnants of yesterday's hunt, combined with today's additions, nearly filled the narrow passage with debris. It was time to commence a thorough cleansing from within. This alley connected to the courtyard of the apartment. It was prudent to eliminate these threats first. Crouching in the shadows, Yang Feng surveyed the scene. To recklessly emerge onto the broad street would be an exceedingly foolish act. First, he would cleanse the courtyard of the apartment, thereby enhancing the safety of his own living environment. A gentle breeze caressed his face. A row of shared bicycles lay toppled, while electric scooters haphazardly cluttered the charging station nearby. In the vicinity, numerous wandering corpses could be discerned, their low moans and growls resonating in the night. With an uncanny lightness, Yang Feng's steps were quieter than a cat's, leaving not a whisper behind. He was like a predator in the dark, stealthily closing in on his quarry, dispatching the nearby corpses of the electric scooters with silent efficiency. 1, 2, 3.27. Yang Feng had slain nearly 30 corpses without attracting the attention of any monsters. Every act of assassination was executed with exquisite precision. His lungs felt unburdened, and his heartbeat remained steady, including the dozens of corpses he had dispatched in the alley. The number now matched that of the previous day, yet his body thrummed with exhilaration, leaving him with an insatiable yearning. Danger, suddenly a palpable sensation of peril enveloped him. Something monstrous lurked within the darkness, waiting for him to unwittingly walk into its snare. A different breed. This was a creature that transcended the ordinary corpse, its form grotesquely distorted, the ghostly visage, under the power of multidimensional information analysis. Nothing can hide from his sight. Yang Feng could sense its position as the image gradually became clearer. Both the sharp fangs and the lethal claws were fully manifested in the holographic projection. Runner, stage, juvenile rarity level, green emerald. The runner is a variant evolved from decaying corpses. Its musculature has been significantly enhanced, granting it speed comparable to that of elite national athletes. The bone fingers have sprouted into specialized, razor-sharp blades, capable of inflicting considerable harm. Yang Feng recalled the information on the runner. Although it is a relatively low-tier variant in its juvenile form, it remains exceedingly dangerous for those who have just begun their journey as evolvers. Caution is imperative. Yang Feng exhaled deeply. With a sudden burst of force from his feet, he accelerated towards the shadow lurking in the darkness. Swish! A cold glimmer sliced through the shadows. The runner's entire palm converged and retracted, twisting into a bone blade that extended a full meter in length. It transformed into a lethal weapon, grazing Yang Feng's cheek and even severing a few strands of hair, a perilous close call that sent shivers down his spine. Crack! Yang Feng seized the runner's arm. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, resembling an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth, as immense strength surged from his thighs, traveling through his spine, enabling his hands to twist with sudden power. With one decisive blow, the runner's arm joint was dislocated. Roar! The runner emitted a pained and furious shriek, baring its bloodied maw as it lunged to bite Yang Feng's face. Roar! Yang Feng also let out a ferocious howl, his ghostly visage splitting open wider, revealing an even more exaggerated mouth as he sought to bite back at the runner. Biting? Who cannot? Yang Feng's ghostly face, however, was of dark gold grade, and those sharp, pointed teeth were undoubtedly more formidable than those of the runner. PCH, a crisp tearing sound echoed. Filthy crimson liquid erupted, a chunk of flesh being torn apart and discarded into the nearby underbrush, leaving the runner with half a face. It was terrified. It was utterly afraid. The runner displayed a visceral fear, attempting to flee, but Yang Feng would not grant it that opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick to the runner's knee, forcing half of its body to kneel and losing its balance entirely. Crosslock. Yang Feng lunged forward, clutching the remaining arm while tightening his thighs around the runner's neck, relentlessly applying pressure at last. The sound of shattering porcelain resounded. The runner ceased its struggle, lying motionless on the ground, devoid of life. The hunt was successful. Spiritual essence coursed through him, even in its juvenile form. The green emerald variant contained spiritual essence far exceeding that of decaying corpses by several multiples. A vast amount of this essence converged, ultimately forming a vibrant green corpse tumor near the tip of its palm, radiating an exceptionally vivid hue. Yang Feng collected at 0.7 ordinary corpse tumors and 1 green emerald grade tumor. Tonight had proven to be a bountiful harvest. After tidying up the aftermath, Yang Feng continued down the alley. Retracing his steps, he climbed up the air conditioning unit, leveraging the adjacent pipes, and swiftly returned to his room. This time, he refrained from consuming the tumors immediately and instead engaged in contemplation. With a decade of experience in the apocalypse, Yang Feng understood deeply that the more powerful the organ, the greater the amount of spiritual essence required for its evolution. The jade green level of the organ may only require a handful of corpse tumors to undergo its initial transformation. In contrast, the azure sea patterned organ necessitates a greater quantity, devouring dozens to achieve its first evolution. As for the phantom purple level and blood body, it is almost akin to an insatiable abyss that I seem to find myself unable to sustain the dark gold level of the ghostly visage. Yang Feng realized he was confronted with a dilemma. The ghostly visage consumed corpse tumors as if indulging in jelly beans, showing no signs of transformation whatsoever. An abyss indeed. A true abyss. The returns from continually feeding this void were exceedingly meager. It would be prudent to cultivate other abilities first, enhancing combat strength and hunting efficiency, before gradually nurturing the ghostly visage. Having made his decision, Yang Feng retrieved the corpse tumors acquired from hunting the swift hunter, applying a slight pressure with his palm to crush them. Ethereal essence, a vibrant green substance, permeated his skin and infiltrated his bones. Chapter 10. Continuous Evolution. The ethereal essence, suffused with a vivid green hue, seeped into his skin and penetrated his skeletal structure. Bone blade, larval stage. One of Yang Feng's hands began to undergo a transformation, as the bony fingers visibly proliferated, sprouting sharp black nails. Was this the extent of it? The razor-sharp claws resembled steel blades, far sturdier than the talons of a decaying corpse, yet they still failed to gratify Yang Feng's demands. You shall have my leftovers. Yang Feng produced the remaining 7 tumors, crushing them one by one within his palm, which were eagerly absorbed by the bone blade, instigating an immediate new transformation. Metamorphosis. The bone blade, now endowed with sufficient energy, commenced a new evolution. It was no longer mere nails, but rather extruding directly from the core of the phalanges, its edges honed to an exceptional sharpness, gleaming like polished steel, reflecting a metallic sheen. 0.5 fingers, 0.5 bone blades. Bone blade, growth stage, a new organ, a new weapon, and it had directly transitioned from the larval stage into a more formidable growth phase. Although the jade green level organ may be weak in the later stages of the apocalypse, it still serves as a temporary measure in the early phase. The bone blade had formed. Yet this new organ exhibited a rebellious nature, continuing to corrode the bones, seeking to burrow deeper into the forearm. Expanding its space, organ. These aberrant organs, formed from ethereal essence, wield immense power while simultaneously posing exceedingly challenging adverse effects. Disobedient. They may incessantly erode your body until you are ultimately transformed into a monster. Do you wish to rebel? Yangfeng's ghostly visage enveloped his face, a slick tongue extending forth to lick the bone blade, revealing an exceedingly terrifying expression. Little brother, whose territory do you think this is? The bone blade instantly ceased its corrosive actions, akin to a novice soldier encountering a five-star general, standing at attention and obediently, the terror of dominion, an overwhelming sense of oppression. The dark gold-level ghostly visage is sufficient to compel any organ to submission. Should they disobey, they shall be devoured. Now, be compliant. The bone blade obediently coalesced at his fingertips, 5 slender, sharp daggers poised to strike, yet capable of retracting back into the phalanges. Fu Yangfeng felt quite pleased. On the second day of the apocalypse, he had acquired yet another new ability, which had swiftly reached the growth phase. This bone blade weapon will facilitate future hunts until a suitable alternative is discovered. After a brief respite, Yangfeng first massaged his aching muscles, followed by a series of stretching exercises. Engaging in sustained, high-intensity combat necessitates the ability to self-adjust. Otherwise, one's body will inevitably succumb to collapse. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the corridor. Why should I give it to you? Faintly, one could hear two factions at odds with each other. As an increasing number of individuals gathered, their clamor growing ever louder. Upon opening the door, Yangfeng leaned against the door frame and peered into the corridor that a woman stood at the center, flanked by several burly men wielding iron rods stained with foul blood. Exuding an intimidating aura, the woman appeared to be in her 30s, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, her features betraying a hint of arrogance. Dressed in an elite professional ensemble that included a form-fitting short skirt, accentuating her alluring figure. Bai Ting. Yangfeng recalled that she was the property manager of the entire apartment complex. Rumors frequently circulated among the residents, suggesting that her ascent to the managerial position was facilitated by her connection to the developer's owner. Mistress? Concubine? Or perhaps the result of a tawdry exchange of power and favors. Such salacious stories were relished by the people, who speculated and fantasized about her exploits. Observing her provocative demeanor inevitably conjured images of enticing scenarios, leaving one to ponder how Bai Ting might beg for favor before her boss, that we should unite as one. Before the rescue arrives, we must share in our adversity. As the property manager, I bear the responsibility to collect resources and equitably distribute them among all survivors. Bai Ting proclaimed with righteous indignation, though her true aim was transparently simple: to gather the supplies hoarded by the residents under the guise of equitable distribution. These are provisions I've fought hard to secure at the supermarket. Why should I relinquish them to you? Exactly. The supplies I've stockpiled can sustain me for several weeks. Many residents, having received advance notice, hoarded considerable amounts of resources and were unwilling to share with others. Do not be so selfish. You may have stockpiled ample food, yet countless individuals are going hungry, and many children are starving. Bai Ting played the emotional card, positioning herself on the moral high ground. Can you bear to let the heroes downstairs, who are bravely confronting the monsters, go hungry? The dissenting voices weakened considerably. Can you truly stand by and watch those refugees starve? Can you bear to see the heroes downstairs, who are shielding us from the monsters, suffer from hunger? Most individuals are hypocritical, reluctant to step into the role of the villain, preferring to don the veneer of civility. Although the opposition's voices diminished, the majority remained selfish, with no one willing to voluntarily contribute their supplies. I am willing to donate food. A familiar voice emerged from the direction of room 407. Su Man raised her hand and then brought forth some rice and flour, along with 2 boxes of instant noodles she had hoarded. Manager Bai Ting is right. Regardless, we cannot allow those children to go hungry. We must all unite in this endeavor. Su Man wiped the sweat from her forehead as the sunlight danced through her slightly damp hair, seemingly enhancing her image of purity and kindness. Is she the type to be self-moved? Yangfeng cast a glance at Su Man, revealing a look of disdain. Is she inexperienced in the ways of the world? Innocent and virtuous? Has she been untouched by the harsh realities of society? Or perhaps she simply enjoys donning the guise of benevolence, and after a prolonged period, finds it difficult to shed. Well, at least this homeowner is reasonable. Rest assured, all collected supplies will be reimbursed at 3 times their market value. Our group's chairman, Mr. Mo Jianfeng, will certainly not shortchange any of the homeowners. Once aid arrives, each person will receive a compensation sum. Bai Ting inadvertently revealed a smirk of triumph. Continuing her grandiloquent discourse, Mo Jianfeng. Now that is a remarkable individual. He is a well-known local tycoon, the very mastermind behind the apartment complex, as well as the nearby mall and the entire stretch of commercial street, all belonging to that legendary figure. The mention of compensation caused the tense expressions of the crowd to soften ever so slightly. Bai Ting exchanged glances with her subordinates. The burly man grasped a cart, followed by several others, as they began to collect supplies from door to door. You refuse to comply? Then you are selfish. You are obstructing our efforts. You are asking for trouble. A few intimidating brutes neatly arranged the amassed supplies atop the cart. Even if someone was reluctant, a glance at the bulging muscles of these men and the bloodied iron rods in their hands would surely compel compliance. Room 405, where are your supplies? The leading burly man stood before Yang Feng, blocking his view like an impenetrable wall. Yang Feng shrugged nonchalantly, tossing out the 2 remaining boxes of self-heating hot pot. They are all here. Feel free to search for yourselves. Penniless, the giant glanced inside the room, noting its unnaturally pristine condition, but it certainly did not appear to be hiding anything. Kid, you'd best not try any tricks. Should we discover otherwise? The leading brute clenched his fist, producing a crackling sound reminiscent of frying beans, clearly threatening Yang Feng. That should suffice. The cart was soon filled to the brim, resembling a small mountain piled high with various foods and supplies. Bai Ting wore a satisfied smile, preparing to depart with her subordinates. Wait. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery emerged from room 405. Yang Feng smiled, gesturing towards his own room. You've collected everything. Now it's time for distribution. As for me, I'm quite impoverished. A little extra for me, if you please. Chapter 11. Dripping with sweat, dripping with sweat, dripping with sweat. Sarcasm. Yang Feng's lips curled slightly, his tone tinged with derision. I'm quite poor. It wouldn't hurt to allocate me a bit more food. Would it? Yang Feng stated with an air of entitlement, his nonchalant demeanor coupled with a provocative tone, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Bai Ting turned around. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses gently, her expression marked by a hint of confusion. Even doubting her own ears, Bai Ting need not issue any commands. The burly man leading the group stepped forward, fixing Yang Feng with a more ferocious glare. Kid, I sensed something amiss with you earlier. I advise you to grasp the situation clearly. It would be wise not to provoke me. The imposing figure raised his iron rod, pointing it menacingly at Yang Feng's head, threatening him in the most intimidating tone. Suddenly, a sound akin to tearing flesh echoed through the air. Yang Feng's palm seemed to lift slightly, and a glimmer of cold light flickered by. What transpired next was even more horrifying than an arm. One that clutched a steel pipe, spun through the air a few times before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Clang. The iron rod fell from his grasp, rolling to the side against the wall. Vivid crimson liquid gushed forth like a spring, and it was only then that the burly man reacted, swiftly clutching his shoulder. He let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his body collapsing involuntarily to the ground, his eyes filled with profound terror as they locked onto Yang Feng. Had his entire arm been severed? In that fleeting moment, what had transpired? Onlookers could only witness Yang Feng's slight hand gesture. And the fearsome brute had lost an arm? Do not point anything at me. Yang Feng's gaze was cold and merciless, his words chilling the very atmosphere, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Stunned, terrified, filled with fear, Bai Ting exchanged a glance with Yang Feng, instinctively retreating a few steps until her back met the wall. The remaining men around them also found themselves retreating involuntarily, beads of cold sweat trickling down their temples. A quick touch to their backs revealed that their clothes were drenched in perspiration. Sweat-soaked, sweat-soaked, sweat-soaked. Just yesterday, he had been the one to deliver a beating. How brutal. The man's front teeth were gone, his entire face contorted in agony. Whispers circulated nearby, recounting how the man from room 405 had taught a lesson to an incoming refugee, leaving him in a state of utter devastation. And now this man had once again displayed his formidable prowess. Yang Feng approached the vicinity of a cart, retrieving a ripe, red apple from a box of fresh fruit. He then produced a butterfly knife, skillfully twirling it in his hand, creating a flurry of dazzling blade reflections before expertly slicing the apple into evenly proportioned segments that fell neatly onto a plate. With the tip of the knife, he pierced one of the apple slices and brought it to his mouth, savoring it as he revealed his signature devilish smile that I shall reiterate. All of these supplies are to remain here. You have no objections, do you? Yang Feng's frigid words cut like a knife, and Bai Ting could feel the immense pressure weighing upon her, causing her to swallow involuntarily. I cannot explain. Before Bai Ting could finish her statement, the butterfly knife was hurled towards her, embedding itself accurately in the wall beside her cheek, severing several silky strands of hair. Had it deviated by mere centimeters, it would have pierced her head. Humph, Yang Feng scoffed, grasping the handle of the cart and effortlessly pulling the laden vehicle into his room. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving behind a group of stunned individuals and the burly man writhing in agony on the ground. While my neighbors hoard supplies, I shall hoard my neighbors. The apocalypse has descended upon us. Everything is but an illusion. Only power holds true substance. No matter how much food you hoard, how many supplies you prepare, or how formidable your weapons may be, ultimately, they will all be shattered by absolute strength. Let us depart. Quickly. Bai Ting gazed at the cold closure of the door, her taut nerves finally relaxing, leaving her in a state of utter exhaustion. Nearly collapsing to the ground, the few burly men hurriedly assisted their fallen comrade, reclaiming the severed arm in the process, and swiftly left the fourth floor. The corridor soon regained its tranquility, and no one dared approach room 405 any longer. The harrowing experiences of the past few days had illuminated the truth. A demon resided within, a cold-blooded man who must not be provoked. Conversations shifted to room 407, where Su Man resided. Whispers and rumors about her proliferated throughout the floor. The so-called saintly woman, pretending to be virtuous. How infuriating! As others came seeking supplies, she eagerly insisted on contributing, ultimately leading us all to misfortune. If only we had united in solidarity. Refusing to submit, Bai Ting would certainly have been silenced. Would she dare to coerce everyone? A bane upon us, not a bane upon us. Su Man's good intentions had rendered her a bane. People always seek an excuse, particularly to justify their own cowardice. If it weren't for Su Man, I would never have surrendered supplies. If it weren't for Su Man, I would have fought alongside Bai Ting and the others. If it weren't for Su Man, we would have united and stood unafraid of those burly men. If it weren't for Su Man, the fearful ones would be Bai Ting and her lot. Those steel rods could hardly intimidate me. Justifying one's cowardice by casting blame upon another is undoubtedly the easiest and most self-satisfying way. All gazes turned towards Su Man, as if she were the root of all evil and the architect of their lost supplies. However, the reality was far more terrifying. Their food and resources clearly lay within room 405, yet no one dared to speak of Yang Feng's faults, nor did anyone wish to provoke that demon. I merely sought to assist. Su Man endured the scorn of the crowd, her eyes filled with confusion. Had she erred? Was it wrong to extend a helping hand? She had donated her own supplies. Yearning for more to receive aid, for more to have food. Was there any fault in that? Feeling powerless, she squatted at her doorstep. The initial pair of refugee mother and child sat across from Su Man, and a growl of hunger resonated from the child. Mama, I'm hungry. The child, not yet 10, felt hunger pangs once more, and the refugee mother, visibly distressed, could only offer comforting words. Once the food is distributed, there will be something to eat. Su Man looked upon the mother and child, her kindness twisting her heart in pain. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she rushed to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator's compartment, where a few remnants of food remained. If seeking redemption, Su Man warmed the scant food and presented it to the mother and child. Let the little one eat first, for he is still young. Su Man's gaze softened, yet the mother and child remained ungrateful, coldly accepting the food and consuming it. You are the bane of our existence. It is because of you that there is no food. Su Man heard these grievances, tears of indignation shimmering in her eyes. Just yesterday, she had rescued these refugees, providing them with sustenance and warm water, and today, she is labeled the villain. Are you still hoarding food? I knew your hands were not clean. Talking about surrendering food while clearly having reserves. The self-righteous hypocrite, deceiving others into giving up their provisions while keeping some for herself. The surrounding refugees, upon witnessing the mother and child with food, were consumed by envy, clamoring to invade Su Man's home. They ransacked and vandalized, unleashing their pent-up frustrations and seizing everything they could. Man sat helplessly in a corner, watching the hostile refugees, tears flowing uncontrollably. She had no idea what she had done wrong. Everything felt reminiscent of a certain film. When the gunfire erupted, could you see who fired? I cannot discern. He stands upon the moral high ground, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 12. Expanding the hunting grounds. The night mist enveloped the surroundings. Through the window, countless corpses wandered aimlessly, encroaching upon the apartment complex. The decaying bodies emitted low, mournful groans from their throats. And beneath their torn and tattered flesh, faint glimmers of ethereal energy flickered. Spiritual essence, distorted spiritual essence, still not fully digested, rendered the monstrous figures akin to swarms of glowing sticks or clusters of fireflies. The corpses, primitive monsters, in a matter of days that once the corpses completely absorbed the spiritual granules, their physical strength would rise to a new level, complicating matters further. Yang Feng observed from above as the apocalyptic disaster unfolded. Countless beings began a grotesque evolutionary race, whether they be corpses, aberrant species, or monstrous insects, all undergoing intensified mutations to in this treacherous current. One must either forge ahead or fall behind. It was time to accelerate hunting efficiency. Yang Feng was prepared. He opened the window and leaped down, skillfully landing on the air conditioning unit and using the pipes to stabilize his descent. The silvery moonlight cascaded down. His visage, shrouded in darkness, mirrored the void, absorbing every glimmer of silver light, as if he were a black hole devouring all sources of illumination. With a swift motion, bone blades, matured forms, emerged from his fingertips, 5 sharp and slender bone blades, forged as if by steel, reflecting the moonlight with a silvery sheen. Here they come. A few wandering corpses stumbled into the alley, navigating through the scattered bodies, drawn towards Yang Feng by the sound. Multidimensional information analysis. Holographic images captured information within a radius of 100 meters, perfectly manifesting in Yang Feng's mind. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, charging towards the approaching corpses. A flash of cold light streaked past, followed by round, bulbous objects falling to the ground. Filthy, crimson liquid gushed forth. Watermelon-sized spheres fell, rolling across the ground, their cuts smooth and rounded, reflective like a mirror, showcasing the sharpness of the bone blades. After all, this is a uniquely evolved organ. Effortlessly, Yang Feng wielded the bone blade, making the slaying of monsters exceedingly facile and remarkably efficient. A single stroke would instantly dispatch foes, far surpassing the swiftness of employing killing techniques that target joints and vulnerabilities. 2 corpses were secured in the early days of the apocalypse. A considerable amount of spiritual gravel remained unabsorbed, accumulating instead within the corpses, leading to a significantly higher drop rate compared to later periods. First, a routine extermination of the monsters within the apartment complex was in order. Yang Feng cast his gaze toward the courtyard of the community. Those wandering, inadvertently intruding corpses were scattered across the open ground, incessantly searching, utilizing their highly developed olfactory systems to capture the scent molecules in the air. Some of the corpses, indeed, caught a whiff of something amiss, sensing the presence of the living, and staggered toward the stairway of the safe passage. Thud, 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 thud. A number of corpses collided with obstacles, scratching at heavy bookshelves and wooden beds, leaving a multitude of claw marks. The stairway to the passage was obstructed by too many barriers. This route was impassable. After incessantly battering against obstacles, a dozen corpses managed only to shatter the outermost bookshelf, ultimately resuming their aimless wandering, swaying away from the stairway to safety. Within a fortnight at most, the apartment could very well succumb. Corpses that fully absorbed the spiritual gravel would mutate, giving rise to a multitude of aberrations. Yang Feng observed from the shadows, muttering to himself, As it stands, the apartment appears to be a fortress, its entrance ensconced in heavy chains, the safe passage choked with various impediments, rendering it impenetrable to any monster. However, this would not remain the case for long. Many monsters would soon meet the conditions for evolution, transforming into special entities that would easily shatter locks and tear through obstacles within the safe passage. Their incursion into the apartment would be akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Thud, 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 thud. The frigid moonlight cascaded upon the sharp bone blade. Within the courtyard, the corpses fell one by one to the hunt, as a spectral figure emerged from the darkness, striking with lethal claws. 3 corpses were collected. The internal area of the apartment complex was relatively cleared, a simple and effortless task. This was merely a warm-up. Yang Feng weighed the 5 corpses in hand. The recent spate of hunting could only be deemed an appetizer for him at this stage. It was time to expand outward. Yang Feng's cold gaze turned toward the expanse beyond the community. It was time to broaden the scope of his hunts. Crouching low, he moved stealthily through the shadows, making not a sound. Outside the streets, a dense mass of corpses coalesced, resembling a wave of fireflies, aimlessly meandering. The tide of corpses, thousands upon thousands of them, surged forth like a grand Halloween parade. Flowing aimlessly, carried along by the current, engaging the tide of corpses was not an option. Yang Feng concealed himself in the darkness, avoiding attracting the attention of the horde, instead slipping into a shop around the corner. Little fat spicy hot pot. The pitch-black environment was ill-suited for human eyes, yet for the specter, everything appeared as bright as day, with colors hidden in the shadows gleaming vividly. The air was thick with the stench of decay. The floor was littered with overturned plates and shards, coupled with large swathes of viscous remnants of spicy hot pot, exuding a foul odor. Bloodstains were ubiquitous, with a long bloody handprint marring the wall. At the far end of the shop lay a human corpse, its remains nearly hollowed out. The putrid corpses had attacked it, and its shattered body lacked the energy to transform into a new monster upon death. Observing the surroundings, numerous decayed bodies lay scattered on the ground, their internal luminescent substances almost entirely drained, as if they were in a deep slumber. Had they consumed sufficient energy to prepare for a dormant evolution? Yang Feng's ghostly visage tightened. The surrounding corpses had evidently claimed many lives, and those that had garnered enough energy could advance to a deeper state of slumber and evolution. The aberrant corpse, the first complete evolution of a decayed body, would fully mend its wounds, shedding extensive rot to grow into a grotesque form. This grotesque entity, while not yet possessing the formidable strength of a different species, surpassed normal humans in both power and speed, should it advance further. It could undergo a transformation into an aberration. How fortunate for me. Yang Feng moved with grace, denying them any opportunity. Taking advantage of their dormant state, he swiftly dispatched each one with his bone blade. In total, he eliminated over a dozen slumbering corpses, garnering 3 more corpse tumors, but a series of mournful sounds emanated from the kitchen area. With a mere thought, Yang Feng's ghostly visage captured multidimensional information. Perceiving through the heavy door that there were indeed survivors in the kitchen, a single corpse and a woman, cohabiting the same room, with a subtle flick of his bone blade, he deftly disengaged the lock. In a flash, Yang Feng surged into the kitchen, swiftly decapitating the corpse while simultaneously pressing his palm over the woman's mouth to stifle any screams. Chapter 13, Deep Steel Giant Corpse, in one fluid motion. The corpse emitting mournful whimpers was dispatched by Yang Feng. The woman nearby was immediately silenced by his hand, preventing her from uttering any cries that might attract more monsters. As she struggled, instinctively wishing to scream yet unable to produce a sound, her eyes widened in shock, followed by panic, and then morphed into anger and sorrow. Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang. Tears streamed from her eyes as she gazed at the headless corpse. Weeping his name, Xiao Pang, the chef and proprietor, was a chubby young entrepreneur, somewhat endearing in his demeanor. Yang Feng released his grip on the woman, who dashed to the corpse, weeping beside it. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Pang's neck, wrists, and thighs were bound with ropes, clearly to prevent him from inadvertently harming his girlfriend. Understanding dawned upon Yang Feng. The spiritual aberration posed a contaminative threat to ordinary individuals. The decayed monsters, when biting or clawing at humans, had a high probability of infecting their victims. Once infected, unless one possessed an exceptionally strong will, they would, over time, inevitably transform into a mindless, thoughtless monster. Your boyfriend was infected. To protect you, he bound himself. Am I correct? Yang Feng knelt down, examining Xiao Pang's remains, and skillfully made a small incision at the nape of his neck, fortuitously retrieving a corpse tumor. The woman glared at him, her eyes wide with fury. You wretched soul, you have slain Xiao Pang. You have slain Xiao Pang. The woman watched helplessly as her boyfriend succumbed to death, even though Xiao Pang had transformed into a grotesque corpse. It was a reality too harrowing for her to bear, her gaze filled with a tumultuous fury. She drew forth a kitchen knife, trembling as she aimed it at Yang Feng, yet she hesitated, unable to muster the resolve to strike. Yang Feng lowered his head, glancing at the woman's thigh. What was once a fair limb now bore remnants of organic fluids, exuding a foul odor. In the wake of the apocalyptic calamity, The weight of oppression and fear indeed drove one to madness. Yet you, knowing full well he had mutated, still chose to engage with him. Are you so reckless with your own life? Yang Feng saw through her little secret at a glance. The yellow organic residue was unmistakably the result of an illicit encounter while trapped with the decaying Xiaobang. What does it matter? He is my boyfriend. We shall become monsters together and die together. The woman, teetering on the brink of hysteria, let the flames of her rage ignite into madness, casting one last glance at the remains of Xiaobang before summoning her courage to charge forth with the knife. Clang, metal clashed against metal. The blade struck the kitchen knife, producing a sound of metallic collision, and in an instant, half of the knife shattered, spinning backward and embedding itself into the wall. The woman slowly collapsed, dying in the embrace of Xiaobang's remains. Yang Feng granted her a swift end, sparing her the agony of prolonged suffering as she instantly lost consciousness and life. The ill-fated couple, once thriving and brimming with happiness, a young pair basking in the dual harvest of love and career, met their demise in this brutal and twisted apocalypse. Their actions may seem utterly mad to outsiders, yet Yang Feng understood. The true madness lay within this distorted world. Resources were scarce. Gas canisters could, however, be repurposed as weapons. Yang Feng sighed briefly before commencing his search of the kitchen for any tools worth collecting. Culinary implements. A sharp kitchen knife. 2 spare gas canisters. Yang Feng possessed a bone blade, rendering weapons unnecessary. The gas canisters were valuable, suitable for crafting makeshift explosives. In the freezer, he discovered a selection of chilled meats and odin. Yang Feng finally opened the freezer, finding various ingredients for spicy hot pot. Yet he lacked for nothing, as his home was stocked with a bounty of looted provisions. Noting it down, Yang Feng extracted a small booklet and sketched a rudimentary map. Outside the apartment building, he marked the location of Xiaobang's hot pot stall, noting the 2 gas canisters and several pieces of chilled meat for future retrieval. The hunt must continue. That night, Yang Feng hunted nearly 10 corpses, yet his thirst for more remained unquenched. He still possessed ample stamina for further pursuit. The kitchen featured 2 doors, one leading to the shop and the front street, the other to a narrow alleyway. The alley connected to several older neighborhoods, dilapidated and run down, housing a few vegetable stalls, butcher shops, and several modest supermarkets. There were no large hordes of corpses, rendering it relatively safe. An ideal new hunting ground. Something felt amiss. A sense of unease enveloped him. As Yang Feng opened the back door, he distinctly sensed an abnormal atmosphere. The ground of the decrepit alleyway, long neglected, was riddled with many pits and uneven patches. The butcher's shop, conjoined with the vegetable stall, had accumulated a multitude of stains on its sign over the passage of time. Despite its dilapidated state, the number of cadaverous monstrosities lurking in the back alleys should not be so scant. With only a handful of creatures, barely a dozen, present, thud, 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 from a short distance, the heavy sound of chopping emanated from the butcher's shop. A tremor coursed through Yang Feng's heart as he concealed himself in the shadows. Inching closer to the establishment, the air trembled, transforming into concentric ripples that crafted a more vivid three-dimensional image, revealing a colossal silhouette. The butcher.it was a grotesque abomination, towering over 2 meters, its body a mass of bulging muscles, with veins beneath the skin writhing like worms, and a back as robust as a small mountain. That a series of azure markings adorned its skin, reminiscent of the imprints left by steel after forging and remelting. In its grasp was a formidable cleaver, striking down upon the indistinct mass of flesh before it, severing not only the sinewy meat but also the resilient bones, leaving deep fissures in the chopping board. What was it slaughtering? It was neither pigs nor sheep, but rather the blue ocean pattern. Yang Feng instantly recognized that the deep azure hue upon the butcher's form was a testament to its blue ocean pattern level. When the purity of the aberrant essence reaches a certain threshold, it manifests this coloration, indicating its rank as blue ocean pattern, deep steel giant corpse, stage, larva, rarity, blue ocean pattern, evolved into a formidable aberration after parasitizing a special organ. Its muscles as hard as steel, capable of effortlessly resisting small-caliber firearm bullets. An aberration. It was indeed an aberration of the ocean pattern level, and the deep steel giant corpse was of high rarity, causing significant trouble for humanity whenever it appeared. This beast, with a physique rivaling that of a tank, if it were to continue evolving to the level of indigo steel corpse, would become truly impervious to blades and bullets. Excellent. My body ignited with heat. I have finally encountered a creature that offers me a semblance of pressure. Yang Feng slowly rose from the shadows, a shred of exhilaration dancing across his ghostly visage. The desire for battle igniting a fervor within his veins. Chapter 14. Let us indulge in combat, battle, slaughter, such delightful ecstasy. Yang Feng revealed a hint of a manic grin, opting not to ambush the aberration from the shadows, but instead, boldly stepping into the butcher's shop, intending to confront it head-on. Thud, the massive cleaver descended. The butcher cleaved a leg of meat in two, splitting the entire chopping board in half, and sensing the arrival of an adversary, it tightened its grip on the knife. Roar, roar, roar. The 2-meter-tall butcher emitted a feral growl from deep within its throat. The butcher advanced towards Yang Feng, its enormous footfalls echoing upon the ground, the shoes it once wore utterly destroyed by distortion. Leaving behind mere scraps of fabric, raise the knife, bring it down. The colossal cleaver sliced through the air with a whoosh, as if intending to cleave Yang Feng in twain, descending with ferocious force. So swift, the mass of iron-like muscles did not equate to clumsiness. Bolstered by terrifying strength, the speed of the cleaver's descent was extraordinary, leaving ordinary individuals incapable of reaction. Excellent. The air resonated with vibrations. The blade glimmered. The edge of the massive cleaver was riddled with countless nicks, all remnants of cutting through bone. The oppressive sensation of battle sharpened his consciousness, heightening his perception of time to an extraordinary degree. The very fabric of time seemed to compress around him, slowing down the world in his vicinity. Yang Feng's mask, as dark as ink and as smooth as a mirror, unexpectedly displayed a visage of extreme exhilaration, acutely aware of the imminent peril of the descending blade. Indeed, indeed, indeed. This feeling is utterly intoxicating. In the next moment, he could be cleaved in two. In the next instant, the butcher's knife could sever him, with death looming ever closer. Yang Feng's mask, devoid of eyes, nonetheless radiated an exhilarating glint, reveling in the sensation of being on the brink of death. Just a moment longer. Wait for another 0.01 seconds. Closer, closer, closer. At the very instant the butcher's knife was about to descend upon his mask, time felt as though it was on the verge of explosion, and the sensation of impending death reached its zenith. Yang Feng's foot twisted violently. The last second, he narrowly evaded the strike. A single strand of hair fell away. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, his head would surely have been split apart. It was deliberate. He could have easily dodged the blade earlier, but chose to wait until the final moment to escape. Deranged, twisted, insane. None of these words could adequately describe the madness Yang Feng had just exhibited. He had nearly met his demise. How fascinating. Hiding to the side, Yang Feng gasped for breath, intoxicated by the thrill of death's proximity. A grin stretching to the very roots of his ears. The butcher, however, afforded him no time to relish the moment. The massive cleaver swung horizontally, aiming to cleave Yang Feng in half. Clang. Yang Feng's bone blade met the butcher's knife. The clash of metal produced sparks that danced in the air, and the immense force of the impact nearly fractured his wrist. The disparity in power was staggering. Yang Feng's feet pounded against the ground as he rapidly retreated, dissipating the recoil into the earth. Yet even so, he felt a tingling numbness in his arm that a drop of blood trickled down. His bone blade was injured, causing the bones in his fingers to twist slightly. Crimson droplets staining the torn gaps between his fingers, while his forearm remained in a state of numbness. Truly, it was exhilarating. This blow that was quite remarkable. Yang Feng's expression contorted further, reveling in the relentless pressure exerted by his adversary. His entire frame trembling involuntarily, as though he were cowering before the butcher. Instinct. This body instinctively recoiled in fear. Yet that very fear ignited a powerful fighting spirit, compelling him to tap into greater potential. For it was the only path to survival. Tremble. Fear. Adrenaline surged. The potential within my body is unearthed by the terror of death, this sensation of hovering on the precipice of death, teetering on the knife's edge, is truly delightful. In this apocalyptic decade, no one could maintain normalcy. Yang Feng, once a mere waste, was left behind by countless evolved beings. What gave him the right to carve a bloody path and surpass those extraordinary and unparalleled powerhouses? Madness. What he relied upon was the frenzied embrace of endless slaughter. Now it is my turn. Yang Feng felt his blood boil, every cell in his body succumbing to a state of fervent madness. The steps, shrouded in enigma, danced with agility, while the bone blade glimmered with a chilling sharpness, evading the butcher's onslaught and striking towards the raised armpit. Resilient, muscles as tough as steel, the sensation of the strike was akin to cleaving through iron. Sinewy fibers entwined like twisted rebar. This blow merely left a faint laceration upon the butcher. Roar! The butcher emitted a furious bellow, his speed in wielding the cleaver intensified, while his other hand clenched into a fist, aimed to smash down upon Yangfeng. A holographic image unfolded in his mind, revealing every tremor of the butcher's muscles, every shift of his stance, every angle of attack. Ha ha ha. Again, Yangfeng laughed maniacally. Resembling a butterfly gracefully flitting between the cleaver and the immense fist, deftly dodging all ferocious strikes. Boom! The cleaver shattered the floor, cracks spreading like a spider's web. The deep blue iron fist smashed through the wall, exposing the skeletal structure of concrete and rebar. The strength of the deep iron giant was astoundingly formidable, evidenced by the marks of slashes and impacts upon the butcher's lair. Each attack from the butcher could be fatal. Had there been spectators, none would believe Yangfeng could triumph over such a monstrosity. Yet, Yangfeng was not merely in retreat. With every sidestep, every evasion of an attack, every grotesque laughter, he wielded the sharp bone blade, striking the butcher time and again. Hard? Muscles akin to rebar? If a single strike merely left a shallow cut, what of 10 or 100? Slish! A sound of tearing echoed. One of the butcher's arms drooped down, rendered incapable of lifting again, its muscle fibers and ligaments severed by Yangfeng, crippling it. Thud! A similar sound of tearing followed. One of the butcher's legs buckled, the sinew at the heel sliced through, along with the ligaments behind the knee, and the major tendons at the thigh completely severed. Roar! The butcher's frenzied howl erupted, one arm and one thigh still clawing at the ground, attempting to crush the diminutive human before him. Aboard now. Without threat, there is no thrill. Yangfeng exhaled a long, heavy breath. The exhilarating battle had brought him immense satisfaction, but it had devolved into a one-sided massacre. The victor was clear. The once menacing deep iron giant no longer offered him joy. What followed was simple. Yangfeng moved behind the butcher, the bone claws severing the vital point at the base of its skull. Corrupted blood flowed. The ethereal essence shimmered with brilliance, the deep blue markings fading. Powerful energy retracing towards a singular point, ultimately coalescing into a deep blue corpse tumor, a rare-grade blue sea-pattern corpse tumor, perfect for enhancing my physique. Chapter 15. Deep Iron Fiber Apartment. Yangfeng returned to his chamber. After the frenzied slaughter, his taut nerves relaxed slightly, a wave of soreness engulfing him, as though his bones might shatter. The corpse tumor, the deep iron giant, a rare-grade blue sea-pattern corpse tumor. Yangfeng held it in his palm, shimmering like a sapphire under the light, the internal distorted essence gleaming resplendently. Organ, muscle enhancement. This corpse tumor is the epitome of muscle augmentation. Even in its larval form, the muscle fibers are sufficiently capable of withstanding small-caliber firearms. And as its morphology continues to evolve, it approaches an almost perfect state of invulnerability. With a sudden motion, Yangfeng crushes the corpse tumor. A brilliant deep blue essence envelopes his skin, permeating the muscle and evoking waves of warmth. Soon, however, this warmth transforms into excruciating pain. Every muscle in his body is besieged by intense, tearing sensations, as if countless worms writhe beneath his skin, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his flesh. Yangfeng's complexion pales, beads of sweat dotting his ashen face. Raging, the rare-grade corpse tumor from the blue sea pattern unleashes its formidable power within him. It not only burrows into the muscles, but also constricts around the bones, tightening its grip, even attempting to envelop the organs and completely seize this body. You, little brat, wish to rebel. Yangfeng's ghostly visage contorts into a cruel grin, his expression twisted and frenzied. Dark gold. It is as though a demon king, gazing down upon the world, has descended, like an innate bloodline suppression, an absolutely terrifying dominion. Yangfeng parts his lips, extending a viscous tongue to lick his skin, conveying a menacing signal that I will consume you. Tear you apart, I shall grind all essence to dust and utterly devour you. The azure-hued essence immediately withdraws from its invasion, obediently heeding the reprimand of the ghostly visaged. It dares only to merge into the muscles throughout his body, fortifying the territory that rightfully belongs to it. Powerful, stalwart, resilient, like muscle fibers forged from steel, deep iron fiber. Yang Feng acquires a third special organ, with all his muscles undergoing a unique enhancement, the muscle fibers exhibiting a radiant blue sheen concealed beneath his skin. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yang Feng seizes over 10 ordinary corpse tumors, all of which the ghostly visage swallows whole. The face of the ghostly visage, dark and mirror-like, sparkles with flecks of energy from the essence transformation, most of which is absorbed and converted, with a small portion returned to his body. Comprehensive enhancement. Although the extent of this enhancement is modest, it is remarkably stable, simultaneously repairing old injuries while rendering other organs more obedient. As a national-level elite athlete, Yang Feng's previous consumption of corpse tumors had already elevated his overall physical capabilities to that of a provincial-level athlete, and this latest infusion of essence has further catalyzed a transformation in his body. Excluding the special organs, his overall physical quality has reached the pinnacle of national athlete standards, drawing ever closer to the limits of human potential. Cardiac and pulmonary function, bone strength, reflex speed, metabolic rate of various functions have seen tremendous improvement. Lying on his bed, Yang Feng succumbs to a deep slumber, his body having exhausted its final reserves of strength amidst intense evolution. In the afternoon, he awakens after sleeping for over 10 hours. His entire body is coated with a layer of black residue, a mixture of sweat and expelled impurities forming large patches of black scabs. The sound of warm water cascading in the shower provides immense comfort. As the sweat and residue peel away, through the bathroom window, he catches a glimpse of his transformed physique. He has grown considerably stronger. Yang Feng's physique initially appeared somewhat slender, yet after undergoing a transformation of muscular fibers, his entire body exhibited a subtle swell, radiating a sense of vitality. Indeed, Yang Feng nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his expression. The deep iron fiber, intimidated by the elder brother's threats, refrained from excessive expansion. Otherwise, transforming into a hulking mass of muscle would have been rather undesirable. This was not merely a matter of aesthetics. Excessively bulky muscles could compress bones, tear skin, and adversely affect the body's resilience and coordination. This time marked a significant enhancement. His strength had amplified considerably, and the muscular fibers possessed a degree of defensive capability sufficient to confront most unforeseen circumstances. Yang Feng contemplated his combat prowess, evolving at the forefront of time, feeling, to some extent, a slight sense of invincibility. Sizzling and bubbling, several steaks were being cooked simultaneously. The self-heating hot pot was in full swing, with a dozen sausages sliced and a pot of pork rib soup simmering alongside. The quantity of food consumed was enormous, equivalent to what others might eat over several days. Physical strength must be replenished through copious amounts of food. After indulging in a hearty meal, his previously weary and weakened body regained considerable vigor. Infused with a sense of power, delightful, Yang Feng let out a satisfied belch. The exhilaration of battle, the thrill of slaughter, the joy of evolution, and the pleasure of feasting all coalesced into one. Knock. At that moment, a rapping sound echoed from outside the door. Yang Feng wiped his mouth and opened his door to find a rather unfamiliar man standing there, his face betraying confusion and fear. He seemed terrified of Yang Feng himself. "I reside on the 7th floor. I came to knock on your door this morning, but when no one answered, I waited until now," the man stammered, visibly anxious, for rumors had it that the occupant of room 405 was quite fearsome, known to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Cut to the chase, Yang Feng interjected, his impatience evident. "What do you want?" "Here's the situation. Mo Jianfeng sent me to relay a message requesting your presence on the rooftop," the man explained, his nervousness palpable. "When no one answered this morning, I assumed you might be asleep and didn't dare to disturb you." He reiterated his caution about not wanting to intrude, seeking to convey his sincerity while fearing potential harm from the other party. Mo Jianfeng. Yang Feng repeated the name in his mind. This was the same individual mentioned by Bai Ting, the property manager. During her last visit to collect supplies, he was the developer of nearby residential complexes, the chairman of a significant conglomerate, responsible for numerous buildings and extensive business dealings. Was such a prominent figure truly within the confines of the apartment? Was he here to inspect, or perhaps, as the rumors suggested, to engage in some clandestine affair with Miss Bai Ting? How intriguing, indeed, that the corporate titan found himself trapped in an apartment amidst an apocalyptic outbreak. Yang Feng scoffed, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Do you think Mo Jianfeng has set up a love nest here? After all, ASNT manager by residing in the same vicinity?" The man was momentarily taken aback. Unprepared for Yang Feng's unexpected descent into crude humor. "I don't know," that he stammered, hastily shaking his head, fully aware that even if he had knowledge of such matters, he would feign ignorance. A master of pretense. Yang Feng twisted his neck twice, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes as he disdainfully continued. "Very well, then relay my message to him, but if he wishes to seek my assistance, he should come down and speak to me directly." Chapter 16. Money? Too hard. Dominant. The apocalypse has struck. "Do you still fancy yourself a big boss? If you wish to solicit my help, then come down and say it yourself." Yang Feng's words were undeniably domineering. It mattered not whether one was a big boss or a chairman. All must lower their stance before him. All right, I shall go at once." The man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily fleeing as if in escape, wishing to linger not a moment longer beside this harbinger of doom. After swatting away this pesky fly, Yang Feng's gaze shifted elsewhere. An impressively striking woman unexpectedly appeared before him, Su Man. To his surprise, she, like other refugees, was huddled in a corner, her form curled up, her eyes dim and devoid of luster. "What are you doing here?" Curiosity piqued. Yang Feng took a few steps closer, bending down to inquire of Su Man. I was driven out." Su Man shrank back in fear, stammering with a voice filled with grievance and anger. "Room 407, that seemingly pitiful mother and child, along with several other refugees, had taken residence in her home. Clearly, Su Man was the easiest to bully. Ultimately, she was shunned and expelled from her own dwelling, reduced to a homeless woman, cowering in a corner alongside the other refugees. A benevolent soul, Su Man provided clean towels, cooked meals, offered hot water, donated supplies, and even allowed the unfortunate refugees to stay in her home. And what was the outcome? Her kindness was met with ingratitude, leaving her destitute, viewed with disdain by all, treated as a pariah. Just 3 days, merely the third day of the apocalypse, and the frailty of human nature had already twisted into a vicious form, with the dark facets of humanity sharpening their fangs as time unfolded. With a slight smirk, Yang Feng's lips curled, seemingly laced with mockery as he patted Su Man's shoulder. In these times, it's not easy to be a saint. Su Man understood the derision in his words. Biting her lip until a crimson drop emerged, stubbornness flickered in her eyes, a glint of defiance and resilience. Yet ultimately, she merely held back her tears, turning her head away, unwilling to retort. Before long, commotion erupted in the safety corridor. A man, akin to a star surrounded by admirers, descended the stairs, presenting himself before the crowd, clad in an impeccably tailored designer suit. His slightly graying hair was meticulously styled, though he was in his 50s. His frequent workouts rendered him notably youthful, his stature straight and imposing. This man was Mo Jianfeng, the chairman of the group, a wealthy magnate responsible for the development of several nearby properties. Flanking Mo Jianfeng was the property manager, Bai Ting, followed closely by several burly men, including the one whom Yang Feng had severed an arm. What a grand spectacle! Yang Feng lowered his gaze, coldly mocking. What a show to him! Mo Jianfeng approached slowly, in the tumultuous realm of commerce. His prolonged tenure in elevated positions has bestowed upon him a sense of superiority over the common populace, a confidence that is often perceived as the demeanor of a high-ranking individual. Greetings, survivors of adversity. I am Mo Jianfeng. The countenance of Mo Jianfeng remained composed, his words imbued with the gravitas of a leader, as he extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Yang Feng cast a fleeting downward glance, revealing no intention of reciprocating the handshake. With a cold scoff, he turned to retreat into the room. Come in. You. Manager Bai Ting beside Mo Jianfeng glared with indignation, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury at such insolence. Particularly since Yang Feng had dared to insult her superior, the very individual she was compelled to revere. Yang Feng glanced back, his frigid gaze slicing through the air like a razor, sweeping over Bai Ting and the formidable figure of the man with a severed arm standing behind her. Trouble arises from the tongue. Bai Ting recalled the terror she had faced when confronting Yang Feng the day prior, the vivid memory of the security captain's severed limb fresh in her mind. Fear not. I am here. Mo Jianfeng's hand rested reassuringly on Bai Ting's shoulder, his steady and weighty words instilling a sense of calm. Indeed, the esteemed boss was present. Moreover, they were well prepared this time. having enlisted not only a few capable enforcers, but also brought along. Bai Ting felt a wave of relief wash over her, her prior trepidation dissipating significantly, as she secretly anticipated how her esteemed boss would deal with this obstinate youth. Yang Feng's room was in disarray. Numerous food wrappers lay strewn across the floor, and the greasy dishes had not been washed, cluttering the table. "Make yourselves comfortable." Yang Feng reclined in his chair, gesturing for his guests to take their ease. Though the room boasted no additional seating, leaving Mo Jianfeng awkwardly standing. The sycophants of authority abound. The man responsible for relaying messages hastily procured an extra chair from outside, respectfully placing it behind Mo Jianfeng. The latter's mood soured slightly. He settled into the chair brought by his subordinate, extracting a box of cigarettes from his pocket, the custom metal case embossed with a series of English letters. Each cigarette a bespoke luxury that a crisp sound echoed as Bai Ting stepped forward, using an exquisite diamond-encrusted lighter to intimately ignite Mo Jianfeng's smoke. "Humph." Yang Feng merely scoffed coldly, casually picking up an apple. Rubbing it briefly before sinking his teeth into it. "Spit it out if you have something to say. Are you here to show off, or what?" The words nearly choked Mo Jianfeng. Bai Ting, poised to unleash her indignation, was halted by Mo Jianfeng's slight gesture, urging her to remain silent. He turned his attention back, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket, along with a pure gold custom pen, scribbling something down that "I wish to discuss a business proposition with you." Upon concluding his statement, Mo Jianfeng tore the top page from the notebook and extended it toward Yang Feng. A check. It was a check for 10 million. For an ordinary individual, 10 million represents an astronomical figure, a sum one might toil a lifetime to amass. "This is an advance payment. If you can ensure my safety before the rescue arrives, I shall provide you with another check, the amount at your discretion." Mo Jianfeng's intent was not merely to seek vengeance for his subordinate, but rather to attempt to placate Yang Feng with monetary allure. Yang Feng accepted the check, scrutinizing it with deliberation. 10 million. Indeed, a considerable sum. It is my first encounter with a check, and likewise my inaugural glimpse of such an immense fortune. Yang Feng, resembling a country bumpkin, held the check up to the sunlight. Inspecting it with greater scrutiny, Mo Jianfeng chuckled. No matter how formidable an individual may be, they are ultimately just a mere mortal. In the face of the power of capital, what is mere bravery worth? Alas, money has become utterly worthless. This object is so rigid that even as toilet paper, it would be deemed too coarse. Yang Feng turned around, grasping both ends of the check, and with a gentle tug, he tore it in half, simultaneously shredding Mo Jianfeng's dignity. A public slap in the face. Chapter 17. Not tomorrow, not the future, but the present. Money, indeed a valuable commodity before the apocalypse. However, after the calamity erupted, civil order was completely obliterated, rendering currency nothing more than scraps of paper, devoid of any purchasing power. Now merely 3 days have passed since the onset of the apocalypse. Many still harbor unrealistic fantasies about the future. Believing that money can still be utilized as it once was, civilization will surely be restored. Order will undoubtedly be reinstated. The currency in people's hands will once again be usable, allowing them to purchase anything at will. Just as in the past, this sense of false hope exists to varying degrees within everyone, and Mo Jianfeng exploits this mindset, continuously painting grand illusions for others to "I will give you 10 million. And in the future, a house as well. I will grant you the shops on that commercial street, and you can be your own boss. The most popular bar will be yours. Once help arrives, we shall finalize the paperwork." Mo Jianfeng's incessant promises enticed the strong and ruthless individuals to follow him, to serve him loyally. However, Yang Feng profoundly understands that in a situation where civil order has utterly collapsed, the currency of yesteryear is entirely null and void. Perhaps in due time, a new currency system will emerge, but it will no longer be the flimsy pieces of paper held by the bosses. Rather, it will be the corpses that can empower and transform individuals. Save your breath. Open your eyes and observe your surroundings. The streets and alleys, supermarkets and shops, and bank buildings are all teeming with monsters. Yang Feng displayed a mischievous smile. You cannot genuinely believe that these pieces of paper, harder than toilet paper, can procure anything from the rotting corpses of monsters, can you? Yang Feng tore the check to shreds. He did not merely slap Mo Jianfeng's face in public. He also shattered the illusions he had constructed. The atmosphere grew tense if everyone were to believe that the money in Mo Jianfeng's possession had turned to waste paper. Who would still be willing to serve him? With a resounding clap, Mo Jianfeng's core interests had been touched. Igniting his fury, he slammed his palm heavily upon the table, his demeanor shifting from refined to menacing. Revealing his fangs as he threatened, "There are more than 30 men in this entire building willing to serve me. All resources are amassed in my hands that I know you are formidable. But how many can you take on alone?" Carrots and sticks. When Mo Jianfeng's allure proved ineffective, he resorted to threats, darkly stating, "It is not too late to join us now." Truly, a boss by nature. A born leader, Bai Ting and the surrounding muscular security guards looked upon him with admiration. The average person is truly unable to withstand the relentless barrage of coercion and temptation, ultimately compelled to submit to him. "You dare threaten me?" Yang Feng's response, however, exceeded everyone's expectations. He retracted his playful smirk, his expression transforming into one of cold indifference, his gaze imbued with a hint of murderous intent, akin to a chilling blade poised to sever a throat. For reasons unknown, Mo Jianfeng, brimming with confidence, felt a flicker of fear. It was a fear of death, a fear of the unknown. No matter how wealthy, powerful, or self-assured one may be, walking alone in an expansive wilderness, confronted by a ravenous wolf with bloodshot eyes, one would inevitably experience profound terror. Yang Feng embodied that ravenous wolf. Mo Jianfeng succumbed to fear, hastily retrieving a square phone from his bag, revealing his trump card. It was a satellite phone. "I had already contacted a team of professionals before the apocalypse erupted. They are reckless for money, and I have already paid a deposit, even if support doesn't arrive. That group will still come." Mo Jianfeng's trump card was indeed surprising. The satellite phone, able to maintain a signal even amidst near-total communication breakdown, was a rare find. Furthermore, Mo Jianfeng had hired a cadre of professionals, likely mercenaries operating in the gray areas of the law. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in Huagua. Mo Jianfeng, as the chairman of the group, had evidently found unconventional means to safeguard himself. His subtext was clear: "Should you dare to harm me, mercenaries will come to slay you. It can be confirmed. You are indeed a threat to me." The more Yang Feng listened, the colder his gaze became, truly igniting the desire to kill. He could not allow Mo Jianfeng to live. Mo Jianfeng was undeniably capable, having swiftly gathered a large following, and his connections extended widely, even to some obscure mercenaries. This man possessed the potential to become a formidable warlord. Yang Feng gradually rose to his feet. The longer the night, the more dreams could unfold. He had resolved to eliminate Mo Jianfeng immediately. Although it was their first meeting, it would undoubtedly be their last. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Mo Jianfeng instinctively sensed the impending danger, the feeling of being targeted by a ravenous wolf sending chills down his spine. The murderous intent. Mo Jianfeng felt the most palpable threat of death and instinctively withdrew from his seat, retreating continuously. "Are you mad? This is our first encounter." Mo Jianfeng was utterly perplexed. The business discussions had been proceeding smoothly, and he was still employing his tactics of coercion and temptation. How could the other party suddenly resort to violence? Of course, Mo Jianfeng's methods were remarkably effective on those accustomed to a civilized world, where everyone envisioned a bright future and considered their prospects. Yet Yang Feng was different. He had survived for 10 years in a dark apocalypse, where the future held nothing but shadows, and the only thing worth fighting for was today. When faced with a genuine threat, it was best to eliminate it immediately. Not tomorrow, not in the future, but now. The enemy must be slain at this very moment. Not a second to spare. "Don't move." I said, "Don't move. Do you hear me?" The burly man closest to Mo Jianfeng, wielding an iron rod, stepped protectively in front of the boss, raising it high to strike at Yang Feng. Bang! With a resounding crash, the iron rod fell with great force, yet it did not strike Yang Feng. He reached out, merely raising his hand, and astonishingly seized the iron rod with a grip as formidable as a steel claw, leaving deep imprints of his fingers upon the metal. This was the manifestation of an evolved organ. With a slight exertion of strength, Yang Feng wrested the rod from its trajectory, gripping its ends, his muscles subtly expanding as he twisted it into a U shape. The iron rod continued to contort, resembling not metal, but rather a twisted pastry, ultimately being molded into a disc with casual ease. Clang! The disc clattered to the ground, sending shockwaves through the hearts of all present. Was this still a human? This strength, could it truly belong to mankind? A monster? Yang Feng was a creature cloaked in human skin. "Protect me! Protect me!" Mo Jianfeng's complexion turned ashen, clearly terror-stricken by the horrifying spectacle before him. Despite his years of dominance in the business world, having weathered countless storms, he had never encountered a monster like Yang Feng. Clang, clang. The bodyguards surrounding them hastily discarded their weapons, scrambling to escape in a frenzy. What kind of joke was this? Money was important, but life was singular. If a steel rod could be crushed into a disc, rushing forward would surely result in a shattered skull. The first to flee was the burly man who had already lost an arm. Having experienced Yang Feng's terror once, he was resolute in avoiding a second encounter. Even the most loyal mistress, General Manager Bai Ting, cowered in the corner, covering her mouth in a state of frantic disarray. "Don't force my hand," Imo Jianfeng bellowed, his gaze fierce as he unveiled his second trump card, a gun. Abruptly, he drew a handgun, aiming it at Yang Feng. Chapter 18. The Fortunate Failure of the Unfortunate. A gun? In Huagua, firearms were prohibited. Mo Jianfeng, true to his stature as the chairman of the conglomerate, had managed to procure such an item, showcasing his extraordinary connections. "Stay back." Mo Jianfeng trembled as he clutched the weapon. Yet it provided him with a semblance of courage, his heart steeling as a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face. "That I do not wish to kill. Do not compel me to pull the trigger." His expression twisted into a grimace, the previously composed glint in his eyes now quaking like the earth, lacking the fortitude to squeeze the trigger. "So, you lack the courage to pull the trigger." Yang Feng halted, facing the gun without a trace of trepidation, instead revealing a smile tinged with exhilaration. Mockery danced in his eyes, as if toying with prey. "You exert such effort to acquire a firearm, yet you fear taking a life that you possess not even this modicum of resolve. It becomes clear that you are merely a coward, fortunate enough to have stumbled upon success, yet deep down, you remain a failure." Yang Feng, appearing as a madman, had already discerned the essence of it all, capable of seeing through a person's true nature. Resolve, this was an indispensable trait of a true victor, though Mo Jianfeng seemed successful, his business thriving with all bowing to him in deference. In reality, he was merely a fortunate individual who had yet to encounter significant failure or setback, just a coward basking in the glow of unbroken success. Once confronted with a genuine crisis, one may find themselves hesitating, paralyzed, and sinking into despair, much like the present moment that a fortunate failure, by sheer coincidence. "Fire!" Yang Feng beckoned with a flick of his finger, his face contorted into a more sinister, frenzied grin, bellowing so loudly that Mo Jianfeng nearly dropped his handgun. "What? Yang Feng is actually urging the other party to shoot. A madman, an absolute lunatic." Startled, Mo Jianfeng shivered, almost discarding his weapon. "Shoot, let me witness your resolve. Make things a tad more intriguing. Will it be I who meets my demise by your bullet, or you who is reduced to mere pulp by my strike?" At that moment, Yang Feng reveled in the thrill, akin to a deranged gambler, savoring the exhilarating rush. Interesting, to wager one's life, and yet find it amusing. Mo Jianfeng was truly rendered speechless. He had never encountered such madness. In a moment of disorientation, he felt a profound sense of insignificance. Small, he was utterly minuscule. Power, wealth, loyal subordinates, none of it could save him. In this deadly game of chance, he felt like an ant, manipulated by the man before him. "Oh, not force my hand. Do not force my hand. Do not force my hand." Trembling, Mo Jianfeng, despite being the one with the firearm advantage, found himself retreating until his back met the wall. There was nowhere to escape. Retreat left. "Coward. Weakling. Failure. Are you still too afraid to pull the trigger?" Yang Feng, despite being aimed at, was the true master of the situation, his face contorted in a wicked, exhilarated grin as he advanced toward Mo Jianfeng. "Then I shall proceed to crush your head like a watermelon." In a dire predicament, Mo Jianfeng had reached the point where he had no choice but to fire. Terrified, he closed his eyes, pointing the gun at Yang Feng, and chaotically pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of gunfire erupted, sparks flying as brass shells clattered to the ground, releasing wafts of gunpowder. It was only when the magazine was emptied that Mo Jianfeng dared to open his eyes, but the sight that greeted him plunged him into the depths of despair. He had not fallen. Yang Feng, struck by a dozen bullets, remained standing. He extended his arms, shielding his face, as the bullets perforated his skin, leaving tiny holes from which crimson liquid flowed. That was all. Beneath his skin lay an expanse of deep blue, iron-like muscle, the formidable fibers capable of withstanding bullets. Deep iron fibers. This was a unique muscular organ, robust enough to resist small-caliber ammunition. How could this be? So Mo Jianfeng was utterly stunned, his pupils constricting in disbelief at the scene before him. Clink, clink, clink. The bullets that failed to penetrate his muscles fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Shattered, the sound of those bullets hitting the floor irrevocably dismantled Mo Jianfeng's mental fortitude. His confidence was obliterated in that instant. His dignity was shattered at that moment. Fear, like a suffocating hand, gripped his heart, compelling this failed success to abandon his lofty station and kneel immediately. Spare me. I implore you, spare me. I am willing to relinquish all my wealth, all my resources, and surrender them to you. Wept Mo Jianfeng. In a moment of utter despair, was reduced to tears. The mingling of fear and hopelessness streamed down his face. Disfigured by anguish, completely erasing the once defiant demeanor of a formidable leader, he knelt, pleading for mercy. Desperate to grasp at any semblance of salvation, he cast a glance at his mistress and exclaimed, "Woman, I shall offer you Bai Ting as well." Upon hearing this, Bai Ting's complexion drained of color. Was this truly the esteemed chairman she had idolized? Was this the confident and proud figure who navigated the treacherous waters of commerce? Ah, what a twisted satisfaction it brings me. Each time I witness these so-called powerful individuals reduced to begging, their faces awash with tears, an overwhelming sense of gratification washes over me. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with deeper mockery. The sheer thrill of dismantling the psychological defenses of a once mighty figure was intoxicating. Yet, I must confess, I still preferred your earlier, rebellious demeanor. Yang Feng approached Mo Jianfeng, gripping his neck with one hand, slowly lifting him off the ground. Bored now, the thrill had waned. With a slight exertion, the sound of shattering porcelain resonated as the once mighty tycoon met his demise, his lifeless body, discarded like refuse. Still adorned with the expression of desperate pleading that it was utterly insane. The onlookers directed their gazes towards Yang Feng, their eyes filled with profound terror. What was most frightening was not his extraordinary power, but rather the sheer, deranged madness that radiated from him. No one could fathom his intentions, nor could they anticipate the extent of his impending insanity, which was anything but impulsive. Everything was within his control. Those cold, piercing eyes had already seen through the frailty of the human heart. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Ting trembled uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, she fell to her knees, prostrating herself. "Please spare me. I beg you. Do not kill me. I am willing to do anything," she sobbed. Truly frightened, tears streamed down her face, each drop splattering onto the floor. The few bodyguards who had discarded their weapons and failed to escape soon followed suit, kneeling in fear, trembling at the thought that they might be next. Yet Yang Feng merely smiled gently. "Do not be afraid. I am not a sadistic fiend who revels in killing." Chapter 19. The stick and the carrot. Please spare me. I have always followed Mo Jianfeng's orders. Collecting supplies was his idea. If you are displeased, I will return the food to the people immediately, Bai Ting pleaded, her tears flowing freely as she deflected all blame onto the deceased Mo Jianfeng. From a position of authority, Yang Feng stood, observing the woman at his feet, incessantly bowing in supplication. This woman, in her 30s, possessed the allure of mature femininity, yet beneath her exterior lay a venomous heart, a siren that stirred desire within men. She displayed extreme flattery towards her superiors, yet treated those beneath her as mere refuse and insects, resorting to every conceivable method to exploit them. Such a woman deserves condemnation. Yet, paradoxically, she possesses utility. Did I instruct you to return the supplies? Yang Feng's voice suddenly caught Bai Ting off guard, causing her to hesitate as she raised her head, calculating in her mind. You mean? Bai Ting's eyes brightened as she instantly grasped Yang Feng's implication. I understand now. These supplies belong to you. The entire apartment building, nearly all residents had received the news in advance, stockpiling copious amounts of food and resources. After Bai Ting gathered them, they nearly filled several rooms. If distributed judiciously, they would sustain the apartment for an extended period. If everyone endured a bit of hardship together, surviving for several months would pose no challenge. Boss Yang Feng, from now on, I shall heed your commands. Whatever you require of me, I shall comply. Bai Ting, eager to ingratiate herself, shifted slightly forward on her knees, almost prostrating herself at Yang Feng's feet. Yearning to kiss his shoes, Yang Feng's gaze was sharp. His original plan was neighbors hoarding provisions, and in turn, he would hoard the neighbors. This somewhat tedious step had been accomplished by Bai Ting and Mo Jianfeng, sparing him the effort and allowing him to conserve more time for hunting. Management is indeed a cumbersome affair that I lack the inclination to oversee the trivialities within the apartment. Thus, I entrust it to you. Yang Feng's tone was frosty, and upon hearing this, Bai Ting's countenance brightened even further, repeatedly bowing to Yang Feng, her prostrate form rubbing against his pant leg like a dog. Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. You lot, why aren't you expressing gratitude to the boss? Bai Ting, having regained authority, immediately set about to exert her influence, rallying all the bodyguards to pledge their loyalty to Yang Feng. Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. Thank you, Boss Yang Feng. The surrounding bodyguards, one by one, donned obsequious smiles. They swiftly transitioned from being Mo Jianfeng's protectors to servile hounds for Yang Feng, at the very least ensuring their survival. It was both lamentable and thought-provoking. In this apocalyptic world, the strong are revered, and the victors reign supreme. Should one possess absolute power, the previous moment's foe can willingly become a loyal servant the next. Yang Feng nodded. This arrangement spared him considerable hassle. What is the current status of food distribution? Yang Feng resumed his seat, contemplating the next steps in his strategy. The residents' provisions had just been surrendered to prevent inciting public outrage. Each individual was allowed to receive 2 to 3 bags of instant noodles, along with a sausage or a marinated egg. Bai Ting hastily replied. This quantity of supplies could barely satiate the appetites of the less voracious, yet in a resource-scarce apocalypse, it could be deemed a modest charitable endeavor. Shall we increase the supply? Bai Ting timidly lifted her head, stealing glances at the pondering Yang Feng, attempting to decipher his thoughts. Too much. Yang Feng's gaze was frigid, yet the smile curling at the corner of his mouth was ruthlessly cruel. A demon. Bai Ting clenched her fists, wondering if Yang Feng intended to further reduce the supplies. We could cut back on 1 sausage. Residents are permitted to receive 2 packets of instant noodles each day, or 1 packet in conjunction with an equivalent amount of other sustenance. Bai Ting spoke with a hint of unease, casting furtive glances at Yang Feng, seemingly aware that he remained discontented that it was still too much. Yang Feng's smile appeared increasingly savage in the eyes of the onlookers. Bai Ting trembled all over. Yang Feng's actions were more ruthless than even the most exploitative capitalist, embodying a reckless killing the goose that lays the golden eggs mentality. 1 packet of instant noodles per day? That cannot possibly survive on such meager rations. Bai Ting lifted her head, almost certain that the residents of the apartment would rise up in defiance. Just moments ago, they had surrendered a hoard of supplies. Now, they were being allotted merely 1 packet of instant noodles daily, a quantity insufficient even for a dog. Was 1 packet truly deemed inadequate? Yang Feng let out a cold laugh, recalling certain painful memories. Within the most brutal concentration camps, food supplies had been entirely cut off, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. One could hardly speak of a single packet of instant noodles. Even the dirt-covered roots were considered a delicacy, and ultimately, they were forced to boil large pots to recycle the remains of the starved. Yang Feng bent down, picking up a handgun from the ground. Unmistakably the one belonging to Mo Jianfeng, that he turned around and seized Bai Ting by the hair, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. This is a gun. It is now yours. You know how to use it, do you not? With his other hand, he placed the gun into Bai Ting's grasp, his smile growing ever more sinister, more chilling than the fiends of the inferno. A demon. He is a true demon. I shall do as you say. Bai Ting clutched the gun, her eyes filled with despair. After delivering this news, she would stand in opposition to all the residents. Of course, those who obeyed your commands would be rewarded with greater provisions. You may summon more personnel, as Mo Jianfeng instructed, to maintain a firm grip over the entire building. The carrot and the stick. Yang Feng was well versed in this strategy. After wielding the stick, one must offer a morsel of sweetness. Upon hearing this, Bai Ting's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope. With this statement, she and her bodyguards would be able to fill their stomachs. Finally, Yang Feng grasped Bai Ting's cheeks, turning her face towards the direction of Mo Jianfeng's lifeless body, the cold corpse serving as a stark warning. Remember this. My words must be obeyed without question. Yang Feng did not utter the word otherwise, for the consequences of disobedience were all too apparent. Refusal would lead only to a path of death. I understand. I understand. I am but your loyal dog, the most obedient of dogs. Bai Ting nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and then truly behaved like a dog, wagging her tail in supplication to Yang Feng. Soon after, Bai Ting and several bodyguards dragged Mo Jianfeng's corpse out of the room. However, shortly after their departure, a news that incited fury among all echoed through the building. Effective immediately, the food distribution would be reduced to a single packet of instant noodles. Outrage. The residents were seething with anger, ready to seize their kitchen knives and demand an explanation from Bai Ting. Half an hour later, the entire apartment complex was in an uproar, with residents from door to door gathering and making their way towards the floor where Bai Ting was located. Chapter 20. Invasion of the Otherworldly. Anger like a tide. Filled with righteous indignation, news had spread to every household. Residents were only being allotted a single packet of instant noodles daily. Why should that be? I donated 2 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles, and now I am receiving just 1 packet each day. Damn it, do they really think I am easy to bully? The previously silent and complacent inhabitants of the apartment finally could no longer restrain their fury. Some brandished kitchen knives, their eyes ablaze, rushing out of their rooms. Others, entire families in tow, wielded pots, pans, and bowls as makeshift weapons, joining the ranks of the rebellion. The more people there were, the bolder they felt. The more people there were, the more opportunists emerged. The 3rd floor erupted, followed by the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. The safety passage was packed with various individuals rushing upstairs to demand an explanation from Bai Ting. The greater the number, the more courage they found in their collective. Although they typically hid away in their homes like turtles, they knew how to resist when pushed too far. Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe. Watching the farcical scene unfolding in the corridor, a sly smile creeping onto his face. I wonder if Bai Ting and her team can withstand this on the 19th floor, where supplies were stockpiled. Food and resources filled several rooms, resembling small mountains. More than 30 robust men stood guard near the safety staircase, wielding clubs and blades, nervously confronting the residents. Everyone, please remain calm. Allow me to explain slowly. Bai Ting shouted into a small megaphone, striving to maintain order, though the tense atmosphere had already drenched her forehead in sweat. To hell with the reasons. I want my supplies and food back right now. I'm done donating. Return my provisions. Many surged out of the corridor, armed with various weapons, jostling for space and occupying nearly half of the passageway. There were too many people, although Bai Ting had about 30 subordinates. The total number of residents exceeded several hundred, and a mere pair of fists could hardly contend against so many foes. Tingjia, we're struggling to hold our ground. There are too many of them. What shall we do? A burly bodyguard whispered from the back, his own fear palpable, dreading that the crowd might charge all at once, at which point they would be at the mercy of their blades. News of reinforcements had yet to arrive. That we must conserve every grain of food and distribute according to need, Bai Ting shouted into the megaphone. Yet her words lacked any persuasive power. Damn it. This troublesome woman merely seeks to hoard our supplies. Brothers, let us charge together. We have the numbers. The safety passage was suddenly filled with rousing shouts, a chorus of voices responding in unison, as more people began to push forward. There was no way out. Bai Ting felt overwhelmed. From her bag, she drew a gun, aiming it at the crowd. A gun. She has a gun. A commotion erupted among the crowd, particularly among the refugees in the front row, who began to shrink back, fearful that the first bullet would find its mark upon them. Don't retreat. One shouted. She only has one gun, and we are so many. Can she truly shoot us all? Then you stand at the front. Don't just stand there and talk without feeling the pain, another retorted. Amidst the tumultuous throng, a farcical scene unfolded. Those at the forefront recoiled in an attempt to evade the gunfire, while those behind pushed forward with fervor, reasoning that bullets could not reach them. If death were to strike, let it first claim those at the front. Clatter, clatter in the ebb and flow of retreat and advance. Many stumbled, their weapons clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. The initial momentum swiftly diminished by half. Bai Ting and her companions felt the pressure ease significantly, exchanging glances laden with resolve as they prepared to intimidate once more. The gun was ready, the safety was off, and the magazine was replenished. Although Bai Ting had never wielded a firearm, she had seen her fair share of action films and could manage the simple act of pulling the trigger. Bang! Bai Ting raised her hand and fired a shot at the ceiling. The gunfire echoed deafeningly in the corridor, causing debris to fall from above, startling everyone into an instinctive retreat. Real bullets, live ammunition. With no pretense involved that I shall repeat myself. Food will be distributed according to need. Please do not incite unrest. Otherwise, the bullets are indiscriminate. Bai Ting then shifted the gun's muzzle toward the refugees, who, recognizing the peril, hastily discarded their weapons and scrambled backward. However, as the two factions bickered, a much graver danger quietly loomed. Outside the apartment, the cacophony of the building drew a horde of monsters, though the decaying corpses could not yet breach the threshold. Certain abominations lurking in the shadows had taken notice of the apartment. Horns blared, chaos reigned, and the final gunshot rang out. All indications pointed to an abundance of food within the apartment in the dim corners. Several hulking figures stirred, their grotesquely mutated bodies inching toward the apartment walls. Creeping beast, stage, growth, rarity, emerald green. These creatures were mutated from a large canine species, possessing immense muscular strength that even strained their own skin. Notably, the creeping beasts excelled at climbing, capable of swiftly navigating the exterior walls of the building in search of concealed prey. Approaching 2 meters in height, these beasts followed the raucous noise, their razor-sharp claws piercing the apartment's outer walls as they ascended relentlessly. 1.2.3 A total of 5 monsters encircled the side of the apartment building, occasionally passing by the windows, casting a sprawling shadow of darkness. Yang Feng awaited the unfolding drama, but suddenly felt an unsettling sense of threat. He keenly detected a rustling sound from outside the wall, rapidly encroaching upwards. Abominations, creatures capable of scaling walls. And there was more than one. Meanwhile, the standoff between Bai Ting and the refugees had reached a fever pitch. Neither side yielded, yet no one dared to strike first, unwilling to be the inevitable target. Bang! Crash! Suddenly, a resounding noise shattered the glass of the window outside the emergency exit. A colossal shadow swiftly enveloped the scene. As a robust arm with formidable claws, adorned with barbs, instantaneously pierced through a person's body, he screamed in utter confusion, but was immediately yanked out with great force, followed by the brutal sound of gnawing. As crimson liquid cascaded down like rain. What is that? What is happening? The individuals within the safety corridor were thrown into a state of panic, and this was merely the beginning. The aberrations had tasted blood and launched their assault. Windows on various floors shattered with a resounding explosion, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. Monsters. The monsters have breached. Chapter 21. A tiger among sheep. The creatures, the aberrations, the crawling beasts, measured over 2 meters in length. Their massive forms shattered the glass, leaving exaggerated cracks upon the walls. Crack, crack, crack. Large chunks of wall plaster and ash peeled away, revealing a skeletal structure of steel and concrete, as the monstrous body finally squeezed its way through. A tiger among sheep. This was a true tiger among sheep. Its razor-sharp foreclaws, exceeding 50 centimeters in length, swung mercilessly toward the crowd, reminiscent of 3 embedded steel blades. Splat, splat, splat. Crimson liquid sprayed forth, as large strips, chunks, and round masses were severed within the corridor. A riot of colors. The nauseating stench of blood assaulted the senses. Slippery, moist organic matter flowed down the staircase alongside the vibrant long ropes, as many found themselves slipping and tumbling headlong into the chaos. Monsters, monsters, help. A scene reminiscent of hell unfolded, as the crawling beasts relentlessly pursued other humans, their gaping maws voraciously tearing into flesh, the horrific sounds of chewing echoing incessantly. Escape. The refugees scurried about like ants in a frying pan. They fled in a state of utter disarray, shoving against one another in the crowded corridor, helplessly witnessing their kin being torn asunder. Some, paralyzed by the nightmarish sight, stood frozen in place, collapsing to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, a few astute individuals hastily fled toward the corridor exit, darting into various floors and retreating into their rooms, hoping to barricade themselves against the onslaught of the monsters. Roar, roar, roar. The crawling beasts emitted jubilant roars. And within a mere few minutes, the entire corridor had been drenched in blood. A figure emerged. While others fled, he boldly surged against the tide, seemingly unfazed by the monsters within the corridor, stepping purposefully toward them. Yang Feng. A sinister and twisted smile adorned his face, mingled with a hint of exhilaration, as he instinctively licked his lips. The ghostly visage, as dark as ink, as smooth as glass. The ghostly mask enveloped Yang Feng's cheek. A holographic 3-dimensional image materializing in his mind, transforming all information into a multidimensional state. Excellent. 5 aberrations. This saves me the trouble of hunting tonight. In Yang Feng's eyes, those crawling beasts were merely the quarry. Arriving just in time, one massive crawling beast sensed Yang Feng's approach, gradually turned its head, crouching low to the ground, preparing to launch an attack. That it was unmistakably evident that the adversary before him was unlike the previous two-legged sheep. With a thunderous roar, the crawling beast lunged forward with ferocity, its three razor-sharp claws suspended in the air, generating a fierce gust of wind, poised to cleave Yang Feng into 4 segments in an instant. A flash of cold light cut through the air, followed by the sound of metal colliding. Sparks flew as a massive claw spun skyward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Filthy viscous fluid splattered everywhere. As one of the crawling beast's forelimbs was severed cleanly, bone blade, growth form. Yang Feng's fingertips bore several slender and sharp bone blades, which had decisively sliced through the crawling beast's limb. You possess claws. I wield bone blades. The creature let out a pained howl, the tone markedly different from before, and Yang Feng, well versed in the intricacies of the apocalyptic world, understood that it was calling for aid. A cry for help? Indeed. The aberrations were not like ordinary monsters, devoid of consciousness or cognitive ability. These beings, having undergone peculiar mutations, possessed a rudimentary level of intelligence, enabling them to coordinate their hunting strategies akin to a pack of wolves. Yang Feng recalled the data on the crawling beast. Had the canine genes come into play, the crawling beast was a social aberration, inherently endowed with the genetic traits of canines. They instinctively traced back to ancient memories. Mastering the hunting techniques of wolf packs, all intricately inscribed within their DNA sequences, creaks and cracks echoed from the walls as another crawling beast dangled from the ceiling, scuttling down with the agility of a large gecko to provide support for its injured kin. Moreover, from the higher levels of the safety corridor, the sounds of rapid movement from yet another crawling beast could be faintly discerned, hastening towards their location. Encirclement, a grin of exhilaration spread across Yang Feng's face. The more challenging the battle, the more it awakened his latent potential. First, I shall eliminate you. Yang Feng dashed forward, seizing the opportunity to strike down the wounded crawling beast. However, the creature hanging from the ceiling, intent on shielding its injured companion, immediately lunged toward Yang Feng with surprising coordination. Then, I shall kill you first. As he beheld the colossal shadow descending slowly, Yang Feng's peculiar footwork shifted abruptly, retracting the bone blades in his hands, preparing to meet the assault with his bare hands. Deep iron fiber, his muscles tensed, fibers coalescing like steel rods, unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying force, resonating with ominous creaks that a shoulder throw. Yang Feng adjusted his stance, channeling his entire strength into a twisting motion, his hands clamping down like vice grips on the crawling beast's forelimbs. Twisting at the waist, pivoting his hips, and tilting his shoulders, he hurled the creature forward with immense force. Boom! The beast, measuring over 2 meters in length, was violently slammed to the ground by Yang Feng's shoulder throw. The edges of the staircase shattered and splintered, the half-step now riddled with a myriad of cracks, exposing the concrete structure beneath. This strike was a testament to the immense strength Yang Feng possessed. This blow showcased the remarkable finesse of his combat skills. Strength, courage, patience, skill, coupled with a ferocious tenacity, utterly bewildered the crawling beast. Faintly, the sound of porcelain shattering echoed, as the beast's bones evidently succumbed to the onslaught, while its limbs met the edges of the stairs. Delivering the finishing blow is a commendable habit. Yang Feng laughed maniacally, his fist crashing down upon the fallen creature, striking its temple with vehement force. Bone blades emerged, 5 slender and sharp protrusions piercing through one side of its temple and emerging from the other side of its massive cranium, instantly claiming its life. Here it comes again that a multidimensional analysis of information enveloped another crawling beast. Seizing the opportunity of its companion's demise, the beast, now missing a forelimb, launched a ruthless attack. As it swung its claws, it opened its gaping maw to bite at Yang Feng, its sharp teeth glistening menacingly, closing in with alarming speed at an opening. This was Yang Feng's moment of vulnerability. The time to withdraw the bone blades for a counterattack had evidently passed. But I possess more than just bone blades. Instead of retracting, Yang Feng propelled himself into the air, delivering a powerful backward kick. The rabbit kicks the eagle. The strength of a human's thigh surpasses that of their arms by approximately 3-fold. If effectively harnessed, legs can serve as a more formidable weapon than fists. Thud! A resounding impact echoed as Yang Feng's heel struck the crawling beast's jaw with precise accuracy. the force of the kick causing its gaping maw to snap shut instantaneously, shattering numerous teeth in the process. Chapter 22. The Pack of Wolves. Crack. The rabbit kicks the eagle. The brutal kick, with the force of a mighty hammer, smashed into the crawling beast's jaw, scattering its shattered teeth in all directions, followed by the cacophony of porcelain fragments. The entire jaw twisted and exploded under the tremendous power the beast was sent flying, crashing against the wall behind, shaking the corridor as dust cascaded down in large clouds. You shall die too. Immediately, deliver the finishing blow. Yang Feng moved with remarkable speed, capitalizing on the beast's momentary disorientation, launching an uppercut that connected with the shattered jaw, swiftly followed by the emergence of the bone blade. Thwack! The bone blade pierced through the jaw, transgressing into the crown of its head. The second crawling beast was dispatched with equal precision, cleanly and efficiently, without any hesitance. Reinforcements arrived swiftly. Yang Feng lifted his gaze towards the staircase's end, where a third crawling beast was already approaching, soon followed by a fourth, then a fifth, a total of 5 crawling beasts. Particularly, the last of them appeared even more formidable, its muscles strained against its skin, intertwining, emanating a dim green luminescence. Its claws transformed into a vivid emerald hue. Intriguing, though still in its growth phase, it stood at the precipice of metamorphosis. Yang Feng's heart raced wildly. The oppressive aura exuded by this beast was distinctly different from the others. It was on the verge of evolving into a mature form. Once an aberration undergoes such a transformation, its strength would surge dramatically, breaking free from its constraints, emerging as a higher existence. Are you their leader? Yang Feng straightened his posture, fully aware that the crawling beast could not comprehend his words. Yet he still spoke to the unique creature. Point 1 does not require language. The formidable individual can often deduce what another wishes to convey merely through their aura and tone. Roar! That peculiar reptilian creature interpreted Yang Feng's words as a provocation, as a declaration of war. Although the words held no such meaning, it sensed the human before it yearned for battle, an order. The third reptilian beast seemed to have heeded the leader's command, letting out a ferocious roar as it lunged toward Yang Feng. That I shall strike you down. Yang Feng bellowed, his feet executing an erratic dance as his fingertip-released bone blade sliced at an oblique angle toward the side of the reptilian creature. Clang! The clash of metal echoed. Yang Feng's bone blade continuously collided with the beast, but after only a few exchanges, a series of tearing sounds arose. Thud! 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 Yang Feng's movements were uncanny, shifting with minimal amplitude, each repositioning allowing him to evade the creature's onslaught while extending his bone blade to rend flesh. After several maneuvers, he had circled the reptilian beast almost entirely, and when he halted, the creature stood momentarily stunned. With a cacophony of tearing flesh, the dismembered remains erupted, a cascade of vibrant, slick, and soft organic matter flowing forth from the gaping wound. Just as Yang Feng had proclaimed, I shall strike you down. He had indeed eviscerated the creature. Ruthlessness. Yang Feng's actions were brutally violent, yet flowed with an elegant grace. He resembled the legendary butcher of antiquity, effortlessly separating flesh from bone with a single stroke. This was the art of slaughter. Even if one were to train under a master of martial arts, enduring the harsh winters and scorching summers for a decade, relentlessly hacking at wooden dummies, they would never achieve such prowess. Yet Yang Feng had taught himself. Each day, he teetered on the precipice of life and death, honing his combat skills through relentless skirmishes, ultimately transforming into a merciless killing machine. That it was simple. It was merely a matter of familiarity. The more one strikes, the more one discerns where the blade falls most naturally, where it can be wielded with the least effort, the greatest efficiency, and the most lethality. Next, it is your turn. Yang Feng turned to face the peculiar reptilian creature that had yet to offer any support. It was observing. This extraordinary being, seemingly endowed with a higher intellect, suppressed its instinct to hunt and kill, meticulously watching the unfolding battle. Howl! The extraordinary reptilian creature, akin to a wild wolf, raised its head and let out a howl. Followed by an unforeseen action that it fled. It turned and ran. The leader of the reptilian beasts, having assessed the fates of its 3 kin, concluded that the human before it posed an extreme danger. An entity not to be trifled with lightly. Bam! The special reptilian creature smashed through the glass frame of the corridor. Its massive form shattered the wall, and then, like a gigantic gecko, it scuttled along the wall in its escape. The other reptilian beast followed suit, trailing its leader as they vanished into the enveloping night. Intelligence. This was true wisdom. When one cannot prevail, one must flee, discerning the strength of the enemy at the cost of a kin's life. Indeed, a leader on the verge of transformation into maturity. What a cunning beast, a coward. Yang Feng removed his mask, revealing a countenance steeped in disappointment. The battle had barely reached its zenith before it abruptly concluded, leaving him utterly unfulfilled. The crawling beasts, social creatures bearing certain wolf-like traits, were on his mind. If only he could locate their den and eradicate them all in one fell swoop, that he mused, envisioning a mutant on the brink of maturation, its demise promising a bounty of superior quality corpses. In no time, Yang Feng surveyed the battlefield, extracting 3 pale green corpses from the nape of the crawling beasts, judging by the standards of Jade. Their hues were somewhat lacking in vibrancy, with only a portion exhibiting a sunlit imperial green, while the rest fell short in quality. Nonetheless, 3 jade-grade corpses constituted a respectable haul that he stowed them in his pocket and proceeded towards the 19th floor. Having dealt with the crawling beasts and needing to address several pressing matters on the 19th floor, refugees scattered in panic, filling the corridors. Each individual clutched a weapon, yet their bodies trembled, and their faces were contorted in fear, eyes brimming with confusion. Bai Ting, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards, stood resolutely at the forefront. The robust men, wielding blades and iron bars, quaked as they formed a shaky barricade near the emergency exit. Bai Ting, gripping her handgun, aimed menacingly at the entrance, poised to unleash a barrage should any creature dare to approach. Silence reigned in the corridor. No one dared utter a word, save for the muffled sobs of those covering their mouths. The sound of approaching footsteps pierced the stillness, drawing nearer from beyond the emergency exit's threshold. Who could it be? A monster? Bai Ting's grip on her firearm tightened, her hands quaking, the metallic clatter of the weapon echoing ominously. "Don't waste your bullets," a familiar voice resonated from outside. The door to the emergency exit creaked open, revealing not a beast, but the silhouette of Its. Chapter 23. The humanoid monster. As he pushed the door ajar, Yang Feng's figure gradually emerged before the assembled crowd. Yang Feng. Bai Ting's hands trembled uncontrollably around her firearm, yet the sight of the man before her left her momentarily speechless. Yang Feng strolled into the corridor with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing were amiss. He even turned back to wipe the bottom of his shoes against the doorframe, removing some viscous muck as if he had just traversed a muddy downpour. This simple act caused several onlookers to retch on the spot. Ugh, that was no mere sludge. It was clearly a mixture of viscous crimson fluid and crushed organic matter, giving the appearance of mud. "Close the door, Yang Feng. There are monsters outside." "Close the door quickly." Bai Ting's stomach churned violently, but her instinct for survival overshadowed her revulsion. It seemed that sealing the corridor's entrance, cutting off the path to the emergency exit, was the only way to quell the despair that gripped them. "There's no need for that," Yang Feng replied, a hint of mockery in his gaze as he shrugged. "Those monsters have fled, and the remaining ones have been dispatched." "Fled? Dispatched?" Yang Feng's words were simple and casual, seemingly discussing a trivial matter. "What?" Bai Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. The monsters have fled up and slain. How could that be possible? Bai Ting had witnessed those creatures with her own eyes. Their colossal forms capable of completely blocking out a window, and when they squeezed through, they measured over 2 meters in length. From a distance, the size of the crawling beast was only slightly diminished compared to that of a car. Even if they were to trample over the survivor refugees, the latter would not withstand the force. Moreover, with a mere flick of their claws, they could rend a person to shreds. They could open their gaping maws wide enough to sever a body at the waist, chewing a few times before swallowing whole. Human weapons, be they clubs or blades, were akin to mere tickles against such formidable monsters. Would such creatures flee? Would they perish? A first-hand glimpse would reveal the truth. Bai Ting, along with the few bodyguards, was beckoned by Yang Feng to follow him downstairs. "What?" Bai Ting shook her head vigorously, like a rattledrum. She dared not descend at that moment. No, that I won't go down. I won't go down. The very thought of the crawling beast's rampage filled her with an overwhelming sense of despair and terror, and even with 100-fold courage, she would not dare venture downstairs. Yang Feng's gaze sharpened, his cold, piercing eyes sweeping over the group like a blade. They were reminded that the man before them was a demon, a butcher who would kill without a second thought. Disobedience might lead to a far worse fate. Fine. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ting finally steeled herself, trembling as she gripped her gun, following in Yang Feng's wake. The bodyguards exchanged glances, and after a silent consensus, they too fell and stepped behind him. Gagging sounds echoed through the air. Within the safety passage, a foul stench assailed them. A riot of colors, green, pink, and various viscous organic substances, littered the steps, and shattered bodies filled the entire space. The overwhelming sensory assault caused the group following Yang Feng to retch uncontrollably. The safety passage requires cleaning. You few are responsible for it. The reward in supplies can be adjusted slightly higher. Yang Feng stated flatly, causing the bodyguards' faces to turn pale. Such a task was nothing short of psychological pollution. No amount of food could compensate for the trauma to their psyche. Yang Feng continued his descent. The remnants of the crawling beast soon came into view. A monster. Bai Ting involuntarily shrieked at the sight of the massive aberration. It was nearly impossible for anyone to remain calm in its presence. With a swift motion, Yang Feng seized the gun from Bai Ting's hands, preventing any rash actions born from her heightened emotions. Look closely. They are already dead. Yang Feng uttered the harshest words in the most mundane tone. The three creatures, each comparable in size to a small car, lay lifeless on the ground, an unfathomable sight. Dead. Bai Ting's eyes widened as she confirmed that the three monsters were utterly motionless, taking a considerable time to accept this shocking reality. Suddenly, it seemed as though she had recalled something. Bai Ting abruptly turned her head, casting a gaze filled with heightened dread towards Yang Feng. Could it be that you are the one who has slain all these monsters? The truth was already on the verge of revelation. One merely needed to observe Yang Feng's demeanor to understand. He exhibited not the slightest hint of anxiety, treating the monsters with utter indifference. The real reason was he had already dispatched them all. Yet, Yang Feng shook his head. Not all were killed. 2 managed to escape. What a pity. This statement rendered everyone speechless, their shock immeasurable. A pity. What could he possibly lament? Was it truly regrettable that he had not exterminated all the monsters? How absurd. This implied that even abominations such as the crawling beasts were compelled to flee upon encountering Yang Feng. Who, then, was the true monster, the humanoid aberration? Yang Feng himself was the genuine monster. Bai Ting and the surrounding bodyguards now regarded Yang Feng with a transformed perception. Initially, he had merely been a ruthless individual. Later, after eliminating Mo Jianfeng, he became a veritable pariah, someone utterly untouchable. Now, having slain 3 crawling beasts, he transcended human comprehension, resembling nothing less than a humanoid monstrosity. One of the bodyguards knelt before Yang Feng. He was the security captain who had lost an arm to Yang Feng just days prior. Fear had gripped him. He was genuinely frightened. Boss Yang, I was blind to your might and offended you the other day. I bow in apology. Bang, bang, bang. He prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly striking his forehead against the floor, soon becoming bloodied and bruised. What is your name? Yang Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. I am Miao Zhuang. The disarmed Miao Zhuang slowly lifted his bloodied face. Terror and unease etched into his very being. Do not take it to heart. I harbor no feelings towards you. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. I merely regard you as a passing ant. His nonchalant words were not meant to insult. They were a mere statement of fact. Whether Miao Zhuang lived or died was of no consequence to him. He was simply an insignificant passerby, trampled if Yang Feng was in a foul mood, spared if he felt benevolent. Thank you. I am but an ant. An ant. Thank you for your mercy. Upon hearing this, Miao Zhuang's expression brightened, and he prostrated himself once more, finding solace in the humiliation of being likened to an ant, for it meant he could at least survive temporarily. These remains must be removed and incinerated. The remaining tasks are entrusted to you. Yang Feng gestured towards the carcasses of the crawling beasts, then turned his gaze back to Bai Ting. Moreover, Bai Ting, I have several matters to discuss with you. Chapter 24. A gracious return. Several matters? Hundreds. Thousands. They must all be adhered to, whatever the task. Bai Ting had no choice but to comply, for the consequences were beyond her imagination. Many lives had been lost this time. You should find it easier to exploit those refugees. Yang Feng felt no psychological burden, his eyes filled with a chilling indifference. In his view, human lives seemed merely a statistic. Every day, a package of instant noodles. They should be amenable to such an arrangement. Bai Ting shuddered, hesitating for a brief moment, her eyes glinting with a more venomous light. Moreover, with so many lives lost, the food that can be saved will be even greater. Yang Feng furrowed his brow. The conservation of food was not his primary objective, merely a cog in the grand scheme. Human life held little value. Those cowering in their rooms, trembling and merely waiting for death, like timid turtles, were devoid of worth. Yang Feng cast a glance beyond the corridor. The apartment hallway was extensive, lined with numerous rooms, many of which concealed worthless cowards. Bai Ting, standing beside him, forced a smile, eager to speak, yet was interrupted by Yang Feng. Human lives are indeed valuable. Those who dare to fight, muster their courage against monsters, and strive desperately in this apocalypse that possess immense worth. Yang Feng sighed, his eyes flashing with a keen light. As if contemplating a grander design, that I wish to propose a transaction. That a slight smile graced Yang Feng's lips as he produced a grotesque, tumor-like object, resembling a small heart, still warm to the touch. What is this? Bai Ting's eyes widened. The small mass appeared somewhat repulsive, yet there was an ethereal glow pulsing within, mysterious and profound. A corpse tumor. This is the most rudimentary form of a corpse tumor. It was extracted from the cranium of a decaying corpse. Yang Feng's smile took on a more sinister edge as he continued. I require these small tumors, hence I am willing to trade them for supplies and food. The corpse tumor. Bai Ting swallowed hard, beginning to grasp Yang Feng's intent. Fear filled her gaze. If she understood correctly, the refugees must slay the monsters to procure more supplies. Yang Feng's eyes gleamed. His smile became increasingly ferocious as he elaborated. At present, people are exceedingly hungry. One corpse tumor can be exchanged for 10 packages of instant noodles. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree? Bai Ting's beautiful eyes widened in horror, trembling uncontrollably as the truth dawned upon her. You wish for the refugees to hunt those monsters. Bai Ting finally comprehended that hoarding all supplies was not Yang Feng's goal. Rather, acquiring a plethora of corpse tumors was his true plan. This devilish man intentionally curtailed the distribution of food, plunging everyone into a state of hunger, all to incite them to battle against the monsters. Yang Feng neither confirmed nor denied this, that he maintained his cruel, sinister smile, continuing, there will be ample food, steaks, pork, chicken legs, fine wine, anything you desire, consumables. They are all mere resources. The speed at which one can collect corpse tumors is ultimately limited. Thus, he intended to leverage his advantages to gather as many tumors as possible, turning all the refugees in the building into expendable assets in the pursuit of corpse tumors. Of course, Yang Feng had no intention of establishing a power base, nor did he desire to become a local tyrant. Such ambitions were far too cumbersome, and the life of a lone wolf was far more comfortable. However, the idea of herding some slaves to fight for him in the quest for corpse tumors was entirely feasible. In his vision, perhaps not a single one of the apartment survivors would emerge unscathed. While neighbors stockpile food, I shall stockpile neighbors. Yang Feng desired not merely the sustenance of his neighbors, but also their blood, their flesh, their bones, their very lives. To consume them entirely, draining every last drop of blood, all to nourish the dark golden artifact-level specter. On the 4th floor, anxiety loomed heavily in the air. The doors of all the rooms were tightly secured, in fear of an attack from the monstrous beings. Knock, knock, knock. Su Man and the other refugees pounded on the doors, pleading for kind souls to grant them entry. Whoa, let me in. I implore you, let me in. This is my home. It has always been my home. How can you cast me out? I took you in with kindness. Can't I hide for just a little while? Su Man beat against room 407's door, crying out in despair, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls. Eventually, she collapsed weakly against the wall, her state more pitiful than ever. Having gone a day and a night without food, her complexion had turned pale, her body frail. Bruises marred her delicate face, and her arms and fair thighs were swollen, clearly bearing the marks of a beating. Was someone attempting to force her? Her clothing bore signs of being torn, but judging by her demeanor, she appeared resolute, preferring to endure pain rather than yield to her aggressor. Click. Yang Feng approached his room, inserting the key to turn the lock. Upon seeing Yang Feng return, Su Man's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, and she struggled to her feet, making her way over. Yang Feng, can you help me? She implored, biting her lip. Her tear-streaked face was filled with grievance and despair. Her head bowed in supplication. No. Yang Feng decisively rejected her plea. I have already assisted you. You claimed you were out of food, and I promptly provided you with a self-heating hot pot. Su Man, feeling even more wronged, recounted the events of the first day of the apocalypse. when she had offered him food upon hearing his need for assistance. Yet Yang Feng did not truly require it. He was merely mocking her. So what? I believe you are quite kind and should act without expecting anything in return. Yang Feng's words rendered Su Manman speechless. To be a proper altruist, one should give selflessly, adhering to the principle of unrequited devotion. Is kindness truly so repugnant to you? Su Manman's eyes were red-rimmed, bewildered by the disdain Yang Feng harbored toward her. Had she erred in her benevolence? Yang Feng took a moment to reflect, only to be besieged by a torrent of painful memories. Why had he become so callous? Why had he grown to revel in violence? Why had he turned so brutal? Once upon a time, Yang Feng had been a kind-hearted young man, a warm and cheerful boy radiating sunlight. Once upon a time, he had been optimistic, finding joy in aiding others during the apocalypse, expecting nothing in return. And yet, what had come of it? Betrayal, suspicion, misunderstanding, slander, bullying, humiliation to unimaginable torment had shattered his self-esteem, obliterating his once lofty illusions. Shoes muddied with filth trampled upon him, half his face pressed into the mire. The putrid, brownish filth drenched him. Subjected to public humiliation by the strong, enduring the scornful laughter of the masses, for a morsel of food, for half a bottle of clean water, one must contend with a ferocious dog, eliciting laughter from the strong. Yang Feng knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy, repeatedly bowing his head in apology, defending the brothers and lovers he had shared his days with, wishing to shoulder all blame. Yet, upon turning back, he discovered their betrayal. Casting the blame upon him, shame, the darkness of the apocalypse twisted and shattered all remnants of his goodness. He learned to endure it. He learned to remain silent. He learned to become stronger at any cost. He learned to revel in battle, delighting in the deluge of blood, engaging in endless slaughter. He learned to instill fear and despair in his enemies through the most brutal means, and then to tear them apart. Pain, too, is a gift. That which does not kill you only serves to make you stronger. Yang Feng snapped back to reality, his gaze towards Su Manman tinged with a hint of amusement. Thank you for your assistance. Thus, I shall repay you with a grand gesture. Yang Feng patted Su Manman's shoulder, and the aggrieved girl immediately revealed a look of joy, only for the subsequent words to plunge her heart once more into despair. A lesson that I shall impart, a lesson upon you. Your kindness bears no fruit. Yang Feng withdrew his hand, coldly shutting the door, leaving Su Manman standing there in a daze, disheveled by the wind. Returning to his room, Yang Feng retrieved 3 emerald green corpses. Finally, the moment of harvest had arrived. It was time to evolve. Chapter 25, Deep Iron Muscle Fibers. Growth Stage, 3 days. The 3rd day of the apocalypse. Yang Feng's actions had consumed not a moment of time. He produced 3 emerald-grade corpses, their essence glowing faintly, occasionally revealing a hue reminiscent of the imperial green jade. Would he feed them all to the ghost face? No, these 3 corpses were insufficient for the ghost face to evolve. Unable to effect a qualitative transformation, that peculiar crawling beast might return at any moment. Should it evolve into a mature form, it would pose a significant threat, necessitating an immediate enhancement of strength. Yang Feng recalled the fleeing crawling beast. Its muscles glistened a vibrant green, exuding a faint glow, having evidently consumed enough flesh and blood, mere steps away from maturation. Next time, this monster would not be so easily dealt with. The corpse of the crawling beast also served to reinforce muscles. Thus, he would reinforce the deep iron muscle fibers once more, elevating his power to new heights. As for the ghost face, that would require the entire apartment to unite in its sustenance. With determination, Yang Feng crushed the 3 corpses, the vibrant essence seeping into his skin, merging with his muscle fibers, providing an abundant supply of matching energy. Restless, the muscle fibers throughout Yang Feng's body writhed like countless twisting serpents, greedily absorbing the emerald essence until reaching a state of saturation. Evolution, mutation, the fibers radiated a pale blue hue, deepening into a profound azure, becoming more substantial. However, an anomaly arose. The deep iron fibers suddenly spiraled out of control. They grew excessively powerful, unconsciously proliferating wildly, tightening around his bones, threatening to shatter them. Not only that, the deep iron fibers swelled immensely, striving to augment their muscularity, as countless steel-like strands intertwined fiercely, forming an enormous, tangled mass. Overwhelmed by the burden, this body was on the verge of succumbing entirely. The ghostly visage unfurled. So, you dare to rebel again? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? Yang Feng lowered his head, surprisingly threatening the very muscles that comprised him. This time, the deep iron fibers had truly grown obstinate. Even when directly threatened by the ghostly visage, they remained undeterred, continuing to encroach upon other territories. During this growth phase, you can no longer be contained, can you? Although Yang Feng's ghostly visage was an artifact of dark gold grade, it was merely in its nascent form, faintly sensing an inability to suppress the deep iron fibers. Ignoring the warning, very well, Yang Feng's admonitions fell on deaf ears. He opened his gaping maw, and the ghostly visage's fangs sank into the muscle, tearing and gnawing voraciously while siphoning vast quantities of spiritual essence. A substantial chunk of profound azure muscle was consumed as the essence was drained. The deep azure muscle rapidly withered, becoming as fragile as desiccated kindling. The deep iron fibers that finally recognized fear. Its expanded musculature quickly contracted. Reverting to the original elegant proportions and no longer daring to encroach upon other territories, its entire skeletal structure relaxed, once again subdued by the ghostly visage. Humph. Now you understand fear. Do you? Develop properly within your own domain. Yang Feng issued his warnings with a hint of trepidation. Thankfully, possessing a dark gold-grade artifact allowed him to evolve recklessly, otherwise to avoid becoming a monster, he must tread carefully, fully mastering certain traits before daring to acquire new abilities. Such caution would inevitably consume a great deal of time. The deep iron fibers, growth phase, had become increasingly resilient, akin to steel forged through relentless trials, even capable of withstanding the force of large-caliber rifles, while simultaneously maximizing its strength. Hours later, the evolution was complete. Yang Feng exhaled a long breath of stagnant air. The deep iron fibers could no longer advance in their evolution. The ghostly visage could suppress it this time. But should it continue to grow, it would undoubtedly cease to regard him with any respect. Yang Feng reflected on the ghostly visage's capacity for cross-level suppression, a testament to its formidable strength. This ability manifested not only in raw power, but also through an exceptionally unique mechanism, an artifact. The ghostly visage could not only suppress other instruments across levels, but, upon upgrading, might also acquire new extraordinary abilities, triggering even more potent and singular mechanisms. However, that having completed this evolution, it was unlikely that anyone could match Yang Feng's strength in the immediate future. Ghostly visage, young form, dark gold artifact bone blade, growth phase, green jade grade deep iron fibers, growth phase, rare blue sea pattern grade in merely 3 days. Yang Feng had attained such formidable capabilities that a different narrative must be considered. Even if other evolvers were granted additional time, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to catch up to this level, to the point where they would not even glimpse his tail lights or be privy to his exhaust. The apocalypse. Day 4. The apartment officially distributed provisions. This is today's food. The property manager. Bai Ting fulfilled her promise to distribute an entire pack of instant noodles to each resident. Starved and anxious, the majority of the residents had long been on the brink of fainting from hunger. Eagerly peering out of their doors, their eyes greedily fixed on the food-laden cart behind Bai Ting. None dared to seize the opportunity. Beside the cart stood several robust and imposing figures, wielding blades and iron rods. Maintaining order. The times had changed dramatically. Just yesterday, the multitude had risen in defiance, emboldened by the collective spirit of rebellion, ready to join the fray. Today, however, was a different story. Each individual felt weak and isolated, no longer daring to challenge Bai Ting, especially since she was armed. This allocation was scant. Nonetheless, numerous complaints echoed among the crowd. Want to be satiated? Desire more supplies? No problem, as long as you can procure this. Bai Ting produced a corpse tumor, which was unmistakably the sample gifted to her by Yang Feng. The living flesh, exuding a faint glow, was both mysterious and peculiar, still warm to the touch. This was a corpse tumor. From now on, one tumor could be exchanged for 10 packs of instant noodles or their equivalent in food. The shocking news detonated like a deep-water bomb, setting the floor ablaze with chaos. What could possibly be traded for 10 packs of noodles? Kill the undead. Their occipital points might yield such tumors. Bai Ting's proclamation left everyone astounded. The tumors could indeed be harvested from slain monsters. Are you not sending us to our doom? Exactly that I can't even evade them. And now you expect me to hunt those monsters? What a fool's errand. People naturally exhibited signs of panic at the mention of the monsters. And from a distance in the corridor, someone pointed at Bai Ting, hurling curses before hastily retreating from her sight. Yet under the lure of great rewards, valor would surely emerge. Those who had trained in martial arts clenched their fists, eager for action. University students from the archery club retrieved longbows and arrows from their cabinets, contemplating the feasibility of their plans. The pillar of a household glanced at his famished wife and child, seemingly stealing his resolve. Chapter 26. Either erupt in silence or perish in silence. The news spread. The residents of the apartment harbored their own ulterior motives. Yang Feng, having completed his evolution, tidied his body and prepared a lavish bowl of seafood noodles, garnished with sausages and chunks of beef. Slurping with delight that he leaned against the doorframe, listening intently to the various gossip outside. Hey, have you heard? Some are starting to take action. The second-floor emergency exit was crowded with people clearing away the obstacles. The refugees, idling within the apartment, were quick to spread any hint of movement. Have you heard? Why is no one stopping them? What if they clear the barriers and monsters attack? Wouldn't that spell disaster for all of us? More were concerned for their own safety, indifferent to who might perish. But once the passage was opened, the undead would flood into the apartment, leading to unimaginable consequences. Recruiting allies, recruiting teammates. Is anyone prepared to join in the hunt for monsters? Remarkably, there are individuals shouting for companions, as if they were merely leveling up in a game, completely devoid of any sense of danger. Quite amusing. Yang Feng savored a large piece of beef, slurped a mouthful of noodles, and followed it with a sip of soup, instantly feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Turning his head, he noticed Su Man from room 407, leaning against the wall, gazing longingly at the delicious food in her hands. By the looks of you, it appears you haven't eaten yet. Hasn't the food for today already been distributed? Yang Feng inquired with curiosity, but Su Man lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears, responding in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. I was robbed again. Just as Su Man had received a packet of instant noodles, it was swiftly snatched away by other refugees. Indeed, a kind-hearted person is often taken advantage of. Everyone knows of her benevolence, and that she is easily bullied. And in this extreme environment, such behavior becomes even more unrestrained and reckless. Despair. Her eyes were filled with hopelessness, as if she had lost all expectation for this world. Wiping away her tears, Su Man slowly rose from the ground, seemingly resolved, and began to walk towards the exit door. Yang Feng was somewhat taken aback. Either one erupts in silence or dies in silence. Perhaps Su Man had lost her senses, contemplating leaving the apartment. Could she truly aspire to hunt those monsters? Yang Feng averted his gaze, returning to his room. Peering out the window below, it's clear. The obstacles in the escape route have been removed. A few men, wielding knives and clad in heavy clothing, stealthily emerged from the entrance of the escape route. Miao Zhuang? Yang Feng recognized the burly man missing an arm. It was indeed the security team leader, Miao Zhuang, daring to take risks for food. Fortunately, Yang Feng had already cleared the majority of the corpses in the inner courtyard. Otherwise, they would have encountered monsters head-on and been immediately surrounded. The corpses, during the daytime, their mobility slows considerably. Their distorted bodies can absorb sunlight, undergoing a form of photosynthesis to extract a small amount of energy. Yang Feng glanced again at the side of the courtyard, where the wandering corpses, evidently alerted to the presence of the crowd by sound and scent, began to converge. It was daytime now. The strength of the corpses would diminish significantly. Were it night, they would enter a state of heightened frenzy, activating their full corporeal vitality, and the likelihood of obtaining corpse tumors after slaying them would increase. This is precisely why Yang Feng always chose to hunt monsters at night. Attack, roar, combat was imminent as several men, wrapped tightly in their garments, swung their blades at the corpses. The monsters roared in fury, summoning more of their kind, baring their gaping maws, and wielding their dark claws in a chaotic melee. These men faced monsters for the first time. These men fought desperately for the first time. Their lack of experience resulted in even greater problems. A loose grip on the knife could lead to it slipping from their hands. The sharp blade struck the hardest of skulls, yet lacked the force to cleave it, becoming lodged within the bony crevice. This is the stark reality. These once boastful and imposing men, when thrust into the crucible of battle, resemble mere shadows of their former selves, flailing wildly, yet failing to strike at vital points. The reanimated corpses retaliate, their black claws shredding through thick garments, followed by a gushing torrent of crimson fluid, soon accompanied by steaming chunks of organic matter being excavated and ravenously devoured. novices, inexperienced, clinging to a delusion of battlefield luck. I am the protagonist. On the battlefield, I am the most fortunate. On the battlefield, I shall endure until the end. On the battlefield, I am the main character, and all others are mere NPCs. However, when you lie gravely injured and your body is relentlessly torn apart, witnessing a grotesque creature extract a still-beating crimson heart from your chest, feeling the essence of life rapidly ebb away, that sense of misplaced fortune dissipates in an instant. I will die. The air is filled with unending screams, as more monsters converge, and countless greedy humans are brought down, followed by the haunting sounds of tearing and gnashing. The apocalypse is not a playground. Yang Feng observed the chaos below, a slight smirk gracing his lips, revealing a deeper cruelty. Infuriating. Damn it, damn it, damn it. No matter how many I kill, it never ends. I curse you. Some, blinded by rage, wielded their cleavers with fervor until the blades dulled and nicked. Wails filled the air. Others crumbled under the pressure, tears streaming down their faces in despair. More chose to flee the battlefield, discarding their weapons as they sprinted towards safety. Yet, one figure caught Yang Feng's attention, the Man. She picked up a kitchen knife and rushed to the felled monsters. Heedless of the danger, hastily severing the nape to seek out the corpse. Tumor. 1, 2, 3 to resolute. She gritted her teeth, overcoming her fear, frantically rummaging through the remains. Last, she secured a tumor, claiming her hard-won prize. Damn it. That corpse was slain by me. You little thief, return it. A burly man surged forward, seizing Man's hair and wresting the tumor from her grasp. Picking fruit. It's not that simple. Man's expression fluctuated. Once kind and gentle, she had been battered daily, her hopes slowly eclipsed by deep despair. Ruthlessness. I must be even more ruthless. That I will not be bullied, nor humiliated. Man's gaze shifted, now laced with a cold, venomous intensity. She brandished her kitchen knife and lunged at the man who had just assaulted her. 1 thrust, piercing his back. Mine. That tumor is mine. Chapter 27. Heavy casualties mine. Man's pupils constricted as the knife plunged into the man's back. The man's body slackened and fell. He never anticipated that the usually harmless, submissive Man would dare to kill at this critical moment. Die? Perish. Man roared in a cathartic frenzy, driving the kitchen knife down again and again. The hot, crimson liquid splattering across her face, blood-soaked. Man was drenched in gore, her fierce expression rendering her even more terrifying. She seized the grotesque relic, her eyes ablaze with a murderous fury, then shifted towards the nearby remains of a decayed corpse, immediately lunging forth to continue her relentless harvest. How could this be? The onlookers stood in stunned silence. In their hearts, Man had always embodied a pure and benevolent spirit, eagerly aiding every soul she encountered. Her smile seemingly infused with the warmth of sunshine, and now, she appeared to have transformed into a different being entirely, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. Had she succumbed to the taint of mutation? Surely, her inner turmoil must be profound. Yang Feng sat by the window, observing the fierce battle between humanity and monstrosity. Man's transformation did not surprise him. Even a cornered rabbit might bite. And when a person is driven to desperation, anything can transpire. In just a few short days of this apocalypse, Yang Feng had witnessed the entirety of Man's metamorphosis. Good intentions met with ill fortune. Genuine kindness exchanged for betrayal. Those refugees she had once aided now ravenously seized the hard-won provisions, even attempting to tear her clothing in acts of humiliation. What torment must have plagued Man's heart? Bit by bit, her kindness was crushed, her fervor extinguished, her optimistic worldview gradually unraveling, ultimately culminating in this wretched state. Retreat. We must withdraw quickly. The number of monsters in the courtyard has surged. We need to escape. The crowd fought valiantly, yet the cacophony of their struggle attracted even more creatures, wailing and howling as they encircled the apartment's entrance. Ewa, the sounds of despair echoed through the air. Some, blinded by rage, plunged deep into the throng of corpses, only to realize, upon regaining their senses, that they were utterly alone, surrounded solely by grotesque, rotting figures. Retreat. The defeat was as catastrophic as an avalanche. The circle of survivors contracted swiftly, each desperate to flee towards the stairwell. Hurry! Block the path with obstacles. Those who had managed to return to the second floor hastily pushed heavy objects down to prevent the monsters from breaching the apartment during this brief reprieve. Damn, I'm still down here. Don't seal it off. There are others behind. Many had not yet made it back to the second floor, and as they beheld the ever-mounting barricade, they could not help but curse. They scrambled atop cabinets and tables, seizing the fleeting opportunity before the passage was completely obstructed, hastily climbing back to the second floor through the narrow openings. My leg, a large wardrobe toppled, crushing the leg of a poor soul, rendering them temporarily immobile. The grotesque creatures approached. The clawing monstrosity lunged towards the unfortunate victim, followed swiftly by the sounds of tearing and gnawing. Tough luck for you. Struggle a bit longer. Buy us some time. The surrounding humans merely cast indifferent glances at him, some even relishing his misfortune, seizing the opportunity to escape through the gaps while the corpse feasted. In the end, the passageway was once more blocked. A few unfortunate souls remained trapped outside, soon met with renewed screams of anguish. Scalding, crimson liquid seeped through the cracks below, saturating the corridor with a faint, metallic scent of blood. The casualties were grievous. Morale plummeted. Among the gathered brave souls, there were over 30, yet after a series of fierce confrontations and unforeseen calamities, only a handful returned. More than half perished outside. The apocalypse is no playground. Even the most rudimentary of undead monstrosities pose a grave danger to ordinary individuals. With the specter of death looming ever closer, "Help me," a voice cried out in desperation, echoing against the dimly lit walls. Though he had managed to return in time, a substantial chunk of flesh had been torn from his thigh, severing an artery, and blood flowed profusely in a relentless stream. With a swift motion, an experienced veteran tore his clothing into strips, binding them tightly around the base of the wounded thigh, attempting to staunch the bleeding. There has been a severe loss of blood. Someone, please assist. We must stop the bleeding. He is on the brink of death. Many gathered to witness the scene, yet few were capable of offering aid. However, one doctor stepped forward resolutely. I have tools in my room. Who will fetch them for me? A young man seized the keys and hurried towards the designated floor. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause suddenly resonated through the corridor. A man approached, his eyes glinting with mockery, as he spoke in a derisive tone. What a splendid display of humanity, uniting to rescue a corpse. How noble indeed. Yet, just moments ago, you barred others from the path, allowing them to be torn apart by monsters. Young foam. His scornful words ignited a fire of indignation in the hearts of those present. The situation had been urgent. Those creatures could have burst in at any moment, necessitating the swift sealing of the passage. The retired soldier, displaying remarkable composure amidst the chaos, glanced at the wounded man beside him. The circumstances have shifted. Saving one is better than saving none. A valid point. Yang Feng conceded inwardly that it was commendable that the veteran retained his wits after such carnage. Alas, the individual you strive to save is on the verge of becoming a monster. Yang Feng gestured toward the injured man, whose thigh bore a gaping, festering wound. The once vibrant blood now tainted a dark, ominous hue. Contagion. Anyone bitten by these creatures stands a high likelihood of mutation into a monster, unless their will is exceptionally strong. Otherwise, they shall transform into a ghoul within mere hours. The doctor recoiled in shock, abruptly springing away from the wounded man in his haste to render aid. He had neglected to observe any precautions against infection. The thought of contamination sent a chill down his spine. Fear not, it's merely saliva contamination. The scratches from their claws could also be a concern. Yang Feng wore a playful smirk as he patted the doctor's shoulder. The moment the possibility of his own infection arose, the doctor instinctively distanced himself. A wave of terror swept over the crowd as they processed Yang Feng's words. They hastily inspected their own bodies, dreading any remnants of injury left by the undead. Please check my back. Do I have any wounds? It's just a scrape, not a bite. That you'll be fine. Absolutely fine. For some, relief washed over them as they discovered their safety. Others, however, became their own worst enemies, succumbing to panic over minor abrasions and swelling. Meanwhile, a few remained silent, concealing their injuries and quietly fading into the crowd. The wounded man, losing too much blood, felt his consciousness slipping away into a haze. This circumstance will accelerate the transmission rate, as an unearthly growl involuntarily emanates from the throat, while the body undergoes rapid transformation. The nails on his fingers gradually envelop the entire phalanx, morphing into grotesquely shaped claws. The teeth of the wounded individual, extensively decayed, give way to razor-sharp fangs reminiscent of a shark, scattered haphazardly throughout the mouth. Infection, mutation. The injured man trembles violently, his eyes rolling back to reveal only the whites. Presenting a ghastly and terrifying visage, on the brink of transforming into a grotesque cadaverous creature. With a swift thrust, a kitchen knife plunges into the man's neck. Man. She, without a moment's hesitation, strikes, then withdraws the knife, severing the base of the skull in search of the anticipated corpse tumor. TSK, quite fearsome. Yang Feng muses against the wall, noting how unsettling it is to witness the transformation of a benevolent figure into something so terrifying. Chapter 28. The past is the past. The present is the present. With a snap of his fingers, Yang Feng draws attention to the sound of a cart being pushed at the end of the corridor. Bai Ting leads the way, followed closely by several burly bodyguards, who present a substantial amount of supplies before the crowd. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Starting today, all corpse tumors you acquire must be surrendered to me. Yang Feng does not intend to conceal his identity, stepping forward amidst the astonished gazes of those present. That is Yang Feng from the 4th floor. Bai Ting and those bodyguards have betrayed Mo Jianfeng. Haven Tide, I heard rumors that Mo Jianfeng had been killed by that kid long ago. His body was carried out. Whispers of speculation circulate among the crowd. The glances directed at Yang Feng now carry an air of trepidation. Having eliminated the chief of the organization and compelled Bai Ting and the bodyguards to submit, he undoubtedly possesses formidable capabilities. Very well. 1 corpse tumor will be exchanged for 10 bags of instant noodles. Let the trade commence. Yang Feng steps aside, while Bai Ting, resembling a shopkeeper, arranges the supplies neatly. Food. This is a bun stained with blood. Over 30 individuals charged forth, yet only a mere 10 have returned. The remainder torn to shreds by monsters, a cost far too great to bear. 1. But a retired soldier steps forward, slowly opening his palm to reveal a corpse tumor, in his 40s, with a resolute gaze and scars adorning his face. His right hand bears the deformity of past injuries and calluses from handling a firearm. Though age has taken its toll, his physical prowess remains formidable. Provide him with food. Yang Feng accepts the tumor and, out of curiosity, inquires, "What is your name?" Su Hong. The veteran Su Hong replies coolly, harboring little fondness for Yang Feng, and as he takes 10 bags of instant noodles, he prepares to depart. Do not rush. After the distribution of supplies, I have other matters to announce. Yang Feng blocks Su Hong's path. His revelation of identity naturally entails other, more significant announcements. For merely exchanging supplies is a task Bai Ting and the bodyguards could easily manage. Humph. Su Hong snorts disdainfully, retreating slightly. Continue with the exchanges. Yang Feng waves his hand, and an old acquaintance steps forward, none other than Miao Zhuang, from whom he had severed an arm. Yang Feng, boss. Miao Zhuang presents a sycophantic demeanor, bowing and nodding towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling a twinge of misjudgment towards the one-armed Miao Zhuang. This former captain of the bodyguards, reduced to a pitiful state, knelt before him, his forehead bloodied from the act of obsequiousness, embodying abject humility, timidity, and cowardice. How could such a weakling muster the courage to contend with those monsters? A mere corpse tumor. Miao Zhuang opened his palm to reveal a corpse tumor. I do not want instant noodles, that I desire beef. He gestured towards the supplies in the cart, indicating a large bag of vacuum-packed cooked beef. His appetite was quite substantial. Yang Feng's interest was piqued. He nodded for Bai Ting to procure the beef, then smiled and inquired, "What compels you to partake in this operation?" Miao Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting towards the bodyguards behind Bai Ting. His expression somewhat peculiar. I wish to prove myself. Even with just one arm, I am still the boldest, the fiercest fighter. So that was it. Miao Zhuang had once been the head of security, but after losing an arm, his status had significantly diminished. Coupled with his prior supplication to Yang Feng, he had become the subject of scorn among many. To prove himself, Miao Zhuang felt the need to demonstrate to those bodyguards that he remained the most formidable, the most daring of them all. With a ripping sound, Miao Zhuang tore open the packaging and stuffed a large piece of beef into his mouth, flaunting it before his former comrades, showcasing this delicacy won through peril. Quite intriguing. Yang Feng diverted his gaze, now focusing on a graceful figure approaching. Su Man. Su Man had shed her gentle and kind demeanor, now drenched in crimson liquid, wielding a kitchen knife, resembling a deranged killer who had escaped from a mental asylum. She advanced, extending her other hand to reveal 2 corpse tumors. Fortune smiles upon me. I am also in need of meat, steak, beef, chicken legs, marinated eggs, ham sausages, instant noodles. Su Man lowered her voice, pointing out several items. Their combined worth likely exceeding 20 packs of instant noodles. Bai Ting, as the resource manager, appeared somewhat troubled, refusing. Please wait. I must first calculate the total value. The corpse tumors you provided are insufficient. I do not care. I am famished. I want food, delicious food. Just put it on credit. I will find more corpse tumors to exchange. Su Man had indeed lost her senses, audaciously seeking credit, completely disregarding the consequences for the sake of a good meal. The surrounding bodyguards closed in, ready to subdue the frantic woman. Grant her credit. The 3 simple words left Bai Ting and the surrounding bodyguards momentarily stunned. Yang Feng, unexpectedly benevolent, had actually agreed to extend credit to Su Man without providing any explanation. Very well. Bai Ting reluctantly retrieved a plastic bag, filling it with 5 packs of instant noodles, 1 pack of steak, 1 pack of cooked beef, 2 grilled sausages, and 1 chicken leg, before handing it to Su Man. The others looked on in astonishment. Can we also have credit? I've had terrible luck. I am certain to acquire corpse tumors next time. If others can have credit, why can't we? I've slain more monsters than her. The individuals returning empty-handed clamored loudly, with some resorting to sheer insolence. Their lament was not for scarcity, but for inequality. Yang Feng, however, merely scoffed, his gaze condescending, as if regarding refuse, dismissing the raucous few with disdain. Those who failed to procure the corpse tumors were, to him, nothing more than useless detritus. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to step forward. Yang Feng provocatively beckoned the crowd with a flick of his finger. Among them, a burly man adorned with tattoos covering his back swaggered forth with an air of arrogance. Hey, kid, you appear rather young. You might not have much experience with the ways of society. Your brother back in the day. Before the man could finish his sentence, a massive hand swiftly grasped half of his face and forcefully slammed it against the wall. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as chunks of plaster flew off. Fissures spreading like a spider's web across the surface. The self-proclaimed big brother found half his face embedded in the wall, a stream of hot crimson fluid gushing forth, his skull utterly shattered. He was dead, in a single blow. His life had been extinguished. Surrounding onlookers gasped in shock, particularly Su Hong, a retired Special Forces soldier who understood the immense force required for such a strike. The past is the past. The present is the present. In this apartment, my word is law. Those who dare defy me will meet this fate. Yang Feng resembled a tyrannical dictator, offering no room for negotiation. The crowd fell silent, trembling as they exchanged their corpse tumors, too intimidated to utter another word. 8. This time, I've collected a total of 8 corpse tumors. Not bad, he mused. That's worth the toil of half a night. With a satisfied smile, he tucked them away. Next came the main event. Yang Feng gradually stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the crowd. First, allow me to demonstrate. He approached the mutated corpse of a former victim, snapping off one of its sharp teeth, and then drew it across his palm. The jagged edge sliced into his flesh, releasing a few drops of vivid crimson fluid. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Is he out of his mind? They murmured. Was he truly willing to risk infection, to become a twisted, deformed monstrosity? Fear not, he reassured them. You can see that I am unafraid of infection. Chapter 29. What, then, is the cost? Unafraid of infection. What was most terrifying about those decaying corpses? Was it their sharp teeth or their lethal claws? No, the greatest horror lay in their overwhelming infectiousness. A single scratch could lead to monstrous transformation. There is no need for restraint. There is no need to fear becoming a monster. I can grant you power. So that when you engage in battle with these creatures, you can unleash your full potential. Yang Feng spread his arms wide, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of madness. The mere notion of unrestrained combat was enough to stir excitement. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The information was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily in disbelief. Granting power? What secrets did this seemingly youthful man truly possess? Not merely immune to infection, the power recently displayed by Yang Feng, capable of smashing a human skull against the wall with a single strike, transcends the limits of ordinary individuals. Restless and eager for conflict, those who have fought and battled are profoundly aware of the significance of strength, each quietly calculating the implications in their minds. But what is the cost? You just mentioned that power is lent to us. What, then, is the interest? The veteran Su Hong was the first to grasp the reality, understanding deeply that there are no free lunches, especially in this apocalyptic world where even crumbs are not left for you, slaves. Anyone who accepts my power must become a slave. Yang Feng's smile grew more sinister, and the content of his proposition was utterly outrageous. Difficult to accept. The only condition is this: complete obedience to my commands. Even if it means facing death, you must execute them without hesitation. Is this truly a condition? It is nothing short of an insult. The onlookers were filled with anger, their eyes betraying their outrage. To be utterly reduced to slavery, fulfilling the whims of a master, is a fate worse than that of beasts. Angered, Yang Feng let out a cold laugh. Not soothing the crowd with false promises, but rather pouring fuel on the flames by articulating even more intolerable conditions. When besieged by hordes of corpses, a single command necessitates sacrificing oneself to carve a path for me. When pursued by aberrant creatures, one must remain behind to buy me time. On days when I am displeased and wish to witness a fight among crickets, several slaves must engage in combat for my amusement. Giving their all. The more he spoke, the more outrageous his demands became. Within his words, slaves were regarded as lesser than beasts, mere cannon fodder, playthings to be toyed with. A madman that I refused to play along any longer. The veteran Su Hong, unable to accept this, seized his spoils and turned to leave. Most followed suit. No one would willingly place their lives in the hands of a lunatic. Moreover, to become someone's slave, stripped of all freedom, is utterly absurd, is it not? As the crowd dispersed, surprisingly, 3 individuals remained, seemingly prepared to accept Yang Feng's terms. The first, Miao Zhuang. His decision to stay did not catch Yang Feng off guard. Miao Zhuang was the most aware of Yang Feng's formidable strength within the entire apartment complex. In an instant, Miao Zhuang's arm was severed by Yang Feng. He had witnessed the downfall of the great boss Missouri Jianfeng at Yang Feng's hands, who astonishingly withstood gunfire with his flesh. Miao Zhuang had even seen the corpses of crawling beasts. He had witnessed Yang Feng slaughter 3 colossal monsters, each the size of a car, illustrating his undeniable prowess. Thus, Miao Zhuang understood deeply Yang Feng's might. Even as a mere slave beneath him, it could be considered a stroke of fortune to be attached to such a powerful figure. The second, Su Manman. Her decision to remain was indeed unexpected. To destroy a person, one merely needs to orchestrate the worst day of their life. The experiences of the past few days in this apocalypse had gradually transformed Su Manman. Her once kind and innocent heart shattered to pieces. Betrayal, insult, bullying. Her worldview collapsed in an instant. Su Manman had endured until today, finally erupting in darkness, becoming ruthless and extraordinarily cruel. Your decision to stay surprises me. I find myself curious. Do you not harbor hatred towards me? Yang Feng jestingly remarked that in recent days, he had not spared any opportunity to mock Su Manman, and it would be only natural for her to harbor resentment towards him. I hate your indifference. Wishing fervently to plunge a knife into your heart, Su Manman said through gritted teeth. Yet, with a shift in her tone, she continued, however, I now realize that much of what you said was indeed correct. The grand gift you bestowed upon me was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, revealing to me just how Navi I truly am. Strength that I require strength, at any cost. These words momentarily startled Yang Feng. The lesson he had imparted to Su Manman was indeed a profound one, a lesson in the futility of good intentions that go unappreciated. In the shadows, Su Manman pondered deeply over numerous matters. What is truly right? What constitutes genuine kindness? And what mistakes she had made? The answer was glaringly evident. Her kindness was hypocritical, obsessive, and extreme. It was merely a fade for seeking praise, respect, recognition, and to satisfy her own vanity as a pure, kind-hearted girl. Enlightenment dawned upon her. Yang Feng, observing her, understood everything. A consciousness had awakened within her, shattering her former self and giving rise to a new identity. Finally, Yang Feng turned his gaze to a third individual, a young man with dyed yellow hair, adorned with a full sleeve of tattoos and intricate designs etched upon each of his 10 fingers. Boss Yang Feng, I am Huang Fei, he introduced himself, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. This lad exuded a casual demeanor, lacking in determination. Such smooth-talking individuals were not unfamiliar to Yang Feng from his past life. He seemed more like someone seeking to align himself with a powerful figure, hoping to bask in the shade of a grand tree while reaping the benefits of bestowed strength. In truth, Huang Fei harbored similar thoughts. A slave, merely words. Who could predict what might transpire in the future? First, he'd secure some advantages, and later, if the opportunity arose, he could make his escape. Perhaps even stab him in the back and seize everything he possessed. As Huang Fei indulged in his fantasies, Yang Feng placed a hand on his shoulder. Huang Fei, you'll do just fine. Follow me. Without further ado, Yang Feng turned and ascended the stairs, with the others trailing closely behind. On the 19th floor, a peculiar room had been meticulously arranged. In the center stood a bed, equipped with chains capable of binding hands and feet, reminiscent of a sinister doctor's laboratory. Huang Fei, you may lie down first. Yang Feng instructed, causing an immediate sense of unease within him. Me first. Could someone else go before me? Before he could finish, Yang Feng's eyes glinted coldly, sending a shiver through Huang Fei's entire being. Reluctantly, he complied, lying down as his limbs were secured by the chains. Yang Feng produced a syringe and then retrieved a peculiar growth, inserting the syringe into the small fleshy tumor and slowly extracting a viscous substance. The viscous material shimmered with flecks of fluorescence, unmistakably the source of aberration capable of distorting the very essence of the soul. Huang Fei gazed at the syringe, his heart pounding with trepidation, a wave of fear washing over him. These corpses, after all, were extracted from the bodies of monsters. What would happen if they were injected into a human? Wouldn't that transform him into a monster as well? Yang Feng, the boss, you wouldn't intend to inject me with this, would you? Wait. I regret it. I no longer wish to be a slave. Hold on. Just because you say you won't be a slave, does that mean you truly won't be one? With a hint of cruel amusement, Yang Feng approached Huang Fei, the needle piercing down with ruthless precision, directly embedding itself into his heart. Chapter 30. Increase the dosage. The ethereal substance, shimmering with fluorescence, was injected into Huang Fei's body. The heart, governing the circulation of blood throughout the body, allowed the ethereal substance to merge with the blood at an alarming speed, triggering a peculiar physiological response. It hurts. It feels as though ants are gnawing at me. It itches. The ethereal substance spread rapidly, gradually blending with the blood, visibly dark liquid coursing through the veins, causing the surrounding flesh to decay swiftly. The taint of lingering souls began to erode his body. Steady your resolve. Your body is yours to command. Do not let foreign impurities corrupt you. Yang Feng observed Huang Fei with an expression of detached indifference, his words laced with mockery. Eyes rolling back, fangs bared, Huang Fei foamed at the mouth, his body convulsing violently, the vile, corrupted blood already creeping up to his neck, surging toward his brain. Ugh. Roar. Huang Fei emitted a low growl, unrecognizable as human, ultimately devolving into a frenzied roar, completely losing his humanity, becoming a grotesque corpse monster. Man. It is your turn to deal with him. Yang Feng directed his gaze at Man. Stepping aside to allow her to confront the abominable Huang Fei. Was this the first command issued to a slave? Without hesitation, Man advanced with a kitchen knife, thrusting it forward and piercing through Huang Fei's neck. How fortunate! He has developed a corpse tumor. At least it was not in vain. Yang Feng observed the ethereal substance coalescing at the nape of Huang Fei's neck, forming a brand new corpse tumor. Man excised the tumor and placed it into Yang Feng's hand, signifying the completion of her first command. Miao Zhuang. Drag the corpse away. The next one is your turn, Yang Feng commanded. And Miao Zhuang trembled slightly, hesitating for a few seconds, yet ultimately complied, lying on the bed and binding his limbs with chains. The cautionary tale, the grim consequences of Huang Fei's failed procedure were vividly etched in his memory. Miao Zhuang was engulfed by fear, an involuntary chill coursing through him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Your will must be far stronger than that of the little yellow-haired one just now. Yang Feng approached with a smile, patting Miao Zhuang's shoulder. Thus, Miao Zhuang felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Surely, this meant an increased chance of survival, right? Therefore, I must increase the dosage. Yang Feng revealed a devilish grin, picking up 2 corpse tumors and slowly extracting the ethereal substance from one with a syringe. Boss Yang Feng, I fear I may not be able to endure this. Miao Zhuang began to struggle violently, a wave of terror enveloping his entire being. When he lifted his head, all he could see was a sinister grin from Yang Feng. With a swift puncture, the syringe pierced his heart, and the ethereal substance was injected, quickly merging with his blood, coursing through his arteries to every corner of his body. Ah, 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 ah. Miao Zhuang let out a tormented howl. The intense effect of the drug felt like a swarm of ants gnawing at his heart, akin to countless centipedes writhing beneath his skin. Endure, endure, and endure some more. Miao Zhuang fought desperately, his body trembling violently. His yellowed teeth nearly grinding to dust, his eyes rolled back, revealing vast expanses of white, as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet he stubbornly held on. That I do not wish to die. I refuse to become a monster. I want everyone to respect me. Ah, 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 ah. Miao Zhuang roared with a heart-wrenching cry, relying on his self-awareness to resist the corruption of the ethereal substance. Time passed slowly. The intensity of Miao Zhuang's tremors gradually diminished. His body was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as if he had lost copious amounts of blood. Have succeeded. Miao Zhuang had triumphed, fully resisting the invasion of the ethereal substance. Undergoing a complete transformation. A new breed of humanity, a person capable of bearing a necrotic tumor or resisting the invasion of infection, could evolve into this new form of human, stronger in power, faster in speed, most crucially, immune to infection, no longer fearing the transformation into a mindless monster after being attacked by a decaying corpse. Of course, the strength of this new breed was still far from that of an evolved being. Yet it was already considerably superior to that of an ordinary person. Congratulations, you have become my slave. Yang Feng's congratulations sounded quite disconcerting, as if becoming his slave were a matter of great pride. Now it's your turn, Su Man. Yang Feng instructed Su Man to lie on the bed, then retrieved a syringe and 2 necrotic tumors, extracting the ethereal substance from one of them. More. Su Man lay bound on the bed, glancing at the nearby necrotic tumors, and surprisingly requested an increased dosage. Do you have any idea what increasing the dosage entails? For an ordinary person, enduring even 1 necrotic tumor is a challenge. A person of firm will might barely withstand 2 tumors. Those seasoned veterans, hardened by the battlefield and jungle, can manage at most 3 to 4. Drawing from his own experience, Yang Feng educated Su Man, warning that it is exceedingly perilous for an ordinary person to recklessly increase the dosage during their first transformation. I want 4. Su Man's gaze was resolute, voluntarily escalating the dosage to 4 necrotic tumors. Very well, don't regret it. I certainly do not wish to waste these tumors. Yang Feng's expression revealed excitement. The darkened saint. Just how robust is her capacity to endure? For necrotic tumors were drawn into the syringe. Approaching Su Man, Yang Feng held the syringe aloft, the fluorescent substance within flickering, nearly filling the entire vial. With a swift thrust, the syringe was injected. The ethereal essence of the 4 necrotic tumors merged into Su Man's bloodstream. Rapidly undergoing a grotesque transformation, turning into a foul hue, the corruption spread swiftly, leaving behind a trail of rotting flesh, forming extensive, festering sores. Su Man refuses to concede, enduring immense pain. Yet her gaze remains resolutely steadfast. I shall seek vengeance. I shall seek vengeance. Those who have betrayed, bullied, and insulted me shall escape unscathed no longer. I crave power. I crave power. I crave power. As Su Man writhes in agony, she bellows in fury. Revenge is the greatest impetus for her survival. Her formidable willpower acts like a dam, effectively blocking the corruption of the ethereal essence. Is this truly a barrier? If so, then 4 fragments are hardly your limit. Yang Feng revealed a devilish grin, then produced a syringe, extracting 2 more essences from the corpse tumors and forcefully injecting them into Su Man's artery. Struggle a bit longer to go a bit matter. The more essence you absorb, the stronger you will become upon your initial evolution, and it will elevate your capacity to endure power. Yang Feng spoke beside her, seemingly encouraging her to resist the corruption of the essence as much as possible. Consider the mother and child who took away your sustenance and your shelter. Reflect on the refugees who consumed your resources, then cast you into a corner. Think of those who assaulted you, insulted you, and tormented you. Contemplate those with nefarious intentions, who sought to tear your garments asunder in the dead of night, wishing to utterly humiliate you and unleash their desires. Yang Feng's words pierced Su Man's heart like daggers. I must survive, survive, survive. I must seek vengeance. I must seek vengeance. I must seek vengeance. Su Man roared, the chains binding her clanking violently. Even the bed creaked in protest. Her body was undergoing evolution. Chapter 31. Su Man's luxurious beef noodles. Evolution. 6 corpse tumors at once. This quantity could elevate a special organ of the green jade. Su Man screamed with a heart-wrenching fervor, while her already vibrant physique underwent a series of transformations. Bone density increased, muscle resilience strengthened, pulmonary function enhanced, reflex speed accelerated. Everything was progressing favorably. This was a comprehensive augmentation. The bed beneath Su Man was on the verge of breaking, the clanging of the iron chains resonating like a furious beast. Until the very end, Su Man's evolution was fully realized. She lay on the bed, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes mingled with weakness and disbelief. Even she found it miraculous that she had survived. Excellent. Su Man. You are now my slave. Yang Feng smiled slightly, unshackling her chains. Master, Su Man left the bed and knelt directly before Yang Feng, even uttering this profoundly humiliating title. Congratulations, you have become the new humanity. Your bodies will vastly surpass those of ordinary individuals, and you will be immune to infections, no longer succumbing to monstrous transformations from wounds. Yang Feng first applauded Miao Zhuang and Su Man. But then his expression changed, revealing an overwhelming aura of authority. From this moment onward, you shall repay your debts. Yang Feng resembled a dark overlord, displaying a bloodthirsty grin. Miao Zhuang, you are to submit at least 1 corpse tumor daily. Su Man, you must submit no less than 2. This is merely temporary. A new recruit's grace period. After 3 days, the required quantity of corpse tumors will double. Yang Feng set rigid quotas for both, establishing a minimum standard that must be met every day. Slaves. High-grade consumables, sustaining the dark gold tier, ghost face, necessitates a vast quantity of corpse tumors, which these slaves will incessantly provide. This is the cost. Gaining power demands a price. Regardless of the means employed, the submitted corpse tumors must not fall short. If sufficient corpse tumors are not collected, Miao Zhuang felt a twinge of anxiety. The impending doubling of the required corpse tumors meant he would have to slay nearly 20 decaying corpses each day. What if he got injured? What if he couldn't submit in time? Yang Feng's gaze darkened as he looked down upon Miao Zhuang, a hint of bloodlust in his voice as he slowly remarked, "Then it would prove you are nothing but worthless refuse. You should understand how waste is dealt with." Yang Feng's words sent a shiver through Miao Zhuang, who quickly bowed his head and replied in a voice tinged with fear and respect, "Yes, Master." Yang Feng retracted his sinister smile, his expression shifting to one of casual delight, leaving others perplexed. "Today marks the first day of your existence. Out of great benevolence, I shall exempt you from today's tribute." Yang Feng leaned down, one arm draped around Miao Zhuang's neck, the other embracing Su Man's shoulders, jokingly warning, "Let me remind you one last time, do not use the corpse tumors without permission. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Is this a warning from Yang Feng? His excited expression seemed more like an anticipation of witnessing what grotesque forms they would take should they dare to use the tumors privately. Terrifying, the extent of Yang Feng's menace was deeply imprinted in the hearts of both individuals. On the 4th floor, Su Man returned with a bundle of supplies. "Our goddess has returned. Wow, where did you procure all these wonderful items?" "Hee, no need for us to say much. Just share with the brothers." The refugees who typically bullied Su Man swarmed around her, seizing the bags from her hands without hesitation, eager to divide the food. Su Man, her face grim, gripped a kitchen knife tightly, her icy gaze sweeping over the encroaching refugees. With a swift thrust, she suddenly lunged forward, piercing a man's chest. Vivid crimson fluid cascaded forth, the hot blood splattering across Su Man's face. "Ah, a murder, a murder!" Some began to scream, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, Su Man yanked one by the hair, her enhanced strength bringing him crashing to the ground. "You enjoy snatching my food, don't you?" Su Man hissed menacingly, driving the knife through the man's neck, causing the packets of instant noodles in his grasp to tumble to the floor. And you. Su Man has gone berserk, mercilessly dispatching anyone who dared to snatch her food. One by one, with a single stroke. Indeed, Yang Feng stood not far down the corridor, observing this inevitable slaughter. It was instinctive. Su Man was born to wield death like a finely honed blade. Yang Feng's gaze was sharp. He had discerned the transformation within Su Man, gradually uncovering a venomous ferocity, a remarkable aptitude for carnage. "Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Su Man. I will return all the food to you." The refugees continued to plead for mercy, some so terrified that their legs buckled, a foul stench emanating from their soiled pants. "Damn it. You all deserve to perish." Su Man, disregarding everything, was impervious to their cries for mercy. Soon, The corridor was awash in a pool of blood. The lifeless bodies of the refugees sprawled in disarray. Bang, 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 bang. Su Man, barefoot, kicked violently at the door of room 407 to open the door. Let me in. Su Man had completely succumbed to madness, leaving imprints of her saws upon the door, and with a few more blows, the lock would surely yield. Don't come in. Would please stop kicking. The occupants within the room were evidently paralyzed with fear, begging Su Man to cease her assault. Would we are but orphans and widows, that how pitiable we are, that must you torment us so? The mother and child, who had invaded Su Man's space, resorted to playing the victim card, lamenting their dire circumstances, their relentless hunger. Occupying Su Man's home was not out of choice. Seizing Su Man's food was not out of choice. Do you have no conscience left? Are you even human? The child was crying in fear, and you won't even spare a child. The woman wept behind the door, tears streaming down her face, distorting right into wrong, with the victim now becoming the aggressor. Ha 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 ha. Su Man laughed maniacally. She offered no responses to their pleas, only a sinister cackle. She mocked how loathsome hypocrites could be. She laughed at her former self, so foolish. She reveled in her current self, relishing the sweet taste of vengeance. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the door was kicked open. Su Man entered with her knife, and soon thereafter, screams and cries filled the air, but within mere seconds, all sounds faded into silence. Su Man emerged from the room, reclaiming her instant noodles, steak, chicken legs, and marinated eggs. She prepared a bowl of noodles, sliced some beef and ham, and then calmly placed it on the table, beginning to indulge in her meal. How delightful! Su Man savored her food with joyous abandon, yet tears of scalding heat streamed from her eyes, as if those were the last remnants of her kindness. Chapter 32. The Beast's Lair in the Dead of Night. A frenzied tide of corpses surged forth. The decaying bodies emitted faint glimmers, resembling countless fireflies, gathering in a tumultuous advance. Zzz. The transformer boxes on the streets, plagued by persistent electrical instability, emitted a cacophony of jarring sounds. Culminating in a deafening explosion, the power went out. Yang Feng's gaze drifted toward the window, where the lights of several nearby blocks vanished simultaneously, plunging the surroundings into darkness, save for the flickering lights in the direction of the city center. It had been 4 days since the apocalypse erupted. The power plant lay abandoned, devoid of workers and maintenance, and the electrical system gradually succumbed to various malfunctions. Widespread blackouts were merely a matter of time. Soon, the entire city's power would collapse. Following that, the issue of water supply loomed ominously. Yang Feng pondered. The water supply would not be interrupted for the time being, but sooner or later, it would be tainted by the remains of monstrous corpses, and the water purification system might become completely obstructed. The evolved new humans exhibited a significant immunity to viral infections, but the refugee survivors were destined for misfortune. In due course, the population would dwindle drastically, with water contamination as the chief culprit, potentially triggering a second wave of mutations. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Drawing on the experiences of his previous life, Yang Feng understood all too well the terrors of disaster. As time progressed, not only would the environment deteriorate further, but the variety of aberrations would proliferate and grow increasingly formidable. The pace of collecting corpses needed to accelerate. Regrettably, having just acquired 8 corpses today, he had used them all on 2 slaves, and he would need to extract dozens of times that amount in the future. Ghost face. The darkness was as thick as ink, smooth as a mirror, save for a single exaggerated crack, through which multidimensional holograms imprinted themselves in his mind. The hunting hour had arrived. With a few agile leaps, Yang Feng descended the stairs. It was time to commence tonight's hunt. The wandering corpses emitted low, mournful wails. The courtyard of the apartment had become infested with dozens of monsters, all drawn by the populace during the day, mindlessly roaming within a confined area. A waste of time. Yang Feng held no interest in these decaying corpses. Hunting them was tantamount to squandering time. He needed to seek out more formidable prey. These lowly corpses that would be left for Su Man and her companions. Serving as a test of sorts. Chubby spicy hot pot. Yang Feng, well versed in his surroundings, accessed the back alley through the previously utilized rear entrance. Delving deeper into the exploration, the narrow path was muddy. Fish frames littered the ground, scales mingling with sludge. Chicken coops had warped and twisted, feathers mingling with blood. All living creatures had been seized by the monsters, devoured entirely, serving as sustenance for their energy. Not far off, A large truck lay parked, various goods scattered about, with the driver having transformed into a monster. The towering figure caught Yang Feng's attention. Giant corpse, stage, larva, rare grade, green emerald. This type of aberrant creature predominantly originated from robust humans who had mutated. Their muscular strength significantly enhanced, bones regrown, and their stature towering. A giant corpse, likely a mutated freight worker, whose physique was indeed formidable. Yang Feng concealed himself to observe. The mutated freight worker had grown to over 2 meters in height, exaggerated muscles tearing through his work uniform. However, despite the giant corpse's intimidating appearance, it was merely a low-level aberration. Yang Feng's muscular strength was derived from far more potent organs, rendering him superior and rarer than the creature before him. It was time to make my move. Yang Feng rose, fearlessly advancing toward the giant corpse. The towering behemoth, standing over 2 meters tall, cast a vast shadow that obscured the moonlight and enveloped Yang Feng's slender silhouette. In stark contrast, Yang Feng appeared diminutive and fragile. Observing closely, he approached the hulking figure, his voice breaking the silence and causing it to whip around in surprise. The colossal corpse tilted its head, displaying a look of bewilderment as it stared at Yang Feng for a couple of seconds before erupting into a deafening roar of fury. The monstrous being, without hesitation, swung its enormous fist downwards like a hammer, intent on reducing Yang Feng to nothing more than a pulp. Yang Feng, his mouth curling into a slight smile of exhilaration, unleashed a powerful shout and retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact resonated like thunder. The giant's massive fist sank into an irregular indentation, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing as the entirety of its knuckle shattered into pieces. The disparity in strength was astounding. Deep iron fiber, growth form. Yang Feng's muscular apparatus harnessed a force that far surpassed that of the behemoth, a difference not merely of a single tier of power, but an overwhelming dominance. The behemoth staggered back several steps, colliding with a freight car, bending the railing before it finally came to a halt. It was pathetically weak. After a brief assessment of its power, Yang Feng decided to forego further delay and charged at the giant once more. The subsequent blow was a thunderous clap, reminiscent of a pile driver hammering into mud. The giant's torso crumpled, its skin rippling before fracturing into a web of cracks, succumbing to the immense internal pressure. Half of its body exploding violently. A gory cavity manifested in the behemoth's abdomen, and the freight truck behind it lurched forward several meters under the force, the supplies within clattering and scattering across the ground. This stark contrast in strength was undeniable on the 4th day of the apocalypse. Yang Feng had already acquired such overwhelming power. The behemoth, racked with pain, bellowed in rage once more, though it sounded more like a lamentation of impending death. As it attempted to raise its fist for a final counterattack, it was already far too late. All that remained was to witness the fragile human fist striking towards its temple, but a faint sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting could be heard. The mixture of pale flesh and deep crimson splattered across the ground, akin to a bowl of silken tofu drenched in dark syrup, shattered into pieces. The muscle strength was formidable, yet the recoil left Yang Feng's bones aching. It seemed he would need to seek out some mutated corpses to reinforce his skeletal structure. Raising his fist, he shook off his palm. Without specially enhanced bones, it was challenging to withstand the power amplification brought by deep iron fiber. As he began to clear up the aftermath, Yang Feng scavenged a pale green jade-like tumor from the giant's remains, and subsequently dealt with the rotting corpses that had arrived in response to the commotion. Acquiring 2 ordinary tumors as the night deepened, the aberrations hunted humanity under the cover of darkness, while Yang Feng played the role of the unsuspecting prey. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream sliced through the night. The glass window of an old house shattered, and a massive shadow slipped inside, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds that soon faded into silence. The crawling beast, a creature adept at scaling walls, resembling a gecko, lurked in the darkness. The apartment was besieged by crawling beasts just yesterday, yet Yang Feng managed to slay 3 of them in a swift counterattack. The remaining creatures seemed to have learned their lesson, relocating to continue their hunt elsewhere. Soon enough, one of the crawling beasts emerged from a window, its gaping maw clutching a barely conscious woman, scuttling rapidly along the wall. It was hunting for sustenance, yet it refrained from consuming its prey on the spot. Was it intending to transport its quarry back to its lair? Excitement flickered across Yang Feng's face. By following this creature, he could uncover their nest and eradicate the entire brood. The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through him. Chapter 33. the alien queen engaging in multidimensional information analysis. Yang Feng locked onto the crawling beast. The echo of sound waves carried its scent and color. The massive claw marks vividly etched in the surroundings. Within this multifaceted space, the targeted crawling beast glimmered like a radiant sun. Yang Feng navigated through the shadows, his steps agile and elusive, silently traversing the alley while striving to evade the attention of all lurking monsters. Even when confronted by obstacles, his razor-sharp bone blades swiftly dispatched them. Huang Mall. This was a modest shopping center, occupying a small footprint, rising only 3 stories high, and hosting over 100 merchants primarily catering to the nearby community. The crawling beast climbed to the 3rd floor like a gecko, slipping through a broken floor-to-ceiling window. This was its den. Yang Feng observed from the shadows, although the vicinity of the mall was along a main thoroughfare. The number of ordinary corpses was surprisingly low, failing to coalesce into a massive tide of the undead. Territories claimed by powerful alien species exude a unique aura, causing lesser corpses to steer clear, as if forming an exclusive domain. The deep iron giant corpse Yang Feng had previously encountered exemplified this phenomenon, with only a handful of foolish corpses remaining in the back alley. Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng veered onto a less frequented path, stealthily eliminating a few obstructing corpses before swiftly approaching the vicinity of the mall. The glass doors were shut, a heavy iron lock hanging from the handle. Yet a smaller side door lay shattered, glass shards strewn across the ground, indicative of a forced entry. Yang Feng opted not to take this route. Crawling beasts are social creatures, adept at hunting in darkness. Cunning and treacherous, with a high degree of intelligence, the main entrance was likely to harbor lurking crawling beasts. Multidimensional information analysis. Yang Feng concentrated, perceiving even the faintest vibrations in the air. The heartbeat and breath of the alien beings coalesced into a new 3-dimensional image. Indeed, perched upon a stone pillar on the inner side of the door was a massive crawling beast, with another lurking against the adjacent wall. Numerous creatures. The number of crawling beasts within this nest exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. Conservatively estimated to be at least over 10. Yang Feng was exhilarated. Yang Feng was audacious. However, he was not foolish. Relishing combat was one thing, but gathering intelligence to enhance his odds of victory was another. Departing from the main entrance, Yang Feng continued to survey his surroundings. That a particular restaurant on the 2nd floor caught his attention, its exterior extending outward, forming an outdoor balcony ideal for elite individuals to enjoy afternoon tea. With a slight exertion of his body, Yang Feng leapt upward, his formidable strength enabling him to grasp the edge of the balcony, swinging himself up with ease. Bloodstains marred the balcony. The sunshade and bench lay askew, while the booth was littered with remnants of desiccated filth, alongside traces left by past battles. Yang Feng concealed himself behind the wall, acutely attuned to the surroundings of the mall. It was desolate. A scene of utter chaos. Shattered display cases were strewn about, and overturned shopping racks cluttered the floor. Patches of grime marred the ground, with bloodied handprints leaving elongated trails and scratches from fingernails etched into the surface. The air seemed to resonate with a lingering, jarring echo. 1 head, 2 heads, 5 heads, 12 heads. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, as the vibrations in the atmosphere brought forth heartbeats of varying frequencies, and 12 colossal, indistinct figures gradually emerged from the multidimensional haze. What was that? Focusing his mind, he discovered an even more shocking creature. It was a massive beast, lying in the very heart of the mall, its body exceeding 10 meters in length. A matriarch. It lacked gigantic claws, and its musculature was not exaggerated. 2/3 of its bulk comprised its abdomen, radiating intense fluorescence that concealed unimaginable energy. This was the queen of the crawling beasts. She was pregnant, nurturing a potentially more formidable offspring. The immense, glowing abdomen expanded and contracted with each breath, and within the deep, oceanic blue radiance, a faint purple light coalesced. What? The essence was condensed to its utmost limit. The queen's unborn young would not only evolve into a rare blue ocean pattern, but might even mutate into a stronger variety, the purple illusion crystal. Could the child within her womb be an exceedingly rare, purple illusion crystal level? Something that could take thousands of alien species to produce even a single one. Looking around, Yang Feng suddenly comprehended the entirety of the situation. Bleached bones, an overwhelming multitude of them. The 1st floor of the mall was entirely carpeted with skeletal remains. The number of lives lost here was unfathomable, as was the amount of energy provided to the queen. Surely, it must be in the thousands. In the early days of the apocalypse, humanity was at its peak. While the crawling beasts could easily infiltrate through windows to feast, bringing back vast quantities of fresh flesh and blood. No wonder they had grown to such an extent. I do not wish to perish. From the third floor, another crawling beast emerged, clutching a barely alive man, slowly crawling towards the queen at the center, presenting its offering. The greedy queen of the crawling beasts had at least a dozen slaves hunting for her sustenance, ultimately defying fate to give birth to special mutated offspring. Yangfeng had only 2 slaves, and they were not necessarily loyal, which was truly enviable. With a little effort, perhaps he could eradicate them. Countless frenzied thoughts raced through Yang Feng's mind as he picked up a small stone from the ground and gently tossed it towards a nearby glass window. The sound was faint. Nearby, a crawling beast heard the noise, its massive body descending from a pillar, slowly moving towards the balcony. Confusion. It appeared to be perplexed. The crawling beast reached the balcony, its enormous head twisting as it sought the source of the disturbance. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed. A sharp bone blade, akin to the silver rays of a cold moon, swiftly sliced through the crawling beast's twisting neck, the wound imperceptible to the naked eye. Smooth and even. A massive, spherical entity detached itself from the neck of a crawling beast, poised to plummet to the ground, only to be deftly intercepted by Yang Feng's foot, producing minimal sound. Moments later, the crawling beast had yet to return, prompting a nearby companion to grow suspicious and slowly crawl towards the balcony's direction. It approached its comrade, nudging its body with its jaw, but received no response. As it continued to advance, it finally beheld the empty neck. Too late, Yang Feng sprang into action, encircling the crawling beast's head with both hands. With a sharp twist of his form, the beast's skull was dislocated, and its neck was forcibly snapped under the tremendous power. Within mere minutes, Yang Feng had stealthily eliminated 2 crawling beasts without attracting the attention of other monsters. Time was of the essence. With 2 crawling beasts down in the hall, exposure was merely a matter of time. Thus, he needed to hasten the pace of his hunt, maximizing the number of kills before being discovered. Yang Feng crouched low, concealed in the shadows, and made his way towards the 3rd crawling beast. Chapter 34. Unprecedented Arrogance. Battle against the Abomination. The 3rd beast stood farthest from the others. Yang Feng slipped into a clothing store, grasped a shard of glass, and lured it inside for the kill. The 4th beast found itself in a precarious position, its back turned to most of its kind. Yang Feng muted his footsteps, holding his breath as he approached from the side, swiftly piercing its temple with a bone blade. The numbers were dwindling. The cunning crawling beasts sensed something amiss. No longer did they remain dormant along the walls and columns, but began to search for their missing companions with a sense of unease. Roar. One crawling beast let out a furious roar, sounding the alarm of the impending threat, prompting all the abominations to spring into action. The entire mall resounding with the sounds of claws scraping against stone. Kill. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yang Feng lunged from the shadows, his powerful fist crashing down upon one of the crawling beasts. Thud. 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 The beast's head was struck with tremendous force, its body collapsing. Yet Yang Feng continued to rain down blows until the watermelon-shaped orb shattered into fragments. The 5th beast, a grotesquely wide maw, split open on Yang Feng's mirror-like face, revealing a slick, sticky tongue that licked the brain matter smeared with syrup off his cheek. Consumed by rage, all the crawling beasts charged towards Yang Feng's direction. Come on! Come on! With exhilaration coursing through him, Yang Feng initiated a countercharge, his muscles taut as steel cables, making his arms appear thicker. Thud. A shoulder charge. The leading crawling beast was sent flying, its chest caving in as it crashed against a nearby wall, shattering it. The 6th beast. Yang Feng laughed maniacally, swinging his fists to repel the oncoming beasts, his fingers flicking out bone blades that traced perfect arcs, cleaving another abomination in two. The 7th beast. At that moment, a sense of danger descended. A colossal shadow fell from the ceiling, deep green claws slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at Yang Feng. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out resoundingly. The recoil from the bone blade unexpectedly sent a tingling sensation through his arm, compelling him to instinctively take a step back. In terms of strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. The deep iron fiber was a rare and exceptional organ, a true gem among its kind, and now that it had reached maturity, overcoming it would not be an easy feat. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a peculiar crawling beast, its skin entirely absent, leaving behind grotesque, deep green muscles that rendered its form reminiscent of a vividly hued emerald, exuding an aura of extreme danger at a mature specimen. It had evolved to its third stage, transforming into a fully developed crawling beast. Yang Feng had encountered it just days prior in the apartment, issuing a retreat command, and in the brief span of 2 days, it had entirely metamorphosed into its mature form. This transformation was akin to a tender youth suddenly blossoming into a capable, mature man. Completing this stage of evolution indicated that its power had not merely doubled. Rather, it had ascended to the apex of predatory beings. A chilling howl erupted from the crawling beast leader, reminiscent of a famished wolf, and the surrounding aberrations seemed to comprehend the command, encircling Yang Feng without rushing into attack. That a pack-like assault strategy. How exhilarating. Yang Feng felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his desire for battle growing ever stronger, his steel-like focus sharpening further. The holographic, three-dimensional information enveloped him, enabling him to capture even the most minute details. Here they came. 3 crawling beasts launched their assaults from different directions: left front, right side, and rear. The angles of attack, the velocity, the force behind their strikes, even the slightest tremor caused by their claws slicing through the air, all vividly played out in his mind. With a swift side kick, Yang Feng struck the chest of the beast before him, sending it flying several meters away. In that fleeting moment, he used the bone blade to deflect the claws coming from his right. The metallic clash igniting a shower of sparks. With a powerful stomp, Yang Feng's back arched like an eagle's wings, akin to the robust back of a black bear. He charged backward with tremendous force. Iron Mountain Slam. The last beast to attack was met with immense impact, its upper body contorting grotesquely. The sound of shattering ceramic-like bones echoed relentlessly as it was sent spiraling a dozen meters away. Its chest crushed to a pulp by the force of the collision. 8 hits. Yang Feng triumphantly counted, yet the true assault was yet to come. The initial 3 aberrations had merely served as a distraction for the leader's ambush. And that grotesque, jade-like form had already lunged to his left, its claws slicing towards him. Yang Feng did not flinch or evade, as if every move had been meticulously orchestrated. With a resounding clap of his hands, he clasped the most lethal edge of the claw with both palms, seizing it with remarkable precision. Twisting his body, the sound of shattering bones filled the air once more. The claw, now a cruel steel blade, was wrenched from its owner's grasp with a violent pull, gushing forth a torrent of foul blood. A sight that could induce pain just by looking at it. It was akin to the torturous act of nail extraction. With empty hands, he caught the white blade, executing a flawless maneuver of unarmed defense against the aberration's assault. A brave heart, audacity, unflappable composure. Most crucially, it was his ghostly ability of multidimensional information analysis that captured every angle and force of the attack. He chuckled softly. In the decade of the apocalypse, I have acquired a plethora of skills, including a modicum of martial prowess. Yang Feng once had companions, naturally affording him the opportunity to learn a few techniques from them, which sometimes proved remarkably effective. A low, mournful whine escaped the crawling beast leader, its eyes ablaze with a more intense fury. It let out another roar, summoning the remaining crawling beasts to surge forth and attack Yang Feng from every conceivable angle. Bang, 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 swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yang Feng evaded with grace and agility, employing both fists and palms as he navigated the exceedingly confined space, almost performing a flawless dance upon the edge of a knife amidst the fray. He twirled upon sharp blades and leaped along taut steel wires, relishing the thrill of battle as he laughed maniacally while delivering one lethal strike after another to his foes. Vile, crimson blood gushed forth as one crawling beast after another succumbed, either crushed to a pulp by heavy blows or neatly sliced open by bone blades. Roar, roar, roar. The crawling beast leader bellowed, its emerald green muscles creaking with violent power, generating a fierce wind that tore through everything around it. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Feng felt a fresh cut upon his chest. Indeed, you have wounded me. How commendable. Yang Feng's slick tongue, akin to a venomous serpent, extended to his chest, where he licked the wound and the blood. However, you are now utterly alone. All your brethren have perished. Yang Feng glanced sideways, observing that the surrounding crawling beasts had all been dispatched in the recent skirmish, leaving only this final leader. The crawling beast leader seemed to comprehend his words. Exuding an aura of defiance in the face of death, With another resounding roar, it charged toward Yang Feng, leaping high like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, claws poised for the attack. Yang Feng, in turn, sprang into action that he pushed off the ground to accelerate, then suddenly crouched low, extending his bone blade skyward, which subsequently pierced the crawling beast's body. Swoosh, crackle, crackle, crackle. Yang Feng executed a swift slide, moving from one side of the crawling beast leader to the other. The crawling beast leader slowly turned around, staggering forward a step before its chest and abdomen erupted, crimson liquid cascading down along with a myriad of organic matter. It finally fell. Chapter 35. As graceful as a dragonfly, as elegant as a swallow, translucent and vibrant, a vividly colored emerald cyst gradually formed at the site of the crawling beast leader's wound. Just the essence of this cyst alone could be deemed a bountiful harvest, let alone the dozen or so pale green emerald cysts accompanying it. Yang Feng turned his head, slowly making his way toward the heart of the marketplace. The queen, the aberrant entity among the crawling beasts. Endless skeletal remains littered the ground, thousands of victims having become sustenance for the queen. She lay upon the crimson carpet, having lost the ability to move, her exaggeratedly massive abdomen glimmering with a radiant glow. At the outermost layer, the concentrated essence shimmered like the imperial green of the sun, vibrant and dripping with untold energy. In the central region, the essence has been compressed to its utmost limit, resulting in a transformative effect that gradually manifests a profound azure hue, deepening in intensity like the unfathomable depths of the ocean. At its core, a wisp of purple luminescence dances dreamily, akin to an ethereal, otherworldly color that cannot possibly exist within the realm of nature. A distorted progeny. You aspire to transcend the confines of your class, elevating your race to a higher echelon. Yang Feng approached the queen, a colossal beast measuring 10 meters in length, yet it posed no threat to him. Rather, it was the hybrid queen that felt fear. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The abdomen of the hybrid queen contracted rhythmically, the viscous essence producing a sound akin to water, while the nascent life within was stimulated, sucking, merging, accelerating evolution. Hastening absorption. Rapid growth. The core's dreamlike purple radiance voraciously devoured the energy within the womb, eager to complete this metamorphosis within a brief span. There is no rush. You shall evolve slowly so that I may acquire a more advanced corpse tumor. Yang Feng did not hasten to attack. Instead, he patiently awaited, for the stronger the quality of the enemy's evolution, the better. Achieving the level of purple illusion crystal would be a significant gain. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded. The abdomen of the hybrid queen burst open entirely. A uniquely distorted offspring, sensing the imminent danger, could not contain itself and hastily broke free from the maternal form. A humanoid. No, only its upper body bore a human shape. Half human, half crawling beast. Its lower half resembled a massive gecko, muscles swelling like deep blue steel reinforcements, as heavy as a tank. The upper half of its body had grown a humanoid form, its unfinished purple flesh covered in a foul odor, exuding an aura of malevolence. Having absorbed a substantial amount of human DNA, it had begun to evolve in a human direction. Yang Feng speculated, his body involuntarily trembling, sensing that the monstrosity before him was far more formidable than any he had previously encountered. The aberrant crawling beast astonishingly spoke human words, first approaching the hybrid queen and regarding her with a peculiar gaze. In that moment, the hybrid queen's life hung by a thread. The explosion of her abdomen had severely damaged her internal organs. All for the sake of her offspring. She shakily extended her hand, yearning to caress the face of the aberrant being. Yet an unexpected event transpired in the next instant. Puffed. The aberrant being raised its foot high and crushed the hybrid queen's head without hesitation. Hungry. Hungry. The half-human, half-beast aberrant was not grieving for its mother. Instead, it blamed her for not providing sufficient energy to facilitate its complete evolution. Upon closer inspection, the upper half of the aberrant was far from whole. Both its hands and chest bore grotesque deformities, with purple skin and muscles sloughing off like flesh. Prominently displayed beneath its chest was a peculiar organ, its stomach, exuding a more sinister, deep purple hue, pulsating with an eerie energy. Wah! The mutant creature reared back, its cavernous maw opening wide as it expelled a copious amount of purple venom in a manner reminiscent of vomiting. Gastric acid? Toxins? Yang Feng lifted his gaze, as the toxic rain fell from above like a torrential downpour, each droplet refracting the moonlight into a crystalline brilliance. emanating an astonishingly eerie violet glow. Retreat. Yang Feng moved with remarkable swiftness, evading the descending pellets of poisonous rain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The potent purple toxin, upon contact with the stone floor of the hall, emitted a corrosive hissing sound, leaving a multitude of pockmarked holes scattered across the ground. Ah, wail, wail, wail. The newborn infant, lacking the capacity to articulate its emotions, wailed and howled, flailing its limbs as it charged toward Yang Feng. The colossal creature shattered the flooring beneath it, its enormous, distorted azure claws waving ominously in the direction of the shadows. Clang. Sparks flew as metal clashed against metal. The rhythmic clangor relentless. Yang Feng's bone blade collided with the creature's claws, the recoil sending pain coursing through his hand and a tingling sensation through his forearm. Gag. The mutant creature opened its gaping maw once more, unleashing another torrent of deadly purple-venomed eye. In the midst of the fray, Yang Feng hastily dodged, only to find his clothing rent asunder by the creature's claws. 3 deep gashes now marred the side of his abdomen. The audacity of youth is unyielding. Yang Feng, instead, laughed heartily, a hint of exhilaration curling the corners of his mouth, even as he maintained an icy calmness and rationality akin to flowing water. The battle was nearing its conclusion. I have completely deciphered all your methods of attack. Though Yang Feng sustained minor injuries, he regarded the mutant creature as an assured victory, having thoroughly penetrated its defenses. Upper body, purple crystal level, juvenile stage. Lower body, blue ocean pattern leveled, at the very least, the growth stage. The newborn juvenile has yet to master a broader array of attack methods. It is nearly time to end this. Yang Feng had no intention of holding back any longer, as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from within him. Kill, focus, concentrate, and concentrate again. Demon Face, multidimensional information analysis. This ability may seem weak, incapable of directly augmenting combat prowess, yet it is extraordinarily potent when the vast quantity of information reaches a certain threshold. A qualitative change occurs. Weakness. Countless pieces of information unveil the most fragile vulnerabilities, whereas the greatest muscular damage, which skeletal structure has the least capacity for endurance, that which artery, when severed, would extinguish life. Flaws abound. Within Yang Feng's holographic image, the mutant creature's vulnerabilities shone like brilliant stars in an endless night sky. Dazzling, beautiful, and utterly fragile, he pushed off the ground, twisting his waist and pivoting. The bone blade traced a perfect arc as it sliced through the most vulnerable muscle fibers with unparalleled fluidity. Akin to slicing through water, tofu, the once steel-hard, deep blue musculature was effortlessly cleaved as if it were mere tofu. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The azure mutated liquid burst forth like exquisite blossoms, as if a dragon glided through water, instantly rending the creature's body apart. Graceful as a soaring dragon, elegant as a startled swan. With a single strike, flesh and bone separated, echoing the age-old adage of the butcher skillfully dismembering an ox, which perhaps describes this very moment. Chapter 36, Purple Crystal. Success. Perish. The vast expanse of the galaxy sparkles brilliantly, with stars twinkling in resplendent glory. Weakness that resembles a series of luminous stars, intertwined to form brilliant, flowing lines. With a decisive strike, the bone blade cleaves through that line, followed by a spherical entity that naturally detaches from the aberrant creature, rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a halt. It is lifeless. The lair of the crawling beast, a peculiar aberration, has thus been effortlessly dispatched by Yang Feng. This is Ghost Face. This is Dark Gold. Such seemingly inconspicuous abilities, if wielded by another, would merely allow for a preliminary reconnaissance of intelligence. Yang Feng, however, is entirely different. His unparalleled skills in slaughter, coupled with a frenzied combat instinct and the capabilities of Ghost Face, create a veritable divine technique. Purple Phantom Crystal, an exceptionally rare necrotic tumor, emerges from the remains of the aberration. Its deep purple, enchanting luster does not exist within the natural spectrum of light, captivating all who gaze upon it. Fortuitously, Yang Feng picks up this unique tumor and examines it closely. A rarity, indeed, its level of scarcity can only be described as 1 in 1,000. Only extraordinarily fortunate aberrants, having undergone special circumstances, can attain this caliber of ability. This necrotic tumor is rife with flaws. Yang Feng discerns numerous imperfections, perhaps due to the incomplete evolution of the aberrant. The purple phantom crystal-grade tumor is likewise not whole, containing many impurities. The immature fetus has yet to fully form. Being prematurely birthed has rendered it incomplete. Yang Feng feels a twinge of disappointment. The value of the imperfect purple phantom crystal is significantly diminished, and the power gain will be substantially weakened. Very well, I'll take it back and study it further. Yang Feng stows the purple phantom crystal tumor into his pocket and turns to gaze through the glass at the sky, only to realize that dawn has broken 0.5 ordinary necrotic tumors, 0.12 emerald-grade necrotic tumors, 0.1 special imperial emerald necrotic tumor, 0.1 purple phantom crystal-grade necrotic tumor. Yang Feng's harvest this night is truly abundant. And with the extermination of the entire crawling beast lair, the crisis at Huaying Mall has been thoroughly resolved. Yang Feng retrieves his notebook and marks the location of the mall on the map, indicating that the danger has been neutralized, allowing for future resource scavenging. An hour later, Yang Feng evades the wandering horde of corpses and returns to his apartment. After the thrill of battle, there always follows a sense of emptiness. As he relaxes slightly, a wave of fatigue crashes over him, the injuries sustained during combat throbbing with a dull pain. His fists bear minor fractures. A shallow wound on his chest, and 3 deeper claw marks on his abdomen. Although immune to aberrant infections, he must still guard against pathogens and toxins. Yang Feng produces medical alcohol, pouring it liberally over the wounds as if it were free. The sharp sting akin to a bee's sting coursing through him, yet he does not flinch. His strength is overwhelming. The muscle fibers of Yang Feng remain unscathed, yet his bones cannot withstand the recoil, appearing quite fragile. Moreover, his cardiopulmonary function is alarmingly weak. Each breath feels as though flames are scorching his lungs. The rhythm of his heartbeat gradually fails to keep pace with his body's energy expenditure. Reminiscent of a top-tier sports car powered by a low-efficiency hand-crank generator. Heaviness, exhaustion. Overall, his strength remains insufficiently robust. Alternatively, one might seek to find more potent corpses to enhance the internal organs. Yang Feng contemplated that. At present, the most reliable method would be to hunt down more bizarre creatures, thereby fortifying every part of his body. That I must replenish my energy. Yang Feng produced 5 ordinary corpses and commenced to devour them. A wave of warm energy coursing through his entire being, akin to gentle hands providing a meticulous massage. After replenishing some sustenance, the utterly fatigued Yang Feng, however, chose not to rest but rather retrieve those corpses. Purple illusion crystal. He took out the spoils from the previous night, lamenting particularly over the purple illusion crystal, which was imperfect and laden with impurities. Is there a method to restore it? Yang Feng pondered. Years after the apocalypse, humanity had indeed mastered such technology, capable of extracting the energy from corpses and merging it with others, crawling beasts. These corpses all belong to the same race. Their compatibility should be stronger if they were all integrated into the purple illusion crystal. Could it undergo its metamorphosis? Yang Feng contemplated the feasibility, extracting a green emerald-level corpse and injecting it into the purple illusion crystal, hoping the similar essence would aid in its transformation and complete its deficiencies. This approach, however, bore significant risks. Should he falter, the emerald-level corpses might all be rendered useless, potentially affecting the more precious purple illusion crystal, leading to unpredictable alterations. A choice. The abilities of the purple illusion crystal were exceedingly tempting. Alternatively, he could forego caution altogether and consume all the corpses, letting the ghostly visage indulge. Yang Feng found himself in a quandary. This was a crucial juncture on the path of evolution, an opportunity that could not be missed. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside the room. Yang Feng furrowed his brow, stowing away all the corpses, and impatiently opened the door. Master, S.U. Man from room 407, upon seeing Yang Feng's figure, knelt halfway to the ground, respectfully lowering her head. In the corridor, the refugees who had tormented her lay cruelly slain by a kitchen knife, piled together into a heap of corpses. No need to be so dramatic. You needn't kneel henceforth. And the title master feels somewhat awkward. Let us call me boss instead. Yang Feng slightly frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and spoke casually. Understood, Boss Yang. Su Man nodded, then cleaned the kitchen knife in her hand. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Su Man, both in appearance and physique, was quite remarkable. The cherubic face of a pure maiden evoked tenderness, while her youthful, vibrant figure was curvaceous and alluring, with taut, smooth thighs that exuded a sense of innocent desire. Particularly after her transformation, she possessed an inexplicable allure. You are rather good-looking, Yang Feng remarked casually, offering an objective assessment. Su Man trembled slightly. After a moment of consideration and hesitation, she resolutely stated, Master, if you desire, I am willing to serve you. Yang Feng raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of mockery, and regarded Su Man with a more unabashed gaze. You've made my ears quite soft. However, your unwavering loyalty has taken me by surprise. The offerings I have bestowed upon you are rather meager, yet you willingly devote yourself to my service. Yang Feng's smile was a blend of sincerity and pretense, his cheek drawing near to Su Man, his gaze penetrating deep within her soul, seemingly attempting to unveil her true thoughts. Dignity. You have restored my dignity. You have bestowed upon me strength, empowering me to seek vengeance, and enabling me to withstand humiliation. Su Man met Yang Feng's gaze head-on, candidly laying bare her innermost feelings, which once again caught Yang Feng off guard. Perhaps he has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Intriguing. Should I find myself inclined, I may seek you out to vent my frustrations. Yang Feng's fingertips grazed Su Man's cheek, an act that could be perceived as both teasing and provocative. If the roles were reversed, would he dare tread upon her boundaries? Su Man's body quivered slightly as she gradually lowered her head. Your words. I can. How obedient. Yang Feng's smile softened, his hand withdrawing from Su Man's cheek, reminding her. However, do not forget today's task. Failure to accomplish it will warrant punishment. Su Man nodded, brandishing a kitchen knife as she strode towards the second floor. Determined to demonstrate her capabilities, truth and falsehood intertwine. Yang Feng spoke few genuine words, continually probing the other party. Su Man's attitude was sincere, yet one could question the extent of her authenticity. In truth, Yang Feng was indifferent to her loyalty and unconcerned with the veracity of her sentiments. As long as she consistently provided him with benefits, all would be well. To be candid, Yang Feng harbored a disdain for the notions of friendship, love, bonds, and trust that often cloud human interactions. In the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, mutual exploitation stands as the most stable and solid form of cooperation. Chapter 37. This is how I operate. Yang Feng sat by the window, idly toying with a luminescent corpse tumor while casting his gaze downward, where the hunting squad was once again in action. Miao Zhuang took the lead, wielding an exaggeratedly large cleaver, charging towards the horde of corpses with fervor, hacking away with wild abandon. New humans, upon their evolution, their physical capabilities had significantly enhanced, rendering them unafraid of mutation and infection, thus allowing them to engage in battle with reckless abandon. A frenzied woman burst forth. Su Man, armed with a kitchen knife, revealed a hint of madness as she entered combat, viciously driving the blade into the creature. Although her experience in battle was lacking, her reckless determination, coupled with her physique surpassing that of ordinary humans, enabled her to fell numerous undead. Was that person Su Hong? His movements were swift and decisive, each strike resulting in a kill. This fellow has truly seen the battlefield. Yang Feng observed Su Hong, noting his remarkable performance and high efficiency in slaying the undead. What a pity. The veteran was unwilling to submit to Yang Feng. Otherwise, he could have been yet another exceptional machine for harvesting corpse tumors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another youth, reminiscent of a university student, also displayed impressive prowess. His name appeared to be Yiliang. He gripped a recurved bow, armed with some homemade arrows, standing at a distance as he skillfully pierced the heads of the undead. Although the accuracy may have faltered somewhat, as not every arrow can pierce a skull, one can still discern the immense potential within him. Should he survive, he is destined to achieve great things. As for the others, while they may not have exhibited particularly remarkable performances, they have displayed greater courage and tenacity than yesterday. Quite commendable indeed. The fighting spirit of the apartment's refugees has been ignited. Yang Feng smiled with relief. With resources firmly in his grasp, those who sought food must exchange it for corpses, ultimately establishing a virtuous cycle. The corpses will multiply exponentially. Several hours later, the decaying bodies in the courtyard of the apartment had been eradicated, and the waves of monsters drawn by the commotion had also been slaughtered. The yard of the community lay strewn with the remnants of these corpses. Elation, gratitude. For the first time, the people stepped out of the apartment, triumphing over hordes of monsters. They reveled in the fruits of their victory, returning to the apartment like heroes in triumph, blood-soaked, as they moved obstacles to block the passage, completing today's hunting mission. Welcome back. Bai Ting had been waiting eagerly, pushing more supplies, ready for the warriors' exchanges. Su Hong, 3 corpses. Yi Liang, 2 corpses. Miao Zhuang, 3 corpses. Su Man, for corpses. During the exchange, Su Man's 4 corpses truly astonished everyone. The battle prowess of the madwoman was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only that, Su Man produced 2 more corpses and approached Yang Feng. Boss Yang Feng. These are today's. What? She even offered 2 more. Adding it all up, Su Man had hunted a total of 6 corpses. Miao Zhuang also stepped forward, handing a corpse to Yang Feng. Boss Yang Feng. This is today's. The crowd exchanged glances. The strongest, Su Man and Miao Zhuang, had both pledged their allegiance to Yang Feng. They not only accomplished their tasks but exceeded expectations, enough to bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Distribute the supplies. Yang Feng was quite pleased, instructing Bai Ting to distribute the resources to everyone, ultimately reaping a total of 26 corpses. 26 corpses. Enough to fill a small bag. Indeed. To enhance efficiency, one must exploit every neighbor within the apartment. Wait, I have always harbored a question. Among the hunting squad, someone stepped forward, questioning Yang Feng's actions. Let us ponder this carefully. Do you not find it strange? All resources were donated collectively and should belong to the group. On what grounds does Yang Feng seize them? Exchanging supplies for the corpses we fought so hard to acquire, reaping the benefits with ease. Why? That man, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Feng, spoke with righteous indignation. The resources rightfully belong to us. And so do the corpses. Why should they all belong to you? This individual had seen through the ruse. Indeed, Yang Feng had monopolized the resources, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing, acquiring the corpses earned through the arduous struggles of others. Profiting without any investment. You are correct. Unexpectedly, Yang Feng neither explained nor denied the accusation. Do you wish to know on what basis I stand? Yang Feng sneered, casting a knowing glance at Su Man. Su Man immediately grasped the situation. Her seemingly innocent and kind eyes flickered with a hint of ruthlessness as she dashed to the man's side and plunged a knife into him. With a soft gasp, he slowly collapsed, gazing at Su Man with an expression of disbelief before turning to face Yang Feng, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. It is all about strength. This is how I operate. Yang Feng declared with unabashed arrogance, for strength was the sole explanation. No reasoning. Indeed, I eschew reasoning. Seizing resources? Yes, I have commandeered the supplies. If you harbor discontent, then step forward and engage. Let us see who meets their demise first. Is there anyone else wishing to challenge my authority? I comprehend your sentiments. You have slain a multitude of monsters and are brimming with confidence. If you desire to confront me, now is your chance to rise and seize a fair opportunity. Yang Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly surveying his surroundings, and not a single soul dared utter another word. Endure. The university youth Yi Liang struggled internally with his sense of justice. Lowering his voice and avoiding eye contact, his hand instinctively reaching for his bow, the veteran Su Hong approached him, restraining his hand and whispering urgently, "Do not act rashly. The time is not yet ripe." People were enduring. People were engulfed in fear, with strength inferior to others that could only read the expressions of those around them. Well then, excellent. It appears there are no objections. Let us distribute the supplies and disperse. May everyone strive harder tomorrow to slay more monsters. Yang Feng wore a mocking smile, carelessly waving his hand as he led the band of rogues away. How infuriating, how utterly detestable. I yearned to shoot him down with a single arrow. Yi Liang, witnessing Yang Feng gradually recede into the distance, finally dared to unleash his pent-up indignation. The few men who had fought valiantly alongside him were equally aggrieved. To think that those who dared oppose Yang Feng were executed on the spot? A tyrant ruling through fear. Not be hasty. Look at this. Su Hong spread his palm, revealing 2 luminescent flesh lumps, unmistakably the corpse tumors that Yang Feng sought. Corpse tumors? You did not exchange them all. Yi Liang's eyes brightened, as if a realization dawned upon him that I have observed for several days. The reason Yang Feng has grown so formidable is likely tied to these corpse tumors. It is said that Miao Zhuang and Su Man's sudden surge in power is also attributed to this trinket. Su Hong's words prompted exchanged glances among the crowd. Corpse tumors. Utilizing them can enhance one's strength. From this day forth, we shall only exchange a portion of the corpse tumors if we wish to overthrow that tyrant. We can only rely on this. Su Hong's declaration ignited a spark of hope within the people's eyes. No, not merely hope. There was also desire. The desire to grow stronger. Each person harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yang Feng. Each individual aspired to be like Yang Feng, seizing resources, claiming beauty, and killing at will. How exhilarating that would be. Chapter 38, Gastric Erosion. Is resistance beginning to emerge? Yang Feng understood all too well that the consequence of oppression through fear was the stirring of vehement rebellion among the masses. No matter, these insignificant beings could not stir much turmoil, especially given the vast disparity in strength. It was akin to courting death. Thus, what is of paramount importance now is to enhance our strength and decisively widen the gap. Bai Ting, Su Man, Miao Zhuang, and Yang Feng halted in their tracks, casting a glance back at the trio, gesturing for them to approach. As for the matters concerning the apartment, I shall no longer concern myself with them. Bai Ting, you shall oversee the supplies. Su Man, you are in charge of collecting the corpses. Miao Zhuang, you will continue in your role as the captain of security. For any issues that arise, you are to make your own decisions. Yang Feng stretched languidly, chuckling lightly, assuming the role of a carefree overseer. The three exchanged looks, each displaying a distinct expression, yet they quickly regained composure, nodding and expressing their gratitude. Yes, Boss Yang. Yes, Boss Yang. Bai Ting wore a look of delight. With her newfound authority over supplies, she felt a sense of greater empowerment. It is only natural to expect a more substantial share of resources, is it not? Miao Zhuang also wore a smug expression. Having suffered ridicule for the loss of an arm, he now relished the opportunity to hold his head high once more. Su Man maintained a calm demeanor, dutifully accepting her orders that I shall return to my room. Do not disturb me lightly, Yang Feng stated with a casual and relaxed expression, waving his hand as he retreated to his chamber, firmly shutting the door behind him. Disguise. Everything that had just transpired was but a fade. Yang Feng harbored distrust towards everyone that he was on the brink of a significant evolution and could not be disturbed by anything. Should he arrange for heavy guards? Perhaps instruct Su Man to eliminate any suspicious individuals that approached? While this would indeed be a prudent course of action, it would also attract greater scrutiny. The more one tries to conceal, the more others may suspect. Astute individuals would quickly deduce that something must be amiss with Yang Feng. Furthermore, the possibility of the two slaves, alongside the self-interested Bai Ting, suddenly rebelling could not be overlooked. Thus, Yang Feng concealed everything, subtly distributing power to them, allowing them to revel in joy and satisfaction, even if calamity were to strike. Those few who possessed the so-called power, as beneficiaries, would stand at the forefront to defend their positions. Worrisome. Yang Feng's thoughts were meticulous, perceptive of human nature, effectively transforming everyone into mere puppets under his control. Evolution. A dozen corpses exuding a verdant glow lay upon the table. In Yang Feng's hand was a peculiar small flesh lump of a deep violet hue, nearly crystalline in form, as he pondered how to preserve its integrity. Let us commence with the simplest method. Yang Feng produced a syringe, piercing it into the emerald corpse, extracting its essence entirely, and then injecting it into the purple crystal. The fluorescence flickered. The corpses of the crawling beast kin could complement one another. The verdant essence gradually concentrated, mending some flaws and imperfections. This is useful. The essence from kin's corpses melded more readily. Yang Feng withdrew the syringe, extracting the essence from several corpses, injecting it into the purple crystal. As flaws and imperfections continued to be rectified, rendering it increasingly translucent, enigmatic, alluring, eerie. However, just as Yang Feng administered the fifth injection of essence, the deep violet lump suddenly quivered, as if it had transformed into a living entity. A fissure appearing down its center. From that cleft emerged a deep violet. It has come to life. The purple crystal has awakened. This is not good. Yang Feng's expression stiffened. Under certain circumstances, the corpse tumor could activate autonomously, seeking a new host to parasitize and occupy their body. After the continuous infusion of 5 needles of spiritual essence, sufficient energy was provided, astonishingly causing this purple phantom crystal to awaken, transforming into an independent embryonic form. Suddenly, even more incredible events unfolded. At the end of the corpse tumor, a multitude of nerve fibers sprouted, writhing like tentacles in a frenzy. The tips of these tentacles grew sharp mandibles, which directly pierced Yang Feng's skin, attempting to burrow into his body and forcibly initiate a parasitic mutation, seeking death. Ghost face. Yang Feng unleashed his ghost face, an even more malevolent aura emanating from him. As his long, sticky tongue shot forward, ensnaring the deep purple eye core and drawing it into his mouth, audacious. Within the cavernous maw of the ghost face, specialized fangs instantly pierced through the corpse tumor. The strange, deep purple eye struggled, yet countless tentacles could not inflict the slightest harm upon the ghost face. Once ensnared by this mouth, its fate was sealed. Then let us add a touch of excitement. Yang Feng seized the emerald-green corpse tumor from the table and shoved it into his mouth as well. He voraciously chewed, grinding the tentacles and the purple-eyed mutated tumor into a viscous substance. This was not mere sustenance that I aim to utilize it for evolution, that I shall merge all the spiritual essences of the corpse tumors to render them whole. Yang Feng manipulated the ghost face, not treating them as mere sacrifices for direct absorption, but completing the process of merging and refining within his mouth, saliva, and mucus. The dark golden ghost face's drool dripped, flowing into the purple spiritual essence. Remarkably, this catalyzed the merging. The purple essence expanded continuously, voraciously devouring the surrounding emerald-green energy of its kin, rectifying its own deficiencies, flawless. Without defect, the purple essence became increasingly crystalline and translucent, and upon absorbing the spiritual essences of all the crawling beast kin, it experienced a qualitative leap, fully evolving to the level of the purple phantom crystal. Gulp. The purple essence slid down his throat, autonomously seeking the most suitable organ to commence an evolution: the stomach. Surprisingly, the optimal organ for this purple crystal tumor turned out to be the stomach. Yang Feng felt an agonizing twist in his abdomen, an intense acidity nearly melting him away, as a special structure generated a purple corrosive toxin. The bizarre, deep purple poison. The stomach functioned like a venom sac, incessantly producing potent toxins. While enhancing gastric acid, it also irrevocably altered the organ structure, reshaping even the throat and oral mucosa. Corrosive stomach. Larval stage. The ability to resist toxins significantly enhanced. The efficiency of the digestive system greatly improved. The stomach could generate formidable toxins, possessing immense corrosive properties. This ability that resembled the earlier manifestations of the crawling beast's mutated form, reinforcing the stomach while spewing corrosive acidic rain, which could be fatal with even the slightest contact. Yang Feng endured the excruciating pain, spending an entire day to fully complete the evolution of his stomach. Ghost face. Fortunately, with this dark golden ability, he narrowly avoided disaster. Unexpectedly, the ghost face also possessed the function of filtering spiritual essence, completing high-level corpse tumors. Besides achieving evolution, Yang Feng discovered a pleasant surprise. The ghost face's saliva and mucus could indeed filter spiritual essence. How fitting! It feasts upon sarcomas, naturally capable of devouring and purifying the essence of the melted spirit with ease. That a slight test of this newfound ability ensues. Corrosive stomach. With a mere thought, Yang Feng's stomach, having undergone a complete structural transformation, contracts violently, expelling droplets of venom. His throat resembles the barrel of a gun. The purple toxin coalesces into pellets, and after being pressurized within his mouth, it is expelled like bullets, shattering the surface of the wall. Hissing sounds accompany the transformation of the pellets into liquid, producing a cacophony of corrosive echoes as the wall's interior is soon riddled with numerous small holes. The power is astounding. Were this to penetrate an enemy's body, it would likely dissolve their internal organs instantly. The evolution is complete. Yang Feng then retrieves a small pouch, revealing the spoils of battle previously confiscated: 26 ordinary corpses, all crammed into his mouth like candy. The ghastly visage greedily chews, as waves of searing energy surge, invigorating his entire being with a comprehensive amplification. But a sense of looseness begins to emerge. Yang Feng perceives a shift. After consuming such a multitude of corpses, the bottleneck inhibiting his advancement has finally begun to ease. Dark gold, a divine artifact. Should the ghastly visage achieve evolution, it would undoubtedly acquire even more extraordinary abilities. Truly, a series of joyous events. Thus, my pace of evolution remains unparalleled. Chapter 39. Eliminate Yang Feng. Defeat the tyrant. On the 7th day, a week has elapsed since the catastrophe of the apocalypse erupted. Yang Feng has sequestered himself within his room for 2 days, provoking a plethora of rumors and whispers. The tyrant, hoarding communal resources, ruthlessly slaughtering the surviving refugees, oppressing and humiliating former neighbors. Daily, he doles out a single packet of instant noodles, leaving the populace ravenous and pale. The tyrant cruelly compels the people to hunt monsters while demanding they relinquish corpses in exchange for resources and food that rightfully belong to them. numerous heinous acts, unforgivable sins. Although the people dare not voice their grievances openly, whispers of discontent have spread like wildfire. It is evident someone is deliberately inciting emotions, premeditatedly tarnishing Yang Feng's image, transforming him into a merciless tyrant of slaughter. Below the apartment building, more humans wield a variety of weapons, fiercely battling against the monsters. Su Hong, Yi Liang, Miao Zhuang, and Su Man remain the most efficient among them. The relentless skirmishes of recent days have honed their combat skills, gradually revealing the weaknesses of the rotting corpses, and their strikes have become increasingly decisive and ruthless. Swished, Yi Liang grips a recurved bow, his arms seemingly thickening with muscle. The fingers that draw the bowstring appear to have mutated, encased in a layer of keratinous material. The combination of strength and mutation allows him to draw the string to a full moon every time, piercing the skulls of the corpses with unerring precision. Su Hong has also undergone some changes. His already formidable physique appears even more robust, stretching his clothing taut, exuding a palpable sense of power. When a corpse draws near, a single punch can shatter its jaw or even deliver instant death. Not just the two of them. Many other men have also transformed into formidable beings, their physiques robust and powerful. The attacks of these strong men are characterized by boldness and audacity, unflinching in the face of potential infection or mutation into monsters. The new humanity, the hunting squad, comprised of many newly joined members, has transformed into a new breed of humanity. Immunity against infection, enhanced bodily functions, and a dramatic increase in strength characterize their evolution. In contrast, Su Man and Miao Zhuang have not experienced a similar surge in power. Rather, they have merely gained a wealth of experience that a vague sense of being surpassed by these newcomers looms over them. As time ticks away, the hunting squad intentionally lures more corpses, encircling the courtyard for slaughter. The remnants of the corpses at the base of the apartment building nearly form a small mountain. People eagerly gather the flesh tumors, resembling jubilant farmers harvesting golden grains in a bountiful field, filled with happiness and delight. Soon, everyone returns to the apartment, adeptly moving obstacles to gather on the second floor, preparing to exchange supplies. Everyone has worked hard. I have prepared more provisions. Feel free to exchange for something to eat or drink. Bai Ting reveals a look of concern, yet forces a smile. In recent days, production has surged, and the number of harvested flesh tumors has increased to the point where 2 small carts can hardly contain them. Bring forth the flesh tumors, Su Man declares as she steps to the front of the line, ready to collect the tumors people have obtained, just as she had done in the past few days. That moment, Su Hong and Yi Liang exchange glances, their eyes reflecting an unspoken understanding, revealing an unsettling spark. Su Man, if I recall correctly, you reside in 407, am I right? Su Hong rises slowly, letting out a deep sigh. I am aware of your plight. Su Man's brow furrows. Bai Ting senses something amiss, as the gazes of those around them resemble a pack of famished wolves, restless and poised to pounce. I sympathize with you and comprehend your actions against those vile individuals. However, it seems you have been deceived by Yang Feng. Exploited all along. Su Hong shakes his head, extending his hand to reveal several small, tumor-like trinkets, continuing, we have uncovered the secret of the flesh tumors. This revelation momentarily startles Su Man. The secret of the flesh tumors. They can facilitate evolution, enhance strength, and confer immunity against infection. Suddenly, the recent mysterious behavior of the people becomes clear to her. Some have grown stronger overnight, while others have vanished, perhaps having failed their evolution and transformed into monsters, secretly slain by others. In essence, people have been clandestinely utilizing the flesh tumors. Almost all participants in the battles have become the new humanity, endowed with formidable capabilities. Will you surrender them or not? Su Man lowers her voice, her eyes flickering with murderous intent as she issues a final warning. Yi Liang steps forward, gesturing to his head, incredulity etched on his face. Sister Man, think carefully. We can grow stronger by using the flesh tumors ourselves. What benefit is there in submitting them to that tyrant? He is merely exploiting you. Yi Liang's words resonate, and the other warriors around them nod in agreement. Su Hong takes another step forward. We cannot hand over the flesh tumors. We demand our fair share of the supplies. Su Hong raises his fist, his gaze resolute, rallying the crowd with a battle cry. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. With a single call, 100 voices responded. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. The surrounding warriors fervently chanted the slogans, their cries echoing throughout the entire second floor. What do you intend to do? This is rebellion. Rebellion. Bai Ting, terrified, hastily grasped the arm of Miao Zhuang, her eyes pleading for help. Brothers, stop them. As the captain of the security team, Miao Zhuang rallied the bodyguards beside him, positioning them at the forefront. Adorned with intricate tattoos and golden chains, Miao Zhuang's men, once the enforcers of the formidable boss Missouri Jianfeng, were infamous figures in the underworld. With fierce determination, they brandished machetes and iron rods. Standing resolutely in the vanguard, whoosh, an arrow shot forth, piercing the chest of the foremost thug. Wei Liang drew his bow, releasing the arrow with a swift flick of his fingers, which instantly impaled the target. Crimson blood gushing forth like a torrent. Kill. The evolved new humans, having been tempered by battles against the undead, transformed into formidable warriors, swiftly overwhelming the gangsters. The intimidating figures, draped in tattoos and gold chains, who could frighten ordinary folk, turned into mere cowards when faced with real combat. Don't kill me. Help. Help. Miao Zhuang's subordinates, one after another, fell victim to the onslaught, shedding their armor and fleeing like frightened chickens. I have a gun. Don't move, don't move. Bai Ting brandished her trump card, a pistol aimed at the crowd. The threat of the firearm proved effective, halting the advance of several individuals, their eyes bloodshot with a hint of trepidation. What are you afraid of? We fear not the undead. One man roared, for all present were desperate souls who had faced monsters in battle. Fueled by rage, the crowd surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted as a new human was riddled with bullets. Slowly collapsing to the ground. Whoosh, an arrow shot through the air, striking Bai Ting's palm with pinpoint accuracy, causing her gun to fall. You filthy bitch! How dare you kill our men? Seize her. A few men, blinded by fury, grabbed Bai Ting, overpowering her without a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Su Man represented an entirely different extreme. Wielding a kitchen knife, she charged into the throng. Crazy woman. She was likened to a rabid dog, wildly biting at those around her. The knife, infused with lethal intent, aimed for the vital points of her foes. With a sickening rip, Su Man plunged the blade into a man's chest, obliterating his heart. Another ripping sound echoed as the knife found its way into another's neck, blood gushing forth in a crimson spray. This frenzied woman momentarily caused the surrounding warriors to retreat, none daring to provoke her. I'll handle it. Su Hong suddenly launched an attack against Su Man, a retired Special Forces soldier. He knew that despite her viciousness, facing a combat-trained warrior was hardly a challenge. Clang! Su Man's kitchen knife was knocked to the ground. Bang! 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 Su Hong struck Su Man's body relentlessly. A blow to her abdomen caused her to spit bile. A hit beneath her ribs left her entire body convulsing, and a strike to her head rendered her consciousness hazy. After several punches, Su Man was left battered and bruised. Chapter 40. The hammer of justice has arrived. Madwoman, is it worth it for a scoundrel who deceived you? Su Hong seized Su Man's neck, lifting her effortlessly with one hand, her face turning crimson and purple from lack of oxygen. Cracked out as Su Hong's palm swung, forcefully slamming Su Man to the ground. Take her away. When we meet Yang Feng later, let her fully comprehend reality. Su Hong, with a strong sense of justice, still contemplated tearing off Yang Feng's mask, making Su Man realize whether he was truly worth following. Meanwhile, Miao Zhuang was in a state of flight. A group of muscular men wielding knives viciously hacked away, leaving Miao Zhuang to barely defend himself with one arm, occasionally sustaining a wound or two. Whoosh, an arrow pierced Miao Zhuang's thigh, causing him to collapse to the ground. Wait, I surrender. I surrender, Miao Zhuang shouted loudly, in a moment of life and death, disregarding any notions of loyalty, seeking profit and avoiding harm. From the very beginning, Miao Zhuang was a clever man, knowing how to set aside his dignity and understanding whose side would ensure his survival. If Yang Feng wanted to kill him, he would bow to Yang Feng, acting as his slave, loyally slaying monsters for him. If Su Hong sought his life, Miao Zhuang would immediately betray him, discarding any notions of gratitude or slave contracts. I hold a grudge against Yang Feng. It was he who severed my arm. Yang Feng forced me to become his subordinate, compelling me to slay monsters and surrender corpses. Miao Zhuang shouted with venomous fury. I loathe him to my very core. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, uncertain whether to strike with their raised blades. Let him go. Yang Feng coerces many to serve him, He cannot slay them all. Can he? Su Hong slowly approached, scrutinizing Miao Zhuang from head to toe. Then offering a slight smile as he extended his hand in friendship. I am not like Yang Feng. I am no tyrant. Su Hong's eyes sparkled, and he had unconsciously become the leader among the crowd. Indeed, Su Hong was the strongest. Su Hong possessed the greatest power. Su Hong was the most astute, executing plans with precision. Even the university's students skilled in archery willingly called him Big Brother if Yang Feng were slain. Su Hong could take his place and become the new leader of the apartment. Let's go. We will seek out Yang Feng. The crowd was invigorated, brandishing their weapons, marching fiercely towards the fourth floor. Room 405, that was where the tyrant resided. The surrounding New Age warriors could hardly contain their emotions, eager to break down the door. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. Kill Yang Feng. Overthrow the tyrant. The people chanted slogans, their fervor reaching a fever pitch, as dozens surrounded the corridor, blocking any passage. Yang Feng, you have committed so many heinous acts. You have slain countless innocents, now hiding in your own room. Like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, Su Hong took the lead, stepping forward and shouting loudly towards room 405, moral high ground. He stood at the pinnacle of virtue, as if wielding a hammer of justice, ready to shatter the malevolent Yang Feng. With a creak, the door slowly swung open. Yang Feng, bleary-eyed and yawning, leaned nonchalantly against the door frame, displaying an air of indifference. What's all this noise? I finally managed to get a decent sleep. And you ruin it. Yang Feng exhibited no sense of crisis, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd, seemingly dismissing them entirely. The facade of camaraderie. Su Hong's face twisted in disgust as he dragged Su Man out. Followed by Bai Ting and the traitor Miao Zhuang. At this moment, Bai Ting appeared utterly wretched. Her body was marred with bruises, her clothing tattered and trampled upon by several men, pleading with anguished eyes. Yang Feng, save me, Bai Ting cried, reaching out to him, her tears smearing her makeup and leaving streaks of black. Yang Feng shrugged, his expression one of indifference. This woman is quite malicious if you don't kill her. What will you keep her for? Actually, the initial idea of surrendering collected supplies was mine. It was hers. Yang Feng showed no concern for Bai Ting's fate. Their relationship had always been one of mutual exploitation. Bai Ting had once personally led a team intending to teach Yang Feng a lesson, but he had simply found no motivation to kill her. Bai Ting was stunned. This revelation plunged her into utter despair. Yang Feng, I collected so many supplies, only for you to seize them all. That I committed countless heinous acts for you, and now you cast all the blame upon me. You are more vicious than I am, more ruthless, devoid of loyalty, heartless. May you meet a wretched end, completely abandoned. Bai Ting cursed Yang Feng loudly, her voice a desperate wail. Clap, clap, that a splendid performance, truly magnificent. Su Hong clapped his hands, gleefully observing the spectacle of Yang Feng and Bai Ting, likening them to dogs fighting. Bang! Su Hong drew his gun, aiming a bullet at Bai Ting's head. A splatter of white viscous fluid sprayed across the floor, shocking the onlookers with his sudden action. Yang Feng, you are right. She is indeed guilty of grave sins, hoarding supplies. She must be executed. Su Hong sneered, then seized Su Man once more. At that moment, Su Man was a sight to behold, battered and bruised, struggling for breath, her cheeks swollen and her body covered in contusions. Bai Ting deserves her fate. But what of her? Su Hong questioned. Su Man has aided everyone, yet you have systematically led her to become a madwoman. Su Hong attributed the corruption of Su Man entirely to Yang Feng, as if he had brainwashed her. Miao Zhuang limped forward at just the right moment, approaching Su Man. Yang Feng, you are nothing but a fraud. You promised us strength to become powerful. In reality, you merely fed us a few corpse tumors. Miao Zhuang lamented passionately, then extended his hand towards the crowd, declaring, we do not need your assistance. We can grow stronger using the corpse tumors ourselves. Lies. Miao Zhuang appeared to have pierced through Yang Feng's deception. Every action he took was merely a fade, a charade of trickery. Intriguingly, Yang Feng found himself amused. His eyes sparkled with mockery and derision, and he took it upon himself to explain to the crowd with unexpected enthusiasm. The transformation of Su Man is hardly my fault. At most, I merely gave her a nudge at a crucial moment, offering her an additional choice. Yang Feng's gaze shifted back to Miao Zhuang. You make a valid point. Corpse tumors indeed enhance one's strength. However, you comprehend the cost involved. The word cost caused a palpable shift in the expressions of those present. Consuming corpse tumors had turned some into grotesque abominations, while others experienced bizarre mutations. For instance, Yiliang's fingers sprouted keratinous growths, and Su Hong's muscles constricted around his bones, tightening painfully. Yang Feng let out a series of cold chuckles. His mocking gaze sharpened, transforming into something as chilling as a blade. That we've chatted and cursed enough. I am nearly bored to death. When shall we commence the battle? Chapter 41. The Despairing Chasm. Arrogant. Presumptuous. Yang Feng's eyes were as cold as steel, yet his lips curled into a mocking smile. Tyrant. Die. Yi Liang, fueled by a sense of justice, could no longer contain himself. He grasped his recurved bow, knocking a specially crafted feathered arrow. Drawing it back to create a grand arc whoosh, the razor-sharp arrow glinted with a lethal chill, moving too swiftly for the naked eye to track, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Yi Liang had traversed countless monster skulls with such arrows, and this time, he aimed to pierce Yang Feng directly. Snap! That a soft sound echoed. Yang Feng did not flinch or evade. He did not even shift his position. At some point, he had extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the front of the arrow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The immense penetrating force caused the tail of the arrow to quiver violently, emitting a hum that attested to the power behind Yi Liang's shot. Most terrifying was the fact that the sharp arrowhead was less than a centimeter from Yang Feng's eye. Yet, he did not blink, nor did he furrow his brow, as if everything was well within his control. What strength! What composure! What terrifying judgment! Such indifference could only be cultivated through countless battles, teetering on the brink of death time and again. Something feels off. Su Hong instinctively experienced a strange sense of dread. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to being a mere rookie facing a bloodthirsty butcher who had claimed countless lives on the battlefield. Too late, as Yi Liang released his arrow, the surrounding warriors surged forward en masse. Kill! Take down Yang Feng. The evolved new humans, emboldened by their enhanced abilities, charged forth with unwavering confidence. Brandishing clubs and blades, they struck at Yang Feng as if cleaving through decaying corpses. Shadows danced, and the cacophony of slaughter resonated deafeningly. Yet, amidst the chaos, Su Hong caught a glimpse of Yang Feng, who had just loosed the arrow. He was laughing a devilish, maniacal laugh, with a ferocious and ecstatic grin that seemed to stretch his lips to the very roots of his ears. A man was abruptly flung backward. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the human figure hurtled through the air like a cannonball. His chest caved in entirely, the immense pressure within him sufficient to reduce all his organs to mere pulp. The wall was shattered, creating a gaping hole in the shape of a person, accompanied by the cacophony of countless porcelain shards splintering. Almost every bone in his body lay shattered. Ha ha! Yang Feng's laughter instantly drowned out the sounds of carnage. With remarkable speed, he swung his fists, relentlessly assaulting the surrounding throng. Fragile, the human body was undeniably frail. Even the so-called evolved new humans resembled mere clay, easily molded, pierced, and shattered at will. Splurt! That a circular object protruding from a neck burst apart, like a watermelon. Warm, tender tofu, steaming and mingling with a deluge of crimson syrup, splattered across the faces of the onlookers. As hands instinctively reached to touch their faces, they encountered a damp, sticky, and slippery sensation, imbued with a lingering warmth. Clang! A flash of cold light flickered. Yang Feng's finger bones extended into 5 slender and razor-sharp bone blades. With perfect arcs, the bone blades sliced effortlessly through the bodies of his foes as though they were tofu, cleaving them into 6 segments. Clatter, 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 colorful strips rained down, while viscous organic matter oozed forth from within. A monster, the demon. The maniacal laughter of Yang Feng was a terror surpassing even the mightiest of aberrations by tenfold. In a mere span of a few seconds, all the assailants were left to grasp the true essence of fear. That a suffocating terror enveloped them, a despair that made their bodies tremble under the sheer weight of absolute power. They felt like ants, easily crushed beneath a foot. What has happened to my firepower? Come, let us engage in battle. I am not yet satisfied, not yet fulfilled. Yang Feng continued to swing his fists carelessly, obliterating the enemies before him, his manic laughter inviting them to persist in the fight. No, how can this be happening? You are not human, not human. Some were utterly paralyzed by terror, collapsing into pools of blood. Their eyes wide with fear as they instinctively recoiled, and no one dared approach Yang Feng any longer. All who ventured near him met a grim fate, crushed mercilessly. This is impossible. How could one person's strength be so terrifying? Yi Liang stood frozen, observing the bloodstains that stretched across the corridor floor, then glancing at the mangled remains surrounding him, unable to accept it, unable to believe it. His trembling hand instinctively reached for an arrow. Yi Liang knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, preparing to draw a full moon, when suddenly a purple projectile shot forth, piercing through his wrist like a bullet. Spit that a mouthful of saliva flew forth. Yi Liang's wrist was instantly shattered, causing the arrow to plummet to the ground. Gastrointestinal erosion, compressed liquid coalesced into a projectile, propelled through the modified esophagus, and further pressurized in the mouth. Its power rivaling that of a small-caliber handgun. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. Poison that a virulent toxin spread along the wound, tearing through flesh and skin. Yi Liang's wrist deteriorated at a visible pace. The skin and muscle fibers melting into a viscous, purple-hued sludge under the influence of a corrupting toxin. Save me, save me, save me. Yi Liang cried out in unbearable agony, desperately reaching out with his other hand towards Su Hong, only to have it deftly evaded. Upon closer inspection, the veins beneath Yi Liang's skin were rapidly transforming into a deep, poisonous purple, the corrosive toxin spreading alarmingly, soon to reach his shoulder. It was terrifying. This was the lethal poison of the purple illusion crystal grade. Yi Liang was beyond salvation. In just a few minutes, he would be reduced to a puddle of pus. Su Hong, why do you not come to his aid? Yang Feng pointed at Yi Liang, his expression dripping with mocking derision. Look at Yi Liang, how he suffers, pleading for your help. How can you bear to turn away? Oh, I see. Are you afraid that the poison on him will infect you? Yang Feng's words dripped with sarcasm, each syllable piercing Su Hong's heart like a dagger. You monster, maniac, demon, tyrant, butcher. You are no human. You are a psychologically twisted lunatic. Su Hong clenched his fists, though he cursed vehemently. His eyes were already filled with fear. That I will fight you. Su Hong could no longer maintain his composure, recklessly charging forward to launch a frenzied assault. His skill was commendable. Su Hong's combat prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. His strikes were fierce, angles cunning, and he adeptly interwove feints with genuine attacks, awaiting the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to his foe. However, the disparity remained insurmountable. The exquisite art of slaughter utterly overwhelmed him. The terrifying physical capabilities were a complete domination. Su Hong's attacks appeared vigorous, yet to Yang Feng, they were as sluggish as a snail, weak and ineffective. With a flash of his eyes, Yang Feng seized Su Hong's forearm. With a crack, Yang Feng's grip tightened, distorting Su Hong's forearm, rendering him utterly subdued. What a pity! You could have assisted me in procuring numerous corpse tumors. Chapter 42. The essence of corpse tumors. Alas, such a loss. Yang Feng expressed a twinge of regret. The man before him held great value, capable of yielding an abundance of corpse tumors. Corpse tumors. Su Hong seemed to realize something, his face hardening as he brandished a dagger and struck at his own arm. A tearing sound followed as he ruthlessly severed his own limb to escape Yang Feng's grasp. The reason you surpass us is because of the corpse tumors. Su Hong clutched his shoulder, leaping backwards several paces before opening his backpack. I can too. I can grow stronger. I also possess corpse tumors. From the backpack, Su Hong retrieved a jar filled with numerous corpse tumors, a collection he had amassed over the past days. So many corpse tumors. Yang Feng's eyes gleamed with surprise. He was about to spit out a glob of pus to interrupt Su Hong's foolish actions, but then reconsidered, deciding to watch the unfolding drama. The consequences of a self-destructive ingestion of numerous corpse tumors would surely be most intriguing. Gulyalu, Gulyalu, Gulyalu. Su Hong, in a moment of reckless abandon, devoured dozens of corpse tumors. Spirit essence. A vast quantity of spirit essence began to erupt within his body. Shimmering with radiant light, it surged throughout his entire being, visible even to the naked eye. Su Hong began to scream in agony. His body expanded at a visibly alarming rate, and various grotesque growths emerged from beneath his skin. Scales, dense serpentine scales sprouted from his thighs. Tentacles, slithering, viscous tentacles burrowed forth from his skin, thrashing wildly. Beastly eyes, horrific vertical pupils emerged around his abdomen, resembling a multitude of acne clustered together. Severed limbs, from his amputated arm. A centipede's tail unfurled, extending outward in segmented form. Monstered, he was on the brink of transforming into a terrifying creature, deformed, twisted, unknown, horrifying. Why? Why is this happening? Su Hong, bewildered, roared in a voice unrecognizable as human, half of his head morphing into the shape of a catfish. Yang Feng smiled, reveling in this repulsive aberration. What are corpse tumors but experience elixirs for ascension? Yang Feng scoffed, yet his gaze grew increasingly grave as he uttered a single phrase, soul grit. That is the detritus of all living souls. All beings possess a spirit. Upon death, the spirit essence flows back into the sea of life, akin to returning to a mother's embrace. Pure and unblemished, crystalline droplets of spirit essence then surge forth from the ocean, flourishing into diverse forms of life. All life on Blue Star adheres to this cycle. However, the sea of life is not entirely pure. Impurities occasionally surface. Hatred, fear, despair, revenge, obsession, even the lingering attachments and reluctance towards loved ones. All memories, akin to indelible stains, linger long and resist purification. They gradually drift within the sea of life, becoming the silt and grit of the ocean floor, giving rise to even more wondrous transformations. Those corpse tumors, they are silt, they are remnants, they are filth, they embody the most abominable, the most sinister, the most obsessive grit of living beings. Yang Feng provided the answer, then pointed towards Su Hong's body. Those scales may have originated from a serpent. Those beastly eyes could belong to a pack of wild animals. Those tentacles might be from an octopus dwelling in the deep sea. The deformed half of his head should represent a large catfish. Yang Feng then posed a soul-stirring inquiry. Do you feel it? Do you sense their pain? Do you perceive their memories? Have you fully grasped the deepest filth within their hearts, the most difficult obsessions to relinquish? Yang Feng's words struck Su Hong's core with profound force that he indeed felt it. The memories of serpents, wild beasts, deep-sea monsters, centipedes, catfish, various creatures intertwined within him. His thoughts became chaotic. His consciousness was on the verge of destruction. Even Su Hong's soul, under the intense pollution, twisted and contorted, gradually transforming into a conglomerate of monsters. Cease your incessant chatter. Do not disturb my corporeal form with your clamor. Stop biting me. I am in immense discomfort, consumed by hatred, ravenous, and deeply anxious for my child. Su Hong knelt upon the ground, uncertain to whom he was pleading for mercy, his mind besieged by a cacophony of voices, echoing with the shrieks of myriad creatures. Two streams of blood tears cascaded down his face. Su Hong's consciousness finally shattered completely, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar of fury. Roar, roar, roar. He had irrevocably transformed into a monstrous entity. Aberrant aggregation stage. Random. Rarity grade. Random. Typically formed from humans utilizing excessive corpse tumors, resulting in grotesque mutations. Such extraordinary monsters exhibit a vast disparity in strength. The greater the number of corpse tumors used, the more formidable the aberrant form that emerges. Indeed, Su Hong had become a unique aberrant aggregation. Dozens of corpse tumors had utterly fragmented his soul and induced indescribable distortions in his body. In a previous life, Yang Feng had witnessed someone consume several hundred high-grade corpse tumors at once, transforming into a terrifying behemoth that obliterated a medium-sized camp. How intriguing! Yang Feng charged forward with fervor, and the howling aberration immediately reacted, its severed limb morphing into half a centipede, akin to a steel whip. Lashing out ferociously, splatter, the half-centipede was obliterated by Yang Feng's fist. The viscous, venomous substance erupted from the centipede's body, splattering all over Yang Feng. Poison? Ineffectual. Yang Feng remained unfazed by the toxic liquid coating his skin. He possessed formidable resistance to toxins. The purple mirage crystal-grade, corroding stomach was not mere ornamentation. Though intimidating, the dozens of corpse tumors still paled in comparison to his strength, unperturbed by the contorted monstrosity before him. Yang Feng's countenance radiated disdain. Bone blade, deep iron fiber, corroding stomach, and the most potent dark gold artifact, ghost mask. Each of these mutated devices held a value far exceeding that of dozens of corpse tumors. Splatter, 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 scales shed, beastly eyes gouged, tentacles severed, and catfish heads cleaved asunder. The transformed Su Hong was effortlessly vanquished. However, the ordeal was far from over. The rampaging spirit essence that began to coalesce once more at an exceptionally unique corpse tumor gradually formed within Su Hong, manifesting in a distinctive white hue. A white corpse tumor, translucent and lustrous, resembling mutton fat jade. It exuded a warm and slippery texture. One would scarcely suspect that this pristine white tumor had emerged from a twisted aberrant aggregation. White fruit. This was an extraordinarily rare entity among corpse tumors. The white fruit was exceedingly difficult to tame, encapsulating a multitude of obsessions and grievances, its powers varying in potency. This variability hinged upon the number of corpse tumors consumed by the aberrant and the personal potential of the white fruit's wielder. The weakest were inferior to worthless green jade, while the strongest had even reached the extraordinary heights of blood bodhi. Chapter 43. The darkened Madonna, indeed, was fearsome. The white fruit was a curious item, exceedingly peculiar, with an enormous degree of unknown randomness. Recklessly consuming it was evidently a foolish endeavor. Yet how to wield it most judiciously? Yang Feng, clutching the white fruit, maliciously turned around, his gaze sweeping over the remaining individuals in the corridor. Most of the dissenters had already met their demise, that a few timid souls had fled to the corridor, utterly paralyzed by the gruesome scenes of slaughter that unfolded before them, trembling silently in fear. Tsk. Yang Feng could hardly muster the energy to slay them, yet amidst the crowd, he recognized an old friend. Miao Zhuang, that a man who was ever so fickle, adept at navigating the winds of fortune and adversity. Now, this spineless opportunist was so terrified that he dared not lift his gaze to meet Yang Feng's eyes. How could I forget you? Yang Feng approached slowly, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Offering a benign smile, "Do not come any closer. He is coming, he is truly approaching. What shall we do now? What can we do? I beg you, spare me, do not kill me." The remaining few rebels were instantly rendered senseless with fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, banging their heads so violently that the floor cracked beneath them, leaving behind pools of blood. Thud. Miao Zhuang lay flat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Boss, I was coerced. Please, for the sake of all the corpse tumors I have collected, show me mercy." Miao Zhuang repeatedly bowed his head, while several others followed suit, their foreheads striking the ground rhythmically, each one more fervent than the last. As for me, there is one thing I loathe above all else. That is betrayal. Yang Feng spoke nonchalantly, yet Miao Zhuang shuddered violently at his words, cold sweat soaking his clothes. "Although you are merely my slave, although I am simply using you. However, betrayal is betrayal. When you pointed a finger at me and scolded me, you had already made your choice, had you not?" Yang Feng's words plunged Miao Zhuang into despair. Any attempt at rebuttal felt futile. Any resistance proved to be in vain. "Boss, Yang Feng, my boss, grant me one more chance. I will hunt monsters for you, seize corpse tumors, that I will labor tirelessly for you, not resting for even a moment. I implore you." Miao Zhuang understood one crucial fact. His only chance of survival lay in demonstrating his utility, proving he was still of some value. Yet Yang Feng merely shook his head with a light chuckle. "Bah!" In an instant, he opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of corrosive venom that gushed forth violently. "Ah!" The air was filled with anguished screams. Those huddled in the corners were drenched in the caustic toxin, their bodies melting away like burning candles, transforming into pools of putrid liquid. Traitors receive no second chances. Yang Feng had learned this truth deeply in the dark apocalypse of his previous life. After executing this grim act, Yang Feng moved to the side of a woman, Su Manman. Her response took him by surprise. Loyalty, led by Su Hong. The new humans initiated their rebellion. Yet, rather than joining them, Su Manman fiercely opposed and battled against Su Hong and his followers. Bruised and battered, she fought on, even at the cost of her own life, refusing to back down. Why? Simply because Yang Feng had given her a nudge? Simply because of their bond of servitude? Foolishness. Yang Feng looked down upon her, lightly nudging her with his foot. "You're not dead yet, are you?" Su Manman emitted a low groan of pain, evidently still clinging to life. Yang Feng squatted down, producing a white corpse tumor. "This is a ginkgo that I hold no regard for such detritus, yet I can offer it to you." Yang Feng spoke candidly, revealing the truth. "It possesses the capacity to bestow upon you abilities at random, transforming you into an evolved being. Are you intrigued?" Su Manman, enduring excruciating pain, curled up into a ball. Slowly, she extended her hand, resting it upon the white fruit. A resolute spirit. An unwavering will, as resilient as iron, is the paramount condition for evolution. Soul grit, corruption and filth, obsessive memories. You must possess an unwavering resolve to withstand the encroachment of impurities. You must exhibit sufficient patience and perseverance to contend with those obsessions and torments. Uphold your consciousness, shatter the invading essence of soul grit, and absorb the energy within, thus becoming ever more powerful. Let me clarify. The daily toll of corpses you must submit will need to be doubled. 10 pieces. Yang Feng crossed his fingers, signifying the number 10. He audaciously raised the quota of daily hunts by an entire order of magnitude. Very well, that Su Man firmly grasped the white fruit, resolutely affirming her agreement. Yang Feng, pleased, released his hold on the fruit, observing as Su Man lifted it and placed it into her mouth. Distortion. Mutation. The white fruit is a product of the distorted aggregate. It harbors a plethora of impurities and myriad fragments of thought. Su Man trembled. Beneath her skin, it felt as if countless worms writhed, her body emitting a cacophony of bizarre sounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That was the cry of a python. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A peculiar fish seemed to be exhaling bubbles in the liquid, producing a chorus of gurgling noises. Mom, please don't make me do my homework again. Wah wah wah. The anguished voice of a young boy emerged from Su Man's arm. It's over. The money I won cannot be exchanged. The voice of a housewife, filled with despair, as if she had secretly gambled away all her savings behind her husband's back. Insect chirps, roars, cries that a torrent of diverse memories surged forth. Not only human, but other beings too, their residual filth threatening to tear Su Man apart completely. Can you not endure any longer? Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing that the rampaging essence had pushed Su Man to the brink of a precipice, with collapse merely a step away. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Su Man howled in desperation, yet the voice that emanated from her throat was undeniably her own. The resentment intensifies. The hatred grows stronger. Su Man's eyes burned crimson, and with her unyielding spirit and bitterness, she gradually tore apart the invading thoughts. You are ruthless? I am more ruthless than you. You harbor resentment? My resentment surpasses yours. The darkened Holy Mother is indeed fearsome. The frenzied malice shattered and purified all the invading essence within her, ultimately claiming it as her own. Creak, crackle, crackle, crackle. That a symphony of sounds reverberated throughout Su Man's body. She fully absorbed the essence of the white fruit, unlocking the gateway to evolution, stepping forth towards becoming an evolved being. Success. Su Man's body underwent a profound metamorphosis. She transcended the realm of the new humanity, successfully transforming into a true evolver, acquiring an extraordinary power in the process. It was simply astonishing. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with excitement. He felt that he had struck gold this time, at Su Man that would undoubtedly allow him to reap even more bountiful rewards from the cadaverous masses. Chapter 44. Happy Birthday. Transformation. Evolution. Ultimate distortion. A fissure opened vertically along Su Man's abdomen, gradually expanding. A ring of sharp teeth encircled the gaping wound, resembling the gaping maw of a lamprey. The gluttonous maw. She had attained a uniquely her own distorted organ. This was the special ability bestowed upon her by white fruit, a brand new mutated form, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell itself, a manifestation of insatiable greed. A monster, regardless of whom Su Man revealed her power to. They would undoubtedly perceive her as a creature of monstrosity. Yet, Yang Feng remained unfazed. This was the price for acquiring power. By absorbing vast quantities of spiritual essence, the human soul would inevitably undergo distortion. As the flesh acquired formidable abilities, it would unavoidably yield to aberration. Bone blade, corroding stomach, deep iron fibers. All of Yang Feng's abilities had irrevocably altered his own body, including the dark gold level ghost face. Evolvers were no longer mere mortals, monsters. In the eyes of ordinary people, evolvers were akin to monstrous beings. So hungry. I felt an overwhelming hunger. Upon completing her transformation, Su Man was overwhelmed by an insatiable hunger that engulfed her entire being. This was the detrimental effect of the gluttonous maw, leaving her body perpetually in a state of unbearable hunger. Endure. You must learn to control your powers. Yang Feng, like a seasoned mentor, guided Su Man on how to wield her abilities. The fissure gradually contracted. That abyss-like gaping maw finally sealed shut, seamlessly. Her abdomen was now flat and delicate, smooth and taut, without a single blemish. Complete mastery of control. Your consciousness has wholly asserted dominance. Yang Feng marveled. Witnessing this peculiar ability for the first time, he approached Su Man, extending his hand to caress her soft, pale abdomen, sensing the latent power within. Blue sea pattern level? No, the mutated organ was indeed unique. With remarkable plasticity, did it possess a certain potential for growth? The ability derived from white fruit was truly extraordinary. He could vaguely sense its profound hunger, yearning for further transformation and elevation. Suddenly, Su Manman's abdomen violently opened. That exceedingly exaggerated gaping maw clamped down fiercely on Yang Feng's arm, but a circle of razor-sharp teeth, like a rolling wheel, emitted a sound akin to a chainsaw tearing through flesh, grinding against Yang Feng's skin. Flesh was torn asunder. Yang Feng's skin was rent apart, revealing muscle fibers as resilient as steel. The speed of the gluttonous maw's gnashing evidently slowed, yet it still left behind a trail of blood. With a sudden exertion, Yang Feng's gaze sharpened, and he forcefully shook his arm, instantly shattering several teeth and swiftly withdrawing from the monstrous grip. Yang Feng, I'm sorry. Su Manman immediately knelt on the ground. Bowing her head, I was so hungry that I fainted, and before I knew it, I bit down. Yet, Yang Feng did not immediately chastise her. He raised his arm, gazing contemplatively at the bloody wound. How intriguing. If you have no specific preferences regarding food. Yang Feng hesitated, casting his eyes around the myriad of corpses strewn about, before settling on Su Manman at his feet. Please, make yourself at home. An hour later. The entire corridor on the 4th floor was immaculate. Su Manman appeared revitalized, her complexion rosy, and her injuries seemed to have healed completely. She radiated youthful vitality and exuded charm. Yet, her pure and beautiful cheeks bore a hint of seductive allure, rendering her even more enticing, albeit with an inexplicable air of malevolence. Room 405. That the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the room in warmth. Su Manman sat at the edge of the bed. Her slender shadow elongated. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzled. The wave of spicy aroma wafted through the air. Yang Feng stood before the gas stove, skillfully stir-frying a dish of twice-cooked pork, deftly maneuvering the pan with his bandaged arm. Yang Feng, the tyrant with a penchant for brutality, had prepared several dishes, filling the table to its brim. Finally, he cooked a meat pie, sizzling and oozing with fragrant oil. If only the city had not plunged into darkness. He might have even baked a cake. Emerging from the kitchen, Yang Feng placed the meat pie on the table, then produced a candle from seemingly nowhere. He inserted the candle into the center of the pie. With a flick of his lighter, the flickering flame cast a warm glow, creating an ambience reminiscent of a candlelit dinner. What is this? Su Manman was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend that Yang Feng would prepare a meal for her. Congratulations, you have officially become an evolved being. Su Manman. You have been reborn, transformed anew. Yang Feng displayed a gentle smile, his pristine teeth appearing somewhat eerie in the candlelight, the contrast strikingly pronounced. Happy birthday. Let's sing the birthday song. Yang Feng unexpectedly celebrated Su Manman's birthday, honoring her transformation and newfound life. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Yang Feng led the way, embodying the warmth of a close-knit family as they clapped and sang. Su Manman felt a twinge of embarrassment, but could only feign a smile and join in the bloodthirsty tyrant song. All right, blow out the candle and make a wish. Yang Feng applauded Su Manman, who followed his command, blowing out the candle and returning to her seat with a sense of trepidation. I actually possess quite a bit of humanity, don't you think? Yang Feng flashed a satisfied smile, offering her chopsticks. After hearing this, Su Manman nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Yang Feng also picked up his chopsticks, selecting a piece of meat for Su Manman, and then retrieved a knife to slice the meat pie into portions. I used to watch a lot of food exploration videos. Later, Big Data recommended numerous cooking tutorials from older sisters, and I picked up some skills along the way. So, how does my cooking measure up? Yang Feng chatted casually, his pride evident as he spoke of his culinary prowess. Su Manman continued to nod like a chick pecking at grains. For some reason, she did not find the atmosphere warm or comforting. Instead, Su Manman felt an unsettling strangeness, even a creeping sense of dread. Yang Feng's tone grew increasingly gentle, and his demeanor warmer, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. The monstrous creature had claimed the lives of many. Su Hong, Yi Liang, and those brave new souls who dared to fight were all extinguished. Bai Ting, Miao Zhuang, along with dozens of societal titans adorned with tattoos, had also met their demise. Alas, Yang Feng let out a deep sigh, seemingly mourning the loss of these individuals with profound regret. What a pity it was, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. He produced a large jar filled to the brim with corpse tumors, numbering over 50. During his 2 days of seclusion, the apartment had collected these tumors, yielding more than 20 each day. The birthday festivities were over. Su Man, you must exert yourself diligently. Yang Feng rose and approached Su Man, patting her shoulder with a gentle and encouraging smile. At a demon, a true devil. Su Man felt an oppressive weight upon her. It was as though she were bound for life as an employee of this man, forever subjected to his exploitation and oppression. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yang Feng proceeded to do something even more shocking. He lifted the jar filled with corpse tumors and began to swallow them whole, devouring all 50 as if they were mere candies. Chapter 45. I am but a knife in your hand. Over 50 corpse tumors, chewed and crushed, popped like popping candy in Yang Feng's mouth, releasing a profusion of luminous essence. What does this signify? Su Hong consumed over 20 and transformed into a deformed aggregate. Yang Feng consumed even more, yet experienced no adverse effects. It seemed all the spiritual essence was suppressed by the ghost mask. Streams of pure spiritual essence surged back through his body, enhancing him overall. Yang Feng's entire corporeal form steadily and gradually strengthened. Though not as violently as a mutation, it was solidly foundational, delicious. Yang Feng's slick tongue licked his cheek, then drew close to Su Man, tilting her chin slightly upward. Cardiac arrest. Su Man's pupils constricted, and her body trembled uncontrollably. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped her heart, tightening like a large hand, rendering her breathless. Intent to kill? Danger. At any moment, she could be slain. Su Man sensed a chilling and cruel intent to kill enveloping her entirely through the eerie mask. Master, she involuntarily knelt, addressing him with newfound respect as master. Establishing authority. It was still a game of carrots and sticks. The carrot is sweet. I can fill your belly, lend you strength, and make you a powerful evolver. The stick is painful. I can tear you apart, kill you with ease. Yang Feng smiled as he retracted the ghost mask, resting his hand on Su Man's shoulder. Do not be anxious. I have already said, there's no need to call me master. Su Man's pupils tightened. She comprehended a singular truth. The nature of their relationship had been permanently cemented at that moment. Master, in the future, I shall be but a knife in your hand. Su Man continued to address him with honorifics, signifying her complete submission and her willingness to become a tool for Yang Feng. Yang Feng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before dismissing this minor concern. Follow me, he commanded, gesturing for Su Man to accompany him as he ascended the stairs through the secure passageway. The 19th floor was designated for the concentration and storage of supplies, due to the plan of neighbors hoarding grain. I hoard neighbors. News had been disseminated in advance within the owner-s group, leading each household to amass a considerable stockpile of goods. With many having perished, the abundance of supplies became even more pronounced. Bai Ting was dead. The supplies were unattended. I have no inclination to deal with trivial matters. Is it acceptable for you to handle them? Yang Feng cast a sidelong glance at Su Man. Speaking slowly. Of course, Su Man replied without a moment's hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. Just then, a man rushed out from the corridor. He was a burly, bald man, once a bodyguard under Bai Ting, now aimlessly attempting to seize the stored supplies. Make way. He blustered, his face nearly obscured by several stacked boxes of instant noodles, while he awkwardly tucked large packets of ham and assorted cooked foods under his arms. Seizing the opportunity, in the absence of oversight, he aimed to take as much as he could to secure his own survival. Yang Feng smiled faintly, casting a glance that seemed to convey, "It's up to you." "Stop!" Su Man exclaimed sharply, stepping forward with agility to block the man's path. Ouch! The supplies in the bald man's arms scattered across the floor, and he cursed vehemently. Damn it, good dogs don't block the way. He had never encountered Su Man before, and his demeanor grew increasingly brazen. "Are you blind? Tired of living? Are you?" Su Man's expression darkened. She had to accomplish the task assigned by her master, and she intended to do so decisively. In the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded that nearly caused the bald man to soil himself. A gaping wound appeared on Su Man's abdomen, rapidly expanding into a monstrous maw filled with countless sharp teeth. Monster. The bald man had never witnessed such a sight, and terror rendered him paralyzed on the ground, unable to utter a word. The abyssal maw. Su Man reached into the gaping mouth, extracting two long, sharp fangs to wield as daggers. With a swift thrust, the fangs pierced the man's neck. Su Man's eyes glinted with a vicious light, her actions devoid of any hesitation. Gurgling sounds emerged as thick blood bubbled forth, the crimson liquid splattering across Su Man's face, enhancing her fearsome visage. decisive in her slaughter. What will you do next? Yang Feng nodded slightly from the side, resembling a chairman inspecting the work of a general manager. Su Man grasped the man's legs, dragging him step by step up the stairs. The 19th floor was not without its share of opportunists. Those once arrogant bodyguards had scattered like monkeys from a fallen tree. Now acting as bandits, they forcibly smashed the lock of the storage room, seizing whatever they could find, taking as much as possible, with the preservation of their own lives being paramount. Stop, Su Man shouted from the corridor, her voice echoing, yet it fell on deaf ears as people continued their frenzied scramble for supplies. Creak, 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 creak. The jarring sound of ravenous chewing ensued. Su Man's abdomen gaped open like an insatiable abyss, devouring something, while copious crimson fluid splattered around, remnants of flesh caught between her teeth. Gradually, the crowd halted, their gazes shifting in horror. What is it consuming? It ought a monster. There is a monster. Terror, fear, tremors, nausea. That it was a grotesque sight that induced visceral discomfort. Until the gaping maw of her abdomen finally finished its ghastly feast, slowly closing, but leaving a substantial gap. Burp Su Man let out a belch of satisfaction. Clutching two bloodied, sharp-toothed daggers, she advanced towards the crowd. Now can you listen to me properly? Drenched in blood, her visage was ghastly, resembling a female specter risen from the depths of hell. She approached the frightened assembly, causing the man at the front to collapse in terror. A foul, brownish-yellow liquid seeping from his trousers. He had wet himself. Yes, yes, yes. Please speak. We will heed your words at any time. The burly bodyguards, with no escape left, found themselves kneeling before Su Man. How many of you are left? She inquired, wiping the blood from her cheek, yet leaving a long crimson streak that intensified her terrifying appearance. All the brothers downstairs have been slaughtered. Only a few of us managed to escape. There are about 10 of us left. After a fierce battle, few remained who could still fight, and they were all cowardly deserters. Su Man nodded. Her abdomen split open once more, rows of sharp teeth undulating like the terrifying maw of a lamprey, as if it could rend any prey into mincemeat. Mark my words, from this day forth, I am in command here. Return all the stolen supplies. If I find any missing, but she trailed off ominously, you will meet the same fate as that man just now. Su Man's insatiable abyss was truly terrifying. Several of the burly bodyguards were so frightened they lost control of their bladders, hastily prostrating themselves and repeatedly affirming her authority. There was no doubt. Su Man immediately seized control of the situation. Yang Feng observed quietly from the shadows, somewhat satisfied with her performance. However, he intended to stoke the flames further. Yang Feng approached slowly, revealing a slightly sinister smile. The apocalypse had erupted for 7 days now. After a week of psychological adjustment, they should be accustomed to the new reality. Starting tomorrow, all food supplies will be cut off. His words sent a tremor through everyone present. Even Su Man cast him a look of astonishment. Cut off supplies? What will the weak eat? Completely devoid of food sources, what madness might ensue among the people if one does not apply pressure? The timid shall remain confined within their chambers for eternity to procure sustenance. One must barter with the remains of the fallen, engaging in fierce battles against monstrosities. Let the slaughter commence. Let the combat rage. In the name of survival, seize the remains. Chapter 46. The evolutionary competition of trillions of lives. The tyrant, a true tyrant. During the first week of the Cataclysm, the population of the apartment plummeted by over 2/3. Despair and dread gripped the hearts of the people as they languished in wait for rescue. Yet their hopes were repeatedly dashed. A novice protection period. This is merely a novice protection period? Let the slaughter commence. Let the combat rage. Let strength be attained. Yang Feng approached the window, gazing upon the ravaged city, witnessing the relentless tide of corpses flooding the streets. The tide of the dead converges. The aberrations evolved in the heights above. Blood-stained wings clash as raptors engage in fierce combat. Beneath the soil, the cacophony of insects rises as aberrant creatures devour one another in the depths of the sea. Filth flows freely as monstrous fish undergo frenzied mutations. Trillions of lives that are embroiled in a mad race of evolution, vying for supremacy in the next era of Blue Star. The law of the jungle prevails. The strong reign supreme. The world once dominated by humanity has become a relic of the past. The weak shall perish in this age. Either they become prey on the dining table or expend every ounce of strength to carve a bloody path through the thorns. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered as he contemplated the blood-soaked road beneath his feet, a path fraught with the utmost peril. Chaos has erupted. The apartment is in complete disarray. Man has declared a cessation of all food supplies. The sole means of acquiring sustenance is through the hunting of monsters, exchanging their remains for food. This announcement has ignited public outrage. When life and death are at stake, those who have hidden away in their chambers are compelled to emerge and fight back. On the 19th floor, the remaining few dozen residents have gathered to protest against their new leader. Why should this be so? Those supplies were donated by us. What you are doing now amounts to outright theft. Are we to be left to starve? Not even a single pack of instant noodles distributed. Woe is us! The populace murmured in discontent. Nearly everyone was filled with righteous indignation, their hearts ablaze with fury. Seeking an explanation, Man stepped forth. Faced with this unfamiliar leader, the crowd naturally felt discontent. Thud. A small stone struck Man. Splat. A foul egg was hurled at her face. Eat shit. You think you can starve us? But it won't be so easy. With Bai Ting and Mo Jianfeng gone, who do you think you are? The crowd roared, and amidst the chaos, someone seized the opportunity to hurl prepared refuse at Man. Her expression remained icy. She slowly wiped her cheek, inhaling the stench of the egg liquid, yet her demeanor remained composed. You truly are lightheaded from hunger. She closed her eyes, reminiscing. She had been betrayed, insulted, bullied, and treated cruelly by those refugees she had once helped. The passageway was blocked. Man issued a command. Uttering just 4 words, a dozen burly men appeared within the corridor, sealing off the only escape route. Whoosh! Man flipped her palm, and a dagger, sharp as a fong, shot towards a certain spot in the crowd. Instantly, a man fell to the ground, a fatal wound piercing his brow, his eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Murder! Murder! The once boisterous crowd, witnessing the violent act, trembled in fear. Scrambling down the stairs in a panicked rush, they were the weak, they were the elderly, the frail, the ill. They were those who cowered behind closed doors, living in timid submission. Just moments ago, they were filled with righteous indignation. Yet now, upon the death of a single individual, they wilted, their spirits shattered. Get back, Su Jie commanded. You have not been dismissed. A group of 10 or so burly men brandished iron rods and blades, menacingly blocking the exit, their bodies adorned with various tattoos. Gangsters and bodyguards. They exuded an air of intimidation, their fierce demeanor meant to frighten ordinary people. Man approached the lifeless body. She gently withdrew the dagger, and crimson liquid gushed forth from the wound. I shall only say this once. From this day forth, no more food will be distributed. It can only be exchanged for corpses, Man declared, enunciating each word clearly for all to hear. Wah! How could I dare to confront those monsters? A woman, tears streaming down her face, pulled her child close, urging him to bow before Man. Xiao Bao, come here and bow to your aunt Man. An elderly man, leaning heavily on a cane, collapsed to his knees. Esteemed one, look at my frail old bones. I stand no chance against the youth. Such instances were rife. The remaining individuals were predominantly the elderly, the weak, and the ill. Disturbing memories began to assail Man once more. The seemingly pitiable mother and child had greedily taken her food, forcing her from her own home. The ostensibly unfortunate elder, in the dead of night, had trembled as he reached out, attempting to tear her clothing, groping her inappropriately, even seeking to further violate her. Man's compassionate heart had long since perished. Even if those before her were indeed wretched, truly in need of assistance, truly incapable of fighting, she felt no pity whatsoever. You may steal, you may rob, you may slaughter one another, you may barter your bodies, your beauty, your youth, your flesh for survival. Man's expression twisted into one of malice as she uttered these most brutal words, leaving all in stunned silence, shocked, unable to believe. Was there still law? Were there still rules? Theft, robbery, harm, even murder. All of these were once grave offenses in the world before the apocalypse, unthinkable to even imagine. Having vented her emotions, Man's tone softened considerably. Of course, you may also choose to fight the monsters as I do. I shall form a hunting squad, leading you to hunt the monsters. Everyone is welcome to join. Man had indeed established a squad dedicated to monster hunting. Recalling Yang Feng's earlier words, a cruel smile graced her lips. I can lend you my strength, I can grant you immunity from infection. As long as you can bring back the corpse tumors, you will be rewarded with food and women in the apartment, or perhaps handsome. Man's words were laden with temptation. First, instill despair, block every possible escape route, forcing everyone out of their dead ends. Then, instill hope, join the hunting team, gain formidable power, become a new breed of humanity, and engage in fierce battles with monsters. After a moment, someone finally made up their mind. I will join. I will join. I will also join. Meanwhile, Yang Feng gazed out at the dimming sky. The moment of exhilaration he anticipated each day for the hunt was finally approaching once more. In the bleak darkness of the apocalypse that had lasted a decade, Yang Feng excelled in solitary actions, truly embodying the essence of a lone wolf. He despised burdens that slowed him down and had no desire to share the spoils of his hunts with others. The ghostly mask unfurled, a peculiar sense of restlessness permeating its entirety. It had already consumed nearly 100 corpse tumors, reaching a terrifying magnitude. Was evolution finally at hand? The second form of the ghostly mask was something I eagerly anticipated. Chapter 47. Apocalypse. Increased the intensity. The night was dark and the wind howled, with scattered stars dimly shining. Yang Feng opened the window and leaped onto the air conditioning unit, but his steps faltered. A bizarre phenomenon occurred. The alley, once littered with the remains of decaying corpses, had sprouted vast expanses of vine. These vines, of vivid crimson hue, climbed the walls of the first and second floors, entwining themselves around hundreds of corpses. Writhing like countless blood vessels, blood-sucking vines? Yang Feng furrowed his brow, immediately recognizing the plant. In the days he had absorbed gastrointestinal erosion, the alley had become overrun with blood-sucking vines, extracting the residual value from the corpse remains. Plant mutation. Calculating the time, the first wave of mutated creatures was fast approaching. Yang Feng possessed the dark memories of his past life, witnessing the frenzied twisting of countless lives and mutation, and plants were no exception. Approximately a month had passed. Various terrifying aberrations were reaching maturity. An explosive emergence of countless grotesquely distorted monsters would signify the true crisis for humanity. The blood-sucking vines burrowed into the remains of the corpses, managing to exert a certain degree of control over them. The corpses, entwined in the crimson vines, emitted low growls from their throats, mimicking the cries of their kind. Soon, more corpses on the street, influenced by the sounds, began to shift toward the alley. With a sickening sound, flesh tore apart. Those blood-sucking vines, like maggots burrowing into bone, immediately wrapped around the living corpses, forcefully dragging them into the alley to strangle them. This was the characteristic of the blood-sucking vine, that it could temporarily control the corpses, using their throats to simulate sounds, luring in more corpses to become its new sustenance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Feng leaped down, and the blood-sucking vines that covered the ground instantly coiled toward him like whips. Huh! Yang Feng issued a light shout, his steps fierce as he crushed the vines beneath his feet. The crimson tendrils snapped, erupting with a torrent of foul liquid, akin to bursting blood vessels. Roar, 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 roared out as he crushed the vines. It seemed to inflict immense pain on the controlled corpses, eliciting heart-wrenching howls. Blood-sucking vine. This is the most primitive of mutated plants. They excel at preying on decaying corpses, yet they pose little threat to a formidable evolved being like Yang Feng. Of course, for an ordinary person ensnared by the blood-sucking vine, escape would likely be impossible. This presents a dilemma. If these vines continue to grow, they may soon reach my floor. However, they might inadvertently serve as my guardians. Yang Feng pondered, observing the alley teeming with blood-sucking vines. It was highly probable that the enemy would refrain from launching an assault from the direction of the windows. As long as they do not extend beyond the fourth floor, they can be disregarded for the time being. Exiting the alley, Yang Feng cast a distant gaze upon the surging tide of corpses. The ceaseless, rolling wave of the dead resembled a flood, rampaging through the night in a frenzy. An overwhelming procession of death, distortion of spirits, the tide of decaying bodies coalesced, a grotesque amalgamation of filth and resentment mingling with spiritual grit, forming what seemed to be a deep, murky mire. Low murmurs and howls echoed, a primal chant belonging to the tide of corpses, the most grandiose and terrifying of their rituals, as if brewing an even greater calamity. The direction of this search requires alteration. It is imperative to increase the intensity and venture into more perilous territories. Yang Feng shifted his course, expanding the scope of his hunt. Jinjiang Manor. This is an affluent villa area nestled between mountains and water. The scenery is picturesque, the environment exquisite, the location prime. and the transportation convenient, boasting complete surrounding facilities including kindergartens, prestigious middle and high schools, large supermarkets, and even a high-end shopping mall, alongside an artificial lake, with ample strength at my disposal. I am now qualified to explore this wealthy enclave. Yangfeng moved swiftly in the shadows, the obstructing corpses no longer a threat, all dispatched before they could emit a sound. After several minutes, he arrived at the vicinity of Jinjiang Lake. The pungent stench wafted through the air, reminiscent of rotting herring left to fester for a month. The artificially serene lake, now marred by a layer of oily film, bore the grotesque sight of hundreds of corpses bobbing upon its surface, their bloated remains repulsively swollen. Upon closer inspection, beneath the filthy waters lurked the silhouettes of monstrous fish, surfacing intermittently to reveal their grotesque growths. Shadows danced along the lake's edges, where the willows swayed in the breeze, resembling countless ghostly figures. Branches? No, what sprouted from those willows were unmistakably strands of women's hair. Cascading black tresses flowed like waterfalls, swaying in the wind, evoking the image of a disheveled female specter. Any ordinary person encountering such a horrifying scene would surely be paralyzed with terror. Yet Yangfeng comprehended the phenomenon at hand. Scientists, a decade into the apocalypse, had already provided numerous explanations. DNA anomalies. The DNA of humans shares a 41 similarity with that of bananas. In other words, humans and bananas may have shared a common ancestor billions of years ago, only to evolve in divergent directions thereafter. The willows are no exception. Their DNA harbors similarities to that of humans. Distortion of spirits. The spirit has undergone a peculiar distortion, capable of inducing mutations in the flesh. The DNA of the willows has suffered severe distortion, erroneously activating certain human traits, which is why they sprouted human hair. Splendid. As the apocalyptic calamity intensified, Yangfeng felt a twinge of pressure. He deftly evaded the surging tide of corpses and pressed onward in his exploration. The gentle breeze caressed his face, while the murky waters rippled around him, causing the willow tendrils to sway gracefully. Those ebony strands seemed to sense something, intertwining with one another, forming a delicate tapestry. Before cascading down from the willow tree, large clumps of these dark strands rolled swiftly with the wind, akin to rolling tumbleweeds, and their destination was unmistakably Yangfeng's position. It was utterly bizarre. After a decade of surviving in this post-apocalyptic world, he encountered such a phenomenon for the very first time. Despite his extensive survival experience, he had never before witnessed these black strands detaching from the willow trees in such multitude. Suddenly, a glint of sharpness flashed through the air. Yangfeng's bone blade sprang forth effortlessly, slicing through a clump of the dark strands, from which a viscous, inky substance gushed forth. The blade flickered incessantly, cleaving the oncoming black strands into segments. However, their sheer number was overwhelming. Thousands upon thousands of willow trees shed their dark appendages from every direction, and Yangfeng found himself unable to keep up. With a whoosh, the black clumps rolled to his feet, transforming once more into living strands of hair, akin to countless serpents, beginning to coil around Yangfeng's body. They wrapped tightly, constricting and strangling him. A few strands might possess a minor strength, but as they multiplied into hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands, they converged into thick, constricting coils, enveloping him entirely, gradually forming an immense black cage. A colossal black clump, nearly 5 meters in diameter, completely engulfed Yangfeng, seemingly intent on crushing him to a pulp. Despite his deep iron fiber muscles, which allowed for only slight movements of his limbs, he found his every inch of space squeezed tight, rendering him unable to wield his blade. Yet, Yangfeng remained undaunted. Though ensnared in peril, he was far from devoid of solutions, and even the ghost face need not be summoned. Suddenly, his stomach churned violently as a torrent of acrid purple acid erupted forth. The corrosive poison hissed as it enveloped the strands, creating a sound of searing agony. The keratin within the strands rapidly dissolved, snapping apart one by one, while their vital essence suffered devastating damage. Before long, the myriad of coiling strands writhed in anguish, yet they all succumbed to the lethal toxin, transforming into a viscous liquid as they approached death. Within the clumps of dark strands lay a wealth of spiritual essence, coalescing into fresh corpses. Their number exceeded 20, with 2 shimmering in a vibrant emerald hue, clearly having evolved to the level of jade. Not bad. Yangfeng gathered the corpses, marking this wave as equivalent to slaying over 200 decayed bodies. In that moment, however, an ominous sensation washed over him. His gaze sharpened. Something terrifying was watching him. Ghost face activated. initiating multidimensional information analysis to collect the subtlest details of his surroundings. A shadow, a dark silhouette loomed atop a nearby rooftop. Observing Yang Feng's every move, as if sensing something, the shadow flickered and vanished in an instant, moving with an astonishing speed. Intriguing. Such hunting is indeed captivating. Chapter 48. Shadow Leopard, Jinjiang Manor. The imposing entrance boasts grandiosity. Adorned with opulent and lavish decor, exuding an air of affluence, the entrance is lined with an array of luxury vehicles, each one valued at a sum comparable to an ordinary person's lifetime earnings. Yet, Yang Feng remains indifferent to these ostentatious displays. Activating his multidimensional information analysis capabilities, he discerns the faint residual vibrations in the air and can vaguely reconstruct indistinct remnants that a fleeting phantom disappears instantaneously within the estate. Caught you. Yang Feng's tongue, slick and glistening, flicks across his cheek, revealing an exhilaratingly sinister grin. The winding path leads to tranquility. The environment is refined. Within the villa district, various horticultural trees flourish, and at its center stands a musical fountain. However, Daiti is strangely devoid of any decaying monstrosities in this expansive villa enclave. Not a single creature lurks, leaving behind an eerie silence that starkly underscores the formidable nature of the target. Territorial awareness. The powerful territorial instinct of this extraordinary entity has driven away all lesser creatures. The musical fountain erupts with a cacophony. Instead of clear water, it spews forth a deluge of murky, blood-tainted liquid. Upon closer inspection, the central pool is shockingly carpeted with a layer of corpses, alongside various remnants of monsters. Such formidable territorial awareness. Not only has it expelled the lesser creatures, but it has also exterminated those that remained. Yang Feng comprehends deeply that the greater the entity, the more potent its territorial consciousness. He may have encountered a truly formidable adversary that silenced. An unsettling stillness pervades the AI. No monstrous roars. No chirping insects or singing birds. Only the occasional splash from the fountain disrupts the tranquility in this serene atmosphere. The sense of danger escalates, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Focus. Concentrate. Yang Feng is in a state of extreme excitement. Yet his mental acuity is as clear as glacial ice, embodying a paradox of fiery fervor and frigid rationality that it comes. The faintest tremors in the air are captured with clarity by Yang Feng. A dark silhouette streaks through, leaving behind a trail of residual images, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Silent and swift, in an instant, Yang Feng reacts. Turning to raise his hand in defense, the sickening sound of flesh tearing resonates. Yang Feng's movements falter by a fraction, as 3 deep claw marks appear on his chest, revealing glistening crimson fluid. Did I lag? Yang Feng possesses the ghost mask and multidimensional information analysis, enabling him to execute defensive maneuvers at the moment of an opponent's strike. Yet he still faltered. What speed is this? What explosive force? Upon closer observation, it resembles a beast concealed within an ethereal shadow. Its physique is not particularly large, yet it exhibits a perfectly streamlined form. The exquisite curves appear to effortlessly evade air resistance, adhering flawlessly to aerodynamic principles, surpassing even the capabilities of the latest fighter jets. A jackpot. The Shadow Leopard. Yang Feng finds it hard to believe. He has encountered an exceedingly rare and powerful anomaly in this apocalyptic world, a shadow leopard, a mutation derived from a special feline species. Shadow Leopard stage, growth period, rarity level, purple crystal, the shadow leopard. A formidable mutant born from a feline lineage, is renowned for its exceptional speed. Its claws can effortlessly tear through steel, while its resilient muscle fibers withstand heavy firearms. Most formidable is the lethal explosive power of its leg tendons. Silent and stealthy, it kills without a trace. Yang Feng once had the fortune of engaging in combat with a shadow leopard, a creature whose silent methods of murder inspire terror and despair. Its speed is unparalleled, eluding bullets and even the naked eye, leaving only fleeting phantoms in its wake. Moreover, the shadow leopard before Yang Feng has evidently reached maturity, shrouded in a haze of indistinct remnants that renders its movements even more enigmatic and unpredictable. Such is the distinction of a wealthy man's pet, whose household cat has transformed into such a monstrosity. Yang Feng scoffed. And no matter how affluent a nation, it is impossible to maintain a cheetah. The only conceivable origin of this creature is a mutation from a pet cat, a stroke of serendipity. A mere pet cat could metamorphose into a purple crystal-level aberration. It could either be a gift of fate or a curse, sending forth a formidable foe to ensure your demise. Come at me. The wounds on Yang Feng only served to ignite his fighting spirit. The sense of danger coursed through him. Every cell taut with tension, yet brimming with exhilaration. Let the fervor rise. Yang Feng grinned fiercely, his consciousness and spirit coalescing, forcibly compressing the flow of time. Slow, the world around him slowed to a crawl. Yang Feng felt the passage of time dilate further, everything unfolding in slow motion. Yet, even in this slow motion realm, the shadow leopard's speed remained astonishingly unfathomable. The air quivered slightly that it seemed to carve a path through the atmosphere. The surrounding gust of wind flowing silently along its streamlined form, producing no sound. There it was, the silhouette of the shadow leopard became increasingly discernible under the analysis of multidimensional information. Yang Feng raised his palm. 5 bony blades springing forth, poised to intercept the trajectory of the shadow leopard's assault. Clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang crisp and clear. Thud. A spray of crimson erupted from Yang Feng's side. As the shadow leopard's attack found its mark once more, slicing into his abdomen, severed, the 5 bony blades that Yang Feng had unleashed had shattered. A piercing pain surged through him, akin to the sensation of true bones fracturing. Unable to withstand it, these blades were still too feeble. Yang Feng gazed at the fracture of the bony blade, scarlet fluid and white marrow spilling forth. He seemed unperturbed by this outcome. Bony blade, green jade, mature stage. It had merely been a temporary weapon for Yang Feng. Its level far too low, its strength insufficient to repel even a single strike from the shadow leopard. Truly terrifying. Indeed, it is fearsome that I witness your attack, yet cannot thwart it. Yang Feng turned, allowing the searing blood to flow freely from his body. The tearing pain causing his muscles to spasm, yet heightening his fervor. Yes, this is a worthy adversary. That I can feel life ebbing away, that I can sense death approaching. Yang Feng's visage contorted further as an overwhelming sense of dread gripped his body. The primal instinct for survival ignited a surge of adrenaline, causing his cells to thrash in a frenzy. Yet, it was still insufficient, still not enough. Bah, bah, bah. Yang Feng's stomach roiled violently as he expelled globules of saliva that shot forth like bullets. They shimmered with a mesmerizing purple hue, imbued with a potent venom, aimed directly at the shadow panther's form. Hurry, however, the shadow panther's speed surpassed that of the very bullets released in a mere flicker. It effortlessly evaded the toxic spray and launched a fierce counterattack. The indistinct, ethereal afterimages danced like fleeting shadows, reminiscent of a galloping steed or an elephant crossing a river. It unleashed a deadly velocity beneath its feet. Slicing through the air with a piercing wind, in an instant, the shadow panther closed the distance to Yang Feng. Wow, 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 wow. Yang Feng opened his mouth as the venom cascaded like a rain of blossoms from the heavens. Each droplet, crystalline and translucent, glimmered with a deadly purple radiance, enveloping the shadow panther entirely. The initial assault was merely a feint. This deluge of venom left the shadow panther with no means of evasion. However, the legendary and exceedingly rare creature was not merely a name without substance. The shadow panther exhibited an astonishing burst of speed. Its tendons and calves possessed an extraordinary resilience, far exceeding ordinary comprehension, enabling it to veer suddenly in such a state that to turn, a sudden halt. The shadow panther's tendons shattered the ground beneath, its entire form contending with immense inertia, pivoting at an astonishing angle, narrowly escaping the deluge of venom. I've caught you. The scattered venom suddenly detonated. A large hand emerged from the toxic mist, grasping the shadow panther's body. Yang Feng, spewing out copious amounts of venom, was in fact executing a ruse. The true intention was to engage in a brutal melee with the shadow panther. Chapter 49, Shadow Tendons. I've got you. Yang Feng seized the shadow panther, tightening his grip around its neck and mounting it with fervor. The wind howled and thundered. The rapid pace seemed to stretch the surrounding scenery, creating an illusion in perception. Huh? Yang Feng cackled madly, raising his fist to deliver a heavy blow to the shadow panther's spine. His muscles creaked like steel being twisted, emanating a profound and weighty force. Ignoring his injuries, disregarding the blood flowing from his wounds, every single one of his 60 trillion cells burned with fervent intensity. Trembling with energy, his fists rained down relentlessly, striking the shadow panther in a primal display of savage combat. Roar, 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 roared out at last. The shadow panther emitted a pained howl. Its speed intensified, the surrounding environment flashing by like a series of rapidly changing slides in his mind. It was about to collide with the wall. Bang! The resounding crash reverberated with a thunderous roar. The front wall of a villa crumbled under the impact, sending a shower of debris flying, exposing vast concrete and steel structures to the air. Yang Feng and the Shadow Panther were hurled backward, crashing to the ground and leaving a deep gouge in the earth that I let go. I refused to release my grip. Yang Feng clutched the Shadow Panther's neck tightly, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet he would not relinquish his hold. Hey, oh, you wish to shake me off? Are you afraid? Yang Feng's ghostly visage gaped wide, its cavernous maw lunging toward the neck of the shadow leopard with ferocious intent. The razor-sharp teeth swiftly rent the flesh of the violet illusionary crystal-grade body. The savage bite, the vigorous suckling, the infusion of potent venom, the intensely corrosive poison coated the ghost's teeth, piercing deeply into the shadow leopard's nape. Agonizing cries erupted from the shadow leopard, more heart-wrenching than before. No matter how much it thrashed, it could not rid itself of the human clinging to its back, its four paws flailing in desperation. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Feng continued to ravage. The ghost's maw opened wide, appearing more beastly than the shadow leopard itself, as it tore into the creature, leaving it battered and bloodied. Bang, bang, bang that a pair of fists rained down with wild fury, leaving the shadow leopard utterly dazed. Beneath the powerful muscle fibers, the bones crackled with the sound of shattering porcelain. With each relentless strike that at last, the shadow leopard realized that it could not escape the human before it. Struggling, it turned to face Yang Feng, forcefully swinging its lethal claws, initiating a brutal close-quarters combat. Squelch! Yang Feng sank his teeth into a substantial chunk of the shadow leopard's flesh. Squelch! The leopard's claws tore into Yang Feng's arm and thigh. The two combatants resembled primal beasts, rolling together in a desperate struggle, fighting for their very lives. With fists, with teeth, with claws, with everything they had, all in the name of annihilating one another. Huh? Can you feel it? Our existence is resplendent. To survive, to bleed every last drop, to expend every ounce of strength, to engage in reckless combat. How wondrous it is! Enjoyment. Yang Feng was, astonishingly, relishing the sheer madness of the slaughtered alive. To exert every bit of life force. It is either you perish or I do. The terror of standing on the precipice of death allows one to truly appreciate the essence of life. Every cell in his body fought desperately, allowing him to grasp just how vibrant and precious existence is. After a long while, the sounds of their fierce struggle began to fade. Yang Feng severed the shadow leopard's head, standing triumphantly atop its lifeless form. One hand raised high, his body drenched in blood, declaring his victory. That a pure, violet-hued, exquisite corpse tumor gradually coalesced upon the shadow leopard's body. This was the true violet illusionary crystal, of a quality surpassing that of the last mutated crawling beast by an entire echelon. Excellent. Yang Feng stowed the tumor away, yet felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His body, marred and battered, bore severe injuries, and he had lost a considerable amount of blood. To an ordinary observer, he would surely be deemed mortally wounded. Gulp, gulp. Nevertheless, Yang Feng produced over 20 freshly acquired tumors, consuming them in one go. A searing heat surged within him. The ghostly visage had devoured over 100 tumors. Waves of warm energy flowed through Yang Feng's body, miraculously halting the deterioration of his wounds. The platelets became exceedingly active, swiftly forming a temporary blood membrane over the surface of his injuries, staunching the bleeding and averting the peril of excessive blood loss. This place is unsafe. I must return immediately. Suddenly, Yang Feng's multidimensional information analysis detected approaching presences. Humans? How could there be humans? Are there truly survivors in the villa district? Did the shadow leopard not consume them? More than one. Many humans survived in the villa district. Yang Feng emerged from the collapsed wall, attuned to his surroundings. Many villa doors began to creak open, revealing faces etched with worry and alarm. Mimi has perished. That monstrous creature has slain Mimi. Suddenly, a voice cried out, and the gazes directed at Yang Feng were filled with heightened fear. In this moment, Yang Feng donned a ghostly mask, his body drenched in blood, covered in wounds, skin torn and flesh exposed, resembling a true monstrosity. But Mimi? Could it be that Mimi refers to the shadow leopard that he himself had killed? Never mind. There will be another opportunity to return. For now, Yang Feng could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Seizing the last remnants of his strength, he dashed forth, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Apartment. Yang Feng crushed a large expanse of blood-sucking vines underfoot and leaped back into his room. His chest, side, abdomen, thighs, calves, arms. Yang Feng counted his wounds, realizing that nearly every part of his body was marred. The ghostly mask throbbed with a fiery intensity. It seemed to have consumed enough energy, yet it still awaited something crucial for evolution. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Yang Feng felt it was worthwhile. For he had acquired a genuine purple phantasm crystal-grade corpse tumor from the shadow leopard. It was exceedingly rare, even a decade into the apocalypse. Its appearance was minimal, bordering on legendary, that could bestow a unique ability. Yang Feng retrieved the purple phantasm crystal corpse tumor, hesitated for a few seconds, and then unhesitatingly placed it into his mouth. Chew. Yang Feng commanded the ghostly mask to crush the corpse tumor. The lingering thoughts of the shadow leopard surged with intense hatred, seeking to engage in a mental battle with Yang Feng's consciousness. You didn't manage to strike me before, now you've entered my domain. Seeking death, with the ghostly mask's inherent ability to shred all filth, Yang Feng devoured the remnants of the shadow leopard's consciousness. The deep, enchanting purple essence, under meticulous control, slowly descended. The essence migrated to Yang Feng's calves, enveloping his feet and Achilles tendon, initiating a profound transformation. The soles, ankles, tendons, and the muscular and skeletal structures of his calves. The shadow leopard's most formidable ability lay in its tendons, granting it lethal explosive power, coupled with an eerie silence, rendering it a true shadow assassin. Shadow tendon. This was the ability Yang Feng yearned to acquire from the shadow leopard. Chapter 50. The Bell Tolls. Additional update. Shadow tendon. Lethal explosive power. Silent footsteps. As if walking upon shadows. Elusive and ethereal, leaving no trace in the autumn clouds. Yang Feng's feet met the ground, producing a complete silence, and with a slight movement, he shot forth like an arrow. Whip kick. Yang Feng pivoted and executed a whip kick. A barely discernible shadow of the whip flashed by, carving a perfect arc, slicing through the air like a blade, leaving behind a nearly inaudible sound of rupture. Glancing at the wall, a deep gash appeared, smooth as a mirror, blade foot. The casual whip kick of the shadow tendon truly resembled a knife, cleaving through the air with a tearing effect. Powerful. Yang Feng was exceedingly pleased with the ability of shadow tendon. His speed of movement had escalated to an entirely new level, and the power of his leg attacks had significantly increased, accompanied by effects of concealment and silence. However, the price paid was also immense. Yang Feng was covered in wounds, his injuries severe, with even the bone blade shattered, rendering him devoid of a particular ability, bone blade. I apologize, he murmured. Extending his finger, the fractured bone blade sprang forth, its edge splintered in the middle, eliciting waves of pain. Ghost face. Yang Feng unveiled the ghost face, a gaping maw of blood enveloping his palm, voraciously drawing the marrow and spiritual essence from the bone blade. Soon, the entire bone blade lay in ruins, its structure decaying, and the internal spiritual essence devoured entirely, ultimately peeling away from his palm. Reclaim. Since the ghost face could consume spiritual essence, it could also retrieve the warped and mutated organs. The bone blade was due for retirement. Its strength and rank had been far surpassed by other abilities, rendering it ineffective in high-intensity combat. In the end, the ghost face consumed the bone blade. It grew increasingly fervent, its seemingly mirror-like visage concealing a tumultuous storm within, as if brewing a far more formidable and terrifying power. A metamorphosis was imminent. An evolution was on the horizon. The ghost face amassed strength, harboring its capabilities, yet perpetually fell short of a pivotal moment, as if awaiting something. It was somewhat uncomfortable. However, given that it was a dark gold-grade artifact, it was only natural for the triggering conditions to be somewhat arduous. Yang Feng consoled himself, yet the sensation of pent-up potential reaching its zenith without ever erupting was undeniably disconcerting. That moment, the sounds of slaughter echoed from below. As dawn broke, the hunting squad had already commenced their grim task, led by Su Man Man. Wielding two sharp-toothed daggers like a fierce beast, she ruthlessly dispatched the monsters before her. Yet, apart from Su Man Man, the remaining frail and ailing members scarcely dared to take action. If one desired sustenance, they must slay the monsters. If one wished to grow stronger, they must vanquish the beasts. Bathed in blood, Su Man Man turned to a slender, bespectacled man, who appeared feeble. Aren't you supposed to protect your wife and daughter? They are on the brink of starvation, and still you hesitate. Su Man's words were like daggers, piercing the man's heart. Ultimately, he gripped his blade, rising with resolve to strike at a nearby rotting corpse. Crack. The blade lodged itself into the bone, and no matter how he tried, he could not extract it. The next moment, the corpse let out a furious roar, pouncing on the man and followed by the horrific sounds of flesh tearing, mingled with his desperate screams. Too weak, merely driven by fervor, he aspired to wreak havoc. Yet it was ultimately naive. Countless similar examples abounded. This new batch of hunters possessed woeful physical capabilities, quickly sustaining heavy casualties, becoming fodder for the rotting monstrosities. Some were engulfed in despair. Others wept. Some discarded their weapons and fled. Others stood frozen in confusion, only to be overwhelmed and slain by the monsters. Such a pity. Yang Feng stood on the upper floor, observing the scenes of gruesome combat, shaking his head. This batch of expendables. Scarcely a few could truly fight. The remaining value of the apartment seemed scant. A cold indifference filled Yang Feng's gaze. In the decade of darkness that marked the apocalypse, such scenes had become all too familiar. Human life was as worthless as grass. The weak were but prey for the strong. Had Yang Feng not once been another's expendable resource? The Jinjiang Manor. Yang Feng was once again reminded of that villa district, where it seemed a number of individuals still resided, potentially offering an opportunity for utilization. At that moment, a bodyguard responsible for guarding the 19th floor hurriedly descended. In his hand, he clutched a large square-shaped mobile phone, reminiscent of the bulky models from 2 decades ago, which was, in fact, a special satellite phone. The phone rang incessantly. "Boss Yang, there's a call coming in." The bodyguard rushed into the corridor, promptly presenting the phone before Yang Feng's door. A call? Yang Feng recalled Mo Jianfeng, the formidable boss he had killed, who had previously mentioned certain conditions. Mercenaries. Mo Jianfeng had stated that he had already hired a cadre of professionals, each a ruthless individual among the ruthless. The elite among outlaws. This band of outlaws was tasked with safeguarding Mo Jianfeng and ensuring his secure transfer out of the city. According to Mo Jianfeng, the deposit had already been settled. Intriguing. Quite interesting. Yang Feng took the phone and answered, yet remained silent, awaiting the other party to speak. Silence prevailed on the other end as well. After approximately 10 seconds, the other party finally spoke. "That we are almost there." Yang Feng's expression subtly shifted, judging by the accent that it was particularly heavy, even suggesting the speaker was not of Huagua descent. "Prepare the final payment." The voice on the other end carried a hint of menace. Final payment. In the aftermath of the apocalypse that had erupted a week ago, the monetary system had collapsed entirely. Currency had become worthless. Those flimsy pieces of paper were now more akin to mere toilet paper. Therefore, this final payment might not be monetary at all. It must be of sufficient significance to compel the mercenaries to risk entering the city, striving to rescue a prominent boss. "Very well. You may come. I shall await you in apartment 405. Yang Feng mused thoughtfully. Since they were coming, it would be prudent to lure them in first. Outlaws, lawless individuals, ruthless mercenaries. The combat prowess of this group would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary people. A wicked smile crept across Yang Feng's face. Since they had ventured this far, none would leave. All would remain and work for him. Yang Feng, troubled by insufficient resources, found himself unexpectedly blessed with a cadre of elites, an unexpected windfall. Moments later, outside the apartment, distinct sounds indeed emerged. Tap, 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 tap. The silenced semi-automatic rifles precisely dispatched several undead with headshots that a team of mercenaries, their bodies coated in a filthy mixture that masked their scent, formed a tightly coordinated formation. Advancing rapidly, 8 individuals. This group was not insignificant, comprising a total of 8, each fully armed and carrying ample weaponry and ammunition. Soon, they encountered the hunting squad. Guns. They have guns. Is rescue here? Are you here to save us? The army. It's the army. The residents of the community exhibited expressions of excitement and exhilaration as they rushed towards the mercenaries. Confusion enveloped Su Man, who stood rooted in place, gazing at the mercenaries with suspicion. Feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding, she lifted her gaze towards the room where Yang Feng was situated, seemingly seeking guidance on how to proceed. Yang Feng offered a faint smile that he waved his hand, signaling for Su Man to depart. Depart? Su Man immediately reacted, swiftly distancing herself from the mercenaries and instinctively glanced towards the agitated residents. Kill them all, commanded the mercenary leader. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets accurately pierced the skulls of the refugees. Just moments ago, the refugees had been filled with joy. Now they fell to the ground, confusion and disbelief etched on their faces, their eyes wide open in death. Chapter 51. Hey, Yinbian. Cold-blooded, brutal, outlaws. Kill them all. The mercenaries' orders were simple yet effective. As they opened fire on the surrounding refugees, this was a pack of true wolves, each pair of eyes glinting with a vicious light, shooting the refugees without a moment's hesitation, entirely devoid of conscience. Hey, woman, one of them called out in broken Chinese that he raised his weapon, aiming in the direction where Su Man stood, and pulled the trigger. Blood spattered, Su Man was struck in the shoulder. She let out a cold grunt and swiftly darted towards the corridor, disappearing in a few agile moves. Damn it, one of the mercenaries complained, cursing in his native tongue. Let us go. The leader of the mercenaries gestured for the others to advance. Upon closer inspection, the leader bore a distinctly Chinese visage, his triangular eyes radiating an aura of menace. Ding Sha. He had a military background, later introduced abroad for so-called grand business ventures, frequently appearing along the borders of Yinbian and North Korea. Ding Sha assembled a group of seasoned veterans, specializing in acts of murder and pillaging. They gradually grew in strength, and even began collaborating with notorious crime lords from Vietnam and Myanmar. Over time, Ding Sha became a well-known figure within the industry. Room 405. Others. Ding Sha made a slitting motion across his throat. To him, everyone except his targets was merely an unnecessary obstacle. Before the apocalypse, he may have restrained himself, refraining from harming the uninvolved. But after the world had fallen into chaos, Ding Sha's brutal nature was laid bare, viewing human life as insignificant as weeds, ready to reap at any moment. The suppressed sound of gunfire filled the air, a foul stench wafting from the silenced barrels. The corridor still held some oblivious refugees, who turned to see the fully armed mercenaries. Before they could comprehend the danger, bullets had already pierced their skulls. Gleaming shell casings clattered onto the floor, producing a crisp sound. Blood erupted from the refugees as they collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Huh. They have guns. Someone is shooting. Killing. Panic ensued as some scrambled towards the upper floors, but they barely took a few steps before being gunned down. Others flung open doors, hoping to discover the source of the chaos, only to be met with bullets penetrating their bodies. A scarred man noticed an ajar door. The man at the entrance had already been shot. Yet inside, a young mother trembled as she clutched her child. The scarred man's face betrayed no emotion, save for a cruel, bloodthirsty smile as he entered the room, brandishing a serrated dagger with a swift thrust. The woman was stabbed multiple times, slowly crumpling into a pool of blood, yet even in her dying moments, she fiercely protected her child. The scarred man flipped the woman over and seized the child she was cradling in her arms. Moments later, he wiped the blood from his cheek and stepped out of the room, falling in step with the others. That on the fourth floor, room 405 stood with its door ajar. Yang Feng tore open Su Man's blouse, wielding a small knife to extract a bullet from the bloody wound on her shoulder. Who shot you? You must have seen clearly, Yang Feng remarked with a faint smile, to which Su Man nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of malice. Soon, Ding Sha, accompanied by his team, arrived near room 405. This is it. He signaled for everyone to lower their weapons temporarily, but he entered the room, scrutinizing Yang Feng and the injured woman behind him. Mo Jianfeng. Ding Sha inquired tentatively, his Mandarin tinged with an awkward accent, likely due to years spent abroad. Yang Feng rose and approached the sink, washing his hands to cleanse them of bloodstains. You are quite impressive. Disposing of a corpse and smearing its remains to mask your scent. With so many monsters outside, navigating through the streets to reach this place is no small feat, he complimented, sidestepping the question and acknowledging their capability. Ding Sha narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. According to the intermediary, the illustrious Mo Jianfeng should not be so youthful. Moreover, this young man exuded an unsettling calmness, displaying no signs of distress even in the presence of his armed wolves. You are not Mo Jianfeng, Ding Sha concluded sharply, his triangular eyes gleaming with fury. Mo Jianfeng is dead, that I deliberately lured you here, Yang Feng replied, turning to face him with a slight smirk, revealing a hint of sardonic confidence. Ding Sha's expression darkened. You dare to toy with us? He gestured, and two mercenaries behind him rushed into the room, guns aimed at Yang Feng. Do not act rashly. I summoned you to discuss a partnership. Yang Feng spread his hands, as if to indicate his harmless intentions. That a partnership? What kind of collaboration do you propose? Ding Sha refrained from making a hasty move. After all, having fought hard to enter the city. Returning empty-handed would be a grave loss that I am short on manpower. Hence, I am looking for some slaves. You few appear quite capable, so there is no need for you to trouble yourselves returning. Yang Feng's gaze swept over the group as he continued in a congenial tone. Those who remain with me as slaves will not be mistreated. Slaves? To serve this young man? Has he lost his mind? Or is his brain simply waterlogged? Ding Sha laughed heartily at the absurdity of it all. However, his mirth swiftly faded. Moments later, his expression shifted drastically, and he abruptly ceased laughing. Ding Sha patted the old thug beside him and issued a cold command for execution. Kill him. The mercenary assassin raised his firearm, aiming at Yang Feng's head, and decisively pulled the trigger. The sound of shattering erupted. Yang Feng was not struck by a bullet, yet the head of the man before him had vanished. The watermelon burst apart, releasing a steaming spray of white brain matter mixed with dark syrup, splattering across the room. What transpired? What had Yang Feng done? In a hazy recollection, it seemed he had executed a whip-like kick. With the naked eye, it was barely discernible. Human vision struggled to catch the blurred afterimages that a whip-like remnant struck his companion's head, and subsequently, it transformed into this grotesque scene, leaving the neck eerily vacant. Crimson fluids gushing forth like a fountain. Listen closely. I advise you not to attack. Yang Feng remained composed, nonchalantly continuing. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. That a palpable sense of threat and oppression enveloped the air. The young man radiated an intense aura of danger. If the mercenaries were akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, then the young man before them resembled a ferocious tiger. No, not merely a tiger. It would be more fitting to say he was a malevolent dragon. Chapter 52. The enormous waste of resources. Instant kill. Yang Feng dispatched one of them with effortless ease. The brutal and fierce killing intent loomed over them like a malevolent dragon, rendering the crowd unable to lift their heads. That I advise you not to attack. With a faint smile, Yang Feng strolled forward, audaciously approaching the remaining 7 mercenaries, who formed a semicircle to encircle him. A foolish act, he willingly stepped into their encirclement. Such arrogance, such hubris. Yet with foes on all sides, Yang Feng exhibited not a trace of tension. The mocking smile on his face seemed to anticipate something. In contrast, the mercenaries felt an immense pressure, beads of cold sweat forming at their temples. Their weathered faces, usually resolute, appeared shaken. What is this? Sweating? Care to talk now? Yang Feng's fearless, nonchalant remarks dripped with mockery. Trembling, Ding Sha was nearly shaking with rage. He was a formidable figure in the underworld, having weathered countless storms, yet here he was, being toyed with by such a young man. However, Ding Sha dared not act recklessly. The recent event had been too bizarre. One companion's head had been instantaneously shattered, and none had discerned what had transpired at a glance. Ding Sha cast a look at the scar-faced man beside him. Then he turned to several older men nearby. His gaze hardened as he bellowed, "Hold him down!" Suddenly, one man raised his gun, aiming at Yang Feng. 2 others brandished daggers, flanking him from either side. Courageous indeed. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed a powerful kick toward the gunman. Shadow tendon bang. Yang Feng's foot struck with sudden force, shattering the man's chest. The ribcage caved in. The sound of shattering porcelain resonated as even the vertebrae splintered. In an instant, the man's body hurtled toward the wall behind him, crashing into it and leaving a human-shaped indentation. Simultaneously, Yang Feng's hands, one to the left and one to the right, intercepted the daggers. He was an evolved being, his physical prowess having been enhanced multiple times. The speed of an ordinary person appeared as sluggish as that of a tortoise in his eyes. With a swift motion, Yang Feng grasped the wrists of both assailants, his formidable muscle strength forcing the daggers to pierce toward another's neck. Thud! One to the left, one to the right. 2 individuals brandished daggers, simultaneously plunging them into each other's throats, crimson fluid erupting forth and saturating the entire corridor in a vivid scarlet hue. In an instant, Yang Feng had dispatched 3 adversaries. Don't move. If you do, I shall terminate this woman. A menacing voice reverberated from within the room. As the scarred man took Su Man in hostage, one hand constricted around her waist while the other pressed the dagger threateningly against her neck, transforming her into a pawn in his wicked game. Thus, it was revealed. The assault by the 3 was merely a diversion to stall Yang Feng, while Ding Sha's true objective lay within the confines of the room. Su Man. An astute plan indeed. Temporarily obstruct me, then seize a hostage to leverage against me. Alas, Those tasked with detaining me paid the ultimate price with their lives. Yang Feng sighed softly, shaking his head. With the demise of these three, half of the entire team had been obliterated. Ding Sha's expression morphed, now tinged with apprehension and fear. He had never anticipated that his elite subordinates would falter so easily. However, fortunately, the hostage was secured. If you wish for her to live, it would be prudent to heed our demands, Ding Sha threatened. Though his tone lacked its initial ferocity, Yang Feng merely shrugged, seemingly indifferent to Su Manman's fate, and nonchalantly remarked, if you wish to kill her, feel free. What? Is this a deliberate performance? Ding Sha found it difficult to decipher the true intentions of the man before him. Was the woman in the room truly of no consequence? Or was this merely a rused word of caution? That woman is rather formidable. Yang Feng cast an intrigued glance towards the room, simultaneously conveying a subtle signal to Su Manman. What? Ding Sha's heart sank ominously. Yet, Su Manman suddenly sprang into action, seizing the scarred man's wrist with astonishing strength. The dagger-wielding man found himself unable to advance even a fraction, as the force emanating from the woman in his grasp overwhelmed him completely. Not only that, but as he tightened his grip around her waist, he felt an unsettling sensation in his arm. Sharp teeth, a gaping maw, grotesquely revealed, split open in the center of Su Manman's abdomen, exposing a terrifying blood-soaked orifice, the maw of gluttony. Crack! The maw of gluttony viciously clamped down on the scarred man's arm, the jagged teeth tearing flesh asunder, relentlessly pulling him inward. The scarred man screamed in agony, losing all semblance of composure. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The maw of gluttony constricted tighter, gradually engulfing the entirety of the scarred man's body, torrents of crimson liquid erupting like a fountain. The scene was truly horrific. A living man, shrieking, vanished into Su Manman's gaping maw, the visual impact utterly staggering. He was the very one who had fired upon me. Su Manman let out a contented belch, signaling her vengeance had been fulfilled. You thought the scarred man had set his sights on Su Manman? No, the vengeful and darkened Su Manman had always been fixated on the scarred man. 5 individuals. Such a waste. I should have been more restrained. Yang Feng surveyed the carnage strewn about, realizing he had almost entirely eradicated the squad with minimal effort. This represented a tremendous squandering of resources. He had initially intended to capture a few more slaves, but now all his plans had been dashed. Wait, we can engage in conversation. There are matters we can discuss thoroughly. Ding Sha's expression underwent a complete transformation. He was once a bloodthirsty and cold-hearted wolf, yet when confronted with a more terrifying beast, he could only tuck his tail between his legs and flee desperately. Oh, have you finally decided to converse? Yang Feng clapped his hands together, gleeful like a child, and then gestured invitingly. Please, come in. Yang Feng ushered the remaining 3 individuals into his room 405. That the place was somewhat disheveled. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Yang Feng stepped over the headless corpse at his feet and walked into the room, tearing open some exquisitely packaged snacks. He resembled an earnest and hospitable new friend. Yet the recent brutal and merciless slaughter loomed ominously in the background, sending chills down one's spine. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yang Feng, and I am about to become your master. Yang Feng smiled gently, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, and politely remarked, You 3, please introduce yourselves briefly. I am Ding Sha. I had a troubled past in Yanbian during my early years. Ding Sha suppressed his terrifying emotions and laid bare his circumstances. I am Su Qing. That I once took a life in the northern Xian kingdom and spent several years in prison, later rescued by Ding Sha, and joined him. Another individual named Su Qing stated, his own history not being any less complicated. I am Long Air. A killer, the most taciturn among them. Long Air hailed from Yu Kingdom, appearing to be in his 40s. With the passage of time etching countless lines upon his face, his slightly murky gaze devoid of any emotion. This fellow named Long Air seems rather exceptional. Yang Feng immediately sensed that Long Air was the strongest among them. He had truly witnessed bloodshed, been on the battlefield, and taken lives, the number so significant that he had reached a state of numbness. I once saved his village, over a decade ago, during a famine. I donated substantial funds and supplies, and Long Air has since been repaying that debt of gratitude. Ding Sha explained, no wonder such a formidable expert was willing to serve him. Very well, now that we are acquainted. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Ding Sha. First and foremost, you must transfer Long Air to me. That he appears to be quite loyal to you, and I desire the same treatment. Chapter 53. The transfer of Long Air. What does this mean? Yang Feng smiled benignly at Ding Sha, awaiting his next move. An invisible pressure loomed, as if someone were firmly pressing down on Ding Sha's head. Once, Ding Sha had commanded respect, a powerful figure among the underworld, engaging in jovial discourse with other gang leaders. Now, he was like a cornered animal, head bowed, too fearful to utter a single word of dissent. Long Erdo, you remember? Years ago, I saved your village. Ding Sha clenched his fists, yet he had no choice but to continue. You said your life was entrusted to me. Now that I have transferred your life to him. And you hold no objections, do you? Ding Sha gestured towards Yang Feng, a profound sense of humiliation swelling within him as the knuckles of his fingers crackled ominously. Long Air sat quietly on the sofa. The murky, weathered eyes surveyed Ding Sha before turning to Yang Feng, and finally, with a slow nod, acknowledged the situation. Numbness enveloped Long Air, who seemed more like an object, easily interchangeable by his masters. The land of Yu was rife with turmoil. A realm of warlords and chaos. During the Great Famine, these warlords exhibited no regard for the so-called welfare of the populace, allowing the common people to perish from starvation. A veritable hell on earth. Roots and grass became precious commodities. People even resorted to cannibalism, unwilling to consume their own offspring, thus exchanging them with neighbors instead. Lives could be traded for money. Dignity could be bartered. Everything was up for sale. It was during such dire straits that Long Air sold himself. Indeed, from this point forward, you shall heed my commands. Yang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of delight that in this world, there are few who can truly uphold their promises. And Long Air was precisely of that ilk. Long Air, a merciless killer, ensured his orders were fulfilled. He had long since lost hope for the future, having traded away his soul and dignity, and perhaps the only driving force for his survival was to honor his final promise. Long Air is now yours. This time, we shall consider it our defeat. Ding Sha, once more, relented, concealing the ferocity in his gaze, bowing his head in submission. Boss, the three of us will follow you from now on. Yang Feng remained silent. Is he trustworthy? Certainly not. Ding Sha was capricious, sinister, and cunning. Crucially, he had once been the leader among this band of mercenaries, possessing formidable organizational skills and a remarkable ability to incite betrayal. Therefore, Yang Feng revealed a cruel smile. Long Air, eliminate him. Yang Feng issued the command that compelled Long Air to take down his former leader. Ding Sha's countenance shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe that the man before him could be so venomous and ruthless. You are not keeping your word. Ding Sha kicked over the table in front of him, reaching for the pistol and dagger at his waist. In that moment, however, Long Air's strike was swifter, without hesitation. He turned against his former employer. With a swift motion, Long Air's dagger sliced through Ding Sha's wrist, preventing him from reaching for his weapons. In a retaliatory twist, he shattered the joint in Ding Sha's arm. And with another slash, severed the major artery beneath his armpit. The movements were clean and decisive, executed with ruthless precision. This entire sequence unfolded in the brief span of 2 seconds, effectively eliminating any chance of Ding Sha's resistance. Long Air, I am Ding Sha. I am your benefactor. You should be killing him. Ding Sha resorted to invoking his past as a benefactor, his eyes filled with trepidation that he fully understood the exceptional lethality of this assassin who had followed him for years. Yet Long Air remained unmoved. His master had unmistakably shifted to Yang Feng, severing all ties with Ding Sha. In a swift motion, Long Air's dagger cut across Ding Sha's throat, pivoting to thrust forward from behind. Piercing through Ding Sha's back, the act of killing was seamless and efficient. Yang Feng's gaze flickered. He could not deny that Long Air possessed formidable strength, though he had yet to evolve into a true, evolved being. His exceptional killing skills, coupled with his calm, numb demeanor, rendered him a veritable machine of slaughter. Blood gushed forth. In the first moments, Ding Sha had not yet succumbed entirely to death. His hands clutched his carotid arteries. His eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. The survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. This too must be your guiding principle for existence. Yang Feng approached Ding Sha, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, taking a keen interest to elaborate further. If I were indeed Mo Jianfeng, in the end, once my usefulness had been completely exhausted, would you not kill me as well? Upon uttering these words, a flicker of realization crossed Ding Sha's gaze, evidently striking a chord with his innermost concerns. Indeed, the apocalypse had already erupted. Wealth, power, reputation, all mere refuse to be discarded. Ding Sha had originally planned to eliminate the great boss Missouri Jianfeng once he had secured sufficient profit. Unfortunately for him, fate had dealt him a cruel hand, leading him to encounter Yang Feng, the harbinger of death. Gulp, the surge of crimson fluid erupted from Ding Sha, and his hands, which had pressed against the wound, gradually loosened their grip. His eyes began to lose focus, the light within them dissipating, ultimately rendering him a lifeless corpse, the once mighty tyrant. Ding Sha met his inexplicable demise within the confines of a dilapidated apartment. Having concluded this grim affair, Yang Feng turned to address the other occupant of the room. Now, it is your turn, Su Qing. He was remarkably fortunate. Of the 8 members of the mercenary team, only he and Long Air remained alive. Boss, I am merely a henchman, just following Ding Sha. Su Qing trembled all over, realizing that Ding Sha and the others were dead, and the ace Long Air had surrendered, leaving only himself unaccounted for. Would he meet the same fate? Would he, like the others, be slaughtered like a mere wretch? Do not be anxious. First, allow me to pose a question. You must be aware of what they referred to as the final payment, correct? Yang Feng returned to his seat, casually tearing open a few snack packets, his tone nonchalant. The final payment. Ding Sha had made an agreement with Mo Jianfeng. In exchange for his rescue, the final payment would be rendered. This so-called final payment was undoubtedly more intricate than mere currency. Otherwise, the mercenaries would not have risked their lives to breach the city. Just as the words left his lips, Su Man gracefully strolled in, a hint of seduction gracing her features as she took a seat beside Su Qing. In the next moment, a colossal gash opened in her abdomen, a terrifying maw reminiscent of a lamprey's, sending shivers of dread coursing through him as the monstrous woman sat beside him. Mold, that is a specially crafted precision 3D printer, along with some unique materials, high-grade molds, Su Qing blurted out, fully aware as a core member of the mercenary team of the complete intelligence surrounding the mission. These devices could manufacture firearms. Mo Jianfeng was responsible for smuggling, concealing them within various containers, delivering them to foreign crime lords for the production of weaponry. Su Qing dared not withhold any information, laying bare the entire sequence of events. That is how it is. In Huagua, firearms are prohibited. The fact that Mo Jianfeng managed to procure even a single gun previously indicated his extensive connections. Little did one anticipate that this so-called real estate magnate was not only well-connected but also engaged in such arms trafficking on the side. No wonder he could amass such wealth. The precision 3D printer and various molds for firearm production, once fully assembled, would constitute a veritable small-scale armory. It is no surprise that mercenary teams were flocking to this endeavor, risking their lives to obtain this final payment. The apocalypse. Whoever wields power holds the initiative. Weapons, particularly firearms, are undoubtedly the most immediate form of strength. Excellent. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction. I shall present you with 2 paths. The first, serve me, act as my subordinate. The second, continue to follow him. As Yang Feng mentioned the second option, he gestured towards the distant corpse of Ding Sha. Clearly, this second choice leads you to meet Ding Sha. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qing knelt on the ground, exclaiming, I will work for you. Boss, I will work for you. Chapter 54. Nothing but familiarity with the hand. On the 19th floor, they rummaged through every corner, conducting a meticulous search. A dozen burly men were nearly turning Mo Jianfeng's office upside down. No paper documents or notebooks were to be overlooked. Leaning against the doorframe, Yang Feng held a stack of documents, scrutinizing them carefully, yet regrettably found no leads. The small arms factory, according to Su Qing, contained a batch of tools capable of manufacturing weapons, the location of which only Mo Jianfeng knew. Commercial contracts, company reports, none of these proved useful. Disheartened, Yang Feng discarded the documents in his hand. Perhaps the crucial information was stored within a phone or computer. Or perhaps Mo Jianfeng simply did not record such data. Never mind. Yang Feng was prepared to abandon the search when Su Man made a discovery. Master, I found these at Bai Ting's apartment. Su Man presented a small notebook containing several shipping lists. On Cloud Warehouse, this stack of shipping lists documented a variety of items: steel bars, cement, copper, and iron, mixers, rebar cutters, casting molds. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with interest on the surface. These appeared to be merely conventional materials and tools for construction. In reality, they likely concealed deeper significance. The molds for firearms, manufacturing materials, and 3D metal printers mentioned in the final payments could very well be hidden among them. This is likely it. Firearms are valuable commodities. They will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Yang Feng tucked away the shipping lists and pulled out a city map, marking the location of the large warehouse. Firearms, the culmination of human ingenuity. As the apocalypse unfolds, over time, new hard currencies will supplant money. Corpse lumps, bullets, food. The corpse lumps sought by evolvers are undoubtedly the most precious hard currency, followed closely by weapons and ammunition. Possessing firearms grants even an ordinary person a modicum of self-defense, and they may wield a gun to threaten others' lives. Ultimately, food and women come last, and on the fourth floor, Su Qing meticulously accounted for the mercenaries' equipment: 10 handguns, 2 rifles for submachine guns, and several military knives, along with thousands of various rounds of ammunition. You all possess quite the strength. 8 individuals combined have brought a small arsenal. Yang Feng crouched down, inspecting the weapons. He picked up a handgun, skillfully disassembling it, arranging each component methodically. After his inspection, Yang Feng swiftly reassembled the gun, his movements clean and efficient, devoid of any superfluous actions, demonstrating remarkable professionalism. Beside them, the reticent Long Air's murky eyes unexpectedly sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. Evidently captivated by the sight of the young man before him. "Master, are you also a professional in firearms?" Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Judging by the master's technique, he was undoubtedly a consummate expert. At the very least a seasoned veteran, yet his age did not align with such experience. Yang Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile, shrouding his past in an air of enigma. "Long Air, it is said that you are an assassin from the state of Yu." That he returned the handgun to its place, then turned to Long Air, beckoning him with a finger. "Let us engage in a contest." A contest? Yang Feng intended to tame Long Air. Although Long Air had already transferred his allegiance to Yang Feng, such top-tier experts inherently possess a sense of pride. To earn Long Air's true submission, he would need to decisively conquer him. "Of course, I do not wish to overwhelm you with sheer strength or speed," Yang Feng declared with a confident and proud smile. Continuing, "Let us measure our skills in the art of killing." The art of killing. This encompassed the most lethal target areas, the most cunning angles of attack, the simplest, most effective, and most brutal methods of slaying. As an assassin, Long Air had endured hellish training since childhood. Throughout his life, he had taken countless lives, and his understanding of human vulnerabilities was nearly etched into his very being. "You man. Do you have any lipstick? Hand me a stick," Yang Feng suddenly requested. Su Man paused momentarily, then hurried into the room to retrieve a stick of lipstick, presenting it with utmost respect. "Here. This must be your personal dagger, am I correct?" Yang Feng remarked, tossing Long Air's concealed weapon back to him from the assortment of arms he had inspected. Meanwhile, he broke open Su Man's lipstick and applied it to his fingers, seemingly preparing to face Long Air unarmed. "Be careful." Long Air refrained from saying much. His murky eyes gradually cleared, and suddenly, a surge of murderous intent erupted as he lunged towards Yang Feng. A master's first strike reveals everything. Long Air's assault was ferociously precise. Each move aimed to kill. The angles at which he wielded the dagger were exceptionally cunning, accompanied by a myriad of variations. A thrust aimed at the heart was deftly redirected to slice the wrist and the tendons of the arm, only to pivot and stab towards the kidney on the side of the abdomen. Yang Feng countered the treacherous maneuvers. The decade of darkness and countless slaughters had honed his combat skills to an extraordinary level. The undead monstrosities he had slain were innumerable. The human detritus he had exterminated beyond estimation. Without hellish training, without convoluted routines, it was simply muscle memory. The more one kills, the more instinctively one knows where to strike. The more one slaughters, the clearer it becomes through practice which areas are most vulnerable. The more one engages in killing, it becomes second nature, a response that requires no conscious thought, almost a conditioned reflex. Even without overwhelming strength, even without terrifying speed, Yang Feng's instinct for murder entirely countered Long Air's assaults and gradually turned the tide in his favor. Lipstick. A mark of crimson appeared on Long Air's wrist. That a lipstick mark appeared on Long Air's heart and mouth, as well as on his neck. Each mark bore witness to the caress of Yang Feng's fingers. The two figures flickered as they engaged in a battle that reached its zenith, only to part in an instant. "I have lost," Long Air murmured, casting a glance at the lipstick stains adorning his body. Had Yang Feng wielded a knife just moments ago, his life would have surely been forfeit. "You have performed admirably," Yang Feng remarked, offering a commendation of the highest order. That he glanced down at his own attire, where a deep gash marred his abdomen. This testified to Long Air's lethal prowess. affirming that he possessed the capability to inflict harm, undoubtedly ranking among the elite. "Su Man. Come forth," Yang Feng beckoned with a gesture. "From this moment on, you shall engage in daily sparring with Long Air to master his combat techniques." Sparring. The strength of an evolver is often intertwined with their extraordinary abilities. However, raw power is futile if one does not know how to wield it. Such formidable capability would be squandered in vain. Learn, train, and enhance. It is imperative to discover how to utilize one's body and to refine one's combat skills. Long Air is, without a doubt, the optimal sparring partner and the finest mentor. To augment the efficiency of monster hunting and to amass an abundance of corpses, Yang Feng would also begin to cultivate loyal subordinates around him. Furthermore, tonight, you shall accompany me on a hunting expedition. Chapter 55. Group Hunt. Nightfall. Yang Feng was a lone wolf. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had consistently embarked on hunting expeditions alone under the cloak of darkness. Yet, today was different. Having engaged in battle with the shadow leopard, he bore significant injuries, rendering him unfit for strenuous combat. Pack of wolves, Su Man, Long Air, and Su Qing were Yang Feng's slaves, the strongest forces at his disposal, as a group hunt was about to unfold. Su Man, you are the strongest in physical prowess. Take the lead. Su Qing, you are skilled with firearms. Provide cover. Long Air, you will address any gaps. Yang Feng roughly outlined a tactical arrangement. The three formed a temporary squad. Resembling a stable triangle, Su Man would charge into the fray. Su Qing would provide gunfire support, and Long Air would assume the role of a free agent. A moment later, the group descended the stairs, where, not far away, decaying corpses emitted a faint luminescence. Tap, 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 tap. Su Qing's rifle was equipped with a silencer, producing a muted thud. Following the gunfire, several corpses collapsed, blood blossoming from their foreheads as they fell to the ground. The shambling corpses seemed to detect some disturbance, their heads lifting in confusion as they turned towards the direction of their fallen brethren. In a swift flash, Su Man, wielding two razor-sharp daggers, lunged forward, piercing the vital points of the undead. She exhibited a feral intensity, dispatching one corpse before pouncing on another, reminiscent of a lioness relentlessly hunting her prey. At that moment, one of the corpses finally reacted, opening its gaping maw in preparation to unleash a fierce roar. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from its brow as Long Air, gripping a silenced pistol, struck its head while simultaneously thrusting his dagger toward another creature, neutralizing the threat. Approximately a minute later, the group had slain over a dozen monsters, all without a whisper of sound. "Not bad," Yang Feng remarked. Yang Feng stood shrouded in shadows, displaying no intention of engaging in the fray. His role this time was merely to oversee the battle, guiding a few individuals on how to efficiently eradicate the monsters. Su Man, do not get carried away. Attracting more monsters will only complicate matters, he cautioned. Turning to Su Qing, he instructed, focus on eliminating the monsters surrounding Su Man. Ensure your attacks are not too dispersed. As for Long Air, Yang Feng held his tongue. He was performing admirably. The hunt continued, and the speed at which the team dispatched their foes increased steadily. Their synergy gradually transformed into seamless coordination, with each member compensating for the other's shortcomings. Excellent. The pace at which they hunted the lowly corrupted corpses was indeed commendable. Yang Feng nodded in approval. Soon, the monsters in the vicinity of the apartment were completely vanquished. Time for harvesting. In just 2.5 hours, they had slain over 300 creatures across several alleys and nearby shops. The probability of encountering corpse tumors was approximately 1 in 10. Before long, over 30 tumors filled a small vial. This was a considerable fortune. Their efficiency in acquiring these tumors even surpassed that of the solitary Yang Feng. Splendid. It seemed that 30 was not their limit. Further extraction was necessary. Moreover, these lowly corrupted corpses posed little challenge for them. An idea sparked in Yang Feng's mind. He retrieved a firearm, devoid of a silencer. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the silent community. In the apocalypse, there is a saying, when the gunfire sounds, fortunes abound. The noise of gunfire would attract more monsters. One must expend greater ammunition to fend off the relentless tide of corpses. Hence the saying. The cacophony of monstrous roars intensified. Hordes of creatures materialized from all directions, even drawing a portion of the rampaging undead from the main thoroughfare. This was going to be quite the spectacle. Hundreds of corrupted corpses surged through the shattered entrance of the apartment, claws outstretched as they charged toward the group. Among them were particularly notable variants: the swift runners, an emerald-grade low-level aberration known for their rapid speed and talent for lurking in the shadows, and the giant corpses, towering over 2 meters with grotesquely distorted muscles, impervious to ordinary weaponry. As the horde erupted, the trio found themselves increasingly encircled, their situation swiftly turning dire. Rat-a-tat-tat, Su Qing began to fire relentlessly, each bullet shattering a skull. Su Man, too, fought valiantly. A massive maw opened in her abdomen as she wielded dual daggers, roaring as she plunged into the throng of corpses, engaging in fierce combat. Long Air fought and retreated simultaneously, employing various combat techniques to dispatch the approaching undead, his murky eyes reflecting a growing burden. Banged at a resounding crash echoed as Su Man was hurled several meters away by a colossal aberration, immediately followed by a swift runner, which left a gash upon her. Where was the cooperation? Where was the synergy? Yang Feng, fanning the flames nearby, remarked, "When the monsters multiply, do you all resort to fighting separately? Return to formation. Maintain your ranks." Su Man, no longer reckless, hastily returned to her defensive position, maintaining the formation at the forefront. Long Air felt a significant reduction in pressure as he stood beside Su Man, systematically eliminating the approaching monsters. "Abomination," Su Qing shouted in panic. He shifted the muzzle of his firearm towards the air, and a spray of crimson erupted from the body of a runner. Su Man, in a state of fury, seized the wounded creature by its midsection. The cacophonous sound of crunching echoed as she voraciously devoured the abomination alive. They held their ground. The trio formed a solid formation, successfully resisting the onslaught of the encroaching horde of corpses from all directions. However, this trial had merely begun. A colossal figure slowly emerged at a sphere. It was an enormous orb, towering 3 stories high. It exhibited an oval shape with a maximum diameter exceeding 10 meters. Countless arms waved from within the sphere. Numerous legs struggled to break free from its mass. It seemed to possess a sticky ability, assimilating all the surrounding corpses it encountered into its being, forming a gigantic elliptical body known as the Thousand Corpses Sphere. Phase, growth, rarity, blue sea pattern. Composed of a multitude of melted and recombined corpses, it frequently manifests amidst the horde, growing stronger with the absorption of more monsters. So painful, woo. The multitude of decayed corpses within it spoke in human tongues, emitting lamenting wails and roars. The Thousand Corpses Sphere continued to roll, its palms and thighs supporting its relentless advance towards the group. It attracted a formidable entity. They were unlikely to withstand it. Yang Feng's expression shifted, but he refrained from acting immediately, opting instead to observe how far the others could endure. Struggle as you may, let us see how long you can hold out. Chapter 56. The Thousand Corpses Sphere, the undulating gigantic orb, with countless hands protruding, persistently crawled forward. Its interior was entirely decomposed. Blood and flesh fused together like a grotesque gelatinous mass, forming a colossal cystic tumor. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets rained down, striking the Thousand Corpses Sphere, resulting in vast sprays of blood and showers of debris. Yet ultimately, it was as though they had been fired into a quagmire. Eliciting no response. Su Man stood resolutely at the forefront, filthy hands twisted into a mass of flesh, relentlessly reaching for her. Sharp, dagger-like teeth swung wildly, severed hands raining down like a deluge, accompanied by torrents of putrid fluid. "Wait for me." In a critical moment, Long Air abruptly departed from the formation, fleeing towards a certain direction. "I can't hold on any longer." Su Man was drenched in blood, countless filthy hands nearly overwhelming her, tugging her towards the monstrous mass. "I will fight." Su Man let out a furious roar, and her gaping maw in her abdomen echoed with a ferocious growl. It actively ingested the incoming mass of flesh, resembling a meat grinder, as its rows of sharp teeth whirled violently, shredding the hands that surged forth. That moment, Long Air finally reappeared. He brandished 2 gas canisters, evidently obtained from Little Fat Spicy Hot Pot. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Long Air's murky gaze as he hurled one of the gas canisters towards the direction of the Thousand Corpses Sphere. Boom! The sound of gunfire erupted. Long Air drew forth a handgun, and as the gas canister descended near the body of the Thousand Corpses Sphere, he pulled the trigger, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Boom! The gas canister erupted with a violent blast. A wave of fire and shock rippled outward, instantly shattering the surface of the Thousand Corpses Sphere, accompanied by a pungent scent of charred flesh. Severely injured, The sphere suffered a devastating blow, creating a massive gaping hole in its body, from which a torrent of filthy plasma, mingled with various viscous substances, gushed forth uncontrollably. Another canister, Long Air seized another gas tank and dashed towards the wound of the Thousand Corpses sphere, a glint of determination flickering in his murky eyes. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the gas canister into the gaping wound. Dodge. Long Air cautioned Man, who was nearby. He drew his handgun, aimed at the canister, now nearly engulfed in the foul blood, and squeezed the trigger. A more intense explosion erupted from within the Thousand Corpses sphere. The enormous mass detonated like a celestial display, with filth raining down from the grotesque tumors, saturating the entire courtyard in a repugnant mess. Yet, astonishingly, the Thousand Corpses sphere remained unvanquished. Its largest tumor at the center continued to spew forth a thick, sludge-like fluid, attempting to reassemble the severed limbs surrounding it. The vitality it exhibited was astonishingly resilient. Restoration would not come easily. Man's abdomen gaped open, resembling a bottomless pit, ravenously consuming everything in its vicinity. Countless hands clawed at her body, yet she pressed onward towards the core tumor, tearing at it with her insatiable maw. Help her! In a moment of urgency, Long Air held nothing back. He rushed to Man's side, his dagger slicing through the rotting hands with the precision of a gardener pruning overgrowth, shielding her from the onslaught. Su Qing crouched at a distance, taking aim. Flames erupted from the muzzle of his gun, synchronizing with Man's movements to obliterate a multitude of decaying hands into a pulpy mass. Die! Man, in a frenzy, began to devour and shred the core tumor completely. The Thousand Corpses sphere gradually fell silent. A deep blue corpse tumor slowly coalesced near the core, radiating an eerie luminescence. We did it. Master, we have succeeded. Man lifted the corpse tumor high above her head, presenting it triumphantly to Yang Feng. To his astonishment, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with surprise at the trio's performance, but he had anticipated they would endure only briefly. Needing his assistance when they could no longer hold on, he considered it a valuable training exercise. Never did he expect them to triumph, vanquishing a blue sea pattern-level Thousand Corpses sphere. Fortune smiled upon them. Yang Feng beamed with satisfaction. If nurtured further, this would undoubtedly yield greater returns for him. They had dealt with this aberration, leaving the remaining corpses as mere trifles. Yang Feng nonchalantly remarked amidst the encroaching danger. The atmosphere was fraught with peril, as more undead monstrosities surged from all directions. The explosions of the two gas canisters had attracted every nearby creature, including several aberrations. The trio faced untold suffering in their bloody battle. Their bodies and minds had reached their limits. The extermination of a single Thousand Corpse ball was already a harrowing ordeal. Yet now, a greater multitude of foes surged forth. They exerted every ounce of strength and shed every drop of blood. However, the extreme conditions of survival served to awaken their latent potential. The trio formed a steadfast formation, their cooperation growing increasingly harmonious under the intense pressure, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, compensating for each other's deficiencies. Yes, Summonman, Long Air, barely managed to hold their ground. Su Qing appeared somewhat weakened, and his rifle was nearly out of ammunition. Yang Feng observed as, with the passage of time, small mounds of corpses began to accumulate around the three. Several hundred decaying monsters had perished at their hands. A few low-level aberrations had also been vanquished. It was nearing the limit. This was already the utmost they could endure. Their expressions seemed dazed. Their bodily function significantly diminished, and more wounds began to appear upon them. A slight assistance was in order. Yang Feng emerged from the shadows, his shadowy tendons surging with sudden force. Powerful, lethal, silent. Yang Feng's calves erupted with terrifying strength, propelling him forward like an arrow, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. A whip-like kick sliced through the air, cleaving the first decaying corpse in twain instantly as the second corpse was struck. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed from within, disintegrating into a barrage of projectiles alongside the whip kick. The third, the fourth, the fifth. A succession of corpses was obliterated, crashing to the ground and becoming a heap of muck. Wow, 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 wow. His stomach churned. The corrosive bile erupted forth, spewing a torrent of toxic acidic liquid that rained down like a shower of petals, sizzling as it struck the multitude of monsters below. In a single maneuver, nearly 100 corpses were dissolved into a putrid slurry. It was utterly terrifying. The amethyst-grade ability, unleashed, obliterated hordes of monsters in an instant. Yang Feng revealed a row of pristine white teeth, plunging into the throngs of corpses to continue his slaughter. Although gravely injured, Temporarily incapable of engaging in high-intensity combat, this level of exertion was merely a warm-up for Yangfeng. As dawn approached, the ground beneath the apartment complex was littered with the remnants of decay. The battle of the previous night had claimed no fewer than 1,000 corpses, along with numerous low-level aberrations. Fortune also favored them. The tide of corpses on the main thoroughfare had diverted only a small contingent, or they would have had to flee. Yangfeng stood amidst the carcasses, glancing back at the utterly exhausted companions. No time to rest. Now is the moment for reaping. Chapter 57. Six Eyes, Ghostface Upgrade. The harvest time had arrived. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, this was the most bountiful harvest yet in the inner courtyard of the apartment. The ground was strewn with corpses, nearly forming small hills. Sumanmin, Long Air, Su Qinged, the group resembled farmers harvesting wheat, skillfully severing the corpse's death points and extracting the most precious of corpse tumors. 1 C-pattern tumor, 8 emerald tumors, and 137 ordinary tumors. The total number of harvested tumors reached an astonishing magnitude. With a slight squeeze, there was still more to gain. Excellent. Yangfeng cast a glance at the weary individuals, offering a satisfied commendation to that moment. A rumbling sound resonated from above. As the crowd collectively raised their heads to gaze at the sky, they were struck by the sight of 3 armed helicopters advancing in unison towards a specific direction. The military? Yangfeng furrowed his brow as he recalled that approximately half a month after the calamity erupted, the military had invaded the city, undertaking several rescue operations. Unfortunately, the majority of these endeavors ended in failure. Master, is that the military's rescue? Su Manman exclaimed, her expression now filled with excitement. Anyone trapped within the city's confines was yearning for the military's intervention, desiring the formidable protection of the authorities. Indeed, Yangfeng nodded. Though he doused Su Manman's enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Do not gaze any longer. Those helicopters are not here to save you. Their primary objective is undoubtedly the experts within the Disease Control Center, as well as scientists specializing in biology and other fields. The secondary aim may be to rescue certain key decision-makers. A hint of sardonic amusement graced Yangfeng's lips, reminiscent of his earlier words. Human life is as insignificant as grass, easily trampled upon and insulted, allowed to flourish and perish at will. Yet, life can also be as precious as gold, worthy of sacrificing hundreds to save one. It all depends on the nature of the individual and the position one occupies. Do not harbor any illusions. I have no intention of engaging with the military, nor do I plan to leave this place. What he said was even more shocking. While it was somewhat understandable that Yangfeng wished to avoid contact with the military, given that a cruel, cold-blooded tyrant trusts no one, his outright refusal to abandon the city was incomprehensible. This city, teeming with monstrous aberrations, posed life-threatening dangers at every turn, and anyone would yearn to escape this hell on earth. Yet, Yangfeng intended to remain. What was he plotting? Would he continue to hunt indefinitely? I'm going back. Additionally, I require a period of rest in my room. Do not disturb me. Anyone who dares approach my quarters shall face merciless retribution. Yangfeng commanded the group as they returned to the apartment, issuing orders to the 3. Long Air, Su Manman. The likelihood of both of you betraying me simultaneously is slim, given the overwhelming strength I have demonstrated. It should not pose a disturbance during my evolution. Understood? Yes, Master. No problem, boss. The 3 responded in unison, nodding earnestly. Before departing, Yangfeng turned back, a cruel smile gracing his face as he added, moreover, the hunt for monsters must not cease. Exploitation, relentless exploitation. After exerting such effort to cultivate a hunting squad, one must extract every ounce of their potential, ruthlessly squeeze, ruthlessly hunt, until the last drop of blood is drained, until life reaches its final breath. Evolution. How to choose? Yangfeng sensed that the ghost face was on the verge of evolution, its spiritual essence nearly overflowing. Shadow tendon, corroded stomach. Both of these special organs were still in their juvenile state, and enhancing them would certainly be a prudent choice. No, the dark gold-grade artifact is my greatest reliance. Ghost face, it teetered on the brink of evolution, merely a step away. Accumulating more spiritual essence would undoubtedly be beneficial. Resolutely, Yangfeng activated the ghost face. Over 100 corpses, crammed into his mouth as if they were worthless, were being chewed voraciously. Gulping and slurping, the luminous essence emanated a powerful energy, crushing the lingering filth and absorbing it entirely. Yet, on Yangfeng's ghostly visage, a new sensation began to emerge. Remorse, obsession, resentment, greed, fury, slaughter. A plethora of negative emotions amassed upon the ghostly mask, seemingly brewing something even more terrifying. The once smooth, mirror-like face now bore irregular little mounds, distorting the cheeks of the ghastly visage. Not enough. The emotions were still insufficient. Young Feng gradually comprehended that it was not a lack of essence but the residual filth of resentment and twisted negative emotions that fell far short. He produced the blue sea pattern tumor, the thousand corpses sphere. Although it was of the blue sea pattern grade, it harbored the remnants of thousands of decayed corpses, their resentments almost completely tainting the essence. Gulping, he devoured the thousand corpses sphere, chewing it with fervor. A thousand resentful spirits, a thousand remnants of decay. They were shredded and crushed by the ghostly face, greedily devoured and absorbed, merging into the newly formed cheeks. Eyes. 6 small mounds slowly tore apart, forming contorted orbs of sight, dark beyond measure, evil beyond reckoning, filthy beyond comprehension, pure beyond belief, sacred beyond imagination, radiant beyond compare. Each twisted magical eye resembled an endless abyss, so deep that a mere glance could lead one to ruin. The Buddha possesses 6 eyes: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, consciousness. 6 eyes, 6 senses, 6 perceptions, 6 desires, 6 intentions, 6 roots, 6 dusts, 6 heavens. There are myriad words to describe them, each representing the capacity to perceive the surrounding world and the fundamental source of desire. The 6 eyes epitomize desire. The 6 eyes symbolize wisdom. The 6 eyes embody the sacred. The 6 eyes represent evil. The 6 eyes upon Yang Feng's mask slowly opened. The distorted orbs gazed upon Yang Feng, ensnaring him within the abyss. Vision faded. Sound vanished. There was no scent and no taste. The body felt no touch. Consciousness seemed to lapse into a state of paralysis. Yang Feng appeared to plunge into an endless abyss, enveloped in utter darkness and void. Time flowed on. In this void, it seemed devoid of temporal concept, each second stretching infinitely. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Everything felt beyond perception. In this realm of absolute darkness and nothingness, every certainty was called into question, even the certainty of his own existence. Uncertain how long had passed, perhaps a second, perhaps an hour, perhaps a day, a month, a year. Suddenly, Yang Feng regained a sensation. Yet, this feeling was not his own, but that of a woman. The woman struggled in a frenzy, overwhelmed by a horde of monsters, their sharp claws piercing her body, extracting organs stained with crimson fluid. Pain, excruciating pain. Is this me? No, this is not me. This is a woman besieged by decaying corpses. She is one among countless victims. In a daze, Yang Feng transformed into a small boy. His parents were lost, and the air was filled with the cries of despair from those around him, while the distant roars of monsters echoed ominously. Wailing, I began to cry. I find myself in a state of utter confusion. Amidst the vast throngs of people, I searched desperately for my mother, only to collide with a grotesque creature, drenched in blood. It slowly turns its head, viscous fluids trickling from its bloodied fangs, regarding me with the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. In its murky eyes, I can faintly discern my own reflection. Pain. My fragile body is torn asunder. Upon opening my eyes again, I have transformed. I am now a decaying corpse, driven mad by insatiable hunger. I ravenously seek out my next victim. I spot a man who has collapsed to the ground. The fragrant aroma of his flesh wafts towards me. I am engulfed in a series of incredulous scenes, experiencing their desires, their suffering, their despair, their very essence. All manifesting within the consciousness of Yang Feng. Ghost face, it has been incessantly consuming a multitude of souls, leaving behind a residue of anguish. These remnants do not vanish outright. Instead, they morph into countless tormenting memories that assail Yang Feng's awareness. Chapter 58. 1,000 Faces, 6 eyes piercing through 1,000 faces. The agony and despair of a single individual is sufficient to drive one to the brink of collapse. Lingqi execution. Negative emotions are akin to delicate blades, slowly slicing away at your flesh. Ghostface has amassed the negative emotions of thousands, cascading upon Yang Feng like a torrential waterfall, overwhelming and shattering his consciousness. Yet, Yang Feng, like a venerable monk in deep meditation, remains seated beneath the waterfall, enduring the excruciating torment of flesh torn apart. These sufferings are trivial. These pains are inconsequential. Yang Feng no longer resists. He allows the winds to batter him, the rains to drench him, the arrows to pierce him, and the dull blades to carve into his flesh. His past experiences have been steeped in blood and brutality. His previous strides were laden with profound weight. 6 eyes that ate in unending torment that cannot truly break Yang Feng. Instead, he appears to have attained a state of enlightenment, embracing everything and feeling everything that at last, the final grain of soul residue strikes against Yangfeng. That last fleeting opportunity is wholly seized within his grasp. The trial of Ghostface.is utterly complete. He opens his eyes. 6 twisted, malevolent yet sacred orbs spring forth from Ghostface. The world becomes clearer. It is as if he can perceive breath itself, or perhaps the essence of souls. With the wisdom of 6 eyes, he can penetrate the desires of others, akin to a mind-reading ability, striking at the very core of their souls. Moreover, Yangfeng, seated beneath the cascade of soul residue, experiences a profound awakening akin to that of a hermit. Through repeated trials, he has become more resilient, more refined, and more powerful. Mental assaults, thought intrusions. Through 6 eyes, Yangfeng has acquired unique modes of attack, awaiting his gradual exploration. 66 hours, perhaps. Yangfeng glances at the digital clock by the bedside. Enveloped in the dark void, the passage of time feels imperceptible, each second seemingly stretching into infinity. Upon awakening, he is overcome by a sense of disorientation, as if emerging from an interminable dream. It is now daytime. From a distance in the corridor, the sounds of combat echo. Tsunamis and Long Air, both wielding daggers, engage in a fierce sparring match. The glint of blades flashes. Though Tsunamis is consistently at a disadvantage, she manages to hold her ground against Long Air for several exchanges. In just a few short days, her combat skills have skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. Practical experience serves as the finest teacher, with the presence of Long Air as a sparring instructor and a plethora of rotting corpses as experimental targets. The combination of both naturally leads to immense improvement. Like searing flames, Yangfeng, having acquired the 6 eyes, can perceive spiritual essence and aura even without activating the Ghostface.su and burns with an intensity akin to blazing fire. Her inner fervor raging as if she were a volatile fireball on the verge of explosion. In stark contrast, Yangfeng turns his gaze toward Long Air, whose aura has assumed a different quality. Long Air emanates an icy coldness, marked by a calm and meticulous demeanor. His numbness and chill render him akin to a stagnant pool of water. Meanwhile, Su Qing's aura is mottled and impure, suggesting numerous hidden thoughts and schemes. The 6 eyes prove to be quite convenient, enabling him to pierce through spiritual essence and aura while possessing an almost telepathic quality. Yangfeng perceives the subtle advantages of the 6 eyes. Su Qing, laden with ulterior motives, is bound to resort to any means necessary for self-preservation. However, for the time being, his loyalty is unnecessary. As long as he can generate benefits for himself, that suffices. Boss, you've finally arrived. Su Qing hastily approaches. Master, Su-Man and Long Air also cease their practice, gathering around Yangfeng. Without further ado, Yangfeng offers a slight smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. It's been over 2 days. Where are the corpses you promised? The insatiable greed of capitalism, the ruthless tyranny of profit. Su-Man produces a vial filled with corpse tumors, counting approximately 70 within. Is this not a bit lacking? Yangfeng expresses his dissatisfaction. During their previous bountiful harvest, they had acquired over 100 tumors in one go. Now, after 2 days, they have barely half that amount. Apologies, Su-Man explains. This area has been thoroughly cleared of nearby monsters. Thoroughly cleared? Yangfeng contemplates. He has hunted nightly. The trio's hunting team has conducted a significant purge. The buildings surrounding the apartment complex and the secluded alleyways have been cleansed, creating a near-safe zone. It may be time to consider relocating. After a brief moment of thought, Yangfeng recognizes that this area has lost its value. The remaining residents of the apartment are frail and infirm. The aberrants and corpses have been nearly exterminated. Remaining here serves little purpose. Moreover, Long Air and Su Qing have also consumed several corpse tumors. Su-Man lowers her head, continuing her report on recent events. Long Air and Su Qing sustained injuries that led to severe infections, and at a critical moment, they followed Yangfeng's advice and ingested a batch of corpse tumors. Now, they are on the cusp of becoming new humans. Poised to evolve. Very well, Yangfeng remarks with a smile, drawing closer to Su-Man, nearly feeling her breath. A sense of danger envelopes him, as if a tangible veil is tightening around his form, inducing a feeling of suffocation. The threat has intensified. The power has grown. Although Yangfeng has not unleashed any new abilities, the sense of impending peril penetrates to the core of his being. Master, please forgive me. Su-Man involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembling all over. It's nothing of concern. Such trivial matters can be decided by you in the future. Yangfeng reigned in his presence. No longer intimidating Su Man, he merely employed this method to perpetually deepen her fear, ensuring she would not entertain thoughts of betrayal. Additionally, there is another matter. Su Man paused for a few seconds, her expression growing more serious. Speak. Yang Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the surge of emotion within Su Man, which became increasingly fervent. When we were clearing out the monsters, we arrived beneath another apartment building. The monsters there were sparse, but there were evident signs of battle. Subsequently, we encountered a group of people. At this point, Su Man noticeably hesitated before continuing, or rather, they should not be referred to as people, but rather as a horde of severely mutated monsters. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng comprehended entirely. Another group of beings, and their bodies had undergone severe mutation. They must have discovered the peculiar utility of corpse tumors and utilized them en masse, resulting in their bodily distortions. Get to the point. Did you suffer any losses? Yang Feng interjected succinctly, halting Su Man's elaboration. Su Man shook her head. Su Qing sustained minor injuries, but has since healed after completing his evolution. Several of their members perished as well. It was a chaotic melee. They had a significant numerical advantage, yet their quality was vastly inferior to us, resulting in several of their members being swiftly eliminated. Boss, many of their fighters have yet to engage. Su Qing, visibly disgruntled, stepped forward. He had endured considerable setbacks during the skirmish, feeling particularly unsettled, and eagerly continued. When shall we strike? With a swift motion, Yang Feng delivered a sharp slap, sending Su Qing crashing to the ground, two of his teeth flying out, blood streaming from his mouth. You fool! Yang Feng spat venomously, stepping forward to place his foot on Su Qing's face. Furthermore, I am not a pawn for you to command. Su Qing's previous words had carried a clear implication of provocation. Yang Feng detested being manipulated by others and loathed anyone attempting to influence his judgment. I will kill those who need to be killed without your reminders. Though the outcome remains unchanged, you should learn to be silent when the moment calls for it. Do you understand? Yang Feng's shoe pressed down on Su Qing's face a few times. Su Qing immediately groveled on the ground, pleading for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare to speak out of turn again. Yang Feng lifted his foot. Had it not been for the shortage of manpower, he would have already crushed Su Qing underfoot. Prepare yourselves. We shall meet them. I want to see what this is all about. Chapter 59. Ghostface Six-Eyed Thought Blade. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the weather was clear. Yang Feng's Ghostface had just leveled up, and he was in remarkably good spirits. The monsters surrounding the apartment had been largely cleared out, with only a few scattered corpses meandering into the courtyard. Master, it is the building ahead. Su Man led the way ahead, with a similar apartment building situated diagonally across the street, where they had previously encountered other evolved beings. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Beneath the building, the ground was marred by filthy bloodstains and numerous remnants of battle. It was evident that another group was engaged in similar activities, having hunted and cleared a significant number of decaying monstrosities. 10 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and their ability to discover methods of evolution indicated a swift response to the dire circumstances. Yang Feng examined the traces of the conflict. The shattered cracks on the walls and the fine fissures on the ground were clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary human strength. Do not rush into action just yet. I find them quite intriguing, Yang Feng instructed, entirely dismissing the notion that they posed any threat. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Yang Feng had been growing stronger each day, repeatedly shattering his limits and acquiring increasingly formidable abilities. The deep iron fiber was incredibly powerful, yet it was currently his weakest capability. The two formidable organs, corroding stomach and shadow Achilles, both of the purple crystalline grade, were legendary artifacts coveted by any evolved being. Not to mention, Yang Feng also possessed the dark gold artifact grade, Ghost Mask. Indeed, Su Man, Long Air, and Su Qing closely followed, becoming his most loyal servants and guards. Upon entering the building, they found the front door surprisingly unlocked, though the corridor was obstructed by barriers, standing approximately 2 meters high, intended to deter the lowest tier of decaying corpses. There were individuals behind the obstacles. Even without activating the Ghost Mask, Yang Feng's keen perception allowed him to sense the presence of guards watching over the barriers. With a gentle leap, he cleared the 2-meter-high obstruction and landed soundlessly. The two guards, leaning against the wall in slumber, remained blissfully unaware. These guards were merely slightly sturdier ordinary men. One had a cleaver by his side, while the other wielded a sharpened steel rod. Completely oblivious to the impending danger, "Is your leader present?" Yang Feng inquired nonchalantly. The sudden voice jolted the guards awake, their faces registering shock as they turned to face him. The one holding the sharpened steel rod instinctively lunged forward, thrusting it toward Yang Feng's chest. With a swift motion, Yang Feng grasped the rod, twisting it to deliver a deadly stab that pierced the guard's throat. Blood gushed forth in a hot crimson torrent. As the guard's eyes widened in terror, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, intruder. An enemy has invaded. The other guard, paralyzed by fear, trembled as he attempted to flee. With a swift motion, Yang Feng seized him by the neck. A gentle squeeze was accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, and the guard crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Man and the others swiftly vaulted over the obstacles, joining Yang Feng's side. Man gazed at the two guards sprawled in a pool of blood, then shot an odd look at Yang Feng. Is this what you meant by not rushing into action? He had effortlessly eliminated the guards upon their arrival. His cold-bloodedness was akin to the simplicity of having a meal, devoid of any psychological burden, embodying the very essence of a tyrant. I have no interest in these two. Yang Feng seemed to sense Su Man's gaze, turning around to reveal a row of pristine white teeth, his smile bearing an unsettling quality. The group ascended the staircase. The apartment was sparsely populated, suffused with a pungent scent of blood. Bloodstains marred the corridor, with numerous handprints smeared across the walls, as if something had been dragged along all the way to the corner. Spare me. Please, spare me. Near the third floor, the sound of pleading echoed through the hall. Several men knelt trembling on the ground, while before them stood a grotesque creature, a monster. It was a humanoid being towering at nearly 2 meters, its body a mass of sinewy muscle. Two disproportionately thick arms grew from its back, varying in size and length, creating a strikingly discordant appearance. Moreover, around its collarbone, a circle of fingers sprouted, countless digits woven together like a peculiar garland, cradling its head, deformed, twisted. A mere glance at its appearance sent chills down one's spine. It was not a monster, but an evolver. Consume it. The four-armed evolver produced a corpse tumor, compelling the man kneeling before him to consume it forcibly. No, I want to eat it. I don't want to become a monster. Tears streamed down the man's face as he desperately shook his head, unwilling to ingest the grotesque morsel held by the creature. The four-armed aberration, however, forcefully pried open his mouth, its immense strength nearly shattering the man's jaw, yet ultimately succeeded in forcing the tumor inside. The man swallowed the tumor, and moments later, his body reacted violently, the essence rapidly spreading, causing grotesque distortions. The rationality in his eyes gradually succumbed to agony. In a brief moment, he lost all awareness, his body swiftly decaying into a putrid corpse. With a resounding thud, the four-armed creature's massive hand struck the corpse's head. After the sound of shattering echoed, a gruesome mixture of flesh and blood splattered across the floor, extinguishing all signs of life. Immediately, it shifted its focus, retrieving another tumor. Consume it. Another man, kneeling in utter terror, wept profusely. He bowed his head fervently towards the creature, repeating his desperate plea. Spare me, I don't want to become a monster. Woe is me. It appeared that the creature intended to transform all the men kneeling before it with the corpse tumors. Those who succeeded would be spared, those who failed would be slain. Evolver. Yang Feng emerged from the shadows, audaciously referring to the beast as an evolver. Having mutated to such an extent, could it still be deemed human? Yes, regardless of the grotesqueness of their physical forms or the extremity of their mutations, as long as they retained human consciousness, there remained what one might call humanity. You were those invaders, the four-armed evolver. Though unfamiliar with Yang Feng, recognized Su Man and her companions. They had previously clashed in battle, and several of their own had been killed. Roar. Without hesitation, the four-armed evolver bellowed and charged towards them, its robust arms swinging like 4 hammers, striking with ferocious intensity. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated. Yang Feng slightly tilted his head, narrowly evading a powerful strike. Yet that fist became deeply embedded into the wall, revealing the concrete and steel framework beneath. Do not rush into a brawl. I have matters to inquire, Yang Feng remarked coolly, but the four-armed evolved being showed no regard. Another iron fist came crashing towards Yang Feng's face with even greater force. With a soft snap, Yang Feng effortlessly raised his arm, using a palm 3 sizes smaller than his opponent's to easily deflect the blow. The four-armed creature persisted relentlessly. Its remaining 2 arms struck at Yang Feng from different angles, attempting to leverage its multi-armed advantage for victory. You are being given face yet refusing it. Yang Feng, somewhat exasperated, felt a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. Suddenly, a fissure opened across his cheek, revealing a deep crimson vertical eye, dark and terrifying in its depth. With a swift motion, the upper half of the four-armed evolved being's body was cleaved open, the wound smooth and even, resembling a mirror surface. Nianran. This was the new ability of the Six Eyes. Yang Feng's will was resilient and formidable, coalescing into an invisible blade that erupted through one of the six eyes, killing in utter silence. Chapter 60. Blurred Boundaries. Nianran. Pure thought, pure mental force, pure intent to slaughter. After a decade of apocalypse, his iron-willed consciousness, increasingly intoxicated by the madness of killing, had been tempered under the waterfall formed by gravel and filth, ultimately achieving a state of enlightenment akin to a meditative monk. That on Yang Feng's cheek, a fissure opened, the blood-red strands of the demonic eye gazing with a cruel and violent terror. The blade of thought slashed through, the wound extending from shoulder to abdomen. The four-armed evolved being's body was immediately severed in two, the injury smooth and even as it slanted and fell. U2, the four-armed evolved being's face was etched with disbelief. The blade of thought was so swift that it left him no time to feel pain. He merely sensed his life ebbing away, struggling to utter even a single word. Indeed, that I am also an evolved being. Yang Feng completed the remaining words for him. The horrific eye on his cheek gradually closed, the fissure vanishing completely, restoring his original state. Turning around, Long Air, Su Man, Su Qing. The others were equally astonished. They had not comprehended what had just transpired. Nor did they know how Yang Feng had cleaved their foe in two. Do not be dazed, Yang Feng commanded. Search his person. Long Air stepped forward, rummaging through the pockets, and indeed discovered a small vial containing a dozen corpse tumors. Murder and pillage. What an unexpected find. Yang Feng noted. This fellow has undergone significant mutation. Perhaps he too can produce corpse tumors. Long Air retrieved his dagger and sliced open the back of the evolved being's head. Indeed, a corpse tumor was slowly coalescing, emitting a faint green luminescence, revealing itself as an emerald tumor. This revelation was startling. Could evolved beings also generate corpse tumors? Was there truly no distinction between them and the aberrations? Master, after we pass away, will there also be Su Mammon hesitated to inquire, her thoughts drifting to the possibility of a corpse tumor manifesting after her demise, an unsettling sensation washing over her. The deeper the mutation, the more likely the emergence of such a tumor. If you believe you are no longer human, but rather a monster, then indeed, you have become a monster, Yang Feng replied with a mysterious smile, offering an ambiguous answer. Boundaries? Evolvers. The distinction between the two seems rather nebulous. The sole difference may lie in the fragile human consciousness that clings to so-called humanity and memory. Go and inquire with them. Yang Feng cast a glance at the men kneeling on the ground, signaling to Su Man, innocent, kind, hearted. Su Man possessed an utterly harmless, innocent visage that evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity. It's all right now. Su Man beamed like a blossoming flower, exuding a comforting warmth that instilled a sense of safety. Are you here to save us? The man kneeling on the ground felt the remnants of fear slowly dissipating from his gaze. He looked at the grotesque corpses on the ground, then at the fully armed individuals, and tears of relief welled in his eyes. What transpired here? Su Man gently calmed his emotions, inquiring about the situation in the apartment building. Monsters. They have all transformed into monsters. The man's expression shifted to one of terror as he recounted the events within the building, seemingly reluctant to relive the harrowing experiences of the past 10 days. Songhua Gang. Initially, he led us to fend off the monsters. Yet, for reasons unknown, one day he became immensely powerful, utterly unafraid of infection, even leading others to fight back. The man recounted his experiences from days prior. Yang Feng immediately grasped what had occurred. Within the building, there were some daring individuals, one of whom was named Songhua Gang, who likely discovered the secret of the corpse tumors days ago. Songhua Gang. He gradually became brutal. He compelled others to consume peculiar small tumors. Some transformed into monsters, all of whom he slaughtered. Others, although not entirely transformed, developed numerous bizarre organs, entirely unlike humans. The man continued to speak. Forcibly feeding corpse tumors is indeed a method to rapidly strengthen a collective, but what is the cost of acquiring such power? If one's will is not steadfast, the tumor will undoubtedly retaliate. Even if it cannot completely obliterate one's will, it will seize control of a certain part of the body, causing various grotesque mutations. Yang Feng and Su Man. Their wills were resolute enough to ultimately master their abilities. The recently deceased four-armed evolver was entirely different. Although retaining human consciousness, its body had mutated to resemble that of a monster. They are becoming increasingly brutal, Those beasts not only forced the men to consume the tumors, but also abducted the women. They are dead. Many women have perished. Those brutes, my wife was taken by them. As the man reached this point, tears of resentment streamed from his eyes, his fists pounding the ground in frustration that it was stifling. Too overwhelming. The distorted evolvers, with physical attributes far surpassing the ordinary, have undergone grotesque transformations, rendering them incomprehensible to the average woman. Some women have even met their demise at the hands of these creatures. The number of these mutated beings is uncertain, and their whereabouts remain a mystery. Man, simultaneously offering a sympathetic pat on the shoulder, pressed on with her inquiries that a dozen, perhaps even more, they regard Song Huagang as their leader. Holed up on the 10th floor, where women and supplies are kept captive, Man nodded, extracting nearly all the information. When shall we depart? There are far too many of them. We must leave swiftly while Song Huagang is distracted. The man, filled with urgency, grasped Man's hand, imploring her to lead him to safety. I was just about to inquire, she retorted. Why do you still breathe, kneeling before others in abject supplication, when your wife has perished at their hands? Man withdrew her faade of purity and kindness, slightly lifting her garment to reveal her smooth, flat abdomen. Complaints aside, her singular focus was on survival. Men like you deserve death, she declared vehemently. Her abdomen grotesquely parting to reveal a gaping maw. The monstrous mouth, reminiscent of a lamprey's, was lined with razor-sharp teeth and began to whirl ominously. Please don't, the man stammered in sheer terror, never having anticipated that the woman before him was also a beast. The chilling crunch of her gnashing teeth echoed, followed by the horrific sounds of flesh being torn apart, until silence reigned once more. Well done, Yang Feng remarked from the side, giving a thumbs up. We shall leave for the 10th floor now. Chapter 61. Hell on earth. As they approached the 10th floor, a putrid stench assaulted their senses. The women trapped within the building were subjected to unspeakable torment. Massive shadows loomed over the frail figures. The distorted evolvers towering with their grotesque, mutated appendages. One such evolver, covered in sharp scales, left trails of blood on the pristine, slick surface with each slight movement. Another, whose skin was a mass of festering rot, exhibited sinewy muscles twisted and enveloped around its grotesque form, swollen beyond recognition. A third was adorned with menacing spikes, resembling an enormous hedgehog, with no part of its body untouched by the horrific transformation. These twisted evolvers exhibited no semblance of mercy. The air was filled with the incessant wails of despair, mingling with the stench of blood and decay. The very atmosphere induced a profound sense of nausea in any normal individual who dared to glance upon the nightmarish scenes, rendering the sheer brutality of the hellish spectacle beyond description. Song Huagang reigned supreme in this domain, akin to a despotic ruler, seated in an opulent leather chair, having ingested a vast quantity of corpse tumors. His body had undergone the most severe mutation, now encased in a formidable layer of hardened keratin. Yet this was merely the beginning to the terminal end of his coccyx. Astonishingly, a tail had sprouted, encased in a sheath of black keratinous material, the tip exceedingly sharp and pointed. Lizard, dragon man. Externally, Song Huagang appeared to be clad in a remarkably unique armor. This was the very reason he could rampage with impunity. Lowly monsters posed no threat to him, nor did other evolved beings. With a casual tap of his hand on a dog cage, he elicited a response. Woof, woof, woofed at a pair of pitiful sisters, huddled together, lay on the ground imitating a dog's bark. Crawling at his feet, tongues lolling in an effort to pant. Now, that was what one could call life. I truly relished this apocalyptic existence, Song Huagang mused, as his claw-like fingertips, formed from the keratinous substance, grazed the delicate faces of the sisters. Pleasured, he was reveling in their fear and servitude, who dared not defy his slightest command. This psychological gratification was, in fact, far more exhilarating and delightful than mere physical release. Brother Song was indeed correct. Those affluent second-generation individuals, who once looked down upon us, now find themselves beneath our feet. Let us see if they remain so arrogant. Their women must be treated well. The spiked and evolved beings echoed Song Huagang's sentiments, provoking lascivious laughter from those around. Ha ha ha. The number of women I've indulged in throughout my life pales in comparison to these few days. Another evolved individual chimed in, simultaneously yanking a woman's hair and forcing her down. Decadent and debauched, for them, the apocalypse was nothing short of a playground. Money was rendered useless. Power lost its significance. The rules and laws that once loomed over them, all constraints had vanished. The world seemed to have reverted overnight to a primitive era, where victories were determined by the size of one's fist. The strong were revered, the victors claimed the throne. Most crucially, they had all fortuitously acquired formidable abilities. These individuals were akin to newly minted tycoons, fresh capitalists, and emerging magnates, merely exchanging money and power for the might of their fists. Indulgence, wild enjoyment, that a frantic exercise of their privileges. It was as if they sought to compensate for every pleasure they had previously missed out on in just a few fleeting days. At that moment, several individuals ascended to the 10th floor. Yang Feng, detecting the scent, frowned, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. There's a hint of apocalyptic ambience here. It is the stench of decay, the scent of blood, the aroma of despair. In the dire straits of the apocalypse, such occurrences would become increasingly frequent, and Yang Feng, having endured a decade of darkness, gradually recognized a familiar odor. Creak, creaked. Su Man beheld the scene before her, her fingers instinctively clenching into fists, producing a sound of friction. Who are you? Soon, someone noticed Yang Feng and his companions. The frenzied revelry came to an abrupt halt, and the deformed evolved beings cast hostile glances their way. Yang Feng surveyed the scene, contemplating for a few seconds. First, eliminate a group and assess their strength. Yang Feng's methods were far more brutal, eschewing any negotiation, launching directly into slaughter. Tap, 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 tap. Su Qing gripped his assault rifle, unleashing a series of rapid shots. Seizing the opportunity while the evolvers were momentarily distracted, several crimson flowers erupted from the center of his brow, swiftly claiming the lives of two among them. Su Man, unable to contain herself any longer, grasped two daggers and fearlessly plunged into the throng, targeting the most lethal points with ruthless precision. With a sickening thud, a brawny giant, his leg tendon severed, fell helplessly to the ground. In a swift motion, he turned and delivered a fatal strike, severing the giant's life force. A more subtle sound of slicing followed. Long Air, quick on his feet, lunged forward to deliver a final blow. Ensuring the still-breathing giant met his end, he then rolled to the side, evading enemy attacks while hurling a dagger that pierced through an opponent's throat. Enemy attack. Damn it. It's that group from yesterday. Grab your weapons and take them down. The distorted evolvers around them reacted with alarming speed, quickly launching a counterattack after several of their own fell. I'll hold the line. Clang, clang. Clang. An evolver clad in impenetrable scales charged to the forefront, shielding his comrades from the hail of bullets. Another evolver, reminiscent of a hedgehog, trembled with sharp steel spines, releasing a barrage of needles propelled by formidable inertia towards Su Man and Long Air. Long Air swiftly dodged, seizing the corpse of a nearby evolver as a makeshift shield, while the needles embedded themselves into the lifeless body. Su Man, however, was not as fortunate. Her arm and shoulder were pierced, blood gushing from her wounds. Yet, this only ignited her ferocity. A gaping maw opened in her abdomen, a multitude of teeth whirring like a chainsaw, ensnaring a nearby evolver and voraciously devouring him. The energy she consumed underwent a transformation, and to her astonishment, the wounds on her arm and shoulder began to heal at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Terrifying. Such a power was truly awe-inspiring, placing Su Man among the most formidable evolvers. Meanwhile, Long Air had unknowingly dispatched several foes, his prowess as a top assassin from Yuegwa evident as he moved with ghostly grace, leaving no trace behind. Come back, all of you. Gather around me. As Song Huagong's subordinates fell one by one, anxiety began to ripple through their ranks, urging them to return to his side. He gradually rose, exuding a potent aura, with flashes of cerulean light shimmering from the black, horned artifact he bore. Indeed, this fellow possessed a blue ocean pattern-grade organ. While it mattered little to Yang Feng, it represented elite combat strength for ordinary people in the early apocalypse. Who are you? Song Huagong's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he positioned himself at the forefront of the group. His voice gravelly, "We bear no grudge against you. Must we resort to killing each other?" Though his tone was harsh, there was an undercurrent of concession, a desire for negotiation. I am here to rob you. Yang Feng's blunt admission left his adversaries utterly bewildered. Robbing? What is there to rob? In this apocalypse, money has become worthless. Does he seek supplies and women instead? Hand over the corpse tumors first. I know you've hunted quite a few. Yang Feng continued with a smile, but the words corpse tumors caused a stark change in Song Huagong's countenance. Chapter 62. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Corpse tumor? This term is unfamiliar to me. Is it the small flesh tumors that develop within the body of that creature after its demise? Song Huagong's countenance darkened. Those small tumors are his most treasured resources, capable not only of augmenting his own strength, but also of transforming his subordinates. Haha, oh, you truly believe I am so easily bullied? Unable to accept such a condition, Song Huagang was compelled to reveal his true strength in the face of a formidable adversary. Black carapace.it adorned his entire body like a strong exoskeleton, glinting with metallic luster under the sunlight. A robust and agile tail, tipped with a sharp stinger, struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a crater in its wake. You expect me to surrender all my corpse tumors with just a few words? How am I, as the leader, to navigate the future? Song Huagang's voice was hoarse, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, as he readied himself for battle. Yang Feng, however, merely curled the corners of his mouth into a disdainful smirk, beckoning him forward with a flick of his fingers. Then come and try a provocation. Enraged, Song Huagang charged towards Yang Feng, his powerful form thundering upon the ground, shattering tiles beneath his feet. Swish, swish, swish. The claws formed from his carapace glimmered with a chilling sharpness, slicing through the air as they lunged towards Yang Feng's body. Slow, too slow, Yang Feng deftly sidestepped each claw strike with a mere flick of his toes, effortlessly evading the onslaught. They were not on the same level. Yang Feng moved with such ease, as if strolling through a garden, eluding the sluggish attacks with grace. Whoosh! The stout tail, armed with its sharp stinger, suddenly lunged at Yang Feng from an acute angle. Yang Feng emitted a soft sound of surprise, raising his hand just in time to grasp the stinger, effortlessly blocking the surprise attack. Not a bad move. Yang Feng smiled slightly, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. His other fist clenched tightly, and with a sudden surge, he retaliated for the first time. Bang! A resounding impact. Yang Feng's fist struck Song Huagang's abdomen. Deep iron fiber, his formidable power coalesced into a forceful punch, launching Song Huagang several meters away. Not bad for defense, Yang Feng assessed. Few could withstand a punch from him without perishing. Song Huagang slowly rose to his feet. A fist-shaped indentation marred his abdomen, and his carapace displayed some cracks, yet it had not sustained any critical damage. Blue sea pattern. His black carapace was, indeed, of the rare blue sea pattern grade, boasting impressive defensive capabilities. You cannot breach my defenses, just as Song Huagang declared. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The force of the punch had not only damaged his armor, but had penetrated deep enough to injure his organs. Tough words. Yang Feng's smile grew even more mocking. In the next moment, Yang Feng's figure seemed to vanish altogether, disappeared. No, it was merely his speed, creating an illusion to the naked eye. Shadow tendon. The lethal burst of power transformed Yang Feng into a fleeting specter, nearly vanishing from the sight of those present. Banged at a resounding thud echoed ominously through the air. Yang Feng delivered a powerful kick, crashing into Song Huagang's chest with a thunderous impact. The terrifying force of his foot felt akin to a heavy pile driver, sending Song Huagang's body hurtling backward like a cannonball. The noise was deafening. Song Huagang's form collided violently with the wall, causing the entire structure to collapse in a cacophony of crumbling debris. Fragments of stone and concrete shattered, while steel reinforcements twisted and snapped under the immense pressure. The strength behind that kick was undeniably far superior to the previous punch. How about that? Can it breach your defenses? Yang Feng reveled in the moment, akin to a child delighting in amusements at a carnival, savoring the purest joy while maliciously mocking his opponent. The disparity was staggering. A mere shift to a more sophisticated method of attack had rendered the opponent utterly defunct, akin to a flimsy toy disintegrating with a single play. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Song Huagang erupted in a violent cough, expelling a copious amount of blood, mingled with clots, from his mouth. His current state was nothing short of tragic. His chest was sunken, the armored shell shattered extensively, and a profound imprint of a foot was indented upon him, reminiscent of a child's mark left in soft clay. Impossible. How many corpse tumors did you consume to attain such strength? Moreover, you have not undergone any mutation. Blood trickled from Song Huagang's lips, his face a portrait of disbelief. Gifted with extraordinary talent and exceptional fortune, he had inadvertently discovered a piece of azure chitin on his balcony, which, once assimilated, had formed a powerful exoskeleton. Subsequently, he consumed dozens of corpse tumors, upgrading his strong exoskeleton. That a series of fortuitous encounters and relentless battles had led him to believe he could dominate in this apocalypse. Yet he never anticipated crossing paths with Yang Feng, who shattered his dreams in an instant. Furthermore, Yang Feng appeared entirely ordinary, showing no signs of grotesque mutation. This was illogical. The more corpse tumors one consumed, the greater their evolutionary capacity, yet accompanied by severe side effects. A loss of reason, a transformation into a monster. As the side effects intensified, so too did the degree of bodily mutation, leading to increasingly grotesque deformities. Why? How could such a formidable Yang Feng remain utterly unmutated? There was no reason. Yang Feng shrugged nonchalantly, providing an answer devoid of pretense. Your will is far too feeble. Ultimately, it is not you who wields the power, but rather power that wields you. Yang Feng had articulated the crux of the matter. Did you believe you had evolved, acquiring immense strength? No, you are merely a host to a peculiar parasite, having been subjugated by the very power you sought to control. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. When you obtain power that is mismatched with your being, that very power will ultimately turn upon you. Slowly, Song Huagang rose to his feet, his gaze imbued with a sense of desolation. As if he had grasped the essence of Yang Feng's words, he approached a nearby room and retrieved a sizable container. Inside, it brimmed with corpse tumors, nearly 100 in number, accumulated by several evolved beings during their hunts over recent days. All the corpse tumors are here, but we entrust them to you. Will you spare our lives? Song Huagang, blood spilling from his mouth, placed the container on the ground, pleading with Yang Feng for mercy. Quite commendable. After toiling tirelessly to hunt the corpse tumors, Yang Feng found himself far more satisfied than if he had committed a mere robbery. He nodded in contentment. Suddenly, a slender fissure opened beneath his eyes, from which a twisted vertical eye emerged, its pupil flickering with a blood-red hue. Blade of thought. Silently, a glimmer of a blade sliced through the air. Song Huagang exhibited a look of confusion and bewilderment, instinctively reaching for his neck. Upon touching it, he realized with horror that it had become slightly misaligned. A crimson fluid erupted forth, and his round head rolled onto the ground. He was perplexed, unable to fathom the reason for his demise. Despite having submitted, he was struck down by a terrifying, inexplicable blow, leaving him utterly bewildered. I apologize. You are their leader. I cannot allow you to live. That would be quite troublesome. Yang Feng uttered these words with an air of insincerity, bending down to retrieve a large bottle of corpse tumors before turning away and saying, "Your boss is already dead. Those who wish to survive, cower and cover your heads." Chapter 63. Surrender or be killed. Song Huagang was dead. All his subordinates, witnessing their leader's round head, were momentarily stunned. Those who wish to survive, cower and cover your heads, Yang Feng stated in a calm tone. Yet every person present understood him clearly. Kill. Yang Feng made a gesture across his throat. "Su Man, Long Air, and Su Qing immediately comprehended the directive. Anyone who did not cower and cover their heads would be mercilessly slain. The sound of yellow bullet casings clattering to the ground echoed sharply. Two figures surged into the crowd with remarkable speed, engaging in fierce combat. Evolvers, they were merely sudden beneficiaries of newfound power. Long Air and Su Man had both endured the crucible of blood and fire, exhibiting a ruthless decisiveness in their actions, striking without hesitation, particularly Long Air, who, though merely a new human and not even an evolver, could still vanquish foes of higher rank, relying solely on the experience and skills of a top assassin. "I surrender. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." The remaining few evolvers huddled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The sounds of battle and screams gradually subsided, leaving only a handful of surrendering evolvers, cowering in a corner, awaiting their final judgment. 5 individuals remained. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Yang Feng. From this day forth, you shall be my slaves, obliged to obey my commands." Yang Feng revealed his signature devilish grin, intending to recruit the remaining evolvers as tools for his corpse-hunting endeavors. Slaves. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their minds momentarily struggling to grasp the situation. "Very well." To put it more plainly, you will work for me without receiving any wages. Yang Feng offered a slightly more straightforward explanation, though it sounded even harder to accept. Of course, if you perform well, I will provide certain rewards, Yang Feng added, then crouched down and pried a corpse tumor from Song Huagang's body, a deep azure hue, a rare grade blue sea-patterned corpse tumor. Yang Feng regarded this ability with a hint of disdain, as if only the purple phantom crystal-grade corpse tumors were worthy of his attention, sufficiently qualified to be devoured and transformed by him. He casually tossed it to the side to Long Air. "Consume this when you have the chance. Your willpower should be more than capable of handling it." By bestowing this corpse tumor upon Long Air, Yang Feng was also showcasing something to the onlookers. As long as you perform well and gather ample resources, you shall have the opportunity to acquire more formidable abilities. Boss, I'm with you. From now on, whatever you say, we shall do. The group exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they chose to submit. Yang Feng nodded. His newly acquired ghostly ability, Six Eyes, allowed him to perceive special auras that functioned almost like a form of mind reading, capable of discerning a person's spiritual essence in the hue of their desires, thereby revealing whether they spoke falsely. Clearly, the individuals before him were not loyal. They were merely gripped by fear, compelled to yield. But that was sufficient, mere expendables, temporary resources that could be squeezed for some utilitarian value. What is your name? Yang Feng approached the evolutionist covered in spikes and inquired. I am called Wang. Before the man could finish, Yang Feng interrupted him. From today onwards, you shall be known as Porcupine. He assigned a new name, simple and straightforward. You will be called Beetle. Yang Feng then turned to another individual, clad in scales, casually bestowing yet another name. Cruelty. The evolutionists felt acutely that the tyrant before them cared not for their welfare, even too lazy to remember their names. From now on, the 5 of you will be under her command. Yang Feng gestured towards Su Man, effectively making her the overseer of their management. Yes, Master. Su Man acknowledged the command, turning to face the others, her gaze filled with a venomous intensity that made them hesitate to lift their heads. Long ere, should any of them wish to flee or contemplate betrayal, you are to eradicate them. Yang Feng assigned Long ere the task of being their overseer. Any act of treachery or attempt to escape would lead to certain death. Understood. Long air's response was crisp and clear, his slightly withered cheeks betraying no emotion, and his murky eyes remained devoid of any fluctuations in sentiment. This was the epitome of an effective executor. The 2 generals had delineated their roles. They would become the most efficient hunting machines. Take what can be carried. We are preparing to return. Yang Feng commanded the group to remove the supplies from the building. This haul had proven bountiful. Not only had they acquired numerous corpse tumors, but they had also obtained several evolutionist slaves. Indeed, it is said that one cannot grow wealthy without external wealth, and a horse cannot thrive on nighttime fodder. Plundering the wealth of others is the swiftest means to prosperity. Boss. What about them? The recently joined Hedgehog and Beetle hesitantly inquired. Here, there are not only the evolved but also women captured by them, such as the 2 sisters confined in dog cages, who have been well trained. Reluctance lingers. These evolved individuals still hesitate to indulge in pleasure, even wishing to take them back for further enjoyment. What shall be done? Su Man, they are your people. It is your responsibility to resolve this. Yang Feng appeared as a mere spectator, amusedly observing Su Man, awaiting her response. The murderous intent loomed. Su Man's expression darkened. She gazed at the women, tortured beyond recognition, her face etched with lines of anguish. Su Man's kindness had long since evaporated with her last tear. However, the abuse and humiliation of the most vulnerable women remained the act she found most repugnant. With a crunch, she approached a despondent and numb woman, gently twisting her hand to snap the woman's neck, bringing an end to her tragically wretched existence. With each death, the hearts of the evolved grew heavier. No, please, don't kill us, came the cries of women kneeling in supplication, who, despite enduring relentless torment, were unwilling to succumb so easily. Take, for instance, the pair of sisters in the cage, who still clung to a fierce will to survive. Even after such suffering, Su Man halted her hand, choosing not to annihilate them completely. Instead, she spoke sorrowfully. Fend for yourselves. Do not allow yourselves to be captured by men again. Turning away, she approached several evolved individuals and quietly inquired, whom else do you wish to take? Speak again. No. No, we shall take no one. The evolved responded, visibly shaken, acutely aware of their superior's murderous intent. They feared that even the slightest dissent could lead to their demise. Master, they acquiesced, showing no further objections. Once Su Man had concluded her grim task, she respectfully reported to the tyrant before her. Well done. Return now. We should tidy up. It is time to relocate. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Preparing to lead everyone in their move, Jinjiang Manor seemed an appealing destination. Chapter 64, News from the Broadcast. A bountiful harvest. After a successful raid, they acquired 100 corpse tumors. Yang Feng returned to his chamber, unveiling his ghostly visage and voraciously consuming all the corpse tumors, chewing heartily. Growth phase. After evolving, the ghostly visage significantly enhanced its efficiency in absorbing and purifying energy. Corroding stomach, shadow tendon. With 2 violet crystal level abilities, it greedily craved energy, hoping to evolve to the 2nd stage as well. pure energy streams that flowed into the stomach and near the tendons. The exceptionally pure energy gradually nourished them, instigating a remarkable transformation. The aura of a true leader, the evolved ghostly visage exhibited its authentic power, suppressing the grotesque apparatus throughout its being. The once rebellious, deep iron fiber trembled, fearing it might be consumed just like the bone blade. The dark gold-grade artifact began to exert its strength. Its capabilities far surpassed those of other grades of organs. Yang Feng was exceedingly pleased with the performance of the ghost face, to the extent that even the Zi Huan Jing grade organ had to yield completely. Begging to share in the essence of spirit, Yang Feng then produced a jar. This contained the 50 corpse tumors previously offered by Su Mianman and others, which he swallowed whole. Transformation. Evolution. The stomach erosion and shadow tendons obtained sufficient pure spirit essence and began their metamorphosis. Submission. They trembled, daring only to steadily develop within their own territory, elevating their capabilities to the second stage of growth. After merely a few fleeting hours, the evolution was complete. The spirit essence refined by Ghost Face was even more conducive to absorption. And under the leadership of the master, none dared to act recklessly. A sense of comfort enveloped him. This evolution was remarkably smooth, far simpler than the previous attempts. Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body. Even the overall functioning of Ghost Face had improved significantly in intensity. Each day brought newfound strength. Each day heralded further evolution. In the span of just 10 days, he had grown to such an extent. Next, it would be ideal to locate corpse tumors that could reinforce the bones, as well as those for the heart, lungs, kidneys, and pancreas. Preferably with special enhancement capabilities. Yang Feng's plan was exceedingly ambitious, as he sought to undergo a complete metamorphosis of all the organ components in his body. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Yang Feng had previously instructed that unless there was news of utmost importance, those who disturbed him would face dire consequences. Master, you should listen to this. Upon opening the door, Su Manin entered, holding a radio. I obtained this from a refugee in an apartment. The entire building is buzzing with this news. She adjusted the radio's frequency amidst the electromagnetic interference. A broadcast announcement emerged. Attention, all citizens. Attention, all citizens. The military will enter the city in 1 week to commence rescue operations. Rescue. Upon hearing the broadcast, Yang Feng's eyes flickered. It has finally arrived. According to his recollection, the military was expected to initiate city rescues in around half a month. Calculating the time, 1 week from now would mark the 17th day since the apocalypse began, aligning closely with his memories. Let me adjust, Yang Feng said, taking the radio and fine-tuning the channel for clarity. Please cherish this opportunity for rescue. Don warm clothing and carry suitable weapons. Assemble at the designated locations. The following is our military's operational route. The first rescue point is the Zhongshan Disease Control Center. The second is the Chuanling Technology Park. And the third is indeed, the catastrophe of the apocalypse had descended. The corpse monsters could infect humans, naturally regarded as a contagious disease. Thus the primary rescue target was the Disease Control Center. Followed by the Technology Park. Various cutting-edge talents resided there, each a treasure in this post-apocalyptic world. The seventh rescue point is the Jinjiang Bridge. As the announcement detailed the seventh rescue point. The military route finally approached the vicinity of the affluent district. The area near Jinjiang Bridge is renowned for its wealth, where various dignitaries reside, particularly the Jinjiang Manor, which Yang Feng had previously entered, representing the pinnacle of society's elite. Coincidentally, he had been contemplating relocating to this very Jinjiang Manor. Yang Feng unfurled the map, scrutinizing the military route, a gleam of excitement illuminating his features. Master, shall we also head to the rendezvous point? Su Mianman inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. She recalled Yang Feng mentioning his intention to remain within the city, relentlessly hunting more formidable monsters. Indeed, observe, he pointed at the map. The military route circles the outskirts, then approaches the Jinjiang Bridge, subsequently delving into the civilian district, although they strive to evade the tide of corpses. Here. An encounter is inevitable. Yang Feng gestured toward a nearby location, where a vast wave of the undead was poised to clash with the army on the main thoroughfare. A brutal melee awaited, a cataclysm of blood and fire. Master. You cannot possibly mean. Su Mianman suddenly comprehended the source of Yang Feng's exhilaration, the corpse tumors. Once the main force engages with the horde, an unimaginable slaughter would ensue. Countless decaying bodies would be torn asunder, and myriad abominations would be pierced through. The military would be far too preoccupied to scavenge the corpse tumors to pick up the pieces. Yang Feng aimed to lead his group to seize opportunities amidst the grand battle. A madman, This is an exceedingly reckless notion. A genius. This represents the most significant opportunity, with a plethora of corpse tumors awaiting your harvest. Genius to the left, madman to the right. Perhaps the line between madness and genius is but a fleeting thought. Rest well tonight. Let us sort through the supplies on the 19th floor. Whatever we can take tomorrow, we shall. Yang Feng promptly resolved to depart from the apartment the following day, setting his sights on Jinjiang Manor to commence preparations. Yes, the SU Man respectfully exited. However, there exists no wall that does not allow whispers to pass through. The 19th floor stirred with commotion. The keen-eyed residents of the apartment quickly noticed any sign of unrest. People began to gather. The apartment owners, the refugees who had fled, and even a dozen or so robust bodyguards congregated on the 4th floor. Over 70 individuals formed a bustling throng, chattering animatedly, the corridor resonating with a cacophony of voices. Yang Feng, undeterred, opened the door, curious about their intentions. Thud, thud, thud. 70 survivors simultaneously knelt before Yang Feng. Boss Yang, are you preparing to leave? Please don't go. We beg you that if you leave, what shall become of us? Their voices trembled with emotion, tears streaming down faces, some even bowing their heads to the floor. How peculiar. This tyrant, notorious for his cruelty and bloodlust, who had confiscated all resources and severed everyone's supplies, was now regarded as a savior. Implored not to depart. The reason was singular. Within this apartment, Yang Feng at least provided a defense against the encroaching monsters and abominations, ensuring their safety. Boss Yang, can you take me with you? A young, lovely woman suddenly changed her tone, her fair, supple thighs gliding across the floor, her eyes filled with a pitiful plea. I am still quite clean, only having had one boyfriend. You may do whatever you wish with me. She had just finished speaking when another young girl immediately reacted. Boss Yang Feng, please take me with you. I assure you that I can serve you comfortably. I am very well behaved and will listen attentively. Plus I eat very little, so I won't become a burden to you. I beg you to take me along. The young girl seemed somewhat frantic, tugging at her collar to reveal a large expanse of smooth, snowy skin. The scene quickly transformed into a military arms demonstration venue. Several rather attractive young ladies posed alluringly, showcasing their advantages in hopes of securing a chance to follow Yang Feng. It was too late. Yang Feng merely uttered 2 words with a detached demeanor. Too late. He had already extended ample opportunities. People could have joined the hunting squad at any moment to empower themselves. Regrettably, these individuals had forsaken that chance. Now, when death was imminent, they came begging pitifully. It was, indeed, far too late that a final warning was issued. Do not provoke me, or I shall show no mercy. Yang Feng's gaze turned frigid, sweeping across the crowd like a blade. Silencing all the refugees, who were cowed by his fierce murderous intent. He retreated into the room, shutting the door of room 405 behind him. The individuals kneeling on the ground wore perplexed expressions, their eyes filled with despair. What lay ahead for them? Where were they to go from here? Chapter 65. The sky is high for birds to fly. The sea is vast for fish to swim. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, the supplies on the 19th floor were neatly arranged and packed into bags of various sizes. SU Man, Long Air, Su Qing along with several evolved slave beings shouldered heavy backpacks, preparing to depart from the apartment. Boss, what am I to do? A hedgehog-like figure, covered in sharp, long spines, displayed a face full of embarrassment. If he were to carry the bag, it would surely pierce through the supplies and ruin the package. I'll do it. A dark figure approached. He was remarkably strong, effortlessly seizing the backpack and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Who could that be? Upon closer inspection, the individual appeared slightly more robust than the average person, with a layer of black, horn-like skin enveloping him, smooth and flowing like a suit of metallic armor. This aberrant mutation made him resemble a technologically advanced armored warrior, exuding a profound sense of strength. Strong genetic armor. This person was none other than the evolved Long Air. He had absorbed a blue-patterned corpse tumor, undergoing a perfect metamorphosis that transformed his skin into a special armor, significantly enhancing his defense. Are you all ready? Move quickly. The master is still waiting downstairs, SU Man urged, knowing that if the tyrant grew impatient, everyone would face dire consequences, just as they were about to leave. A weary couple, accompanied by their young daughter, blocked her path. Refugees, survivors. Just yesterday, these individuals had implored Yang Feng to take them away, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Yet, they remained undeterred, resorting to pleading with Su Man and her companions. Su Man, do you remember us? We are your neighbors, from the house diagonally across. The couple attempted to establish familiarity, but upon seeing that Su Man remained unmoved, they hastily stepped forward with their little daughter in tow. With a thud, they sank to their knees. Miss Su Man, you were exceedingly kind before, even engaging in playful games with our daughter. The two formed a bond, and then you took our little girl under your wing. That child, merely 4 or 5 years old, bore a frail and innocent visage, etched with vulnerability. Miss Su Man, I am aware of your benevolence. Even if you choose not to involve us adults, I implore you to rescue the child. Woe is us. The couple bowed their heads in desperation, and the woman could no longer contain her tears. They pushed the little girl forward once more, pressing her head down, beseeching Su Man with their gestures. Hurry, bow to the elder sister. Please ask her to take you. The little girl, wiping her tears, knelt fervently on the ground, her forehead becoming crimson, before scurrying to Su Man's feet, tugging at her trouser leg with a pitiful demeanor. Su Man turned away, resolutely suppressing any flicker of compassion within her. A sharp crack echoed as her flat abdomen split open, revealing a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, resembling the terrifying visage of a lamprey. She follows us. Death will come swifter. Su Man deliberately cast a fierce glare, causing the little girl to retreat in fright, rushing back into her mother's embrace. Mama, I'm scared. I don't want to be devoured. Woe is me. I will be obedient. I shall never again complain of hunger. Papa, Mama, please do not abandon me. The little girl clung tightly to her mother, and the family united in a heart-wrenching embrace, weeping uncontrollably. All right, darling, do not cry. We shall remain together, even in death. The father tenderly wiped away his child's tears, choosing to forego pressuring her and instead opting for a shared fate with his family. These poignant scenes brought a lump to the throat. Helplessness abounded. This is the end of the world. Su Man could only allow them to fend for themselves. That we must evacuate. There are still ample supplies in the warehouse. In 6 days, the army will arrive at the gathering point to rescue those in need. Whether they live or die rests solely upon you. Before departing, Su Man disclosed a few details. Upon hearing this, the family of three's faces brightened, and they hastily bowed in gratitude once more. Alas, Su Man sighed. That pitiable little girl ultimately softened her heart, albeit just a tad. However, assistance would extend only to this point. She would never carry any burdens nor jeopardize the interests of her team. On the 4th floor, Yang Feng changed into a clean outfit. He sat in his room, meticulously examining various details. The most valuable possession in the abode was a reasonably well-equipped computer. Posters of gaming characters adorned the walls. The wardrobe held a modest selection of clothing, 2 or 3 sets for each season, and the shoe cabinet contained only the most ordinary of sneakers. Mundane, his past was nothing short of ordinary. Farewell, Yang Feng murmured softly, as if bidding adieu to the past, or perhaps to his former self. Stepping out of room 405, he embraced the vastness of the sky and the ocean. From this moment forth, a life entirely transformed awaited. Let us embark. Yang Feng approached the crowd, resolutely issuing his command. With their burdens strapped to their backs, they departed the dim apartment under the watchful eyes of numerous refugees. It is over. It is doomed. Without the tyrant's protection, any monster poses a lethal threat. Without the tyrant's protection, it has become an almost impossible endeavor for ordinary individuals to survive in this apocalyptic world. Where does your sustenance originate? Not far down the corridor, the sounds of commotion and struggle echoed. A man was knocked to the ground, his provisions snatched away, while his wife and daughter were captured. Interrogated about the source of their food, this trio was none other than the family that had just implored summonment for assistance. The 19th floor. There is food on the 19th floor. We must hurry and seize it. The few remaining robust bodyguards immediately reacted, their expressions contorted with malice. They surged towards the 19th floor, claiming the remaining stockpile of supplies. Under the sun, there is nothing new. The tyrant has departed. Yet new villains have swiftly emerged. It seems to be a relentless cycle. The malevolence of humanity is magnified in this desolate reality, reenacting scenes of even greater depravity. Swish, swish, swish. The hedgehog trembled, its sharp quills vibrating violently. Upon reaching a critical point, they shot forth like bullets. The quills pierced through the corpse's body. The monsters blocking their path had not even begun to scream before their skulls were penetrated. The efficacy of supernatural abilities was undeniable. Su Qing, armed with a firearm, trailed behind, yet his remaining ammunition was scant. Every shot counted. With a soft thud, Sumanman plunged her serrated dagger into the back of the corpse's skull, retrieving a tumor, slaying monsters. Yet one must not forget the tumors. Thus, The group stealthily navigated through the shadows, circumventing the tide of corpses, soon arriving near the Jinjiang Manor. This was an affluent district. The residents were already sparse, and the oppressive aura previously emitted by the shadow leopard had further diminished the number of monsters. Keep a distance from those willows. Yang Feng glanced at the nearby artificial lake, where 2 rows of willows had sprouted long, lustrous black tresses, swaying gracefully in the breeze like elegant maidens. Many strands of hair had fallen to the ground, forming clumps resembling tumbleweeds, awaiting the arrival of prey. Once ensnared by these entities, it would spell considerable trouble. However, their efficiency in generating tumors was undeniably enticing. Wait for me a moment. Yang Feng, eager with anticipation, prepared to dive into the mass of tumbling hair clumps, intent on harvesting a bountiful yield of tumors. Chapter 66. Mimi is Divine Harvest. Yang Feng pressed his legs, loosening his muscles. Shadow Achilles had reached its growth phase, unleashing an even more terrifying burst of speed, with its internal structure undergoing a complete metamorphosis. Just a moment. With a swift leap, Yang Feng dashed forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. His speed was astonishing. As the Shadow Achilles silently contacted the ground, it simultaneously erupted with an immense force that defied the laws of physics. It moved. Clusters of dark, dense hair twitched as if alive. They sensed a living being approaching and instinctively began to converge, entangling one another to form larger clumps, resembling writhing ropes. There were too many. The willows along the bank stood in orderly rows, countless strands cascading down as the wind blew. The rolling clumps of hair grew larger, nearly carpeting the ground, twisting into a tangled mass of hair ropes. Dancing gracefully, with a delicate touch of his toes, he danced gracefully like a butterfly, leaving behind ephemeral traces as he deftly evaded the encroaching swarm. Yang Feng was acutely aware of their characteristics. In a series of agile movements, he deftly sidestepped all assaults, seemingly proving that as long as his speed was sufficiently swift, the swarm could never keep pace with him. Suddenly, Yang Feng let out a fierce shout, directing a powerful kick akin to a whip towards a dense mass of black hair. The shadowy whip kick, propelled by his ankle, sliced through the air like a blade, conjuring a sharp gust of energy known as the storm wind. The force of the kick tore through the atmosphere, creating a massive arc of energy that cleaved towards the colossal mass of hair. With a series of explosive sounds, the gigantic black clump was severed by the fierce arc, its sharpness so pronounced that a faint, ethereal white light was visible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, Yang Feng accelerated his steps, drawing in even more of the swirling masses. His stomach emitted a series of strange gurgles as corrosive venom was compressed, forming a spherical droplet. Toxic rain orb. Yang Feng opened his mouth and expelled a deep purple water orb, launching it skyward. With a resounding boom, the dazzling orb burst in the air, transforming into countless raindrops that cascaded down. The sound of the rain striking the ground echoed ominously, hissing as it corroded and burned. The toxic rain descended upon the black clumps, instantly dissolving them into pools of viscous black sludge. Indeed, the 2 types of purple mirage crystalline aberration devices had significantly enhanced their capabilities after evolving from larval to mature forms. This was astonishingly powerful. The hedgehog, beetle, and the remaining few evolved beings stood in awe, witnessing the scene before them. The dense mounds of hair had the potential to incite catastrophe, their twisted strands blanketing the ground, creating a quagmire that even a horde of corpses would struggle to escape. Yet, Yang Feng effortlessly neutralized the threat. The storm wind and toxic rain orb, either ability, when unleashed, could empower an evolved being to stride confidently through any challenge. Master, you are growing increasingly formidable. Man felt this more acutely than anyone. She had witnessed firsthand how Yang Feng had transformed over the span of just over 10 days, each day marking a remarkable enhancement in his strength. The gap between them was insurmountable. The corpse tumors flickered as the dense black hair coalesced into globs, gradually morphing into pools of black slime, forming nearly 100 corpse tumors. Initially, Yang Feng had to struggle through a night of battle to seize no more than 10 tumors. Now, with a substantial boost in power, his efficiency in hunting had skyrocketed, effortlessly annihilating a mass on a highway with a single strike. Harvests were bountiful every day, each yielding over 100 corpse tumors. A truly astonishing feat. This place was indeed a treasure trove. Yang Feng's gaze turned towards the willow trees, which greedily absorbed sunlight and underground water, their dense tendrils slowly growing in due time. they would likely be enveloped in a sea of tumbleweeds. A sustainable harvest? The willows could be cultivated, allowing for recurrent harvests, making this truly a land of fortune. A quick collection of the corpse tumors, and we shall soon arrive. Yang Feng commanded the crowd to gather the corpses strewn across the ground. His gaze directed towards a luxurious villa district in the distance that it was time to relocate. Jinjiang Manor, an imposing and opulent entrance. Winding pathways meandered through serene depths that a meticulously manicured and vibrant garden. With heavy burdens upon their backs, the group finally arrived at the affluent enclave of the city. There was electricity. Someone discovered that the villas still glowed with light. Truly, this was the most upscale residential area. Its power system remarkably intact, utilizing independent cabling. The Peach Blossom Spring. This place resembled an untainted paradise, free from decay. No rotting corpses. No aberrations. The wealthy remained untroubled by monsters. The entire community exuded tranquility, as if the apocalypse had never arrived. Yet, a more bizarre phenomenon unfolded. In the direction of the musical fountain, flickering flames danced, revealing that numerous candles had been lit and a multitude of shadows converged, encircling an object, murmuring incantations, kneeling in fervent prayer. Mimi, bless us. Mimi, protect us from the monsters. After their prayers, they bowed deeply, then opened cans of cat food, tossing them into a nearby fire pit to burn. Upon closer inspection, the object of their reverence was none other than the remains of the shadow leopard. Indeed, the very beast that Yang Feng had hunted down had become a figure of worship, revered as a guardian. Offerings of cat food, catnip, and fish strips served as tributes to Mimi. Were they truly venerating the corpse of an aberration? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the spectacle. Yet, Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. Superstition in a landscape rife with despair. Individuals often succumb to mental breakdowns, seeking solace in spiritual manifestations. Thus, during the mid-stages of the apocalypse, cults frequently emerged, employing falsehoods to provide psychological comfort. Typically, they would invoke the rhetoric of divine punishment for humanity's transgressions. However, the situation before them was far more intricate. Worshipping an aberration, this shadow leopard, seemingly a mutation of a stray cat, had garnered affection from humans through their offerings of food. After the world fell into chaos, the shadow leopard had continued to protect this area until its demise at Yang Feng's hands. Though the leopard had perished, the people still sought its protection, longing for their guardian to shield them and their community. Mimi, this is your favorite treat. Let me offer you more. They prayed, weaving absurd tales that, astonishingly, convinced everyone. Mimi is still here. Mimi continues to protect us. Mimi is a deity. The guardian of our community. Beneath the flickering candlelight, expressions of the worshippers gradually contorted into something unsettling. Chapter 67, Abnormal Meme, approaching. Yang Feng and his companions slowly advanced towards the makeshift altar. The affluent individuals kneeling in prayer seemed somewhat oblivious, failing to perceive their presence. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Yang Feng raised a pistol and pulled the trigger towards the sky. The gunshot reverberated with a deafening intensity, startling all the devotees who turned to look back with eyes wide in terror. Fear not. Everyone, do not be afraid. A man suddenly rose, soothing those around him. He appeared to be in his 50s, his face radiating warmth and kindness, with strands of gray interspersed in his hair, and a serene smile perpetually gracing his features. They must surely be messengers sent by Mimi. Let us continue our prayers. Do not panic. I shall handle this. The amiable man calmed the crowd with a few comforting words, while weaving an even grander deception. Messengers? When did Yang Feng and his companions become Mimi's envoys? Greetings. My name is Zhang Xingxue. Thank you for your arduous journey. Please follow me. Zhang Xingxue gestured invitingly, leading the group to his villa for a more detailed discussion. Yang Feng furrowed his brow. Let us proceed. He did not refuse. Rather, a flicker of curiosity towards Zhang Xingxue sparked within him, as he led the others in tow. Villa number 13. This villa possessed a classical and unique style, adorned with opulent rare woods that exuded a subtle fragrance. This is my villa. I have a rather unreasonable request. Would you permit me to gift you this villa? Zhang Xingxue's opening statement was astounding, directly proposing to bestow the villa upon Yang Feng. Such grand generosity. The villa spanned 3 floors, encompassing over 1,000 square meters. It was said that prior to the apocalypse, its price exceeded 15,000 per square meter. A brief calculation revealed that the value of the villa alone was in the hundreds of millions. To offer such a lavish gift upon a mere introduction was evidently illogical. In this apocalyptic world, what use do I have for your house? Even if I were to kill you, I could occupy it at will. Yang Feng was not taken aback, yet the impression that Zhang Xingxue left on him was profound. Such audacity. He was wealthy, yet not a miser. Zhang Xingxue possessed a broad vision and vast perspective. Wealth was merely a tool for him, one he could easily cast aside. Esteemed guests, please hold on for a moment. Zhang Xingxue momentarily withdrew to his bedroom, returning with an object from his safe. It was a remarkably heavy box that he struggled to maneuver, slowly pushing it from the room. With a resounding click, he opened the box, revealing a dazzling metallic sheen that instantly captivated the onlookers. Gold. 999K pure gold. The box contained over 201 kilogram gold bars. This gold is also a gift for all of you. I understand that the currency system has collapsed, rendering houses completely devalued. However, throughout the past 5,000 years, be it in times of war or peace, gold has always been the most precious commodity. Should order be restored one day, it will undoubtedly regain its status as a significant currency. Zhang Xingxue's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and his words were not only logical but highly persuasive. Indeed, gold has always held paramount importance as currency throughout the ages. Except in this apocalyptic era. Yang Feng cast a sidelong glance, noticing the glimmer of greed in the eyes of those nearby, who seemed to buy into Zhang Xingxue's rhetoric. Without a word exchanged, the villa was to be gifted first, followed by the gold. Yang Feng's gaze gradually sharpened, locking onto Zhang Xingxue's eyes, and he mocked. First courtesy, then weapons. You play this game quite adeptly. However, Zhang Xingxue shook his head. I lack power and capability. I pose no threat to you. This is merely a demonstration of my sincerity, he earnestly stated, adopting a humble demeanor, almost pleadingly. This fellow clearly understood the art of self-preservation. What a clever individual. So, what is it you desire? Yang Feng's piercing eyes intensified, growing even colder. A pillar of mental support. People are fearful, yet Mimi can provide a sense of security, ensuring the community remains orderly. Zhang Xingxue sighed and then proposed a rather peculiar request. I hope that you all can, as I previously mentioned, become emissaries of Mimi. Of course, your status is the most noble. No one can command you. Emissaries AFA turned reality to become the emissaries of that aberrant entity, holding a prestigious and elevated position. It is indeed a tremendous irony. How many followers do you have? Yang Feng's expression shifted to one of seriousness, surprising Su Man beside him. Given the master's character, he would typically eliminate anyone who displeased him without a second thought. Indifferent to the lives of ordinary individuals. There are over 200 followers of the Mimi cult. The villa area comprises 160 houses, with around 300 residents in total. Zhang Xingxue was well aware of the local situation. The Mimi cult, they even devised a seemingly whimsical and endearing name. It appears that you are the leader of the Mimi cult. The answer was evident. Zhang Xingxue held considerable prestige, possessing a unique status among the followers. And it was highly likely that he was the architect behind this Mimi cult. I apologize, but I have no interest in the Mimi cult, nor will I serve as any emissary. Yang Feng resolutely rejected the proposition. Yet his subsequent words left the slaves astounded. I shall take possession of the villa. I hope we can mutually disregard each other, allowing our respective waters to remain separate. What? Our respective waters remain separate? Yang Feng spoke with such courtesy. Su Man and the others had never witnessed their master exhibit such a gentle demeanor before. Thank you. This will suffice. Zhang Xingxue politely bowed and then departed from the villa, leaving it to the group. Why? Su Man and the others set down their backpacks, each harboring a hint of confusion. Master, why not simply eliminate him? Su Man asked, utterly perplexed. According to Yang Feng's usual modus operandi, he would have swiftly dealt with the opposing leader. I do not wish to become tainted by filth. Yang Feng uttered a cryptic remark, leaving them puzzled. He then revealed 2 words. Meme. Meme? What is a meme? Suddenly, Yang Feng's face completely transformed to smooth, mirror-like, pitch-black mask, resembling a ghost's visage, enveloped his features. Everyone was taken aback. When the ghostly mask appeared, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them, as if their throats had been grasped by an unseen hand. 6 distorted slits opened on the mask. 6 terrifying orbs of sight gradually opened simultaneously, exuding an even more malevolent aura. Under the scrutiny of these 6 eyes, the very fabric of the world transformed, rendering all ethereal entities distinctly visible. even revealing the unfathomable wonders of higher dimensions. Yang Feng cast his gaze upon the altar, where hundreds of souls were engaged in worship, fervently praying before the lifeless body of Mimi. What is deeply etched in memory shall inevitably resonate. Countless falsehoods shrouded the reality. Threads of fate seemed to connect the devotees to the carcass of the aberrant shadow leopard. Anomalous meme. It was unexpected to encounter an anomalous meme so soon. Whether by exterminating all present or obliterating the body of the aberration, the dilemma remained unresolved. Such filth would be best avoided. Otherwise, entanglement could lead to considerable complications. Yang Feng's ghostly visage gradually retreated, and with a profound clarity of perception, he felt an overwhelming headache. The crowd remained utterly bewildered. Meme, anomalous meme, the filthy entities to be avoided. What precisely was Yang Feng implying, and what revelations had he encountered? Chapter 68. Detaching from the logical trajectory of reality. Meme. What constitutes a meme? Everything is a meme. A meme can manifest as a videotape, a notebook, a piece of paper, a phrase, or a word. A meme might be an abstract concept, a vague memory, or an unspeakable name. I am a trainee with 2.5 years of practice, with interests in singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. This succinct statement embodies a meme. You are too beautiful. My young father. Practice more if you can't afford to lose. The past is the past, and the present is the present. I just turned 18. Have salaries increased over the years? Have you worked diligently? A simple sentence. An internet meme can spread virally with astonishing rapidity. This is the essence of a meme. The speed of transmission is so swift that it becomes indelibly etched in people's minds, yet it poses no significant threat, rendering such memes benign and devoid of any signs of distorting reality. Beyond this, there exists an even more terrifying entity, anomalous meme. To draw an inappropriate analogy, the cursed videotape from a horror film, which brings forth the dread of Sadako, is a form of an anomalous meme. Merely watching the tape subjects one to the meme's contagion, ultimately leading to Sadako's fatal embrace. In the realm of reality, such anomalous memes exist, even in more abstract forms. For instance, in this world, law did not originally exist. A billion years ago, Earth was devoid of humanity, and thus, no legal framework could prevail. 200,000 years ago, the first Homo sapiens emerged, yet murder was not deemed a crime. Thousands of years ago, laws materialized, evolving from an abstract notion into a common understanding that binds all. Today, every individual perceives murder as a sin. This virtual abstract concept has transformed into a tangible constraint, becoming an integral part of reality. Law has nearly solidified into an entity that resides in books, within courts, online, and in the recesses of the mind. Should this trajectory continue, one day it too may evolve into an anomalous meme, attaining a substantive existence. Yang Feng sat upon the sofa, elucidating the concept of memes for the gathered crowd. His expression darkened, and he uttered a statement even more perplexing. A meme, in itself, is also a meme. This notion felt exceedingly abstract, almost incomprehensible. The term anomalous meme left the audience in utter bewilderment, grasping at straws of understanding. Yang Feng's gaze flickered as he recalled a decade of dark memories. The relentless progression of the apocalypse had given rise to countless phenomena that defied rational explanation. Science? To blindly trust in science is merely another form of superstition. One day, when the principles of physics cease to exist, when lies masquerade as truth, when the boundaries between life and death blur, only then will you comprehend the true darkness, the insidiousness, and the grotesqueness of the apocalypse. If you manage to survive, you shall eventually grasp this reality. In any case, steer clear of this bizarre cult and do not provoke its adherents. It is best to let them perish on their own. Yang Feng paused, a flicker of cold malice flashing in his eyes. Whoever dares to touch those filthy things shall face my wrath. To shiver coursed through the crowd. An ordinary believer might be spared, but a slave of the evolved could be disposed of with impunity. What rationale governs this? But let us not dwell on that. Your task today remains unfulfilled. Yang Feng produced a map and laid it upon the table, drawing a circle around a nearby establishment. Jinjiang Hospital. 1 hour from now, cleanse Jinjiang Hospital. Yang Feng's ambitions were grand. Jinjiang Hospital was a prestigious private institution renowned for its medical prowess throughout the province. Its reputation extended far and wide. Some families, despite their financial constraints, would sell all their possessions and exhaust their savings to seek treatment at this facility when faced with severe illness. The afflicted bodies undergo injections of various concoctions and consume an array of pills. As patients endure the torment of their ailments, the mutations become increasingly severe. Danger. Hospitals in the apocalypse are unequivocally the most perilous locales. Indeed, came Su Man's respectful reply, "You all, gather the supplies. And take a moment to eat. We have a tough battle ahead this afternoon." Su Man turned and began issuing commands to the other evolved, resembling Yang Feng's most loyal overseer. Seizing the opportunity during the meal, Yang Feng departed the villa and approached the vicinity of the musical fountain. Standing at a distance to observe the absurdity of the Mimi cult, as time passed, an ever-increasing throng of devotees congregated around the corpse of the shadow leopard, their numbers nearing 200. Flowers, sausages, dried fish, and cat food were cast into the flames as they chanted for protection. With ample water and electricity, the resources were plentiful, and no monstrous incursions had yet occurred. Yang Feng gazed at the shadow leopard's remains. Lost in contemplation, the affluent typically employed caretakers who regularly procured provisions for the villa, thus avoiding a crisis of supplies for the time being. However, the shadow leopard had been dead for several days. And still, no monsters had invaded, not even a wandering corpse. A strange coincidence. In some unseen way, those prayers and offerings seemed to bear fruit. Suddenly, a woman appeared to lose her mind. "Mimi, my beloved Mimi, poor Mimi." A woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and rushed toward the enormous bonfire before her, engulfed by flames amidst a sea of flowers. What? A sacrifice, a bizarre and surreal cult of Mimi. It is woven from countless ridiculous lies, merely a spiritual refuge for the people. Yet someone has suddenly gone mad and offered up their life. The flames roared higher. Many relatively sane followers, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror and began to scream. "Madwoman, what is happening? Quick, save her. Pull her out." Even the followers of the Mimi cult were bewildered, their faces etched with shock and fear. "Woe is me. Mimi is so pitiable. Such a lovely Mimi, how tragic." Even more bizarre occurrences unfolded. Other followers, bizarrely empathetic toward the woman engulfed in flames, gradually comprehended the meaning behind her words. These individuals began to weep in unison. In such a situation, even the cult leader, Zhang Xinxue, found himself at a loss. He rose to his feet, forcing a semblance of comfort. "Do not be sad. There is no need to fear. The lady who just perished sacrificed herself for the Mimi cult." He himself hardly believed these words. Hidden within Zhang Xingxue's gaze was a profound fear. As the leader, he sensed that events were spiraling out of control, unable to fathom why his followers would leap into the inferno. Out of control, the absurd and surreal beliefs of the Mimi cult were careening toward an unknown and inexplicable direction. "The leader is right. We should offer ourselves." Two additional followers fervently echoed the leader's sentiments. The freshly woven lies were merely meant to comfort the masses, yet some profoundly influenced followers took them as truth. "Offer ourselves. Offer ourselves." Soon, yet another individual leaped into the fiery pit. The searing flames blazed fiercely. Yet those who had chosen to sacrifice themselves emitted no cries of agony. Instead, they huddled together in the fire, kneeling on the ground, and weeping. It began. The anomalous meme was gradually diverging from the bounds of normal logic. Encountering such a phenomenon is truly ominous. Yang Feng averted his gaze, wisely choosing not to engage with this mad assembly. However, he found himself anticipating the outcome. The conclusion of an anomalous meme often leads to self-destruction. And thereafter, even more unfathomable entities would emerge, frequently accompanied by some exceedingly distorted unknown abilities. With a scale of around 300 individuals involved in the anomalous meme, I should be able to handle it in the final phase. Yang Feng calculated meticulously, viewing the entire Mimi cult as his own quarry. Chapter 69, The Ghost Child, The Steel Giant Infant, Jinjiang Hospital. The outpatient main building, having undergone 3 expansions, loomed like a colossal behemoth. Exuding a dark and terrifying aura. An ambulance lay overturned on the ground. Vehicles in the inner courtyard collided with one another, causing a traffic jam. Dried bloodstains marred the floor, while corpses clad in hospital gowns wandered aimlessly. Numbering in the hundreds, whoosh, sharp spikes shot out, piercing the bodies of the corpses and pinning them against the doors of a nearby car. Tap tap, Su Qing fired with precision, each shot causing a spray of blood as the corpses were dispatched with pinpoint accuracy. Beetles, Su Man, wielding a dagger with sharp fangs, charged to the forefront, bravely confronting a horde of decaying corpses. Following closely behind were beetles covered in scales, who surged forward, colliding forcefully with swathes of monstrosities. Soon after, The remaining few evolved beings entered the fray, each unleashing their formidable abilities to hunt down the undead creatures. Not far away, Yang Feng observed the battle, noting how all the slaves gained substantial combat experience through this practical engagement. Their cooperation growing increasingly harmonious, in no time. The hundreds of corpses in the inner courtyard were swiftly exterminated by the collective efforts of the group, achieving a remarkable efficiency. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. A variant clad in a nurse's uniform launched a rapid ambush from the side. Its slender figure, accentuated by the tight nurse's outfit and sheer flesh-toned stockings, was designed to incite fervor. Yet, the grotesquely contorted visage, with an exaggeratedly torn mouth and razor-sharp claws on each finger, would send any man recoiling in terror. This stalker, an adolescent variant, was a developing emerald mutation, albeit of the lowest grade, yet its speed surpassed that of an ordinary person. It darted between abandoned vehicles, swiftly reaching the side of the team, viciously slashing towards an evolved being's neck. With a resounding thud, the mutated nurse was sent flying, but a figure enveloped in black chitinous armor obstructed the path of the aberration. Long Air, encased in strong colonial armor with no vulnerabilities, could withstand claw strikes that merely left superficial white marks. Having concealed himself in the shadows, he silently observed the battlefield. In this critical moment, he emerged like a force of nature, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. Thud, thud, thud. Long Air pursued, unleashing a series of fierce attacks upon the mutated nurse, with a combination of punches and kicks. He shattered her joints, and with a final powerful strike, he crushed her temple. With Long Air at the helm, the team's structure became more solidified, ensuring the safety of its members. 17 minutes had elapsed, and approximately 130 corpses had been dispatched, barely qualifying as satisfactory. Collect the tumor specimens, Yang Feng commanded. The group skillfully retrieved their daggers and knives, slicing open the decaying corpses' occipits to extract small, tumor-like growths. As they approached the outpatient building, the expansive entrance loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, shrouded in darkness and dampness. Yang Feng led the group into the hospital. The spacious hall was littered with shards of glass, the acrid scent of disinfectant mingling with the foul odor of congealed blood, inducing a sense of physiological discomfort. Guttural growls emanated from the decaying monsters, as more inpatients, clad in hospital gowns, detected the scent of the living. The second brutal battle was about to unfold. Twisted-faced doctors in white coats, along with some monstrous figures dressed as bodyguards, charged forward in a frenzied roar. Accompanying them were the faint, rapid footsteps of children. From the shadowy corners emerged a multitude of children, each under the age of 10, that their diminutive forms had undergone grotesque transformations, with gaping sores revealing sharp teeth, oozing brownish, viscous fluid. Their movements were alarmingly swift. Like a group of agile monkeys, their sharp claws scraped against the ground, producing an ear-piercing sound. With a few leaps, they ascended to the rooftop, astonishingly hanging upside down from the ceiling, moving with remarkable speed. Ghost dolls. This is a variant of the swift beings. The victims in the pediatric emergency department of the hospital, their bodies undergoing grotesque transformations, were mostly under the age of 10, making the mutations of their ethereal forms even more violent. Ghost dolls. They moved swiftly and nimbly. Although they were also a lower-tier aberration, they excelled in ambush tactics, making them difficult to defend against due to their diminutive stature. Whooshed, a dark shadow fell from the ceiling. The claws of a ghost doll left a long gash of blood on the back of one of the evolved beings. Just as the individual turned around to retaliate, the ghost doll slipped away from beneath his trousers, retreating into the shadows with a chilling cackle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The walls and ceiling echoed with the sound of clawed friction, accompanied by the eerie cries of the mutated ghost dolls, coupled with the incessant onslaught of the undead. Many were immediately struck, new claw marks appearing on their bodies, and occasionally, a piece of flesh was bitten off by a ghost doll. Focus your attention. First, eliminate all the undead. Everyone, back to back. Do not give them an opportunity. Su Man was drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was her own or that of the enemy, and with a single command, she directed everyone to form a circle. They fought off the undead while defending against the ghost dolls. Caught in a fierce battle, crack. At a critical moment, Long Air made his move. His reflexes were sharp, and his combat skills were exceptional. Concealed among the crowd, whenever a ghost doll lunged from the shadows for an ambush, he would immediately counter and kill it. Ultimately, The ghost dolls were still juvenile forms. Although quick, their bodies were exceedingly fragile that a heavy and swift strike from long air was sufficient to slay them outright. Something felt amiss. Yang Feng, hidden not far away, sensed an unusual presence. The ghost dolls moved rapidly but seemed to be deliberately avoiding a certain direction, as if they were intentionally evading something. Boom. Suddenly, the wall in the direction of the pediatric examination room exploded. A massive, azure meatball rolled forth, with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, barreling toward their defensive formation. The floor shattered, and the corpses in its path were crushed under the weight of the enormous meatball. Damn, the beetle standing at the forefront, witnessing the meatball rolling toward him, couldn't help but utter an expletive, but with teammates flanking him on both sides and behind, it was already too late to evade. He braced himself with both hands, resolutely taking the impact. Bang! The beetle was thrown backward, blood spraying from his mouth midair, scales on his arms shattering, scattering across the ground several meters away. The formation of the others was immediately disrupted, their faces displaying shock in the presence of the sudden, colossal meatball. Blue. The meatball emanated a faint azure glow all over its surface. Its flesh was taut and resilient, akin to steel that had been tempered 1,000 times. Tap, tap, tap. Su Qing's rifle struck the blue, steel-like meatball, yet the bullets could not penetrate the flesh. They merely lodged themselves against the resilient fibers. Subsequently, an even more shocking event unfolded. The enormous blue meatball began to slowly unfurl. Its disproportionately large head, resembling the innocent face of an infant, was contrasted starkly by the grotesque, azure muscle masses throughout its form that it appears as though a muscular infant forged from azure steel has emerged. Zhanggang Juing stage, mature form, grade, blue sea pattern. That a unique aberration of the colossal cadavered it has absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual essence, resulting in a complete transformation, exhibiting an extraordinarily high degree of distortion compatibility. Its physical strength is formidable beyond measure, impervious to blades and bullets. The Zhanggang Juing represents a rare breed of aberration. This infant has undergone direct mutation, predominantly appearing in hospitals or gynecological clinics. Mature form. Do not be deceived by its infantile appearance. In truth, its physique has fully developed, completing a significant metamorphosis. Not even a rifle could pierce its muscular frame, underscoring the immense power of the Zhanggang Juing. Creatures of this caliber surpass their capacity to handle. Yang Feng emerged slowly from the shadows, prepared to take matters into his own hands. After all, a mature Zhanggang Juing could effortlessly annihilate the newly formed hunting squad. A loss that would be irreparable. You lot, focus on dealing with the corpse and the haunted doll. This behemoth is mine to confront. Chapter 70. Layers of crisis. Thud. A flash of light surged forth. Yang Feng left behind a series of afterimages, delivering a heavy kick to the Zhanggang Juing shadow tendon. The lethal explosive power instantly sent the giant infant flying, crashing onto the ground several meters away, creating a shallow crater. Such formidable defensive capabilities, a typical monster would likely be pierced through by such an impact. However, the giant infant's body resembled a massive slab of iron. The force of the kick merely propelled it without penetrating its flesh. Mature form. When an aberration reaches maturity, a significant qualitative transformation occurs. If the growth phase resembles that of a child, then the mature phase embodies a robust man that it has consumed and absorbed even more spiritual energy, undergoing an extensive growth period, metamorphosing into a truly mature and powerful predator. Gale wind. Yang Feng once again unleashed a deadly speed, his foot tracing a perfect arc, instantly tearing through the surrounding air, generating a fierce gust of wind. Pfff. That a faint crimson line appeared on the giant infant's steel-blue body, from which trickled a stream of azure fluid. The injury was not severe. Yang Feng assessed that, although the gale wind had grazed its form, it had not inflicted a fatal wound. Wah wah wah. The giant infant, having sustained a minor injury, began to wail, large tears cascading down its cheeks. That it became enraged, its entire azure musculature tensing, veins bulging ominously, and commenced a frenzied, indiscriminate assault. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was pounded into deep craters, and the surrounding corpses suffered severely, all dispatched with a single swipe. As the giant infant vented its fury, it charged towards Yang Feng. The blue behemoth struck down with great force, yet it could not even graze the hem of Yang Feng's garment. This moment, poison became exceedingly useful. Those colossal adversaries, possessing formidable defenses, would gradually wither away upon exposure to deadly toxins. PFF. Yangfeng unleashed a torrent of deep purple corrosive liquid that splattered upon the giant infant, emitting hissing sounds as it eroded the iron-like musculature. Moreover, the giant infant's large, watery eyes were also a primary target of his attention. The noxious liquid enveloped the eyeball, instantly igniting a searing melting sensation, transforming into a copious amount of organic fluid that cascaded from the eye socket. Despicable. Such a method of combat is undeniably insidious and ruthless. It proves to be remarkably effective. Oh my. The colossal infant howled in agony. Writhing on the ground in torment, it relentlessly tore at its own decaying flesh, digging out the viscous liquid from its eye socket along with it. Demon Mask. The demon mask unfolded. Multidimensional information analysis commenced. A wealth of information converged on the giant infant, with every detail of its body becoming distinctly visible. Vulnerabilities. Weaknesses. As the wounds multiplied, they became increasingly apparent, resembling crimson threads mapping the entirety of the giant infant's form. Lanfeng and Yangfeng moved swiftly, unleashing gusts of tearing wind with each step. The air resonated with a piercing shriek as pale blades of energy relentlessly struck the giant infant, tearing through its weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Joints, arteries, ligaments, fatal weaknesses were continuously severed. The final blow landed upon its chest, where the corrosive liquid had already eroded large swathes of its steel-like flesh, shattering bones and obliterating its heart. Annihilation. The mature form of the azure giant infant, though formidable in defense, stood utterly defenseless against Yangfeng's diverse abilities. A cerulean corpse tumor emerged, crystal clear. The mature form was nearly devoid of flesh, composed entirely of thick, azure essence, likely equivalent to 10 ordinary sea tumors. Collecting his prize, Yangfeng raised his gaze towards the others, noticing that the battle on the other side was also nearing its conclusion. Most of the corrupted corpses had been dealt with, and dozens of ghostly dolls had been slain, with the remaining ones being encircled and systematically exterminated. After more than 10 minutes, the conflict finally subsided, leaving the group drenched in blood as they sat together, gasping for breath. What? Is this all you can manage? Yangfeng arched an eyebrow, casting a scornful glance at the others, his foot resting upon the corpse of the azure giant infant, creating a stark contrast. Boss, you are truly formidable. We simply cannot compete. Slaying these smaller foes has already proven quite taxing. The hedgehog wore a bitter smile. Patches of his spines dulled and worn. In his efforts to hunt the surrounding monsters, his spikes had nearly been expended, resulting in a balding effect. Coughing, the beetle clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boss, I'm struggling a bit. Could we perhaps rest a while longer? It was not just him. Others bore wounds as well, remnants of ambushes by the ghostly infants. If we rest too long, we may not be able to rise again. Let us harvest the corpse tumors first. Consider it your respite. Yangfeng stepped away from the giant infant's body and approached the hospital's structural map, observing it for a moment. The first floor, reception. Pharmacy, registration, pediatrics. The second floor, proctology, dermatology, orthopedics, urology. The third floor, otorhinolaryngology, ophthalmology, dentistry. Yangfeng tore the structural map from the wall, neatly folded it, and tucked it into his pocket, having made a decision. 3 floors. We shall clear at least 3 floors today. Slaves, rise and continue the slaughter. Yangfeng revealed a cruel smile, mercilessly whipping the exhausted individuals, compelling them to rise and continue the battle. The pain was palpable, yet there seemed to be no alternative. The evolved beings, dragging their wounded and weary bodies, ascended the stairs toward the second floor. There, a new round of slaughter commenced. Their gazes grew numb, expressions dazed, and the motions of their weapons became increasingly sluggish. One monster after another was dispatched, almost as if they were mechanically operated. Suddenly, the previously silent long air spoke. Be cautious. The door to the proctology department was abruptly breached. A grotesquely corpulent creature burst forth, shattering the door. Boom! Before anyone could react, the enormous figure exploded, showering the area with segments of filthy, greasy, and slippery matter. The shockwave hurled several individuals in the front, uprooting the floor and tearing the wall plaster apart. Coughing violently, a few spat blood, yet Yangfeng was quick-witted, darting forward to seize the rifle from Su Qing's grasp. Don't shoot. Methane. The exploded behemoth's rotund belly had generated a vast quantity of methane gas. Firing a weapon would trigger a far more intense chain explosion. Tumor bearer, stage, larva. Grade: green emerald, an exceedingly peculiar aberration. Its essence alters the flesh structure, producing a unique living spore. The host body becomes exceptionally bloated, generating copious methane. This creature detonates upon encountering an enemy, wielding destructive power comparable to ordinary explosives, far more lethal than typical aberrant beings. With a swift movement, Yang Feng approached Su Man, brandishing a short blade to pierce her arm. With a gentle incision, a spore, clinging to the flesh, was extracted. The spore resembled a pulsating mass of filthy flesh, burrowing into wounds, subsequently parasitizing within a new host that proliferates in such a manner, continuously generating new progeny. If one wishes to survive, these living spores must be excised, possessing memories from a past life. Yang Feng understood the characteristics of most monsters, and this seemingly small action saved everyone's life. Several slaves promptly drew knives, removing the spores that had recently contaminated them. In this apocalyptic world, myriad bizarre aberrant beings could easily claim one's life with a moment's carelessness. Just then, a peculiar purulent fluid began to seep from another department. Dermatology. The viscous liquid appeared almost sentient, spreading across the ground, gradually forming a peculiar scab while emitting a foul odor. Chapter 71. The Filthy Plague. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The thick, tainted pus continuously oozed through the door crevices. A massive lump of rotten flesh shattered the door panel, oozing out in a grotesque manner, resembling a giant abscess rolling forth. So itchy, so painful. Within the mass of tumorous abscesses, several human heads were intermingled. Wailing in agony, their bodies had decayed and dissolved, congealing like flesh juice, forming an enormous aggregation. Psoriasis, herpes zoster, various lesions, such as warts, gonorrhea, and even syphilis. The difficult-to-treat maladies have morphed into even more grotesque and vile forms. The areas tainted by the purulent fluid, even the floors and walls, begin to decay and emit a foul stench, with festering sores developing upon the surfaces. Filthy disease demon. Stage, growth body rarity, blue ocean pattern. Warning: do not approach, do not approach, do not approach. Retreat. Yang Feng's pupils constricted as he gestured for everyone to step back. Toxic rain bomb. A vividly deep purple toxic orb was expelled, landing upon the conglomeration of filth, erupting in a violent explosion. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The corrosive liquid seared and burned, creating uneven pits upon the surface of the abominable entity. This, however, resulted in an even greater outpouring of pus, as numerous pustules burst open, mingling with the toxic fluid and becoming increasingly repugnant. Avoid it. Yang Feng chose to abandon the pursuit of this aberration. The post-apocalyptic world is dark and twisted, with all manner of aberrations emerging, most of which are suitable for hunting. Yet, a select few are best left undisturbed. The filthy disease demon is one such entity. A mere brush could lead to the infection of various ailments, resulting in unspeakable suffering. Even slaying it would cause splattered viscous fluid to pollute the surrounding environment, risking contamination for the unwary. Therefore, the optimal strategy is to leave it be, allowing it to wither away, and take an alternate path. Master, please allow me to attempt it. Su Man suddenly spoke up, audaciously requesting to confront the loathsome diseased demon before them. Yang Feng turned back, his brow furrowing. What do you sense? Su Man nodded deeply, replying, I cannot quite articulate it. Resonance. Evolvers occasionally possess unique perceptions akin to a sixth sense, experiencing a sudden feeling of familiarity. The distortion of the spirit. Evolvers may encounter aberrations that resonate with their essence. If they can consume such entities, they often gain potent abilities that align more closely with their OWN. It is truly astonishing. That Su Man could resonate with the filthy disease demon before her is indeed surprising. A pure and virtuous soul. A repugnant and filthy demon. They are complete opposites, akin to the poles of a magnet, generating a powerful resonance that ultimately draws them towards one another. Su Man's abdomen began to split open, revealing a gaping mole reminiscent of a lamprey. Irregular, jagged teeth filled the cavernous mouth, writhing as if operated by a chainsaw. Abyssal maw, glug, glug, glug. The abyssal maw voraciously sucked in the viscous fluid, commencing the devouring of the diseased filth into its own body. Su Man's seemingly delicate frame resembled an insatiable abyss, as the pus-filled sores consumed by the maw seemed to vanish without a trace. The filthy diseased demon offered no resistance. It appeared incapable of offensive action, relying solely on its toxic pustules to retaliate against intruders passively. Espionarca cracked. Su Man's rate of consumption accelerated, swiftly drawing near the core of the diseased demon, voraciously feasting upon the decaying flesh. Blissful, the itch is gone. The filthy diseased demon not only refrained from resisting, but appeared to be liberated in its surrender. The grotesque heads embedded in the fleshly lesions began to unfurl their contorted expressions, as if finally liberated from their tormented afflictions. The subsequent scenes were drenched in a gory and nauseating spectacle, far beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. In summary, after an hour, the entire corridor and medical ward had been meticulously cleansed by Su-Man-Man. The vile and filthy maladies, along with the still-forming corpse tumors, were all devoured by the insatiable maw of the gaping abyss. A contented belch erupted from the gaping abyss, which then gradually closed its cavernous jaws, releasing a noxious, brownish-yellow miasma through its jagged teeth. A foul and terrifying aura seemed to brew within, heralding a peculiar and grotesque transformation. "Master, I feel a bit wearied." Su-Man-Man collapsed to the ground, her entire being exuding a layer of fleshly proliferations, encasing her in a colossal cocoon. Transformation, evolution. Yang Feng was acutely aware of what was transpiring within her. Resonance. A transformation of striking congruity that would lead to a comprehensive evolution of her physique, culminating in the emergence of her intrinsic power, akin to Yang Feng's own spectral visage. The most harmonious ability, the most profound enhancement. It was unexpected that Su-Man-Man would encounter such serendipity. "Long Air, carry her." If the rest of you wish to avoid demise, it would be prudent not to approach Su-Man-Man, Yang Feng commanded. Instinctively, the others recoiled a few steps. The sight of Su-Man-Man, enveloped in grotesque lesions, was intimidating, as even a mere touch could result in contagion. Only Long Air, clad in a formidable layer of protective armor, gently lifted Su-Man-Man into his arms. "Let us proceed upward," Yang Feng insisted, surprisingly intent on further exploration. The remnants of their forces, nearly all in a state of grievous injury, included even the formidable Su-Man-Man, who had succumbed to slumber. To advance in such a state, the slaves exhibited expressions of profound despair. Even the beasts of burden could not endure such relentless exploitation. The third floor connected to the inpatient department. "You may rest there." The uncertain fate of their return journey hung in the balance, given the grievous condition of the group. Having examined the building's architectural plans, Yang Feng noted that during the expansion, a bridge had been constructed on the third floor, leading directly to the inpatient ward. A brief respite should be attainable there. Rest. The mere utterance of this word ignited hope in the eyes of several slaves, as they realized they might finally find a place to recuperate. With this in mind, the arduous task of clearing the third floor became more palatable. On the third floor, shrouded in a dim and lightless environment, a handful of monstrous entities were scattered about. They hurried to eliminate the threats, eager to conclude their labors. Su Qing, gun in hand, signaled to the nearby hedgehog, and the two commenced a remote assault, systematically dispatching the wandering corpses. The muted sound of gunfire echoed, as brass cartridges clinked crisply upon the ground. The hedgehog released the last of its quills, pinning the creatures to the walls, eliciting their anguished cries. At that moment, the cacophony of battle appeared to have disturbed a creature lurking at the end of the corridor. A disheveled woman came charging forth, her throat notably thick, her chest grotesquely swollen, and her upper body contorted, yet this did not hinder her swiftness. What was that? The wailing harpy. Yang Feng, a man of extensive knowledge and experience, instantly recognized the creature's species. "Everyone, cover your ears," he commanded, leaving the others bewildered. Some immediately obeyed, while others gazed vacantly towards the depths of the corridor. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the banshee, her thorax swelling as a high-frequency, ear-splitting sound reverberated violently from her throat. The surrounding glass shattered in a cacophony of destruction. The terrifying sound waves threatened to rupture the eardrums of those present, and as the frequency escalated, the sound became almost unbearable. Dizziness enveloped their minds, and crimson liquid poured forth from their ears and nostrils. Despite their attempts to shield their ears, the damage was immense. Their brain tissue felt as if it were being obliterated. A severely injured evolver, unable to cover his ears or take protective measures in time, experienced a gruesome fate as his eyeballs exploded like shards of glass, leaving viscous fluid splattered across the ground. Scalding hot liquid, mingled with syrupy sweetness, streamed from his eye sockets, extinguished by the lethal wail. Yang Feng's cheek bore a distorted, crimson eye, a palpable concentration of murderous intent that swiftly transformed into a mental blade. Cleaving towards the banshee's throat, in a swift motion, the creature's gullet was effortlessly severed, her enormous head rolling to the ground, dispatched with chilling simplicity. Yet, what appeared to be an uncomplicated act was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The banshee's wails only intensified the damage inflicted by the sound waves, and it was likely only Yang Feng, with his dark gold level of ghostly visage, could unleash such a bizarre mental force to effortlessly vanquish this monster. As silence descended, the crowd lay prostrate on the ground, dazed and disoriented, their minds clouded as if swarmed by countless bees buzzing within their skulls. Regrettably, Yang Feng cast a glance at the fallen evolver. A slave, a mere resource, had been lost, and there was a tinge of regret in the air. Chapter 72. Survivors in the Hospital. Slaves, resources. Their purpose was as such. The cold-blooded tyrant felt no sorrow for the loss of a slave, completely indifferent to the value of life. This was the apocalypse. Only the fittest survived. Yang Feng had long since acclimated to the harsh reality where human life held little worth that he stripped off his gear and, with a gaze devoid of warmth, continued to issue orders. Collect the corpses on this floor. The evolver's expressions turned grim. Witnessing the tragic demise of their companion instilled a chilling sense of foreboding in their hearts. Yes, boss, they replied, compelled to obey the tyrant's command as they began to harvest the corpses, scavenging the remaining value from the floor. The overpass on the third floor connected directly to the inpatient department, offering a brief respite. Finally got a moment to rest. An evolver, clutching his wound, felt a flicker of brightness in his dimming eyes. However, upon reaching the overpass, it was found to be obstructed by a multitude of obstacles. Hospital beds, wardrobes, and various electrical devices completely blocked the passage. Only humans would employ such measures to fend off corpses and monsters. Yang Feng mused as he crouched to scrutinize the surroundings. Glass shards lay encased in a layer of dust, and the bloodstains had long since dried into a dark brown hue. From the traces of battle, it can be deduced that this transpired approximately 10 days ago, during the very onset of the apocalypse. All these items have been removed. The battle-scarred evolvers have once again commenced their labor, diligently clearing the substantial obstacles from the skybridge passage. The doors are tightly locked. Not only is the exterior obstructed by various impediments, but the interior is also filled with an array of heavy objects, employing the most primitive methods to fend off the monsters. There's someone outside. Suddenly, a timid voice emanates from the other side of the door. Indeed, the inpatient department surprisingly still harbors survivors. They had sealed off the stairway and corridors of the inpatient department at the dawn of the apocalypse and have persevered until now. A miracle. Given the presence of formidable monsters within the hospital, the mere survival until this moment is nothing short of extraordinary. Open the door, Yang Feng stated coldly, soon followed by exclamations of alarm from within, as several individuals engaged in fervent discussion. Wonderful! There are people outside to rescue us. Quickly, open the door and let them in. Wait. How do you know they are here to save us? What if they are marauders? The individuals in the room began to argue. Some were eager to welcome their saviors, while others were exceedingly cautious, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Yang Feng furrowed his brow. He had no desire to squander time in this place. With a resounding thud, he forcefully kicked the door, shattering it entirely, while the surrounding frame bent under the impact, causing the heavy objects that had been blocking the door to tumble down. Quickly, get out of the way. They are coming in. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from behind the door, as everyone displayed expressions of disbelief at the sheer force of one individual. Upon closer inspection, the area behind the door revealed a small service hall, with a circular service counter at the back housing the nurse's station, which connected to several upscale patient rooms. The number of survivors had gathered here, including 2 young nurses, a nurse supervisor appearing to be in her 40s, along with more than 10 patients and their accompanying family members. Blood. They were drenched in blood. Look, that person is holding a gun. They are indeed here to rescue us. The crowd gazed curiously at the hunting team, all of whom bore numerous scars, evidently having endured harrowing battles. Su Qing, prominently holding a rifle, attracted particular attention, leading many to regard him as an official. Finally arrived. Several exhausted evolvers, having reached their limits, collapsed onto the floor. The young nurses in the inpatient department, though pale and frail, rushed forward to assist a warrior. Quickly, clear some space for them. These warriors require rest and treatment. Someone brought forth a stretcher, swiftly carrying the evolvers into the patient rooms. Ensuring they were properly attended to. Monsters? Someone suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Long Air, cradling the injured Su Man, whose body was covered in festering sores, also entered the room. Clad in powerful exoskeletal armor, he was instinctively perceived as a monster, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. He is not a monster at that moment. Yang Feng stepped forward, having silently observed the state of the crowd. He slowly spoke to quell the ensuing panic. He is an evolver. An evolver. The individuals who had been confined in the hospital for over 10 days were hearing this term for the very first time. Let him speak. As long ere uttered human words. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled in panic, yet their hearts finally found solace, for at the very least, the other party was not a monstrous creature poised to devour them. Alcohol, hemostatic clamps, bandages. Yang Feng approached a nearby ward where 3 nurses were diligently attending to the soldiers. They meticulously disinfected with alcohol, performed simple wound sutures, and expertly wrapped them in sterile medical bandages, demonstrating exceptional care. Several evolved individuals were receiving the utmost treatment, comfortably reclining on their hospital beds while the petite nurses tended to their wounds. In that moment, they experienced a profound sense of happiness. However, Yang Feng leaned against the doorframe, sensing an oddity. The presence of various medical instruments was not particularly surprising, yet the patients in the ward had sealed all the passageways. What sustenance were they consuming? Although visitors occasionally brought milk, biscuits, and small loaves of bread as comfort items, could these truly sustain them for such an extended period? A small nurse, having been busy for quite some time, wiped the sweat from her forehead and temples. She was lifting stretchers and assisting others with treatments and bandaging, her delicate arms trembling with fatigue. Are you injured? Please allow me to examine you. If the wound becomes infected, that would be quite unfortunate. The nurse approached Yang Feng, her eyes filled with concern, and reached out her hand to check for injuries. I'll pass. Yang Feng firmly grasped her wrist, halting this overstep. The small nurse felt as though the man before her was as cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade. I am Han Meishin. She introduced herself, then gestured towards another nurse. This is our head nurse, Wang Tsuasian. After a round of introductions, Han Meishin, her eyes glimmering with anticipation, hesitated before asking, "Are you officials? Can you save us? Hope, salvation." The small nurses were exceedingly enthusiastic. Not only did they possess the heart of a healer, but they also harbored their own calculations. Yang Feng and his companions appeared extraordinary, all valiant warriors, naturally becoming the last hope for their rescue. Before Yang Feng could respond, a commotion erupted outside. Voices shouted incessantly, demanding that Yang Feng and his group leave. Can't you see? These individuals are injured and infected. Those who are infected have turned into monsters. If we harbor them, they will devour us all. Chapter 73. Try and perish. They will mutate. These fellows are riddled with wounds, and that one covered in festering sores. Are you not afraid? A man clad in a hospital gown stood near the service hall, rallying everyone to expel Yang Feng and his companions. More and more responded, believing that keeping the severely injured here would invite disaster, creating a cacophony as they surrounded the room. Look, those people have collapsed. In a moment, they will mutate. Some pointed at the bedridden evolver, while others fell into a deep slumber, shouting loudly. At that moment, Han Meishin burst forth, positioning herself at the forefront of the room, arms outstretched to block the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. I have just conducted an examination. They exhibit no signs of mutation. They are merely exhausted and have fallen into unconsciousness. Han Meishin endeavored to articulate her explanation, yet her solitary voice proved too frail to quell the uproar of the masses. The patients, with reddened eyes, were entirely unconvinced by her assertions. Suddenly, someone forcefully pushed Han Meishin down. Meishin, Nurse Chief Wang Tsuasian, along with another nurse, Lin Xueli, rushed forward to shield their companion. Have you lost your humanity? Wang Tsuasian's face was a mask of fury as she confronted the patients before her. How has Meishin treated you in the past? Even during a disaster, she has served you with utmost care. Ungrateful wretches. All of you. The few patients merely scoffed in disdain. We have all paid our dues. Don't you have any awareness of how exorbitant the fees are at this private hospital? Isn't it only right to receive better service? Their words, so familiar, rendered the nurses momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Feng leaned against the door, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, yet his gaze brimmed with mockery and derision. As if he were watching a troupe of clowns perform. The world through Yang Feng's eyes was starkly different from that of others. He could perceive the spiritual essence of people, emanating with a foul stench, twisted in darkness, yet rife with the corrupt desires of negative emotions, fear, despair, and the paranoia that accompanies impending collapse. These feelings manifested as grotesque, contorted demonic masks affixed to each person's visage. Each individual was governed by their emotions, revealing their inherent ugliness. Yang Feng turned his gaze toward the transforming Su Man. Even a face as benevolent as that of an angel ultimately became distorted and torn in the apocalypse. How tragic! What then of his own countenance? What madness, cruelty, and brutality lay hidden beneath the mask he wore? Sighing, Yang Feng slowly exited the ward, confronting the noisy throng. Who among you wishes to expel me? His voice, cold and indifferent, miraculously silenced all disputes. Though his tone was not loud, each individual heard him distinctly. What do you intend to do? Strike me. Go ahead, test me. The initially boisterous man, still clinging to old habits, had not yet grasped the harshness of the dark apocalypse after 10 days in confinement, remaining blissfully unaware of the hellish transformation that awaited outside. Yang Feng's expression gradually shifted to one of disdain. Such trash, their minds filled with tumors, only served to annoy him. Even killing them would be a foolish waste of time. With a resounding thud, he delivered a punch, causing a large piece of watermelon to explode. The white, delicate bean curd splattered with crimson broth, mingling with numerous hard remnants, showering the surrounding floor. The man's neck was utterly bare, crimson liquid gushing forth like a fountain, drenching those around him that a fleeting moment passed. And then, black, someone retched on the spot. Murder. The shrieks pierced through the air, rendering the crowd into a state of chaotic disarray. Their eyes filled with dread as they gazed upon Yang Feng. Who else? There had been plenty of voices raised just moments before. Yang Feng took a step forward, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the onlookers. Not me. The few who had shouted now resembled turtles retreating into their shells, shaking their heads fervently. How tedious. Inflicting torment upon these frail, ordinary individuals brought no delight or sense of fulfillment. Yang Feng turned back, retracing his steps into the hospital room, casting a downward glance at the 3 female nurses cowering on the floor, paralyzed with fear. Han Meixin, Lin Xueli, and the eldest, the head nurse, regarded him with incredulity. Why that you killed someone? Han Meixin's voice quivered, her gaze darting away, unable to meet the man's piercing eyes. Indeed, I have taken a life. In this world, who has the tea? Yang Feng's eyes were sharp, as if his words were laced with deeper meaning, striking at the softest recesses of their hearts. Are you here to save lives? Lin Xueli instinctively took a step back, gradually comprehending the gravity of the situation, timidly inquiring. Save lives? Yang Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a mocking yet cruel smile, just by observing his expression. The nurses grasped that the individuals before them were certainly not a rescue team. The eldest among them, Wang Suazian, was the first to react. Like a hen protecting her chicks, she shielded the 2 fragile girls behind her and cautiously backed toward the door. I won't disturb your rest. Should you require anything, feel free to call for me. The head nurse gestured for the 2 girls to leave first, then carefully closed the door, finally exhaling in relief. Was it truly necessary? Yang Feng shook his head. He was not a cold-blooded demon, nor would he kill indiscriminately without reason. So why the fear? Long Air, Yang Feng casually inquired. How is Su Man faring? Stable, Long Air replied, standing beside a hospital bed where a cyst-like mass was undergoing a significant transformation. Yang Feng nodded, then shifted his attention to Su Qing and the other evolvers. Some lay on hospital beds, while others rested on the bedding on the floor. Most of their wounds had been stitched and treated, leaving them exhausted and in deep slumber. Generally speaking, the recovery capabilities of evolvers far surpassed those of ordinary people. After a few hours of rest, they would likely be ready to join the fray once more, continuing to reap the harvest of corpses. Long Air, what is your take on this? Yang Feng approached a table, picking up a bowl stained with remnants of food, evidently used by a previous patient. The broth was rich, and it was meat soup. In the apocalyptic world, being able to consume fresh meat was indeed a luxurious affair. Long Air glanced at it, his pupils contracting sharply. Once a top assassin in the state of you, he had witnessed many perish of starvation, and during the direst times, such meat would occasionally find its way into the bowls of certain individuals as expected. Yang Feng nodded, affirming his conjecture. Before long, the door creaked open once more. A stunning woman gracefully entered, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding a quiet elegance that embodied a serene beauty. She cradled a bowl of steaming meat soup in her hands, her lips curving into a sweet smile. The head nurse sent me with this, the girl said cautiously, then slowly lifted her gaze to meet Yang Feng's eyes. In an instant, the bowl slipped from her grasp, shattering into several pieces as the broth and morsels splattered across the floor. Yang Feng, the woman exclaimed, her voice brimming with disbelief as she uttered his name. What a coincidence! The very woman before him was none other than Shen Mingyao, the goddess he had once ardently pursued. Chapter 74. A reunion with the goddess. Shen Mingyao. Yang Feng. How could it possibly be you? Shen Mingyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a portrait of incredulity. The bowl of hot soup she had been holding fell in shock, shattering into shards, with fresh meat pieces tumbling out. Shen Mingyao. Let me think this through, Yang Feng mused, tilting his head as he endeavored to recall the memories of their past. It felt like an eternity ago. The dark decade of the apocalypse, fraught with twisted brutality and unimaginable trials, had all but obscured the romantic entanglements and rivalries of a bygone era, relegating them to mere fleeting tales in comparison to the harrowing reality of the end times. I remember you. We were classmates in college. Yang Feng's eyes gradually brightened as he reminisced about those youthful, innocent stories. I pursued you, buying you breakfast every day, bringing you milk tea. On Valentine's Day, I gifted you flowers and meaningful presents. Though it seemed you never quite appreciated them. As his memory sharpened, he clapped his hands in excitement, reveling in the recollection of those days gone by. I should have heeded my roommate's advice, not to focus on sentiment, but rather to offer something extravagant. For your birthday, I scrimped and saved for 2 months to purchase an expensive perfume by Xiang Nainai, and you seemed genuinely pleased. That was the first time you shared something about me on social media. Although I wasn't in the photo, the gift brought you joy. Such naive and innocent times. Yang Feng immersed himself in nostalgia, recalling the myriad experiences of his student years. It dawned on him that he had endured an absurdly devoted infatuation. Truly a quintessential example of a lovesick admirer. With every word he spoke, Shen Mingyao's expression grew increasingly strained. Yet, there were those even more uncomfortable, Yang Feng's servants. They had been roused from slumber, lying beneath their covers, eavesdropping in silence, too fearful to utter a word. College, a lovesick admirer, Valentine's gifts. It was unfathomable that this bloodthirsty tyrant had such a past. Even if one were to consume 10 kilograms of excrement, they would find it hard to believe that Yang Feng, the merciless demon, could run several kilometers in the biting cold to fetch milk tea for his goddess. Even Su Man, in her grotesque transformation into a cocoon of flesh, quivered involuntarily at the thought. The past is but a distant memory, long since faded. Shen Mingyao cast her beautiful eyes downward, seemingly reluctant to revisit the echoes of bygone days. Faded? Is it truly that simple? Yang Feng approached her side with a playful smirk, wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulder. Shen Mingyao instinctively recoiled, harboring a disdain for such physical contact, reminiscent of the countless times Yang Feng had attempted to take her hand, only to be deftly evaded. Yet this time, she found herself unable to escape. Yang Feng drew her into his embrace, his hand resting firmly on her shoulder, applying just enough pressure to cause her discomfort. I see, he remarked. That it seems you have a boyfriend now. What was his name again? Cheng Zijia. The one who struck me with a basketball that day. Yang Feng's face loomed close, his breath almost tangible, while Shen Mingyao struggled futilely against his grasp. With a hint of melancholy, she nodded. Yes, that day, you pierced his throat. Cheng Zijia's family resides in Jinjiang Manor, which is why he was brought to this hospital for emergency care. Shen Mingyao bit her lip, recounting the events of that day. The emergency call had whisked him away to the finest hospital, where fortune smiled upon him and he survived. How fortunate, Yang Feng mused. Your boyfriend must be quite affluent to live in Jinjiang Manor. Indeed. His gaze grew bolder, his hand shifting from her shoulder to her slender waist, encircling her with a gentle yet possessive grip. Please, let go of me. Shen Mingyao pushed against him twice with all her might, but Yang Feng's embrace remained steadfast, an unsettling fear coursing through her veins. Revenge? Does he seek to retaliate against me? Or does Yang Feng still harbor feelings for me, wishing to claim me as his own? Such a perplexing thought. You never mentioned you had a boyfriend, he continued, his tone tinged with mockery. Your social circle appears quite pristine, devoid of any photos with a significant other. I had assumed you were perpetually single. TSK. Yang Feng clicked his tongue, adding, always keeping me in suspense. Isn't that rather unethical, within the confines of societal norms? Some women possess the knack for seeking better prospects while maintaining their current attachments. That a backup must never be discarded. One must keep them on the line while searching for a more advantageous target. It is imperative not to appear overly affectionate towards the backup, as it may instill unrealistic hopes. Yet one must not be too aloof, lest they drive the other to despair. Occasionally, a morsel of sweetness is necessary to sustain motivation. Perhaps Shin Mingyao is one of those women, concealing her boyfriend's existence while simultaneously reaping the benefits of his attentions that I simply cannot bear to part. Shin Mingyao sighed, seemingly caught in a web of her own making. She kept her boyfriend a secret to spare you heartache. She refrained from revealing the truth to shield you from sorrow. She continued to keep you at arm's length, offering just enough sweetness to keep you tethered. In this light, it appears that everything she did was for your sake? Huh? Yang Feng laughed heartily. Your words are as sweet as honey. You truly excel at offering comfort. With his other hand, he firmly grasped Shin Mingyao's delicate chin, scrutinizing her eyes, which brimmed with a pitiable innocence, as if he were the true victim in this scenario. Come, take me to meet your boyfriend. Yang Feng released Shin Mingyao, allowing her to lead the way ahead. This arrangement proved somewhat inconvenient. Shin Mingyao appeared to harbor unspoken troubles. She cast a glance down at the shattered soup bowl on the ground, then surveyed the multitude of warriors in the room, her expression betraying a hint of distress. However, Yang Feng stepped outside, pointing towards a headless corpse lying in the vicinity. Do you wish to end up like this? Yang Feng laughed again, yet this time the sound resonated with an unsettling chill, cold and brutal. Shin Mingyao, momentarily lost in thought, gradually came to her senses and quickly shook her head. Yang Feng was no longer the infatuated fool he once was. He had pierced Cheng Zijia's throat, obliterated the man's skull, and stormed into the hospital accompanied by a band of ruthless enforcers. That I will take you there. Shin Mingyao lowered her head and walked toward another patient room. This particular room emanated an unusual and potent stench of blood, mingled with an unsettling aroma of cooked flesh. As Yang Feng approached, the expressions of those nearby grew increasingly grim. You cannot enter, asserted Nurse Wang Tsuasian, blocking the doorway. Oh, really? Yang Feng inquired nonchalantly, his gaze sharp and icy as a blade. Wang Tsuasian summoned her courage, meeting his piercing eyes, only to falter under his scrutiny, ultimately conceding a passage. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Upon opening the door, a large pot was found simmering, the tantalizing aroma of freshly stewed meat wafting through the air. What are you cooking? Yang Feng raised an eyebrow, while Wang Tsuasian bowed her head to respond. Turtle soup. Turtle soup. Where is the turtle? Yang Feng stepped into the room, scanning for Shin Mingyao's boyfriend, yet found no trace of him. Yang Feng asked with curiosity, where is your boyfriend, Cheng Zijie? Shin Mingyao timidly extended a hand, pointing towards the independent bathroom within the room. He is inside. Chapter 75. Turtle soup. In the bathroom, an even more pungent aroma of blood assaulted the senses. A corpulent man lay in a pool of blood, his body grotesquely distorted, emanating a nauseating stench. His soft, feeble feet and numerous soft, limp arms sprouted from his sides, writhing like tentacles. His thighs were glued together by decaying flesh, resembling a fish's tail, forming a human-like mermaid tail. Most absurdly, his back bore the side of his entire spine piercing through flesh, grotesquely protruding outward, gradually taking on the form of a massive white shell, akin to that of a turtle. This turtle soup. Does it refer to him? Is this Cheng Zijie? Yang Feng frowned, astonished that the debauched scion had undergone such a severe transformation. Shin Mingyao, half concealing her face, could scarcely bear to look at Cheng Zijie. Something strange burrowed into his neck that day. Ever since, he has mutated, his body continuously sprouting malformed organs. Shin Mingyao recalled the initial circumstances, her countenance turning fearful and sorrowful, a sudden urge to vomit rising in her throat, prompting her to turn away from Cheng Zijie. Beside her, Wang Tsuasian's expression also darkened. She sighed and continued, we attempted to excise Cheng Zijie's malformed organs, but his recovery has been alarmingly swift. We can only continuously sever the proliferating deformities to S.O. That is how it is. Yang Feng turned back to glance at the large pot within the room. You certainly do not waste anything. Are you not afraid of becoming monsters? Yang Feng fully comprehended the origin of turtle soup. It is obtained through the relentless slaughter of the large turtles, thereby acquiring more fresh meat. TSK tis TSK. You are indeed cruel. Yang Feng shook his head and then crouched down, mockingly asking, Cheng Zijie, can you understand my words? Woo. The deformed turtle flailed its numerous soft arms, emitting a sound of anguish that was far from human. Its glossy, large eyes were filled with pain and despair, shedding tears the size of beans that plopped onto the ground. It resembled neither man nor ghost. Evolver, this is also a form of evolver. Much like the filthy plague encountered earlier, it found itself scarcely able to move, reduced to a puddle of mire, passively defending itself. Cheng Zijie was no different. He had evolved a formidable healing ability that resulted in the excessive proliferation of fresh flesh and blood. Rather than augmenting his strength, it had wholly weakened him, transforming him into a turtle at the mercy of others. In a sense, your capability is indeed considerable. At the very least, you can satiate this group of people. Yang Feng patted Cheng Zijie's head, as one might amuse a small pet at a zoo. Cheng Zijie felt even more agony that a rival and loved that a loser, that a once insignificant worker who could not even afford a villa, now casually mocked and insulted. Bang, 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 bang. Cheng Zijie's head violently struck the ground, igniting intense suicidal thoughts and cracking the floor beneath him, leaving him bloodied and battered. Yet, a terrifying occurrence transpired. The wound on his head began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The flesh contorting together, sprouting a tentacle-like appendage. Proliferative matter, resembled scar tissue. Once a wound appeared, the healing process would lead to the emergence of skin proliferations. Cheng Zijie's situation was more severe, as not only did his skin manifest, but new deformed organs also began to grow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cheng Zijie commenced his anguished wailing again, as the healing process triggered a chain reaction, causing the severed ends of various deformed organs throughout his body to grow violently. This ordeal rendered him desperate, and more tears, the size of yellow beans, rolled down from his glistening eyes. Alas, how pitiful. Everyone, please step outside. Nurse Wang Tsuajian opened a drawer, skillfully retrieving a surgical scalpel, and gently stated, I will take responsibility for excising the new proliferations to alleviate his suffering. Yang Feng nodded and retreated to the doorway. Wang Tsuajian closed the door, but after a moment, called for two young nurses to join her. Han Meixin, Lin Xueli, come here to assist me. The three nurses, armed with various tools, commenced treatment on Cheng Zijie in the restroom. Faintly, the cries of the turtle could be heard. Distinctly, the sounds of livestock being slaughtered echoed through. A prophetic utterance. Listening to the sounds emanating from the restroom, Yang Feng could not help but marvel at the intricate design of fate that on that fateful day, I spared the life of Cheng Zijie. Yang Feng sat beside the hospital bed, a cruel smile etched upon his face. What a wise choice. Witnessing him suffer brings me immense satisfaction. That a monster, twisted and tormented to such an extent, anyone would feel a visceral discomfort upon observing Cheng Zijie's condition. Yet Yang Feng, inexplicably, felt nothing but gratification and delight. Is this not a form of perversion? He chuckled. Am I the one who is deranged? My cruelty merely extends to tormenting my enemies and eliminating those who dare to cross me. Yang Feng's cold laughter deepened the mockery in his gaze as he coldly inquired of Shen Mingyao, Is turtle soup delightful? Turtle soup. Turtle meat. Yang Feng scrutinized Shen Mingyao's pallor, though she appeared somewhat haggard. Her skin remained supple and smooth, indicating that she had been well nourished these past few days. Upon hearing this inquiry, Shen Mingyao was struck as if by lightning, rendered speechless. Her complexion turned ashen, lips paling as she stammered. As though her very soul had been siphoned away. Weak and defeated, she sank to the ground, her hands covering her face as she wept softly. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. After weeping for a considerable time, her demeanor gradually shifted, acknowledging her past transgressions. The complexity in her gaze towards Yang Feng deepened as she composed herself, ultimately striking her own face with a resounding slap. I admit it, I am a materialistic woman that I could not withstand the allure of wealth, which is why I became involved with that Cheng Zijie. Her expression was one of deep regret, as if she were beginning to unveil her true feelings. I know that you are the one who has treated me best in this world. That I also understand that I shall never encounter a man who will treat me better than you have. You have always been significant to me. A heartfelt confession emerged from the goddess, acknowledging her long-standing adoration for him, a sincere declaration following her past subservience. Any pretense would crumble beneath such an emotional blow. Suddenly, Shen Mingyao stood, approaching Yang Feng and throwing herself into his embrace. Yang Feng, I was wrong. Will you grant me another chance? This time, allow me to pursue you, allow me to treat you well. With a pitiful and aggrieved expression, she lifted her head, employing her gentleness to ensnare Yang Feng. One cannot deny that her game was indeed of a high caliber. Yang Feng tenderly caressed her flowing hair. He could sense the tumult of emotions within Shen Mingyao, the darkness of her deepest desires laid bare. Her warmth and softness merely a facade for survival. He smiled, enveloping her in his arms, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance of her hair. Yet, the smile on Yang Feng's lips gradually morphed into a sinister, Terrifying grimace. He glanced towards Cheng Zijie in the direction of the restroom, then back at Shen Mingyao in his embrace, contemplating a brilliant method of resolution. Fool, Yang Feng gently spoke. I would certainly be willing to grant you another chance. A chance to live. Chapter 76. The mistress. That a few hours later, a massive cocoon formed by a festering sore began to dry and wither at its surface. It slowly cracked open, its shell disintegrating into charred ash. Continuously shedding. Su Man underwent a transformation, emerging from her cocoon as if reborn, tearing away the outermost scab to reveal an almost flawless figure. Her porcelain skin, exquisite curves, and long, taut, and shapely legs all evolved towards perfection. Everyone, close your eyes, Su Man commanded, and the surrounding evolved warriors obediently turned away, shutting their eyes. She donned the equipment she had previously shed, casually slipping it on, and after a slight stretch, she felt a surge of strength coursing through her body. Her overall capability significantly enhanced. Master. At that moment, the door creaked open. Yang Feng entered slowly, while Su Man respectfully knelt on one knee, expressing her gratitude for the opportunity to evolve. Is she also your slave? A voice, seemingly gentle yet laced with thorns, emerged from behind Yang Feng. Shen Mingyao. For the past few hours, she had remained by Yang Feng's side, reminiscing about the past, sharing heartfelt confessions, and recounting the many memories of their youthful university days, which were so beautiful and enchanting. Yes, Yang Feng replied nonchalantly. She is also my slave. Shen Mingyao's gaze shifted noticeably. Observing Su Man's exquisite beauty and alluring figure, she felt a twinge of threat. Unconsciously, Shen Mingyao linked her arm with Yang Feng's, casting a mistress look down at Su Man. Rise. Shen Mingyao gestured for Su Man to stand. However, Su Man remained unmoved by her command, still kneeling on one knee. Awaiting Yang Feng's orders. Do not presume to command me, Shen Mingyao retorted, her tone sharp. Stand up. Yang Feng observed the exchange, lifting a finger and speaking calmly. Su Man immediately rose respectfully, casting a provocative glance at the distant Shen Mingyao. The rivalry between women often manifests in subtle details. Have you all rested sufficiently? Yang Feng scanned the group of evolved slaves, who had regained considerable strength after several hours of rest, their wounds beneath the bandages healing. Wait a moment. Shen Mingyao smiled sweetly, swiftly exiting the room. Moments later, she returned with a tray bearing several bowls of freshly made meat soup. You all must be exhausted. You should replenish your nutrition. One bowl each, but be careful, it's hot. Shen Mingyao wielded her mistress status, as though managing these slaves for Yang Feng, bestowing upon them some semblance of kindness. The irony was palpable. Yang Feng observed coldly, while Shen Mingyao's smile was as warm as spring. Treating each slave kindly, yet serving them bowls of turtle soup to nourish the warriors. What do these turtle soups represent? Suffering. Cheng Zijie's despairing anguish. Shen Mingyao has utterly relinquished any hope for Cheng Zijie, even using his torment and hopelessness as trifling gifts to curry favor with others, particularly to appease Yang Feng, former boyfriend. Shen Mingyao has likely unilaterally decided to sever ties, viewing Cheng Zijie as merely a former partner to be disposed of at will. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The few warriors, exuberantly eager to take the soup bowls, were met with a resolute declaration from Long Air, who had remained silent until now. Do not drink. His gaze was icy, and in an undeniable tone, he forbade the others from taking the soup bowls. A few oblivious evolvers could only awkwardly retract their hands, then rummage through their waste packs for some rations. Apologies, but we have our own sister-in-law, we shan't waste food. The group decisively declined, leaving Shen Mingyao's expression somewhat uncomfortable, yet the title of sister-in-law made her heart sore. She was determined to let everyone know she had become Yang Feng's official girlfriend, the future mistress of the household. Let us discuss serious matters. Now that everyone had sufficiently rested, it was time to resume the hunt. Once completed, we shall set forth for home. Yang Feng's expression turned serious, and the group immediately sprang from their beds, not daring to show the slightest hint of laziness. Home. Back to the villa at Jinjiang Manor. Shen Mingyao began to envision herself by Yang Feng's side, returning to the villa, where he, being so powerful, could always protect her. Not only that, but all those slaves would eventually heed her as well. This life was far more luxurious than before the apocalypse. As this thought crossed her mind, she unconsciously nestled closer to Yang Feng, tightly clasping his arm. Master, what about the refugees here? Su Man inquired hesitantly, noting that there were over 20 survivors outside, and leaving them to fend for themselves seemed a waste. Gather them. Those willing to become slaves and daring enough to consume the corpse tumors can leave with us. Yang Feng, in a display of mercy, decided to rally another wave of combatants. Our manpower is insufficient. The rate of resource depletion is alarmingly rapid. We must promptly replenish our living forces. Soon, a group was assembled. I have an announcement to make. We will be leaving the hospital and returning to the villa area. Su Man's words quickly elicited cheers from the crowd. Many faces lit up with anticipation, especially the three nurses who expressed a sentiment of finally liberated. However, I must clarify one thing. Our departure is not without cost. We will only save those who are of use to us. Su Man's gaze sharpened. Having assisted Yang Feng for a while now, her strength had risen correspondingly, instilling in her a demeanor befitting a superior. As if she could determine the fate of others. We only require slaves. Moreover, it is imperative to utilize the corpse tumors. Only successful new humans are worthy of salvation. The Su Man produced a small, fleshy tumor-like object, which was unmistakably a corpse tumor, and began to elucidate its effects. Corpse tumors. For those with unwavering will, consuming a corpse tumor can transform them into new humans, granting immunity to infection and enhancing physical attributes. The more one consumes, the stronger one becomes, yet the likelihood of transforming into a monster escalates correspondingly. Generally speaking, for an ordinary person, the success rate remains relatively high if they partake in merely 1 or 2 doses. New humanity? Immunity to infection? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that they were on the verge of becoming superhumans? I shall partake. Bring me 3 doses. A young man stepped forward, seizing 3 doses of the corpse tumor and gulping them down in one swift motion. The ethereal essence flickered with a phosphorescent glow. The rate of mutation was astonishingly rapid, and the fragile will of the young man was utterly incapable of resisting the encroachment of the ethereal essence. Roar, roar, roar. He swiftly morphed into a monstrous being, emitting a cacophony of howls. The onlookers were horrified, scrambling to hide in the corners. Crack. Su Man's abdomen slowly split open, revealing a more grotesque, gaping maw. The abyssal maw had now evolved into a growth form. The tainted disease infused it with venomous toxicity. As the gaping maw unfurled, an indescribable stench assaulted the senses, reminiscent of rotting flesh scorched under the summer sun. Each razor-sharp tooth was coated in a brownish-yellow slime. Rife with infectious toxins, and numerous black spots oozed from their surfaces. Swish, swish, swish. From the center of the abyssal maw erupted slimy, serpentine appendages, adorned with spikes and suckers, ensnaring its prey in an instant. With a sudden pull inward, the monster was devoured by the abyssal maw, followed by the horrifying sounds of chewing. The spectators, witnessing this terrifying scene, erupted into panicked screams. Fear not. This is merely my aberrant ability. Furthermore, those with wavering willpower should not overestimate themselves. The corpse tumors will corrode one's consciousness. If you lack confidence, perhaps start with just 1 dose. The gaping maw of Su Man's abdomen gradually closed. She mandated that everyone must consume at least 1 dose of the corpse tumor, as that was the minimum requirement to become part of the new humanity. Should one fail, they would inevitably become a meal for the abyssal maw. Yang Feng, I'm so scared. Can I refrain from consuming that little tumor? Shun Mengyao pleaded pitifully, reluctant to take the risk, as she nestled beside Yang Feng. Of course, you need not partake. Yang Feng gently stroked her long hair, smiling reassuringly. Chapter 77. A Match Made in Heaven. Eternal bonding evolution. The survivors found themselves with no viable escape, trapped in a situation with only one path leading to demise. They each claimed a corpse tumor, the majority opting to consume merely 1. The bare minimum to achieve the status of new humanity. Success? I have succeeded. How miraculous. I feel no longer sore in my waist, nor aching in my legs. An elder gentleman in his 50s, having consumed 1 dose of the corpse tumor, completed his evolution. The new humanity not only granted immunity to infection, but also enhanced physical prowess, instantly rejuvenating him by 20 years, as if he had transformed back into a young man. Witnessing this, the crowd surged forward to claim their own doses of the corpse tumor, embarking on rounds of evolution. Some succeeded, while others failed. The successful beamed with joy, reveling in their newfound strength, while the unsuccessful morphed into monsters. Promptly dispatched by Su Man and her companions. Please, grant me 3 doses of the corpse tumor. A young girl clad in a nurse's uniform, disregarding the cautionary tales, boldly requested 3 doses of the corpse tumor. Han Meishin, She appeared to be around 20, possessing a charming face reminiscent of a social media influencer. Although her figure was slender and delicate, her eyes sparkled with a resolute light. Man was momentarily taken aback. It was as if she saw a reflection of her former self in Han Maeksan as a nurse. She served a myriad of demanding patients, yet remained dedicated and responsible, revealing a strength within her that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The 10 days spent in a post-apocalyptic world, performing minor surgeries daily, had further honed her willpower from another perspective. 3 Necrotic tumors. She truly exhibited remarkable courage. Man nodded and placed the 3 tumors in her hands. Fool, murmured Shin Mingyao from the side. Her gaze filled with pity as she observed Han Meishin taking the 3 tumors. Oh foolish, a woman working so hard. What's the point? Just look at me. As long as I cling to Yang Feng's robust support, I can have everything I desired. I want for. A voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to gasp. It was Lin Xueli, another petite nurse. She appeared somewhat endearing, a shy young girl, reticent and seldom interacting with others. She was even more introverted than Han Meishin, yet possessed a stubborn and indomitable spirit. Lin Xueli firmly believed she was no less capable than Han Meishin, challenging herself with a greater difficulty, nearly wagering her life in the process. I want to. Head nurse Wang Tsuajian sighed. Exhausted, she chose not to brave the challenge like her juniors, opting instead for caution. Man distributed the tumors among them, igniting an intense evolution. Han Meishin and Lin Xueli emitted piercing screams, their minds and consciousness besieged by terrifying corruption, while their bodies resisted grotesque mutations. Time ticked away relentlessly. Ironically, it was head nurse Wang Tsuajian who succumbed first, transforming into a grotesque creature. She was too frail. The fatigue had overwhelmed her. These past few days, Wang Tsuajian, mentally and physically drained, found herself haunted by nightmares after each minor procedure, even contemplating the unthinkable. Su Man expressed her disappointment and swiftly ended Wang Tsuajian's suffering with a venomous dagger, piercing her temple. Meanwhile, Han Meishin and Lin Xueli persevered step by step. A miracle. One endured 3 tumors, the other 4. And astonishingly, they both held on. Evolution. The 2 young nurses had transformed into new humans, gaining greater enhancements than their peers, their physical attributes vastly improved. Excellent, we still have 15 individuals remaining. Beyond expectations. Yang Feng nodded. Noting that fewer than 10 had turned into monsters, the success rate was quite high. Very well. All new humans, prepare to depart with me. Yang Feng, in high spirits, commanded everyone to get ready to leave. Wonderful, we can finally escape. Shin Mingyao clung to Yang Feng's arm, her body pressing closer to him, almost clinging to him. Yet, Yang Feng withdrew his hand. No, what I mean is that all the new humans may leave. Yang Feng pointed a finger at Shin Mingyao. You cannot. What? Shin Mingyao felt as though struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Yang Feng had no intention of taking her with him. What do you mean? Were we not just having a pleasant conversation? Did you not promise to give me another chance? Shin Mingyao could hardly fathom that Yang Feng had so suddenly turned against her, just moments ago. They were reminiscing about the past, recalling the joyful days of their university life. Yes, I did say I would grant you another opportunity to live. Yang Feng shrugged, placing a heavy emphasis on the word live. He seized Shin Mingyao's wrist, leading her toward a certain room, which turned out to be the turtle room where Cheng Zijie resided. A perfect match, destined for eternity. You 2 together will surely last forever. Yang Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a grotesque and cruel grin, reminiscent of a malevolent tyrant. What? You intend to confine me with this monster? Shin Mingyao shrieked, trapped alongside Cheng Zijie in this cramped space. How could she survive? What would she eat? What would she drink? Was she to subsist on turtle soup every day? A hellish existence. That was the true embodiment of unending torment. Such a life would be infinitely more tragic than plunging into the abyss of the 18 layers of hell. No, please, Yang Feng, I implore you, do not do this. Take me away. I would do anything to escape this place. You seek a new humanity, do you not? I am willing to consume corpses. I am willing to take risks to evolve. Shin Mingyao was utterly distraught. She seemed ready to comply with any demand as long as it meant leaving this dreadful location. Oh, you do not wish to be confined with the monster? TSK, he is no monster. Yang Feng clicked his tongue, the mockery and derision in his gaze reaching a zenith. He is your longed-for boyfriend, your golden turtle son-in-law. Yang Feng grasped Shin Mingyao's face, locking eyes with her. You have achieved your desire, reeling in the golden son-in-law, securing this grand turtle. Surely you should be content now. Would you like me to remind you once more? You dangle me along while flattering your wealthy young boyfriend. Yang Feng's lips nearly split into a grin that reached his ears as he posed a soul-piercing question. How did you find pleasure beneath others? When serving someone else, do you ever think of the face of a fool? His words seemed to pierce Shun Mingyao's very soul, leaving her agape. Unable to muster a single retort, in the end, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together. Yang Feng's gaze turned utterly frigid as he carelessly tossed Shin Mingyao into the room occupied by Cheng Zijia. Find something to block the door. I wish this young couple well. Yang Feng commanded, as the others lifted heavy objects to seal the door completely, confining the two within that dark, sunless chamber. Chapter 78, Establishing Rules. Consuming corpses. Jinchang Manor. A party of over 20 individuals hurried toward Villa number 13, carrying boxes of medications. This hunting expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful, yielding not only a substantial number of corpses but also successfully taming 15 slave resources, alongside a considerable stockpile of medical supplies and pharmaceuticals, notably a variety of antibiotics capable of combating wound infections, which could prove to be life-saving in critical moments. The crackling of burning firewood resonated through the air, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of the flames. Nearby the musical fountain, the devoted followers of the cult encircled a bonfire, engaged in fervent prayers, their faces illuminated by the flickering light, reflecting their deep devotion. Sister Su, what are they doing? Han Meishin inquired cautiously, her fellow survivors displaying expressions of perplexity. Su Manman interjected, raising a finger to her lips. They are the followers of the cult, who believe that the remains of a monstrous creature can grant them safety. The Master has expressly forbidden any contact with the cult. Those who defy this edict shall face dire consequences. This explanation only deepened the confusion among the group. The idea of venerating the remains of a monster, treating it as a guardian deity, the cult, was utterly bizarre. The creature in question had once been a charming stray kitten, cared for by the community. How peculiar! Observing the devout expressions of the worshippers, their faces aglow with fervor, evoked an even more unsettling feeling. Miao Yangfeng abruptly halted in his tracks. In a moment of disorientation, he heard the sound of a small kitten's affectionate mewl. Was it an illusion? No. It was impossible for him to be mistaken. Yang Feng's gaze shifted toward the bonfire encircled by the followers, where the distorted flames morphed and danced, as if a small kitten were genuinely frolicking amidst them. Bless us. Bless us. Please keep the monster at bay, that we implore you to guard us. The fervent devotees prostrated themselves, repeatedly bowing towards the corpse of the shadow leopard. Others offered remnants of cat food, treats, catnip, toys, and more. Anomalous meme. A construct that transcends the realms of science and physical understanding. The fabrications woven by humanity, intermingled with noble aspirations, continued to coalesce within the flames, seemingly drawing ever closer to substance. Did you just hear something? Yang Feng inquired nonchalantly. Su Man and Long Air exchanged glances, gently shaking their heads. They had not heard the kitten's mewl. Master, is there anything you require of us? Su Man asked with utmost respect, to which Yang Feng merely shook his head, opening the door to the villa and stepping inside. It's nothing. Everyone come in. Inside the villa, the group marveled at the elegant decor, exclaiming in awe, "This is the Jinjiang Villa, worth at least 100 million. Look at this furniture. I can't be mistaken. This chair is made of rosewood." Many of the newcomers, well versed in such matters, recognized the surrounding furnishings as far more valuable than the villa itself. Yet Yang Feng found the noise overwhelming, settling into the main seat of the living room with a slight frown. Silence. Su Man and Long Air stood on either side of Yang Feng, sternly admonishing the crowd. Listen closely. If you wish to survive, you must adhere to our rules. Slaves are slaves. They have no right to choose, no right to defy orders. Su Man reiterated the rules, and the newly joined slaves bowed their heads, suppressing any grievances they might have. Food must be fought for. Status must be earned. Your sole mission is to hunt monsters and procure corpse tumors. As Su Man continued, the expressions of the people turned grim, filled with anxiety and fear. Most of them were reluctantly enslaved, compelled to escape from the perilous hospital in search of survival. Now that they were safe, they faced the perilous task of slaying monsters to seize corpse tumors, risking their lives against the gaping maws of these beasts. The emotional upheaval they experienced was profound. Dragonair and I will instruct you on how to fight. Additionally, allow me to issue a stark warning. Anyone who dares to rebel or flee will face ruthless consequences. Su Man's eyes glinted with murderous intent, sending chills down the spines of those present. Although her strength paled in comparison to Yang Feng's, it was sufficient to intimidate the newcomers. After completing her speech, Su Manman respectfully turned and knelt on one knee before Yang Feng. "Master, do you have any further instructions?" she inquired, fierce with the newcomers yet docile as a kitten before Yang Feng, her head lowered in deference, wary of overstepping her bounds. Yang Feng raised a finger, signaling her to rise. "Everyone is exhausted today. Rest well, there will be plenty of food. The bathroom has hot water for you to wash away the stench," Yang Feng said, slowly rising and surveying the weary warriors that make a horse run. One must provide it with grass. During their rest, it was essential for the soldiers to recover their stamina for supplies and food. There was no need to feel regretful. They could simply seize more when necessary. Starting tomorrow, Su Manman will lead the hunt for monsters. Whether you live or die depends solely on you. Yang Feng once again adopted a hands-off approach, delegating the hunting responsibilities to Su Manman and Dragonair. As for firearms, he initially intended to have Su Qing train a few sharpshooters. The stockpile included over 10 handguns, several rifles, and submachine guns, but ammunition had been depleted by more than half and could not be wasted further. Very well, once they locate the tools and molds for crafting weapons and ammunition, they could train more newcomers. I am heading to my room now. The usual rules apply. Do not disturb me. With that, Yang Feng took all the corpse tumors and ascended to the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. This space offered excellent privacy and soundproofing. Corpse tumors. This hunt yielded a considerable number. After deducting those used by the newcomers, a substantial quantity remained. Ordinary corpse tumors, 174 pieces. Black-haired Lucy low-level decayed corpses. Green jade corpse tumors, 32 pieces. Demonic doll exploding tumor bearer. Blue sea patterned corpse tumors, 2 pieces. Jean steel giant infant wailing banshee. In total, there were over 200 tumors. The wailing banshee's soundwave attack should be particularly effective against large swathes of decayed corpses. The Jean steel giant infant. Its primary ability lies in its flesh and blood form, which could enhance muscle strength, but is incompatible with deep iron fibers. First and foremost, the banshee's abilities can be absorbed. The capabilities of the Jean steel giant infant, however, seem to have been replicated. Should one directly allow the ghost face to absorb it? Or perhaps, Yang Feng's gaze fell upon a table laden with jade-green corpse tumors, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with insight. These tumors all originate from the same type of aberration. The ghost child and the Jean steel giant infant. They belong to the same lineage, the same species. If these tumors could be fused within their own kind, it might just be possible to complete the genetic structure and undergo metamorphosis, evolving into a more advanced existence. The stomach erosion serves as a successful example. The aberrant form of the crawling beast, too, is an incomplete entity that utilized tumors of the same species for fusion, ultimately transforming into the purple illusion crystal level. This time, a similar method should suffice. Very well. First, absorb the abilities of the wailing banshee, and then merge the corpse tumors of the Jean steel giant infant and the ghost children. With determination, Yang Feng unleashed the ghost face and swallowed one of the wailing banshee's corpse tumors, drawing forth its intrinsic spiritual energy. Chapter 79. Iron Lung, Roar, Phantom Steel Fibers. The Wailing Banshee. The ghost face crushed the spiritual essence within, yet did not immediately absorb it. Yang Feng's control over the ghost face grew increasingly adept, directing the azure spiritual essence towards his throat. The esophagus had already been transformed by the stomach erosion. The aberration of the wailing banshee lay in the trachea near the esophagus. Iron Lung, Roar. The structure of the vocal cords had deformed, vibrating at a higher frequency. The tracheal structure had become more resilient, and the method of exhalation improved. The lungs absorbed oxygen with greater efficiency, storing a larger volume, while the muscular organs grew significantly stronger. The process of aberration and metamorphosis was intricate. The oppressive aura of the dark golden artifact of the ghost face caused the Iron Lung, Roar to tremble in fear. Entirely unwilling to resist, meticulously transforming the vocal cords, Yang Feng's lungs also commenced a series of aberrations. They did not swell to fill his chest cavity like the wailing banshees, but instead refined their internal structure in the most precise details, strengthening them comprehensively. Great care yields exquisite work. The throat had undergone a complete metamorphosis, and the lungs had been greatly reinforced at a reward for your efforts. Yang Feng seized dozens of corpse tumors from the table, swallowing them down, filtering and purifying their spiritual energy into the purest source of power. They prompted the Iron Lung, Roar to evolve once more. abruptly transitioning from juvenile to mature form, with internal structures becoming even more robust and resilient. The first round of transformation was complete. Yang Feng felt the shift in his new abilities. With a slight inhalation, air surged swiftly through his organs into his lungs. In an instant, the iron lungs fully extracted the oxygen, converting it into pure oxygen and transforming it into energy, which was immediately transmitted throughout his entire being. This respiratory efficiency would make running a marathon feel hardly tiring. Yang Feng tested his vocal range, producing sounds entirely within his control. He could emit a deep, resonant bass or a high-pitched wail akin to that of a dolphin. This skill was sufficient to master every vocal piece sung by humanity on Blue Star, and he could replicate them flawlessly. Should he participate in a talent show, a flawless high note would undoubtedly turn all the judges' heads. If a concert were to be held, singing each song for a full 10 beats of E6 would pose no issue whatsoever. However, should the audio continue to escalate in volume, it would gradually manifest as ultrasonic waves, shattering glass and windows, and even fracturing the cerebral matter of decaying monstrosities. Indeed, the power of the wailing banshee has been flawlessly acquired. Next up, the azure steel giant infant. Yang Feng grasped the corpse tumor radiating with a cerulean glow. It had evolved into its mature form, with its spiritual essence fully coalescing into a liquid state, filling the flesh tumor entirely. The azure steel giant infant, gathering the entire kin, compressing all spiritual essence. Let us invoke some transformation. Yang Feng first swallowed the cerulean corpse tumor, thoroughly masticating it, subsequently accompanied by a heart-rending wail of an infant. It refused to yield. It thrashed and rolled about, as if a monstrous infant were tumultuously writhing, manifesting as waves of intense resentment. Surging towards the heavens, the 6 eyes within the ghostly visage opened. Each eye seemed to emerge from the depths of the abyss, exuding a terrifying and oppressive aura. The monstrous infant immediately ceased its cries, trembling all over, gradually being torn apart by the ghostly face, transforming into remnants of soul sand. Devouring. Yang Feng then produced 30 corpse tumors of the ghostly dolls. These dolls, aberrations from the pediatric ward of the hospital, bore striking similarities to the giant infant. Masticating the spiritual essence, the pure emerald energy was gradually consumed by the cerulean viscous fluid. The traits of the same lineage began to coalesce, ultimately merging into another substance. Wail, 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 countless ghostly dolls cried out, as the chewed soul sand seemed to converge once more. They formed a new power, more formidable, with resentment even deeper, gradually solidifying into a strand. It has transformed. The spiritual essence began to emanate a purplish glow. Still insufficient, Yang Feng, with a steely resolve, seized the remaining 100 or so corpse tumors on the table and stuffed them all into his mouth. Chewing them into the purest form of energy, come forth, devour them all, then evolve. A tremendous influx of spiritual essence surged in, the purplish glow intensified, drawing ever closer to the threshold of the spirit realm. Cracked. It was as if a sound resonated. A door had been shattered. Purple illusion crystal. They indeed began to metamorphose towards the direction of the purple illusion crystal, compressed to the utmost, breaking through the shackles of limitation. The wailing of ghosts echoed. The deeply resentful ghostly dolls seemed to transform into small purple hands, reaching out from that brand new door, tearing towards Yang Feng's mask. Audacious. The 6 eyes widened fiercely, transforming into 6 substantial gazes, illuminating the small hands, instantly melting them away, annihilating them completely. Soul sand. The residual resentment and filth were gradually eradicated. Yang Feng swallowed this power. The capabilities of the purple illusion crystal enveloping each muscle fiber, profoundly altering them. Deep iron fiber. It appeared as though it were coated in a layer of purplish viscous fluid, gradually permeating inward, akin to mold spots on an apple, slowly transforming into another substance. A mournful cry. Yang Feng sensed the deep iron fibers lamenting, screaming. There was no alternative. The strongest abilities will inevitably replace the weaker ones, devouring them, supplanting them, transforming them. Soon, a new fibrous tissue emerged. Phantom steel fiber, matured form. Deep purple muscle fibers exude a breathtaking aesthetic of immense explosive power, yet they do not appear swollen or distorted. Rather, they unfold in perfect, flowing curves. The golden ratio, the golden lines, akin to the sleek contours of a cheetah and a high-performance sports car, permeate every corner of the body. It even connects with the muscles of the shadow Achilles, seamlessly integrating and further fortifying the tendons and ligaments, as well as the calf muscles. Its unique structure enables it to unleash force while simultaneously safeguarding the bones and internal organs. A mature form, from a naive, clueless youth to a robust and dependable adult man. pure strength. The phantom steel fibers possess no ostentatious abilities. They embody the most unadulterated muscle, the purest explosive power, and the most formidable strength, nothing more. With a sigh, Yangfeng completed his evolution, his entire being reaching a pinnacle of power, seemingly boundless. A sense of might akin to that of a colossal mountain enveloped him. He felt that even if a heavy tank stood before him, he could obliterate it with a single punch. However, having undergone 2 consecutive evolutions left him mentally exhausted. The prolonged activation of the ghost face, with its intense focus on the 6 eyes, took a toll on his mental fortitude. It was time to rest. Yangfeng reclined on the soft, luxurious bed, sinking into a deep slumber, finally granting this battle-worn body a moment of respite. Chapter 80. Evolve, Evolve. The apocalypse erupts. Day 13 of the disaster. The first rays of dawn, gentle and warm, illuminated the edge of the bed. Yangfeng slowly opened his eyes, feeling his consciousness crystal clear, as pure and flawless as a blossoming lotus. Creak, creak, with his fingers tightly clenched, an immense sense of strength surged within him, easily capable of molding steel into clay. Half a month. My strength should be unmatched by anyone, Yangfeng muttered to himself, recalling his memories of the apocalypse, certain that no human could surpass his progress. Ghost face, dark gold, growth stage. Corroded stomach, purple illusion crystal, growth stage. Shadow Achilles, purple illusion crystal, growth stage. Phantom steel fiber, purple illusion crystal, mature form. Iron lung roar, blue sea pattern, growth stage. 5 abilities, 3 of which are exceedingly rare purple illusion crystal level powers, with 1 having reached maturity, not to mention the existence of a dark gold grade artifact. Even the weakest of the newly acquired abilities is a rare blue sea pattern level, possessing remarkable uniqueness. Together, all these abilities transform Yangfeng into a true tyrant, endowed with unparalleled absolute strength. A truly reassuring power. In this manner, he possesses the capability to challenge the old order. The old order, a presence that instilled fear and trepidation in all of humanity amidst the dark apocalypse. However, it is still too early. Given the current state of chaos in the world, it is insufficient to awaken certain unimaginable horrors. Bang! A sudden gunshot echoed from downstairs. Yangfeng paid it no mind, leisurely taking a shower, donning a fresh set of clothes, and descending the stairs at a measured pace. I have always said it. Deserters face only a dead end. Su-Man reprimanded the multitude of newcomers, while 2 men knelt before her, their heads shrouded in hoods, trembling in fear as foul odors seeped from their trousers. Sister Sue, the brothers truly cannot endure any longer. We have been relentlessly slaying monsters day and night, utterly exhausted, and each of us bears various injuries. 1 man pleaded, beseeching Su-Man to grant clemency to the prostrate figures. Consider their contributions. Grant them another chance, cowards. They could not withstand the relentless hunt. Unable to endure the ceaseless battles, their spirits utterly shattered. A few conspired to escape stealthily, but they were swiftly apprehended and ultimately subjected to judgment within the villa. To kill the chicken, to warn the monkey. Execution, without mercy. Beside them, Longhair succinctly uttered 3 words. He was Yangfeng's executioner, tasked with dealing with these traitors or deserters. With a swift motion, his palm, encased in strong exoskeletal armor, extended black talons that slashed through the throats of the 2 men, causing them to collapse to the ground, blood flowing in a crimson stream. They were dead. Such was the fate of those who fled. Observing the remaining newcomers. From a team of 15, only 6 or 7 remained. Consumables. Aside from the deserters, the others had perished on the battlefield, tragically surrounded and slaughtered by monsters during the hunt. Take a look. Su-Man approached a lovely girl, taking Han Meishin's hand, urging everyone to observe closely. Behold these abrasions. The fair, delicate palm, worn and chafed from prolonged sword-wielding, bore the marks of exertion. Su-Man lifted a portion of Han Meishin's attire, revealing a series of scars left by fierce combat, resembling a writhing centipede. A shocking sight. A girl driven to such extremes. What excuses could the other men possibly offer? Too fatigued? Too frightened? Injured? None of these were valid reasons. Exploitation. All were as if thrust into a juicer, relentlessly squeezed for the last vestiges of value. Every drop of blood, every inch of flesh, selflessly contributed. Only fewer than 15 remained. Yangfeng descended from the upper floor, causing Su-Man's expression to stiffen as she immediately turned and knelt respectfully on one knee. Master. The others, momentarily taken aback, soon followed suit, kneeling in unison and vociferously echoing her. Yangfeng, scratching his ear, found the title master rather awkward from the very beginning. It was tolerable for Su-Man, as she had long since grown accustomed to it. However, The others calling out in unison felt somewhat embarrassing. As if they were part of some theatrical production, a short film titled The Arrival of the Dragon King. "You may call me leader," Yang Feng stated blandly, and the crowd exchanged glances before promptly changing their address. "Leader," Yang Feng nodded, then entered the living room. Taking a seat at the head of the table, "I have rested for 2 days." Yang Feng's gaze swept around the room, landing on Su Man not far away. Inquiring, "What transpired during my absence?" Evolution and rest had consumed considerable time. Fortunately, the hunting squad had been relentless. Not a moment was wasted. They operated like fully automated machines, continuously hunting and acquiring corpses for him. "Master, there are 226 corpses that Su Man retrieved a large 2L bottle of cola, filled to the brim with a multitude of corpse tumors. Over 200 in total. The hunting squad's efficiency has reached new heights. With the increasing strength of its members and the continuous influx of new recruits, they now hunt more than 100 corpse tumors each day, earning money effortlessly. With a team of this caliber, even without lifting a finger, the daily harvest of corpse tumors is sufficient to allow one to stand tall above the rest. Additionally, there are 27 emerald-grade tumors. Previously, we encountered a mutant that resulted in the injury and loss of several members. But we ultimately united to bring it down. Su Man then produced 27 emerald tumors, along with a single blue-patterned grade tumor. A surprise. This revelation took Yang Feng aback. After Su Man upgraded her abilities, her power surged, and through the collective effort of the team, they managed to hunt down so many mutants, even a blue-patterned one. Impressive. Yang Feng offered his commendation. Prioritizing the development of Long Air and Su Man was undoubtedly the wisest decision. A return rate of dozens or even hundreds of times. What a phenomenal victory for a capitalist. Yang Feng felt the thrill of capitalism. It was astonishing to realize that the relentless labor of the masses continuously provided him with wealth. Emerald tumors and blue-patterned tumors. These entities could bestow new abilities. Yang Feng picked up an emerald-grade tumor. Under the sunlight, it gleamed vibrantly, reminiscent of meticulously polished jade, the strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard, the agility of a cat, claws, fangs, tails, armor, shells, and spikes, a myriad of enhancement abilities that we shall refer to them as evolvers. Yang Feng turned to face the remaining newcomers, a tempting smile gracing his lips. "You have passed the initial test. Thus that you are qualified to take another step forward. Consume these tumors and acquire your own abilities. Let the evolution begin." Chapter 81. Lin Xueli, Han Meixin, an evolution beyond expectations. Evolve. All of you evolve. There are numerous forms of aberrant evolution. Consuming multiple tumors will cause significant physical distortion, yet it will also yield formidable powers. Conversely, consuming a few high-quality tumors will considerably reduce the chances of bodily distortion, often resulting in even greater abilities. The crowd exchanged glances as they faced their second opportunity for enhancement. Yet this chance for growth is fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to becoming a monster. "I want to evolve." Han Meixin's gaze sharpened as she prepared to step forward. But her more powerful friend was the first to take the initiative. It's still the case that the more one consumes, the better? I still have 4. Lin Xueli extended 4 fingers, requesting for emerald tumors. Intriguing. Yang Feng's eyes lit up as he focused on Lin Xueli. This seemingly sweet and shy girl harbored a fierce competitive spirit. Previously, at the hospital, she had showcased remarkable prowess, absorbing 4 tumors in one go. Friends? Colleagues? The story of these 2 nurses may not be as simple as it appears. Their relationship is quite amicable. At critical moments, Lin Xueli stands by Han Meixin, yet a sense of competition lingers between them, leaving Lin Xueli feeling deeply discontented. This is no trivial matter. This is an emerald tumor. Su Man's gaze was stern. The essence within the emerald tumor is far more terrifying than an ordinary corpse tumor. Just a single one is sufficient to bestow new abilities and elevate one to the status of an evolved being. The challenge of acquiring 4 is not something an average person can endure. Xueli, do not act impulsively. I understand that you are still troubled by past events, but we are, after all, good sisters. Han Meixin gently tugged at Lin Xueli's hand, urging her not to be so aggressive. "I want 4." Yet Lin Xueli's eyes were resolute as she reiterated her demand for 4 emerald tumors. "Give them to her." Yang Feng, seated nearby, commanded in a calm tone, eager to witness the extent of her determination. Su Man nodded, producing 4 emerald tumors and placing them into Lin Xueli's hands. "Swallow them." The essence of the emerald tumors transformed into surges of intense energy, coursing relentlessly through her body. Ah! Lin Xueli knelt upon the ground, crying out in agony, her entire form convulsing as veins bulged, revealing a vivid green luminescence racing through her bloodstream. She collapsed, curling into a fetal position, trembling violently. Cold sweat pouring down her face. Han Meishin stepped forward, grasping her hand in an attempt to provide support at that moment. Lin Xueli's eyes turned entirely crimson, countless strands of blood-red fibers emerging, bursting forth in sprays of blood. Would I truly adore him? Lin Xueli lamented, seemingly lost in recollection. She had a charming and gentle boyfriend, and their love was so profound that they were on the verge of discussing marriage. What a scoundrel. He was nothing but a cad, secretly pursuing her best friend Han Meishin while being with Lin Xueli, sending her flirtatious messages daily. No. Han Meishin decisively rejected him. The melodramatic tale came to an abrupt halt. Han Meishin did not betray her close friend. Instead, she revealed the scoundrel's messages to Lin Xueli in detail. That I like him so very much. Han Meishin, that you could have pretended to know nothing. Han Meishin, you could have chosen not to show me those messages. If only that were the case, we would not have parted ways. Lin Xueli wept tears of blood, directing her anguish not at the scoundrel but at her own dear friend. Why is it that my bosom is not as ample as yours? Why is it that I embody the cute type, while you possess such sensuality? Why can't I keep him? The more she spoke, the more her voice became muddied, sounding as if it emanated not from a human throat. Unwillingness, resentment, self-deception. The girl, ensnared in the abyss of love, was utterly vanquished before the scoundrel. Her spirit began to unravel, the essence overwhelming her chaotic consciousness and tearing apart her thoughts. Distortion. Lin Xueli began to mutate towards a monstrous form. The visage reflects the heart. Jealousy twisted her features into an ugly, withered countenance. Her lower body grotesquely elongated, sprouting twisted legs akin to a spider's appendages, rendering her form even more alluring. Xueli. Han Meishin cried out in anguish, calling the name of her companion, Lin Xueli, who would never again hear her voice. Countless limb-like appendages emerged, resembling a multitude of steel blades, eager to pierce the bodies of those around them. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Long hair, clad in a black exoskeleton, leapt from the side, seizing the moment before the mutation was fully realized. Shattering Lin Xueli's skull. I'm sorry. Han Meishin collapsed into a pool of blood, repeatedly uttering apologies while calling out Lin Xueli's name. In truth, she had done nothing wrong. It was simply the fault of the world being rife with foolish, love-stricken souls. A peculiar corpse tumor, resembling mutton fat jade, emerged from Lin Xueli's body, burdened by heavy resentment. She consumed a multitude of corpse tumors, ultimately transforming into a unique variant of the aberrant aggregation. Su Man had once harnessed such a white fruit tumor, ultimately gaining the formidable power of the devouring abyss, capable of incessantly growing stronger through the consumption of flesh and blood, worthy of death. Such a precious special corpse tumor, the loss of one mere consumable was of little consequence. Yang Feng picked up the white fruit, unable to suppress his admiration. An unknown special corpse tumor, capable of bestowing abilities at will. If fortune favored, perhaps an extraordinarily powerful ability could be acquired. Chief, may I use this tumor? Han Meishin knelt before Yang Feng, suddenly clutching his thigh, imploring him to bestow upon her the white fruit tumor. This was the last remnant left by Lin Xueli. With tear-filled eyes, Han Meishin's gaze remained resolute, embodying a fearless determination. Yang Feng held the white fruit. It was breathtakingly beautiful, warm in his palm, smooth and slippery like mutton fat jade, imbued with an exceptionally unique essence of energy. Perhaps that you are the most suitable candidate. Yang Feng glanced at Lin Xueli's lifeless form, then back at Han Meishin. Do not disappoint me. With a faint smile, he placed the white fruit tumor into Han Meishin's hands and returned to his seat, awaiting her evolution. Han Meishin clasped the white fruit tightly. Tears like pearls streamed down her cheeks. With a gulp, she swallowed the white fruit, and a peculiar spiritual force began to manifest within her. Xueli. Is that you? Xueli, can you hear me? Han Meishin, in a frenzy, called out her best friend's name. This special white fruit tumor seemed to harbor remnants of Lin Xueli's consciousness, allowing for a dialogue within her bodied evolution. Mutation. An extraordinarily intense metamorphosis gradually unfolded within Han Meishin. Her neck contorted, akin to a tree sprouting new branches, eventually forming a new head. Two heads. Astonishingly, two heads sprouted from Han Meishin's neck, one belonging to her, the other to Lin Xueli. each seemingly possessing independent thought, terrifying, frightening, but a spine-chilling spectacle that left everyone in shock. Although Yang Feng had witnessed much, this was his first encounter with such a peculiar mutation. She had fully grown ahead, continuing her best friend's life in a different manner. And it did not end there. Han Meishin has sprouted several extraordinary appendages. Above her spine, limbs reminiscent of a spider's legs extend, granting her elongated limbs that enhance her allured AT. The tips of these appendages are an array of weaponry. Sharp spikes, keen steel blades, uniquely shaped scissors, and even hammers and pliers. These weapons resemble surgical tools, scalpels, suturing needles, medical scissors, and hemostatic clamps, essentially forming a comprehensive toolkit akin to that found in an operating room. This is the newfound ability bestowed upon Han Meishin. She embodies a multitude of tools, skillfully maneuvering her appendages to serve both as instruments of combat and means of healing. Most crucially, she possesses two heads, allowing for synchronized operations, enabling her to execute multiple tasks simultaneously. Shueli, you are still alive. Han Meishin turned her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Meishin, I'm sorry that it was not your fault. He is unworthy of your sacrifice. Lin Shueli, sharing the same body, shed tears as well, deeply attuned to each other's emotions. Clearly, they chose to understand, forgive, and reconcile with one another. However, one must ponder. Was Lin Shueli's head truly her own? Had the deceased returned to life? Or was it a vile imitation, a grotesque manifestation crafted from Han Meishin's desires? No one could provide a definitive answer. Certainly, Yang Feng was indifferent to such matters. Excellent. The evolution is remarkably successful. Yang Feng applauded Han Meishin. The two sisters, both originating from nursing backgrounds, had evolved capabilities pertinent to surgery, effectively adding a physician to their team, significantly enhancing the survival rates of their resources, a most fortuitous development. Yet, the surrounding newcomers held a different perspective. Is this a joke? One person growing multiple spider-like appendages and sprouting an independent head is deemed a successful evolution? This is nothing short of monstrous, and indeed the most grotesque creature they have ever encountered. Next, it was their turn. Yang Feng urged the evolution to continue, but each newcomer opted to use a single emerald tumor for their transformation. They certainly did not wish to become akin to the monstrous Han Meishin. If they could successfully evolve while maintaining minimal deformity, that would already be the most fortunate outcome. 2 hours later. Among the remaining newcomers, only one faced failure in evolution, while the others successfully underwent their transformations. The intensive training of the past few days proved invaluable, honing their resolve. 12 individuals. It's time to bestow upon you a team name. Yang Feng surveyed the final 12, all of whom had survived through rigorous selection and fierce combat, emerging as the elite. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled a name he had previously used: blood hunters. Like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, or relentless hounds that never relent in their pursuit of prey. Man, you are the captain, responsible for all affairs. Long ere, you are the vice captain, primarily overseeing inspections and executions. Yang Feng delineated their roles clearly, then turned his gaze to the dual-headed Han Meishin. You two shall be in charge of medical logistics. Yang Feng assigned a position to Han Meishin and Lin Shueli, creating a shared responsibility that, admittedly, could be somewhat cumbersome. Ultimately, it fell upon you, Su Qing. For the time being, no special tasks were designated, but should an abundance of weapons and ammunition arise in the future, you shall be entrusted with instructing them in the use of firearms. Yang Feng allocated all responsibilities, ensuring that each individual could perform their designated role while clarifying their respective standings. As for the remaining members, they would naturally be ordinary participants, obeying commands as required. Yes, master. Indeed, leader. Certainly, leader. The group acknowledged their orders in unison. From that moment forth, the Blood Hunter squad would truly coalesce into a formidable force that would grow increasingly powerful, absorbing and accommodating more and more slaves and resources, hunting for an abundance of corpses, ultimately delivering them all to Yang Feng. Having managed these trifles, Yang Feng felt a great sense of relief. The affairs of the Blood Hunter squad would be entrusted entirely to Su Man. Unless a significant event occurred, there was no need for further oversight. Regardless, as long as a steady supply of corpses continued, the mission would be deemed accomplished. Yang Feng stretched languidly before departing the villa, once again observing the movements of the Mimi sect. His gaze drifted towards the direction of the musical fountain. Flames danced fervently. The bonfire had grown larger, its searing flames swirling and twisting, casting an eerie glow upon the faces of all present. Had the shadow leopard been cast into the bonfire? Yang Feng beheld the body of the shadow leopard. Shockingly thrown into the flames, it endured the scorching heat, its fur completely charred, and its skin reduced to cinders, while only the resilient muscle remained unscathed by the fire. Had these individuals lost their minds? Even the Guardian had been tossed in to burn. Moreover, the followers of the Mimi sect had multiplied, their numbers swelling to over 300. How could there be so many? The sect's leader, Zhang Xingxiu, had once stated that the entire villa area housed merely 300 individuals. It was implausible that they all had become followers of the Mimi sect. What had transpired with the Mimi sect in the past few days? Yang Feng summoned Su Man to inquire meticulously about the recent occurrences, particularly concerning the Mimi sect. Refugees. Gradually, some refugees had fled to this location, Su Man explained. The believers of the Mimi sect were not solely affluent residents of the villa but also survivors who had sought refuge. An increasing number of people had heard the evacuation broadcasts. This place was in close proximity to the 7th rescue point, and many had congregated here temporarily, preparing for departure. Su Man continued to elaborate on the news of military rescue, which gradually spread among the surviving refugees. They yearned to leave and be rescued by the army. Many courageous souls took action, arming themselves and stepping out of their homes. They risked being devoured by monsters, cautiously making their way to various evacuation points, desperate not to miss the precious chance of rescue. This process was exceedingly brutal. Numerous individuals were discovered by monsters and perished along the way. Yet, a group of survivors successfully reached the vicinity of the rescue point, establishing makeshift camps. For instance, the devout followers who had just joined the Mimi sect. The roar of the flames grew ever louder. A multitude of individuals leapt into the bonfire, hand in hand, dancing around the lifeless form of the shadow leopard, seemingly impervious to the searing flames that engulfed them. This bizarre and absurd fabrication, woven into a cult, spiraled further out of control. Where would it ultimately lead? Chapter 83. The Invaders. Over 300 souls gathered together. The devotees grew increasingly fervent, their faces alight with genuine zeal, murmuring soft invocations. Mimi is so adorable. May Mimi bless us. Mimi is the finest feline in the world. The prayers were perplexing, as if playfully entertaining some small kitten. The flames crackling in the bonfire intensified, casting elongated shadows that danced in rhythm with the flickering light. Among us, some were merely opportunists, not genuine cat lovers. These individuals did not truly cherish Mimi or care for her well-being. One devotee stepped forward. Her eyes, illuminated by the firelight, appeared to transform into beastly slits, reminiscent of a cat's glimmering gaze in the night. Who is it? Who dares to dislike Mimi? The multitude of believers expressed disbelief, their eyes ablaze with fury. The master does not like cats. The collective gaze of the devoted turned towards Zhang Xingxiu, the founder of the Mimi cult and later elected leader, who initially sought to soothe the masses and thus gain control over the majority of followers. However, the Mimi cult was spiraling into chaos. The lies spun by Zhang Xingxiu were gradually morphing into a terrifying reality. Astonishingly, people genuinely believed that the corpse of a cat could bring good fortune and shield them from monstrous incursions. It was out of control, completely derailed. Wait, what are you doing? Put me down, put me down, Zhang Xingxiu bellowed, as he was hoisted aloft by the throng, inexorably drawn towards the colossal bonfire. I am the master. You must heed my words. Put me down. His visage transformed into one of sheer terror, as it became clear that these frenzied devotees intended to punish him by casting him into the flames. This is it is all a fabrication. Mimi is merely a mutated beast, just a corpse. I have deceived you all. This has all been a ruse. Put me down. As he approached the bonfire, he unleashed a heart-wrenching roar, exposing all the fabrications he once proclaimed. It was futile. Nothing he uttered could alter their course. The extraordinary absurdity and madness had become deeply entrenched in the minds of the people, transforming lies into an unsettling reality. A scream pierced the air as Zhang Xingxiu was hurled into the bonfire, swiftly reduced to charred remains. Simultaneously, numerous false devotees were apprehended. They had not genuinely embraced the Mimi cult, but merely prayed alongside others in search of refuge. These individuals were similarly bound and cast into the flames. The situation grew increasingly frenzied. The followers of the Mimi cult descended into a state of collective madness. Yet this intertwining of lies and reality, this delirium, seemed to yield an unfathomable effect. Strange. The shadow leopard has been deceased for nearly a week. Its remains have yet to be reduced to ash. Yang Feng continues to observe from afar, refraining from provoking the followers of Mimi Chiao while contemplating the effects of the anomalous meme. Sanctuary? People yearn for refuge, within a radius of several hundred meters of the villa district. There has been no incursion of low-level corpses. Even in the most secluded streets, and despite the sparse population, wandering corpses often mistakenly stumble into neighborhoods. Yet within a 500-meter vicinity, for a full week, no traces of any monsters have been found, as if cut off from the world. Coincidence? No. Yang Feng never subscribes to the notion of coincidence. At that moment, several refugee survivors rushed to the entrance of the community. Man had previously mentioned that the announcement broadcast had spread widely, and many had risked their lives to reach the rescue point. Help? Please, help. Those individuals arrived, their faces etched with terror, their bodies marred by wounds, their tattered clothing as they dashed into the villa district. They cried out for assistance, more akin to fleeing from the pursuit of some sinister force. Suddenly, a sharpened steel bar, resembling a spear, pierced through his back, completely impaling him. We have finally arrived. A man slowly strode through the community's entrance. He was a grotesquely evolved being, tall and robust, carrying a round iron barrel filled with sharpened steel bars, all of which were his customized weapons. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the man had 2 additional arms protruding from his shoulders. Grotesquely muscular and powerful, with bulging muscles tearing through his skin, revealing sinewy, menacing fibers. Four-armed, this man, possessing 4 limbs, was thus dubbed Four-Armed by his companions. Is this the closest place to the gathering point? The villa district truly is a splendid location. A beguilingly enchanting woman emerged as well. As she spoke, her tongue flicked out involuntarily, resembling a serpent's forked tongue, and one could vaguely discern 2 sharp venomous fangs within her mouth. Flower snake. Her unique evolution had rendered her a woman of unparalleled toxicity. Lastly, a burly man towering over 2 meters with a pig's head made his grand entrance. He wielded a long, slender chain, to which several ropes were affixed, binding a dozen or so humans, wounded and emaciated. These individuals bore the marks of various forms of abuse, particularly the women, whose gazes were filled with a profound sense of despair and numbed hopelessness. Livestock master. He despised his own grotesque, pig-headed visage, having enslaved a multitude of ordinary people, shackling them with chains and ropes to him. All the ordinary people imprisoned before him were akin to livestock. Hence he referred to himself as the livestock master. Excellent. Excellent. Here lies an abundance of fresh humans. With a vigorous tug, the chains clanked loudly, the links colliding with a metallic clang, causing the captives to stumble and fall. It is hard to fathom what he perceives these humans to be: playthings, or perhaps bait. Goodness gracious. The announcement broadcast not only summons the survivors among the refugees but also attracts the evolved beings. These evolved individuals have largely undergone terrifying mutations, with their psychological and physiological states severely distorted. Their arrival is undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune for ordinary people. Master, shall we take action to eliminate them? Su Man's eyes glinted with a chilling murderous intent, eager to spring into action. The atmosphere thickened with bloodlust. Long Air, Su Qing, the dual-headed Han Meishin, and those empowered evolved beings are all formidable adversaries. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The villa has already been overtaken by the Blood Hunters squad, leaving but one course of action against any intruders: kill. Know everyone, refrain from acting, and do not step outside. Yang Feng raised his hand, dousing their fervor with cold water, forbidding them from slaying the intruders. We shall remain within the villa and observe. The intruders should soon encounter the Mimi cult. Filthy beings are best left for others to handle. A cruel smile crept across Yang Feng's face. The unsavory matter he had long evaded was finally someone else's responsibility. Chapter 84. Hair-raising. A shiver down the spine. Let us sit quietly and watch the spectacle. Yang Feng instructed the others to return to their rooms and wait, drawing the curtains with a narrow gap left open to silently observe the situation outside. Clang, clang, clang. The iron rings clashed against one another. The Beastmaster gripped a rusty iron chain, dragging the imprisoned beings alongside 2 companions as they advanced, near the bonfire and the musical fountain. A massive bonfire feast drew the attention of a few. Boss, it's rather peculiar. The 4-armed figure stepped forward, extracting a steel bar recently hurled from a corpse. They all knelt on the ground, reverently worshipping something. The flower snake, nimble in movement, swiftly ascended the rooftop of a villa, gazing towards the bonfire feast. How odd. The more, the merrier. The Beastmaster's porcine visage twisted into a brutal grin as he tugged at the chain rings, heading straight for the musical fountain, oblivious to his surroundings. It was strange that the kneeling devotees were fervently praying, completely disregarding the towering giant behind them, as well as the man with 4 arms. Mimi is so adorable. Mimi bless us. Mimi is the best cat in the world. They continued to murmur, reciting incomprehensible prayers that would baffle any ordinary person. Stop. Everyone. Halt immediately. The Beastmaster bellowed. Yet the kneeling devotees remained unresponsive. The 4-armed figure and the flower snake exchanged glances and nodded. With a sharp tear, a steel bar pierced the body of one devotee, crimson fluid gushing forth and splattering everywhere. Ah, such a waste, such a waste. The surrounding devotees finally reacted, yet they did not flee. Instead, they lifted the still-breathing devotee and hurried towards the center of the bonfire, tossing him into the enormous pit while he was not yet fully dead. Uncanny. This is utterly bizarre. On the other side, Ghost Mask unfolds, 6 eyes activate. Yang Feng directly unleashed his most formidable ability. On the pitch-black visage of the specter, 6 distorted and corrupted eyes were fixated intently upon the direction of Mimi's cult. An exceedingly bizarre aura was circulating among the adherents, and with the shattering of blood, it gradually began to infect and corrode the bodies of several intruders, with a series of wet, splattering sounds. The 4-armed entity became enraged, brandishing the steel rebar in its grasp, relentlessly thrusting it towards the surrounding devotees. Rise, all of you, rise. The 4-armed figure slaughtered dozens of followers in quick succession, its body drenched in blood. Resembling a creature of pure carnage, a peculiar force inexplicably seized control over it, driving the 4-armed being into a frenzy, rendering it incapable of restraining its murderous intent. 4 arms. What are you doing? The Beastmaster, visibly irate, intervened with fury. These individuals still hold value. You have slain enough. Not enough. It is still insufficient. I must annihilate them all, to offer as sacrifices to Mimi. The 4-armed figure's eyes blazed crimson, and the name Mimi inexplicably echoed in its mind. It felt an overwhelming compulsion to fulfill a mission, to exterminate every last follower and cast them into the inferno. It has begun. The aberrant meme has commenced. The most distinctive trait of this meme was its formidable contagion. The 4-armed entity became further tainted by the blood of the innocent, as the eerie aberrant meme began to erode and pollute its consciousness, seeping into its very soul like a pervasive mold. What are you saying? What is this Mimi, this sacrifice? The Beastmaster raised his fist and struck the 4-armed creature with tremendous force, sending it hurtling away. Awaken, the Beastmaster bellowed, yet there were no signs of the 4-armed figure regaining its senses. Instead, it descended into further madness. Filthy wretch. It had been thoroughly corrupted by the vile essence. Oh, sweet Mimi. My adorable little kitty. How I long to kiss my precious darling. The 4-armed creature babbled incoherently, its expression grotesque, yet its gaze was filled with terror. In a fleeting moment, it regained a semblance of awareness, trembling as it cried out in fear. Boss, save me. These entities are sinister. They are dragging me in. The 4-armed being screamed, feeling as if countless filthy hands were grasping at it, pulling it towards the heart of the bonfire. Moments later, its gaze grew vacant. Hee, ha ha. It oscillated between sinister laughter, madness, and foolishness, before devolving into sheer insanity. Mimi, I have come to feed you. With a maniacal laugh, the 4-armed creature plunged into the flames, surrendering itself to the searing heat, gradually reducing itself to ashes. The sinister has gone too far. Damn it, Flower Snake. Eliminate them all. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, the Beastmaster felt an unsettling chill that he wielded the iron chain in his hand, using it to strike down those bound humans, transforming them into a makeshift weapon. Bang, splatter. The iron chain, imbued with immense force, swung through dozens of humans, reducing the surrounding followers to a pulpy mass. Flower Snake also sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the nearby devotees with agility and precision. Over 300 souls, the colossal iron chain, with each swing, unleashed a tide of blood, yet not a single scream could be heard, only the increasingly harrowing sounds of prayer. The flames flickered and danced. Each visage, illuminated by the warm and gentle glow of the fire, appeared contorted and surreal. Hand in hand, they dashed toward the vast fire pit, their faces alight with fervor, joyfully embracing their demise as they were consumed by the flames. A mere few minutes later, all the devotees lay lifeless. The scene was left with only the Beastmaster and the flowery serpent. Meow, a sound reminiscent of a kitten's mewl, seemed to echo in the Beastmaster's ears. Did you hear that? Where's the cat? Where could it be? The Beastmaster felt a twinge of madness. while beside him, the flowery serpent gazed vacantly, as if witnessing something unfathomable. The flames soared high, and in the hazy glow, a colossal feline deity awaited their adoration, corruption, spiritual contamination. Meme infection. An otherworldly, eerie force gnawed at their souls. Ah, the great kitty god. Time slipped by, another 10 minutes passing. The Beastmaster's gaze grew dazed, standing in a stupor as he knelt before the illusory statue of flames, chills creeping down his spine, goosebumps rising, and his scalp tingling. The onlookers in the villa shuddered at the fate of the intruders, and the devotees. Man finally comprehended the meaning of the filthy things her master had spoken of. There was no blood-soaked battle, no resurrection of the alien kind, no hysterical final showdown. The filthy things, resembling mold, were insidious, infecting one with an insatiable persistence, gradually permeating their very being. Ultimately, the Beastmaster and the flowery serpent, in a daze, began to giggle foolishly. Hand in hand, they prayed, resembling innocent children in a kindergarten, as they joyfully ran toward the fire pit. Boom, boom, boom. The flames blazed even hotter, the remains of all the devotees, the corpses of the intruders, and the unmelting body of the alien shadow leopard merged with a plethora of distorted spiritual matter, laden with absurd beliefs, converging at the threshold of lies and truths into something tangible. The fire gradually dimmed. It seemed as though everything had come to an end. Yangfeng concealed his ghostly visage, opened the villa door, and also made his way toward the fire pit. Master, cough, cough. Will we too fall victim to this contagion? Man felt a lingering dread, acutely aware of the strangeness of the abnormal meme. This was an enigma without resolution. There were no entities left. All the devotees had perished, yet it yielded no benefit, only worsening the situation. In the end, they succumbed to madness and self-destruction, unable to even discern who the enemy was, with no target to combat. This was indeed incomprehensible. Everything echoed Yangfeng's words. Do not provoke them. Do not approach them. Do not touch the filthy things. This was the optimal solution, to keep everything as far from oneself as possible. It's all right. Now, it is all over. Let us go and examine the spoils. Yangfeng seemed to see through it all, speaking with a detached calmness. The outcome of this unexpected turmoil still yielded a prize. Abnormal meme. What bizarre and absurd creations might it birth? Chapter 85. The Twisted Object. The statue of Mimi, the fire pit. Not a trace of ash remained. Not a fragment of remains. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. The statue. It was a bone-like sculpture, no larger than a palm, resembling an exquisite collectible. Mimi. Yangfeng crouched down, cradling the figurine in his hands. Upon closer inspection, a vividly animated and adorable little kitten sits gracefully like a beckoning fortune cat, its fluffy fur radiating a contented smile. Shadow tendon. This particular ability emanates from the shadow leopard, possessing a faint connection between them. When held in one's palm, the shadow tendon gently warms, suggesting a slight sense of awareness. 6 eyes, 6 grotesquely distorted eyes, twisted in malevolence, scrutinize the statue, absorbing the peculiar power it harbors. Lies. Those are the fabrications woven by the devotees, who blindly and foolishly believe that Mimi will protect them. Ultimately, the lies materialized, transforming falsehood into reality, and the distorted entities followed suit. Distorted entity, Mimi statue, effect, protection. The lies have manifested, and Mimi's statue can safeguard the surrounding area from the encroachment of lower beings. Yangfeng can sense it. The statue of Mimi subtly creates a magnetic field that shields the vicinity. This magnetic field, forged from deception and blind faith, obstructs the movements of the corpses as wandering monsters approach. They instinctively detour. This little kitten has accomplished it has indeed manifested the ability to protect, just as all the devotees had wished. Yangfeng couldn't help but marvel at the irony of the emergence of the distorted entity. The believers yearn for Mimi's guardianship, yet this wish shall only be fulfilled after their demise. After death, Mimi can finally protect you. Master. Is this the product of an anomalous meme? Man and her companions arrived behind Yangfeng. Gazing at the bony little sculpture, feeling an odd sensation, a chilling breeze swept through, causing cold sweat to bead on their brows. The eyes of the small sculpture appeared alive, secretly observing them. Come, let us test its efficacy. Yangfeng led the group, clutching the Mimi statue, as they ventured outside the villa area. A few hundred meters away, on a nearby street, hundreds of monsters roamed, emitting low growls and moving their bodies mindlessly. The Mimi statue was placed near the street. Strange occurrences began to unfold one after another. The corpse monsters growled as they stepped into the protective range, as if encountering layers of resistance. The path does not lie this way. The front is impassable. There is no food here, only cat food, cat toys, and catnip. Something unseen was guiding the movements of the corpses. Even without consciousness, logic, or thought, the corpses could alter their instinctual subconscious. A loss of directional sense ensued that a multitude of corpses began to spin in place, unable to find their way forward. Moments later, the monsters completely lost their sense of direction, dragging their decaying bodies away from the Mimi statue. Disperse. The Mimi statue drove away all those low-level monsters. Within just a few minutes, a circular clearing emerged around the Mimi statue, completely purging all low-level creatures. Remarkable, Han Meishin exclaimed, while Lin Shuili nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's quite extraordinary, Master. The monstrous entity circled around the statue. Man could scarcely believe her eyes. What appeared to be a mere small bone sculpture produced such an astonishing effect. A radius of 500 meters. Long Air stood atop a nearby elevation, employing a method of measurement to ascertain the extent of the protective magnetic field. The range of this field was approximately 500 meters. Once the creatures ventured within, they would find themselves ensnared, spinning in place before being compelled to retreat. Aberrant memes, distorted entities, illogical and unscientific, yet undeniably real. For the time being, it would be best to keep it within the villa. Within a 500-meter radius, no lesser monsters would intrude, thus establishing a modest sanctuary. Yang Feng nonchalantly tossed the bone sculpture into Su Manman's hands. With it, a plethora of troubles would be averted. There would be no need to erect towering walls or establish watchtowers. This singular object could fend off the encroaching beast. It was undoubtedly a coveted treasure for every camp leader in this apocalyptic world. Meow. Su Man held the sculpture, yet inexplicably heard a delightful feline meow. Master Dai Ti seemed she was experiencing an auditory hallucination. Convinced she could hear it calling, Su Man felt uncertain, questioning whether she was merely imagining things or if the statue itself possessed an eerie quality. You are not imagining it, Yang Feng remarked, turning back with an air of nonchalance. Distorted entities are perilous. You must remember not to engage with them for prolonged periods or draw too near. Otherwise, you may find yourself plagued by nightmares. Yang Feng appeared to jest, though a hint of malevolence flickered in his gaze. Nightmares. The nightmares brought forth by Mimi. Distorted entities perpetually transcended the bounds of reality. And moreover, they were far more terrifying than Yang Feng had suggested. Such entities often heralded ill omen. Should one's resolve waver, they could infiltrate and corrupt one's thoughts. They would invade the deepest recesses of your consciousness, whispering insidiously in your ear, silently depositing their insidious blight upon the fabric of your mind. A shiver ran down Su Manman's spine. It was all too bizarre, too absurd. None of this could be rationally explained. After taking possession of the statue, she dared not maintain excessive contact. Hastily, Su Man retreated to the villa, concealing it in a secluded corner of her room, shrouded beneath various odds and ends. Once she had completed this task, a modicum of relief washed over her, the chilling sensation enveloping her body gradually dissipating. Within the villa, Yang Feng once again summoned everyone. According to the broadcast, the military would arrive for rescue in 4 days. What do you all think? Yang Feng's cold, piercing gaze swept over the assembly. 6 eyes. He was also discreetly employing his 6 eyes to scrutinize the emotional fluctuations and the innermost desires of each individual, leaving nothing concealed. Some were elated, others beset by sorrow. A few individuals with only mild distortions entertained secret calculations. If, when the military arrived, they could flee into the protective embrace of the armed forces. Surely even a tyrant like Yang Feng would not dare pursue. One could only hope that the military would not mistake them for monsters and unleash a barrage of gunfire upon them. Xian is right. What if we are treated as beasts and turned into mincemeat by heavy machine guns? Han Meishin expressed her desire to avoid contact with the military. Her other head, Lin Shuili, echoed her sentiments, with numerous sharp appendages quivering in agitation. The dual-headed Han Meishin symbolizes a certain type of individual, a hedgehog bristling with spikes, a beetle cloaked in repugnant scales, and several severely mutated evolvers. Those with significant deformities often exhibit profound despondency. Ordinary people, they appear scarcely different from monsters. These individuals have become ill-suited for integration into the world of the average person. Even if they sought refuge with the military, it is likely they would be perceived as monsters and shot on sight, corpse tumors. Wherever the army goes, they are bound to exterminate vast numbers of monsters. We stand to gain immensely from the ensuing carnage. Man recalled Yang Feng's earlier words, preparing to profit handsomely during the military's rescue operation. Yang Feng nodded in agreement, sensing Man's emotions were remarkably stable, with a flickering flame of desire burning slightly hotter. Seemingly anticipating a grand battle, there was no hint of rebellion, a sign of loyalty. Then there was Long Air, calm and collected, his expression as placid as a still lake, his murky eyes devoid of brilliance. In complete accord with every decision, merely a machine of slaughter obeying commands. Thus, it was decided, the intensity of the hunts could be appropriately reduced in the coming days. Rest well and prepare for the impending conflict. Yang Feng concluded the brief meeting, rewarding everyone with some treats, liberally providing them with stored provisions to feast upon. Satiated and refreshed, they would heal their wounds, for a grand battle awaited them. Chapter 86. The Monster That Chews Steel Plates. Another purple illusion crystal level, Apocalypse, Day 14. Time remaining until military rescue. 3 days. Gurgle, gurgle. The simmering ribs emitted a rich aroma, mingled with radishes and potatoes, crafting an enticing broth. Sizzle. Sizzle. The steak crackled in the frying pan. Its slightly crisp exterior complemented by the firm and delicate meat within, stirring one's appetite. The dual-headed beings, Han Meishin and Lin Xueli, busied themselves, one watching the stew while the other fried the steak. Effortlessly multitasking. Numerous appendages sprouting from her back served various functions that a scalpel diced the scallions into fine pieces, a bone hammer crushed the garlic into a paste, and hemostatic forceps pressed down on the steak, while a bone chisel flipped the food as if it were a spatula. Meishin, add some pepper, Lin Xueli's head instructed, as an appendage tipped with tweezers pinched some pepper and sprinkled it into the stir-fry. Xueli, where's the dabanjiang? Han Meishin scanned the area but found no sign of the condiment. You really are careless, Lin Xueli smiled faintly, using a membrane-detaching appendage as a spoon to scoop some over and hand it to her. The two-headed beings thrived in the kitchen, one person capable of matching a multitude of chefs. Soon, they had prepared several delectable dishes simultaneously, balancing ribs in her hands. Her appendages extended to carry the steak and several plates of food. They made their way to the villa's living room. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Please, enjoy while it's hot. Han Meishin and Lin Xueli chimed in unison, smiling at the gathered crowd. Delightful. Life was simply splendid. The leader was truly generous, allowing them to indulge freely. The evolutionists gathered around, akin to ravenous hounds, heedless of the scalding heat, as they thrust their distorted palms into the steaming pot, retrieving generous chunks of meat to shove into their mouths. Yang Feng had previously issued a decree: eat well, drink well, rest well. Only by recuperating from their injuries could they face the impending great battle. This was merely a temporary reward. Such gluttony would leave the remaining supplies insufficient to last a week. Man approached, and the crowd parted, their voices subdued in the presence of their female captain. What is there to fear? We are incredibly strong now. Whatever we lack, we shall seize the Sujia with your leadership. Let us raid the nearby supermarkets and reclaim our supplies. CWI, munching on a rib, glowed with excitement. Blood hunters. The team was growing increasingly formidable, which only inflated their confidence. Man fell silent for a moment. Indeed, with their current strength, they could dominate the surrounding area. However, they were not invincible. Not let your guard down. Thus far, the monsters we have encountered have not been particularly strong. In a lowered voice, Man continued with gravity. The master has warned us that upon encountering those creatures entirely shrouded in purple, we must harbor no thoughts of confrontation and flee immediately. Creatures entirely cloaked in purple. Zihu and Jing. What Man referred to as the rare and formidable Zihu and Jing class aberration, which ordinary evolutionists could only escape from upon sighting. The group exchanged glances. Memory stirring of a purple-hued monster, perhaps the very type that had shown her followers, a corpse of an aberration, but none could ascertain its true strength. Not to worry, even if we cannot prevail. Our leader undoubtedly can. Of course, he is the terrifying tyrant feared by all. They spoke of Yang Feng as if he were an invincible entity, rendering every monster before him less daunting. Hey, Man interjected with a cold snort, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. You lot, do not jest about the master, it could cost you your lives. Her words fell like a bucket of ice-cold water, awakening everyone to the gravity of the situation. Yang Feng, the ruthless and bloodthirsty tyrant, making light of him was tantamount to courting death. Each individual present had witnessed his cold-bloodedness and brutality, acutely aware that even a trivial jest could lead to severe repercussions. Turning back, a shadowy figure loomed, fixated upon them. The murky eyes concealed a sharp, chilling glint. The executioner, Long Air, had been monitoring their every move, Smack. The man hastily slapped himself, a forced smile on his face. Yeah. I misspoke. We shouldn't discuss the leader. My apologies. The matter was promptly put to rest. Man chose not to pursue it further, while the two-headed Han Mation stepped forward to diffuse the tension. As she wiped the grease from the hemostatic clamps, she also cleaned the grime off her surgical knife. You all eat your fill. Shortly, we will conduct checks one by one. Wounds need to be rebandaged, and any festering areas must be incised. Han Meixin and Lin Xueli exchanged friendly smiles, their numerous limbs quivering with mirth. Rest assured, I will sterilize the instruments. A shiver ran through the crowd, prompting them to bury their heads in their meals once more. At that moment, a sudden noise emanated from the villa's glass window. A small stone struck the glass, not with great force, but it nonetheless set off an alarm. Something was amiss. Man immediately rose, followed closely by several others. This was a signal. The blood hunting team was gradually becoming more organized, and outside the community, some individuals were covertly observing. Should any unusual activity arise, they would throw stones at the glass. A group of men stealthily infiltrated the community, numbering around 20. Their clothing was stained with blood, appearing grimy, and they wielded shovels and wrenches as makeshift weapons. Halt! Su Man bellowed, halting the advance of the crowd. Several evolved individuals followed closely behind, each exhibiting some degree of deformity, resembling a horde of monsters. Su Qing also stepped to the side, aiming his rifle at the group, the dark muzzle of the gun exuding an air of menace. Monsters, they have guns, someone murmured. Wait, don't shoot. We surrender. The men showed no intent to resist, casting their weapons to the ground and raising their hands above their heads. Who are you? Su Man inquired coldly, as one man stepped forward to represent the others. Clad in a suit, his white shirt stretched awkwardly over his bulging belly, and his balding head glistened with grease. He approached, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin, hands nervously fidgeting, and he introduced himself with a slight bow. I am Wang Jianbang. We are all from a construction site. Wang Jianbang was a contractor, with the others being laborers from the same site. They had become trapped at the construction site after the apocalypse but had survived due to a unique opportunity. Ordinary people. Su Man discerned that Wang Jianbang spoke the truth. Those before her were indeed common folk. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a figure stealthily lurking behind the group. Long Air, not far away, signaled, ready to strike if necessary. Su Man shook her head. There was no need to kill these innocents unless they committed a grave error that would provoke Yangfeng. Care for a smoke? Contractor Wang Jianbang produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, politely extracting one in an attempt to bridge the gap with Su Man. My apologies. I know young ladies seldom smoke. He continued, we heard the broadcast about a gathering point nearby, and that's why we dared to come here. Wang Jianbang glanced at his fellow workers, his expression earnest as he vowed, we absolutely won't cause any trouble. We just need a little space. After observing for a moment longer, Su Man instructed Su Qing to lower his weapon. These villas are still vacant. You may choose one to reside in. However, do not approach Villa No. 13, or you will be killed. Her tone was icy, and she reiterated with seriousness, I am not joking. Approaching it will mean death. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Wang Jianbang exclaimed, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Su Man then issued instructions to her subordinates. In the coming days, there may be many refugees. Stay alert. Those who heard the broadcast began to arrive in a steady stream. This group of construction workers is neither the first batch of refugees, nor will they be the last. Do not leave just yet. How have you managed to survive? Su Man noticed another issue. With over 20 people gathered here, could it be that no monsters had been detected? Wang Jianbang was taken aback for a moment before hastily explaining. At our construction site, a colossal monster appeared, its entire body a deep shade of purple. It annihilated everything in its path, and then proceeded to gnaw on rebar and steel plates. Wang Jianbang recounted with lingering trepidation. Continuing, when we stealthily departed, it was nearly as tall as a 3-story building. An aberrant creature, indeed, and one of formidable strength. Such creatures possess territorial instincts. And lesser undead monstrosities are swiftly expelled, gnawing on rebar, consuming steel plates, towering close to 3 stories, and cloaked in purple. Could it be the purple phantom crystal-level aberration that Master Yangfeng often speaks of? Su Man's eyes sparkled with excitement as she seized Wang Jianbang's arm.